Bro, we got all three channels popping, except for here, because all we got is there's more land past Antarctica going on. Hey, on TikTok, Neil goes around. He's doing that thing lately, the TikTok relay, and he talks to dudes, and he gets banned from a lot of flat earther venues because he wants them to prove their beliefs about Antarctica. They're like, "What? You don't believe that there's magic ice fairs in Antarctica? You must not be a real flat earther."
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Angry mouthy mouth, dude. Angry mouthy. What's happening?
Anything's possible when you go to Narnia.
Angry mouthy, last chance before we mute you. You just
What?
have to text us
I'm
there.
here,
You got
man.
control. Oh, well, you were just making lots of noise, so we didn't know if you were talking or what.
I don't know. Can you hear a fan or something?
Not anymore. No.
So nothing's being discussed.
We just got this guy who was telling us there's land past Antarctica, and then we asked him to prove it, and he just spazzed out and spiraled. So we're all recuperating from that debacle at the moment. How about you? What do you think about Antarctica? Is it icy cold, or is it summer hot? Or does it have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth? What do you think?
Have a great day, people.
All right, brother. Apparently, asking what you think about something is the challenge of the day. All right, let's see. Will we mute anybody that needs to be unmuted? Flower Man? He left. Can't unmute him.
all these people no talking?
Well, not for a little bit. It's just been a bit of silence. People are chatting, so.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, what is the sound? I was like adjusting my sound right now. I was like, what's going on? Let's see. Oh, there's a bunch of people in politics right now. Oh, look at politics. My goodness. Who's talking over there? The Mush King and DJ.
There's people everywhere.
Oh, there's some in English up too. Oh, snaps. There are some people in English up too. Yo, who's Flat Earth Ranger? Do I know who that is? I feel like a name like Flat Earth Ranger, I should know who that is.
Joined Discord in 2022, so.
Oh, I'm sure I'll run into him eventually.
fair amount of people in every single part of our universe.
Yeah, it's really good because this morning when I woke up, I normally check Discord when I wake up so I can hop in a room while I'm getting ready. But dude, they were all empty. I was like, oh, what the heck? I'm like, this is lame. I normally wake up to the sweet, sultry sounds of Matrix yelling at somebody. But not this morning. I was sad. Oh wait, is the bottom here? Oh yeah. Wait, which bot is that? Oh, that's Spot Lords. Yeah, this bot's always up. It was pretty good. Nice.
I have thousands of those kind of jokes. I work with kids.
Very good. Yeah, maybe you telling me that you work with kids. It's good.
For instance, would you like pirate jokes or owl jokes?
Ooh,
Pirates or owl jokes? What? I'm not sure. I'll take an owl joke just because I think I've heard less owl jokes.
Okay, I have a series of those. Okay, what is an owl's favorite website?
I don't know.
Yahoo!
You know, okay. I kind of like
What's an
you. Go ahead.
owl's favorite restaurant?
Hooters.
It is Hooters. You
Oh,
got that one.
wow. What the heck?
What do you what do you call a rebellious teenage owl? A hooligan.
Uh, oh, bro, I suck at getting
Oh,
these.
here's my favorite one. What is an owl's
Okay.
favorite band?
Band. Oh no, I'm not gonna get this one either.
Guess who?
Not good guess, but it's Rammstein.
Hey.
I think I might be too old to get that one.
Because people always guess anything that makes sense, and then you just end up saying no, it's Rammstein.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. But they just
Oh,
really like heavy metal, you know.
damn. Oh my goodness gracious. That's part of the joke. I get it.
Subverting your expectations. It's kind of like with the ketchup. Sorry, the tomato jokes.
Yeah.
You've heard the
Like,
whole.
What do you call
the
a black
tomatoes
person
on the
that
street
flies an
joke.
airplane?
Ooh, sorry, say that again.
What do you call a black person that flies an airplane?
Passenger.
A pilot, you
Oh,
racist.
you said a passenger.
It's a good
That's
setup.
funny.
It's kind of like that
Oh
old
yeah,
joke
I
where
guess
they
you would
go,
just call him a pilot. I was like, wait, what? I was thinking it was something to do with black. Like, what's black? I was like black pepper. I was like, what? No, that was good. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You can go ahead, Karma.
no. You had much more fun thing to say, so I'm happy with it. I just have infinite bad jokes. I'm not gonna stop anybody else from talking for that.
Oh, please. Yeah, your jokes there are far more impressive than the words coming out of my mouth currently. Unless you want to talk to Truder. Truder just came out. What's up, dude? Maybe he's a flat earther already. Maybe. Thank you for the jokes, by the way. Appreciate them.
No worries. It's always hard to feel empty air.
Oh no, filling empty air is rough. I'm just reading off bad Globy arguments every time a Glober's in here to see if they're gonna start cringing or start cheering. Let's see. Oh, there's no Globers in here. Actually, yeah, we might have one or two. Okay. When they start reading some of these off, maybe they'll get excited. Let's see. This page is called 5 Ways We Can Prove the Earth is Round, Not Flat. Okay, let's see. Observe the Earth's shadow during a lunar eclipse.
Eh,
The Glover's cool with that one? Oh, we got some contention. All right, let's hear it. What's wrong with it?
a Selenalian eclipse.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know what? They even provided a beautiful graphic. If I can get a picture of it around all these freaking ads.
Hey, Lats, anytime you read the word observe, just interject the word assume, and then you have it about right.
No, did you get a new mic? Why is it so juicy? What the heck?
Oh, dang, I forgot. Oh, man, sorry.
I'm not used to hearing you like this.
Listen, the higher quality of mic that I use, the greater the ratio of flat earthers who turn gay. So, like, out of respect, I try to keep the crappiest mic I can.
You know, dude, I feel you because that's why I won't turn my camera on either, dude. I'm scared people are gonna fall in love. Well, not the women, obviously, they won't fall in love. Just the dudes. I'm scared of the dudes falling in love with me. But here we go. This is the picture from the website. Look at that. Look at that freaking flat Earth shadow. There's no way it would ever cast a round or a whatever thing on the moon. Look at that. They gave us a graphic. Beautiful. Let's see what else I have. Observe ships over the horizon. Dang.
Jeez.
Look at these great globe proofs. Look at that. The globers are silent. That means that they agree. These are great. Oh, wait, that's not. Oh, is this it? There you go. Boom. There we go. Check
Hey,
that
Lats, you
out.
want to hear a joke?
Yes, I love jokes.
Oh, apparently you're supposed to take the little paper fortune out of the cookie before you eat it.
Bro, you did not freaking just do that. You ate the paper, actually?
Dude, see the problem. You know why none of the fortunes come true for anyone? It's because they take out the paper and read it and then throw it away. You have to eat it in order for it to work. Duh.
Dude, you know what's actually really funny? I actually used to do that with my friends when I was younger. Like, anytime we got a fortune that we didn't like, we would throw it away. But the ones that we wanted to actually come true, we used to eat the paper.
I'm banned from eating fortune cookies
What? Why?
because I used to buy, like, I'd go to the Chinese restaurants, right? And you get like one or two, and then you're like, oh, this is amazing. So then I just go to the grocery store and buy like a bulk, like, bag of them. So it would come in like a box of 50. I would eat the whole 50 fortune cookies in one sitting.
Goodness.
Damn.
I can't stand eating one of them.
Yeah, I could barely like eat half of one. They're not the best.
Yeah,
Don't
you know,
don't
like
get high.
the fortune cookers
I've
are
never
always
had a
like,
good
a lot of
fortune
them are
cookie.
just platitudes, right? Like, oh, hey, you're a good person, or oh, hey, You know, if you save money, you'll be able to buy that thing you want in the future. Oh, hey, I promise we're going to land on the moon in the next 20 years.
Yeah, very
Dude, if I
very
ever got a
generic fortune.
if I ever got a space related fortune, dude, I would run in here so quick and show you guys. That'd be amazing.
I'd always get like 4 in 1. It'd have like 4 scrolls in it. Like, oh, bonus.
I've never seen that before. I'm not that lucky. Oh, here's a good one. North Pole changing positions. That's a new one. There you go. No, I think there's some context underneath it. What did it say? At the time, it was well known that different constellations appeared in different places. For example, the North Star is closer to the horizon in Cairo than it is in Athens. However, Aristotle was the first to suggest that because Egypt is farther south, it would be looking at the star from a shallower angle if the world was a globe. Next time you take a holiday within the northern hemisphere, keep an eye out for the North Star and see how its position compares to back home. Or something is lower in the sky, therefore globe. Beautiful globe proof. Look at that. I hear no contention from the flat earthers. Awesome, awesome. Automatic win. Let's go. Oh, Drace is typing, damn it. All right, I'll just ignore Drace because if I look at that picture for too long, then it's not a globe anymore.
Wait, if you're presenting global arguments, does that mean I can refute it with global logic?
Oh, of course. Yeah.
In that case, I can just go, well, my uncle actually works at an authoritative place, and he told me that you're wrong. So I'm like,
You know, I can't even refute that because that's the same logic that I use. Interesting.
yeah, the game becomes pointless as soon as you have 2 globers.
Yeah. Oh, exactly.
I take mine back.
Alrighty, let's see. Oh, and of course, Eratosthenes for the last one, measuring the length of shadows. We have globers in here, right? Am I tripping? Okay, we have at least one. Okay. He hasn't said anything, so I must be doing good. All right, awesome.
There's only one?
Yeah, I
Amazing.
mean, granted, what's his son watching on YouTube or something? Yeah, I'm not going to bore you guys with the Eratosthenes story. Everybody knows it already. Let's see, do they have any more? Was that the last one? Oh, circumnavigation. Woo. Classic. All right.
Oh, yes, the art of going in a circle. Because you can't do that on a flat surface. Go in a whole circle.
Of course not. You'd fall off the edge. Well, let's see what Dre said. He said, you look at an angle to the ceiling from a position and a different part of the ceiling from another position. And even worse is, we don't see the ceiling itself. The background does not return light, but we see other stars, which are weird stellar things that appear to be observer-centric. Oh shit, is that Jenna typing? She's here? I don't see her in the room. Am I tripping?
Yeah, Jedi is everywhere.
Oh no, not Jedi, Jenna.
Did she change her name? Why is everybody always changing their names in their profile pics? It's confusing as hell.
Sorry. Oh no, I just did mine recently, so sorry if I missed you. But no,
You have the same name. It's fine.
oh yeah, that's true.
Like
Yeah, that is the
Lulu,
same.
everybody keeps changing her name infinitely, but she always has the same profile pic, so I always know it's her.
That's true.
I've been consistent as fuck, so like nobody can complain about me, but I will complain about all you.
Wait, how long have you had that picture up? Because the last one I had was for 2 years.
Ooh, at least a few years, I think.
No, okay, we're probably tied then. Oh, I guess Jen is not there anymore. She stopped typing. She was like pinging from her server. I remember she sent me an invite to her server because she saw that I was muted. But that was when the bug on Discord was still prevalent. Every single time you got a call or you switched apps or something, it would unmute you. So one of the mods muted me and she invited me to her server to have a quote unquote place for free speech. I had to explain to her. I was like, "Oh no, sorry, I muted myself. My bad. I didn't want to make it seem like anybody else did it."
I get you.
Let's see. Was it the last proof? Oh, that was the last proof. Oh, it's disappointing. Okay.
Well, Wilburs usually don't have much.
Oh, well, I presented 5 good globe proofs. The globe wing, globe 5, and fighter 0. Oh, dang, wait, I found another website. It's from Arizona State University. How do we know the Earth is round? Ask an oh my gosh, expert. Holy, I can't even speak English. Let's see. Oh, there's no bullet points, just straight paragraphs. Okay, let's see. Let me skim this. All right, this is the first thing I see on here, so I'll screenshot this and listen to the side chat. If anybody wants to look at this from a university, oh, you know, let me post up the link too in case anybody wants it. Look at the website is askanexpert.edu. That's pretty good. Let's see, where was I? When you are able to get up above the horizon, wait, what? We're always above the horizon. Anyway, whether in an airplane or in the International Space Station, you can see that the edge of Earth is rounded. By watching as the Earth also rotates from that view, you can see that the Earth is a rotating sphere and is not flat. Bro, I don't even know what I just read. That made like no sense.
That's
When you're able to get
incredibly bad for a university.
Yo, right?
I'm like, they should have had like ChatGPT write it for them or something. This is so badly written.
Oh, I know, yeah, that was pretty bad. No contention from the Glober in the room. Cool with this? Cool. Alrighty. I will continue championing the globe better than AI. Let's see, like other planets, the Earth is a sphere. Damn, just right off the bat, it just claims it. Okay. It rotates around its own axis slowly but continuously and completes this rotation about once every 24 hours. As the Earth rotates, part of the Earth is facing the sun and part of it faces away. This is why some parts of the world have day and night at different times. So look up
That's
sea
literally.
balls. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just gonna say that's literally like toddler level logic because it's like, well, I'm a princess. Why? Because I said so. And I have glitter hair and these powers and that and this, and just go into descriptions of it with only having because I said so. That's not good logic.
Oh yeah, this logic is freaking hilarious. Like you look up, you see balls, or presumed balls, then therefore the ground underneath my feet is a ball. Like if I go into the ocean and see a bunch of fish, therefore the ground underneath my feet is a fish. Great. Beautiful. I love it. Oh, here's it's a good paragraph. There are a number of reasons why scientists know that the earth is round and not flat. It turns out that we can test many of these reasons out for ourselves too. If the earth was flat, we would be able to look out and see very far, assuming that there were no buildings in the way. We could see another city that's hundreds of miles away, or a ship sailing out to sea. The boat would stay in view no matter how far out to sea it went. Man, university, huh? Interesting.
Oh, I hope they don't teach advanced biology there because they obviously don't know how eyeballs work.
I'm gonna post this up in the side chat. I actually like this source because like a lot of the other ones I was reading from before were like just from whatever websites. Okay. However, if we look out when standing on the ground, we can't see that far. We can't look out into the distance and see a town that's miles away. And the ship will slowly start to disappear from view as it gets farther away. That is because the earth is round. Things in the distance are not visible because there is a curve to the landscape. Whoa. So profound.
I mean, you're not even that far into it, and how many times have they done the bare assertion thing? They're like, if we just say it often enough, it's round, it's a sphere, they'll just believe it.
I just think it's so funny. Like, they never said how they determined that the ground is curving. They just keep proclaiming it as fact with no evidence. It's like, yes, this tree grows up because the earth's round. Like, my hair is black because earth round. Like, bro, what?
Yeah, it has the same vibe as when a child shows you something and says they made it, but when you start asking questions, they make it very obvious they didn't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
just like they say here, if the Earth was flat, we would be able to look out and see very far, and like ship sailing out to sea, the boat would stay in view no matter how far out to sea it went. That's like saying, like, if the Earth is flat, you should be able to see atoms with the naked eye.
Yeah. Yeah.
And what would be the point of telescopes if this is how it actually functioned?
Exactly. Yeah, they can't even show us from the ISS a person on one of the live streams. They expect us to see hundreds, if not thousands of miles away across the ocean. Like, yeah, okay. Okay. Oh, one way to test this is to watch the sunset. Find a spot where you can see the sunset, and also have a place close by where you can safely move higher, such as a tree or a building. Yeah, dude, your picture's great. Just stated right here. Just climb up a tree, dude. Anyway, or even start laying down and then stand up on the ground. The sun will eventually disappear beyond the horizon. I like how it doesn't say below, by the way. That's funny. Anyway, when this happens, quickly go to your higher spot. From there, you'll be able to see the sun again for a brief time. All right, so I'm
I
gonna
think this
post
is
this
why we're
up.
trying. Sorry,
I'm
I was
sorry,
just
go
gonna
ahead.
say this
Oh
is
no, no, you're
probably
good.
why we keep cutting the art programs because they don't want to teach perspective to people.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I was like, why did they cut that out of like all things? Really? Oh, wait, Jenna did point at something or post something. My question still remains: who measured? Wait, measured what?
Hey, Lats, the answer is because art programs are not on the AYP report, which is linked to the finances that the school gets. So when it comes time to cut anything, they cut everything that doesn't get them their funding.
Mm. Yeah, I'm gonna do it too. Wait,
It
so
was like
Jenna
who
says,
decided to have it that way. But
oh,
sorry, go
sorry.
on.
Oh no, my bad. Sorry. I was just
Um,
gonna say,
I think it's my lag. I keep cutting over you, and I'm like super sorry about it.
no, no, you're good. I feel like I'm cutting over you. I feel like it's our lag because you start talking, and I start saying something like, oh, my bad. But Jenna was saying that a laser pointer isn't measuring curve or flatness. A laser distance meter can only reach 650 feet to 1,000 feet maximum. That's not doing any good for measuring miles of curve or flat. The laser light will always scatter like this example where it's bending up to build a solid physical structure across the ground and force the line would be more sensible. Wait, is she saying that we didn't measure flat or curved? I thought we were measuring the deviation in between the laser and the ground to see if the ground is bending away from the laser. I thought that's the point of using the laser. What is she going on about here? Welcome in, whoever just joined. Oh wait, I think that's just the other bot. Just kidding. Or not kidding, if you're listening. Yeah, Jenna, if you're listening, what's wrong with using a laser as a horizontal line to measure deviation, the space in between the laser and the ground to see if it's changing? Alrighty, since it's still quiet, I think I'm going to keep continuing on with this article. I don't know where she's where how long it takes for her to reply to something. Let's see.
Doing a
Yeah,
great
probably.
job.
Sorry, it's just nobody else is talking. I don't know if you want to keep on with your jokes, you can. I have this long ass
No, bro, I
article.
was just trying to compliment you. I was saying you're doing a good job filling
Oh,
the
thank
air.
you, thank you. But yeah. If anybody wants to interrupt me, or if anybody has contention with anything that I'm saying, if you feel like arguing with Globe Relapse, you guys can argue with me. Or if
Interrupt.
any if any Glober wants to
All right, continue.
correct my arguments. Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, where was I? You have probably seen that when the sun is out, it causes a shadow to form. If it hits something, it turns out that we can use shadows of another piece of evidence that the Earth is round. Everybody cool with that? You like that globe proof from a university?
Sorry, my Wi-Fi keeps dropping in and out, so I will not be of much help.
Oh, you're good. It's okay. I just wanted to see if any Globers wanted to chime in and see if that was a shitty argument or not. Bueller, anybody? Everybody think that's a good argument from the Globe side? Cool. Shadows there for a ball? Yes. Alrighty. Keep on trucking. If the Earth were flat, then shadows would be the same length regardless of location. This would mean that the sun is hitting all places of Earth, or on Earth, sorry, at the same angle, resulting in the same shadow. However, it turns out that this is not the case. If we were to place two identical sticks in the ground in two different places on Earth, we'd find out that the length of their shadows differs. This is because the Earth is round, and so the way the sun hits each location will be a bit different. Beautiful.
You just love when they make weird assertion about if it was flat, birds would be
Yeah,
purple and the sky would just crash and we would all be jello.
exactly. They just say whatever they want. It's like if the Earth was flat, then you would only have 4 toes. Like, bro, what? Okay, awesome.
I used to be very surprised when I used to hear this kind of stuff because I'm like, where are you getting this from? Like, why would he think this? But then I realized, like, oh, they're so used to basing it on literally nothing but imaginations that why wouldn't they?
Oh, absolutely right. Like, think about how confident you would be too, right? Presenting this information in a room of flat earthers. Like, you found flat earth debunks from a university website. Like, if I was a Glober, I'd be so excited to give this paper to you guys. I'm like, yo, guys, check this out. This is so great. I found some awesome information from a university. Suck on that. Turns out, like, the
I
entire
mean,
paper is fallacious and full of assumptions.
the best part of that is they do that, but they also don't read the source that they're giving us
Yes,
beforehand.
yes.
They read
Yeah,
the
they just,
bulletins.
yeah. Yeah, they just ship it right over to us. Like, oh, there you go. I read the
Yeah, they
headline.
read
Now
the
I'm
AI
done.
summary, and that was sufficient.
I don't even think they do that, honestly. I really do think they just read the headline and just send it right over. They look at the source,
Yeah, probably.
headline, send it. Like, damn, you guys are ballsy. Okay.
Because a lot of the times they don't recognize quotes from the thing that they sent, and they're like, "We're talking about the thing from your thing," and he's like, "Oh, well, I didn't know that was in there," and you're
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
"This is
yeah,
the thing you gave us."
exactly. Yep, yep.
It's like bringing
Um,
somebody baked goods and saying you made them yourself, and then when somebody's like, "Oh my god, I'm having an allergic reaction. What did you put in this?" and they're like, "I don't know the ingredients."
yeah. It's like, ah, so you lied. Got it, got it.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, give me just a sec. I will continue in just a second. Do you have another joke in the meantime you want to fill dead air with?
I have all kinds. Do you want a dumb one or a dirty one?
You know, I'll take dirty. I haven't heard a good dirty joke in a while. Or,
I have so
well, I
many.
guess it depends. It depends how dirty, because there's YouTube bots in here, I guess.
I'll just tell you the ones that my teacher told me in 8th grade.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait, what? In 8th grade? Oh,
Yeah, she told the whole bus. She was a fun one. She showed up in
okay.
SpongeBob SquarePants outfit when it was Yellow Day.
Okay.
It was cool. But yeah, one of her jokes goes like this. There's three second grader boys in a classroom with their teacher, and they're asked a question, and it's a riddle by the teacher. The teacher says, if a woman is holding an ice cream, if three women are holding an ice cream, one licks the ice cream, one bites the ice cream, and one sucks the ice cream, which one of them is married? Now, the smart aleck in the class goes, the ones who sucks it, and the teacher says, no, the one who has a wedding ring. And hang on, I'm trying to remember the punchline of this one. I'm very tired. Oh wait, I already fucked it up. I already said the punchline before the setup. My bad. I'm sorry. I'm very sleepy.
Oh no, you're good. You're good.
Hang on, let me do a redo. I'm gonna do a different one. I'll tell you the one that I remember best. I was gonna tell you the most mild one. Okay. A man and a woman are on a cruise ship. When the cruise ship goes down, they both manage to somehow survive and get on an island. Now, thankfully, they're a married couple, so they work well together. They manage to make a shelter, a bonfire, a little storage shed to store things. They made a little SOS on the beach out of rocks. And then on the tallest tree in the island, they've made a ladder all the way up and an observatory to look for boats and ships to know when to light the giant bonfire. Now, after a few months of taking 12-hour shifts and being up in the watchtower to look for any chance of rescue, they're both kind of tired of that and kind of tired of each other, to be honest. And after many, many months, a young, dashing man washes up on shore. Now, the young man and the wife have instant chemistry, but the husband is always there. Now, the husband doesn't notice any of this chemistry because he's so preoccupied with the idea of now we have 8-hour shifts. Hell yeah. Now, since they can't get a moment alone, the young man hatches an idea. When he goes up for his first shift, he's barely started climbing the ladder when they're gathering firewood, and he looks over to them and he says, God damn it, get a room, you guys. We have a tent for a reason. And they're like, what do you mean? He's like, I can see you guys are going at it. And they're like, what do you mean? We're gathering firewood. And he's like, oh, sorry, I missed off from up here. And then he starts climbing up again, and he's a little further up. And then he calls out again while they're fixing the roof, and he goes, you guys, I can still see you. Get a room. And they're like, we're just fixing the roof, for God's sakes. And he's like, oh, sorry, man, it's hard to see up here. And then he keeps going, and he keeps doing this. Every time they're doing something together, he'll always accuse them of going at it, and they'll always explain what they're doing, and he'll keep climbing. Then he goes and does his shift. The husband has the next shift. Now, the husband starts climbing the ladder, and he's a little bit up, and then he looks down at what they're doing, and he goes, oh, now I see what he means. That's my joke. Oh no, Lex is left. Now I'm just talking to empty air, telling dirty jokes. Wonderful.
I'm laughing heartily on the inside.
I mean, you guys
Tell
don't
my
understand
dirty
the
jokes,
bad
but
jokes.
the YouTube bot is playing, so I'll wait till it's
You
not.
have a joke? Tell us the joke.
I don't know. I don't want to get banned. All right, I'll tell one. What do you call a pregnant slave?
2 for 1?
A good deal.
That was close.
Yeah, it wasn't that good.
I mean, 2 for 1 is basically the same answer. I almost had it.
Three gay guys walk into a bar, and there's only one stool left. Where do they sit?
We flip the stool upside down.
Oh, you've heard that one before. That's my classic.
I have a bar one. A man and a giraffe walk into a bar. They both sit down and have a drink until they're smashed. Then eventually, the giraffe falls on the floor, drunk. The man prepares to leave when the bartender says, "Oi, you can't leave that lion there." And he goes, "That's not a lion, it's a giraffe." Horrible joke, but the kids love it.
That made me smile a bit.
Why do ducks have web feet?
Why?
Put out forest fires. Why do elephants have big feet?
Why?
Put out burning ducks. Do elephants paint their balls yellow?
I don't know.
Hide in lemon trees.
Oh,
How did Tarzan die? Picking lemons.
That's good. I like that. It's kind of like that old classic of why did the monkey fall out of the tree?
He let go.
He was dead.
Now the second one was dead. First one he just let go. Second one's dead. The third
The
one was
kids always
just
just told it to me with only the second half. I've been missing the first half for all these years.
yeah. There's three parts to that joke. First one let go. Second one was dead. Third one was peer pressure.
Oh my god, really? I'd never heard the full version of that joke.
And the worst joke, one of the worst blonde jokes, is why don't blondes like to bake chocolate chip cookies?
Why?
Takes too long to peel the M&Ms.
That's beautiful. I have a few blonde jokes. I remember a few of those. It was, why did the blonde climb over the glass wall?
Eva was on the other side.
Correct. Why does she put a chair out on the balcony each evening? Wait, that only works in Icelandic. You guys say the sun sets instead of sits. My bad. Okay, why did she bring a ladder to the store? The prices were too high.
Damn it.
I also did hear a few longer ones of those. Like, she goes to the doctor and she tells her every bone in her body is broken. And the doctor's like, "Why do you think that?" And she starts poking every part of her body and each part hurts. And the doctor says, "Your finger's broken."
Could be.
There was that. Oh, I can think of 2 jokes if you want either one. One is a pretty crappy pirate joke with 2 shitty ones that follow up, or one that's oh yeah, the soldier overseas and the camel.
Yeah, okay, I'm back. Yo, so sorry about that. Holy.
I had backup in the joke department, so it was okay.
I'm gonna have to listen back later. Maybe I'll get to save this timestamp real quick.
It's fine. I have one other dirty joke I can tell if you want to hear the camel one.
Are you gonna say toe after?
Actually, isn't related to camel toe in this one though. I do know a lady once got a tattoo of a camel on her toe so she could make camel toe jokes.
Oh, that's pretty funny. That's good. Okay,
Yeah, I
I'm
like that
ready.
one. Okay, this is an old one. I've known this one since I was a teenager. So, a soldier is stationed overseas in one of them desert countries where there's a lot of sand, there's camels, and he's there with the native troops, and he's being shown around by the lieutenant on the scene. And he's taking him around, and he's showing, oh, here are the barracks, we keep these things, here are the bunks, and here are these things, and cafeteria. And if you come here, you know how you're pretty far away from any other town, and sometimes the men get a little rowdy, if you know what I mean. But there are no women in camp. So, we come in here. This tent has camel. So that take care of business. Now, the soldier, of course, is appalled to hear this bestiality going on in camp. But he figures, I don't want to ruffle any feathers. Someone was stationed here for so long. Let's not say anything. So he just nods along and gets taken on the rest of the tour. Now, a few months pass, and he is getting pretty pent up, shall we say. And eventually it gets to the point where the man is saying to himself, when in Rome, do as the Romans, So he fetches a stool, he gets himself up behind the camel and starts having a go. Now, in the
Oh,
midst of this, the lieutenant who gave him the tour walks into the tent and starts screaming like he's seeing his mother murdered and screaming, what the hell are you doing then? Are you insane? And the guy's going like, well, you said the camel, right? And the guy's like, to ride into town to get the horse. What is wrong with you? And that's the joke.
yo, that was pretty good. I like that one. That's really good. You actually did a good job delivering it too.
Oh, it's hilarious when you play act that people lose their shit.
Oh, I bet. Oh my goodness. I was like, ooh, yikes. I heard of people doing that with goats too. I heard that's a real thing.
People assume that's why this joke works.
Yeah, I was like, ooh, brother, ooh.
And I like one of my favorite ones was just like, you literally, I used to pull this when I was working on the register. I'd go, what did the horse? And you line your hands up like you're measuring something. Wink, wink. And then you say it to the cucumber. And then you make the hands either a little bit bigger or a little bit smaller. And people will say the most inappropriate, dirty, punchline suggestions in return. And then you go, ew, get your mind out of the gutter. It's a cucumber. It doesn't fucking talk. It's hilarious.
That's good.
It's a trap.
Does Jace approve of your dirty jokes? Does he care?
We were raised by a father who told horrifically dirty jokes. I learned my first dirty jokes from him, and they're probably are they too dirty for our stream? I think I could probably get away with it if I don't use the words.
You're not gonna use words to tell your joke.
Well, it's literally too hoarse, so having a conversation,
Oh,
it's not going to be PG.
oh yeah, yeah.
The better one he told me, actually, I forgot, that was a pretty funny one. It's one of those kind of like a blonde jokes, but we have, how you have, if you live in, for instance, let's say, I don't know states, ignore which states I use, but like in this example, let's say you're from Missouri and you're like, you're always going to be looking down on, I don't know, like Minnesota, and then Minnesota will be looking down on you. That kind of attitude between places. We have that with between the capital and another place. So instead of blonde jokes, we would have Hafnarfirðinga jokes, which refers to an area or a place, you know.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
So I got one of those, but instead of it being a blonde, it's like two of those dudes, which are supposed to be absolutely retarded. So I could just change that out for two Globers. Actually, now that I think about it, we're gonna turn this into a Glober joke. 1 second.
Oh, okay.
Okay. The joke goes like this. So there's two Globers walking on the beach, having a nice time, when they notice a bloated corpse has washed ashore. Now, they both run over to him and turn him over and check if he's breathing. He's not breathing, he's blue and bloated. However, one of the Globers looks to the other and says, I've seen on TV what we're supposed to do in these situations. We're supposed to give him mouth to mouth if someone's drowning and not breathing. Now the other guy goes, ugh, I'm not gonna give a dude mouth to mouth. I'm not gay. And the other guy goes, it's fine. I have a straw in my pocket. So he tries to put a straw in his mouth and blow through that. But because the mouth was too big and loose and the straw was just, kind of like in his mouth, it wasn't really doing anything. Like the air was escaping. So the other guy's like, this isn't working. We got to do something else. I have an idea. We flip him over again, which they do. Then he pulls down his pants and sticks the straw in his ass. Now he starts blowing. A good 10 minutes in, he's starting to be like, Mulder, what's that called again? Hard of breath. He's like, you gotta take a turn. I need to catch my breath. And the other guy's like, ew, I don't want to put my lips on where your lips were. I'm not gay. So he takes the straw, flips it around, and starts blowing.
Oh,
Ew.
It's a classic.
that's pretty good. The whole thing was good.
When I've had just the older kids, I have acted out this joke for a couple of them. I'm not gonna lie about that.
Wait, how old is like the oldest one that's told this to? I guess the youngest out of the older
10
kids.
about
Is it
10
10?
about to be 11, because 5th grade is when they leave us. 1st grade to 4th grade, basically. So it's 6 to 10-ish. Some, of course, have a birthday before, but it's around 10.
That is so funny. I cannot imagine any of my 5th grade teacher. Well, I guess my 5th grade teacher telling me this joke.
The straw in the butt? Oh, I do
Yeah.
baby it up, thank you very much. I do tell it like it's just a guy
Oh, okay,
drowning
okay.
and they're trying to save him. I'm not gonna go into bloated corpse with him,
I don't even think the bloated corpse is as bad as the sticking a straw up somebody's ass.
They all go, ew, gross. And I'm like, well, these guys obviously didn't know hygiene was important.
Yeah.
But like I say, only select kids have gotten to hear this joke. And it's usually when they're like already reaching 11, because even though they're technically done at my place of work, we're literally on the school grounds. So kids will keep coming and talking to me for like the rest of their schooling, so until 10th grade. And then every now and then you'll meet them, because I've been in this for 10 years now. I have met them when they're working and stuff, and they'll be like, do you still remember me? It's so freaking cute.
Do you actually remember the other kids you've had? Like if they ever come up to you and ask?
I always remember the kid. I don't always 100% remember the names. Like, I will blank on a name every now and then, but very rarely. Like, if they will remember me, it's because she was one of mine, or they were one of mine. Like, when I was working with just 1st and 2nd grade, almost 10 years ago or 11 years ago, that's when I had a girl with me. That means I only had her when she was 6 and 7, and we weren't on the school property like where I'm working now. So she didn't see me very often after having been with me just 6 and 7 years old. And then when she's like 18, 19, maybe 20 at most, I meet her at a grocery store where she's working. She has makeup on and has changed her hair color. She's taller than me, and I don't recognize her right away. And she literally says my name and then goes, "Do you still remember me?" I'm her name, she says. And I'm like, "Oh my god, of course I remember you. You loved mythology." And I could tell her all the different stories and all the different things that I remembered from us spending time together. And it's freaking glorious to see their face when they know that you not only remember them, but you still care. It's freaking awesome.
Oh, I'm
The
impressed.
other time was even better, to be honest.
The other
Sorry, can I
time?
tell you the other story too? No, I really
Oh,
want to.
please. Oh, yeah, please.
Okay, so in that same place where I only had the first and second grade, I also had one of those like total boy type. Okay, the boys will be boys type. Uh, does the football, athletic, total dude, not like a sensitive kid. Because the boys are often either very masculine or like sometimes they're kind of neutral or they're feminine. And this was a masculine boy, but he was one of mine. And when his younger sister came, he was also like popping by every now and then just to help pick up his sister and stuff and say hi. But I found out from his mother when I met her around the neighborhood that the night that he was done with our place, he cried himself to sleep because he was going to miss us so much. And when he had his last day, he brought me like 2 giant paintings he had made on these like foldable papers that you could roll up in school because he spent like all his time in school making these pictures of Deadpool for me. And I still have those, even though it's been 11 years. So last
Dang.
year, when he shows up to my workplace because he's working at a kindergarten and he's bringing his group of little kids to my place to show them like different places and stuff like that over the summer. And I go, "Oh my god, it's you," both his names. And he's like, "You remember me?" Because he knows me, he remembers me. And I'm like, "Dude, of course I remember you. I still have the paintings." And seeing this giant dude now, because of course I'm like 157 centimeters, I'm not very tall. And he is tall. He's like a big man now. And he's like getting all shy and like, "Oh, you have been nice to have it." Being all cute about it. I was like, "In my heart, he's still that little boy I took care of." Like, you still always see the kids in them. It's so cute.
Did you ever have any of your students tell you that they had a crush on you?
Uh, I've gotten things like "I love you as much as mom," and
Oh,
I've
okay,
gotten
that's
things
pretty
like,
tame.
oh yeah, that was from like one of the troubled kids that wouldn't listen to anybody but me, and he like ran up, told me this, ran away after hugging me, and like the day after he was done with me, he with our place, I met him in an ice cream shop in the neighborhood, and he was too shy to come up because he's like, "Oh, I'm no longer in her care. She's not gonna I'm probably not allowed to go up to her." And the mom literally came up to me and she's like, "He's a bit shy right now. Is it okay if he comes and says hi?" And I'm literally like, "Come over here. Of course we're still friends. Are you not my friend anymore? Just because we're not in the same place?" And he's like, "Oh no, of course I'm your friend. I'm good. Come over here, give me a hug." And like then they're beaming. And it's freaking adorable. Because sometimes the most troubled kids just need the most consistency. They need to feel loved and accepted. It's like number one.
Dang, what a great teacher.
I mean, I'm not in this for the pay. We're the lowest paid class in Iceland is the child care.
And good for you. Actually making a
Thanks. I
difference.
love it.
I think I've only ever had one crush on a teacher. And I was like never one of her students, but I would see her walking around every once in a while in my high school. I was like, she's kind of pretty. Mm.
Well, I have plenty of letters from both boys and girls that all just say "I love you" and that kind of stuff. So I have plenty of love letters, if that counts.
Yeah, I think those count. Yeah. Have you ever? I know this is going to be kind of bad, but have you ever gone out with like one of your students after they became of dating age? Of course.
Oh, dude, they'd be so young.
Aren't you young too? What are you like? 20?
I'm already
Two, three.
32 or 33. Hang on, I need to do
Oh
math.
my
I think I'm
goodness, you're a
33 this year.
baby. I mean, Graham, I'm not much older, but still, you're young.
Not young enough for the babies I'm taking care of. I mean, you gotta think these are like I know them since they were babies. I could never see them like that. They're like little nephews and nieces to me.
Yeah, just funny.
Well, actually, now that you mention it, I do remember one kid that might have had a crush on me. I remember my coworker being like, I think this one has a crush on you." And I do still have the bracelet that he gave me when he quit my thing.
Damn, he got you a
And
bracelet?
oh yeah, his mom helped him buy one. It was like pink with hearts, and it also had the pirate thing, which matched my tattoo.
Oh, I thought he got you like a bracelet, like either gold or silver or
He was
something. Or...
7, Lutz. 7.
Hey, you never know. For love, guys can do some
Well,
crazy stuff to get, some nice gifts. So,
there has been an incident in our workplace where the fourth graders came together, stole money from their parents, and bought an amazing birthday present for the young teacher assistant that I absolutely adore. But like, of course, like her and the parents are like have to come together now to return it and go over like what is appropriate, what isn't, because there are rules about this. But the best gift we've gotten, as far as I know, in the workplace from a parent is when somebody transferred in from I think it was England or somewhere like that, and was only with us for half a year or something. But because we took such good care of him and welcomed so much and helped him like acclimate so well, she literally showed up on the last day with like 2 boxes of wine, so every staff member
whoa,
could bring home a wine bottle. It was we were like, what? But
that's
it was
actually
allowed
pretty
because he
cool.
was literally not in our program anymore, so it can't be counted as a bribe.
Ah, nice, nice.
I could also tell you very funny horror stories from this kind of job.
Horror stories from teaching? Actually, yeah, I'm kind of curious. Wait, like ghost
I'm
stories?
No, you gotta think, I'm not technically teaching. I am the after school program. I'm all about emotional intelligence, social skills, how to help your child become more confident and independent and all that other shit. So the kind of horror stories I have, I'm talking about like there is the one where the child painted with poop, shall we say? You can
Hmm.
choose between that, or the hidden
Ooh,
toilets in the walls, or let's see
what?
what else would be a good one. How about the one with the exploded scrotum?
What the bro? Okay,
Those are
hold on.
just
I'm
some of
trying to
them.
trying to decide between the toilet and the scrotum one, just because painting with poop is like, that's still pretty up there, but it's not as extreme as the other two. So I'll go with the toilets in the wall. Let's go with that one first.
Interesting choice. It is actually the mildest story. This is construction workers cutting corners. Now, in the old place where the first and second graders were, we were in an old building, and since I started working there, I was like, why is there such a weird smell in the building? And the building always smells bad. And I thought it was the ventilation system. And people were saying this building has smelled bad for decades. Now, finally, after a few years of working there, they renovated the place. And the builders are like, why is this room smaller than the architectural building plans say that it should be? And oh, yeah, there's like a meter missing of this room. This is an extra wall. So they broke down the wall, and behind the wall were 3 toilets that were still plugged in, still filled with excrement that the
Oh,
builders didn't want to deal with, so they just put up a wall in front of them instead and hid them in the wall. So the
that's just
sewage had just
crazy.
been sitting there for like 2 decades, maybe a little bit more.
Doesn't it like eventually stop like smelling after all the liquid like evaporates from the
No, that
stuff
yeah, that
though?
makes it worse. Because
I just
once you
Oh,
know that
lose
the whole
once
building
you
didn't
lose
smell
all the
right.
liquid, then the smell comes straight from the sewer.
Ooh, yeah, damn, that sucks.
I
Okay.
mean, it was seeping through the walls, so it had to be pretty bad. Thankfully, I wasn't there the day they broke down the wall, so
Oh
I'm
yeah, that
pretty
must
happy
have
with having
been
skipped that.
freaking horrible. All right, I guess it's time for exploded. I'm ready
Exploded
for the
scrotum?
explosion. Yes, I'm scared.
Okay.
This one actually sounds so horrible.
Okay. This is the story of my boss. This one didn't happen to me. And for the story context, it's good
I
to
was like, I
know
hope.
that her mother is a nurse, and she is the woman who saved the scrotum. Now, there is this amazing outdoor area that we go to every summer, and it has these gigantic trees. And because it has a bunch of places to climb, it even has one of those climbing towers when you get in a kit and you climb on little like things that they've drilled into the wall and everything, like an official climbing thing.
Oh
Huge
wow,
place,
okay.
bunch of things to play with, water features, you name it. Now, this is one of those places where the kids are allowed to climb the trees freely to the point of where they have confidence to go. There are many staff members, and there's more than one place, usually in this giant area together. So there's usually a staff member who can go up a tree and get a kid if he loses a nerve. It's no problem. Now, one of those ballsy kids, pun intended, had climbed up all the way to the top when he loses his grip because the tree is getting kind of thin and one of the branches breaks from underneath him or something along those lines. Now, the boy starts sliding down the tree, hanging onto the tree for dear life and getting scraped up along the way. However, his family jewel pouch, shall we say, got split in two on the way down.
Oh
Now,
my. Ugh.
yes,
Ugh.
it's as horrendous as you would imagine. Now, his staff member and the boss of that place both are like ready to faint because that was gruesome, you know. However, my boss, one of my favorite bosses at the time, of course, is like, I got this. We're going to the bathroom. We're taking the first aid kit. We're taking these types of plasters. She knows exactly what to do. She does first aid. They get him to the hospital. Now, the doctor himself credited her with saving that scrotum, and it's one of her proudest achievements after decades of working in this job is saving that scrotum, and she will tell this story at work parties with great pride. It was very fun for her, I
Wait,
guess,
how?
afterwards, not at the time.
Okay, wait. How did she save it though? Did she like put him
There's a
like in
thing
a
called
paper towel or something?
Heftiplaster. No, there's a type of band-aid that has two thick bits and then a thin line like a bridge in the middle, where you pull the skin together and then you use that almost like they call it staple band-aids in like staplers in Icelandic, and then you like hold the skin together and she managed to stop the bleeding. So she
Oh,
held everything in place with the right band-aid, stopped the bleeding, got him to the hospital, and they managed to just stitch him up.
that's really impressive. I don't trust anybody in America, like in general public, to be able to take care of me like that. If that ever happened to me,
Better to get first aid than not, though, because otherwise you might lose your family jewels.
oh, dude, that sounds so painful. Can you imagine sliding down a tree like that? Oh, dude, the bark is all thick and grangy. Like, oh. When you're
There's a
talking
reason
about
why I
horror
don't climb
stories,
trees.
I thought you're talking about more like there's like ghost stories or something.
But yeah, I'll not tell more gruesome stories, but like I say, it can get pretty brutal when you're working with kids. Things can happen.
Ugh. Oh man, that one hurt me. Now that's true horror. Ah man, let's see, let's see. Anybody new in here? Oh no, it's the same group. Dreams. Bro, she never told you that story, dude. Alright, let's see. Yo, AI Drace, you guys there? Why is Jenna saying the thing she's saying in the side chat? me just go through. Let me see. I'm trying to find the last place I left off. See anybody else in the room have anything they want to say, ask, make any statements? We had ladies' night earlier today. Anybody want to talk about that? Where's Over Fences? Freaking star of the show's not even here. He dipped out. Let's see. Oh, everybody's over on in politics still. I still don't get why she's crying in the side chat. Let's see.
Wow.
What did you say?
Wow.
Wow or whoa?
Wow.
Wow for what?
Wow.
Are you good?
Are you good?
Okay, can you explain to me why?
That.
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna have to read a lot of this, but let me see if I can find the one of the documents that isn't a fucking like infographic.
Oh, but what you posted, a cartoon, that was okay. A
Dude,
23-foot guy, a 23-foot guy cartoon.
Okay, but-
Infographic is okay.
yeah, but you understand. But wait, you understand the difference? You're trying
No,
to prove to
I
me
don't. No, I
that
don't
video.
understand
That
the
video
difference.
was a fucking. You said it was a hit piece. I agree. It probably was a fucking hit piece. Like it was. It was just like I had seen something similar, and I was showing you what I had seen similar.
So
It wasn't
not
my
a
evidence. It
laser,
wasn't
not
my
a laser.
evidence.
That's
Listen,
like saying it was
why are
the
you
same.
interrupting me? Why are you
Because it's
interrupting me?
like saying somebody holding a candle up. How come I couldn't see it at 100 miles away? Because you're an idiot.
It wasn't that far of distance, but regardless of that, it wasn't my evidence on why the Earth is fucking round either. Like what you're trying to prove to me is not the same as why I sent that video at all.
You
And
shouldn't be able to see. You should not be able to see anything on the ground at 21 miles away. Shouldn't be able to see the shore, dude. It should be 266 feet below your view. There should just be water there and 266 feet down, a 26-story building. But you guys can't explain any of that. We just posted you a whole channel of it.
Yeah, but like I don't understand. Progress the conversation further. Which one of these do you want me to
All
like
of them.
talk about?
All of them. Just watch
you
them
know
all.
that's ridiculous. Like,
No, then don't ask us for sources.
Just tell me which one you want me to look at. I'm fine to
Whatever
debate
pick
any of them.
anyone you want. Pick anyone you want.
Pick anyone I want. All right,
Yeah.
let me see this one that's a PDF. I hope I'm not downloading a virus.
Yeah, we have viruses everywhere, you idiot.
Hey, Legend, I can do you a favor, by the way. All you have to do is tell him a fraction, and that's what every other globe earther says.
Tell who?
Sorry, I was just making a bad joke.
Yeah, it was telling me to tell you that this is all because of refraction, and that's the only reason.
Well, you'll be proving that next, then, won't you?
Right, I don't think this.
I don't know why you guys get so upset that the Earth is flat.
I'm not upset where I'm angry. Like I'm not genuinely mad. I just like it's an interesting conversation.
I mean, but it's measured flat, and airplanes can only land on a stationary Earth. They can't land on a moving ball. It's just reality.
They land on aircraft carriers. How do they do that?
They're trained to land on those. And the aircraft carrier lines right up where it has to be and says, "Okay, now you're in position. Now do it." Airports don't get in position for airplanes going sideways, do they?
Yeah, pilots do train based. Well, hold on. If you look into it, airplanes or pilots do train assuming a flat and stationary plane. That's kind of what he's saying. Like you have to do specifics to land an aircraft carrier, whereas I mean, this is facts. You can look into it.
Telling me when you start driving a car, you gotta park in a fucking normal parking spot.
He's using car again.
He's using
car
what are you talking about,
because
bro?
Dude,
how
why
ridiculous!
are you talking
yeah,
about
obviously
cars?
pilots are trained to land on a normal fucking airfield. Come on,
right.
guys.
Because they're not moving. Right?
101. They have to land
moving.
that first before
they're
taught
moving.
to land on a
like
moving
it says
fucking
on
ship.
page 1. I'm going to mute you if you just talk through me.
You're talking over me. You're the one talking
So
over me.
on
It's
page
two of you
1
against
of your
me.
flight manual says treat the Earth as flat and stationary so you don't die.
What?
Yeah, treat the Earth as flat and
He's
stationary.
not
What
wrong.
manual?
Like they literally do. This is how pilots are trained. Like this is not like a conspiracy theory. This is pretty easy to look into
oh my
yourself,
God.
brother.
Do you really think that I don't think that pilots are trained to land on a stationary airfield?
Okay,
Like
so
how ridiculous is that?
why are you arguing
I'm
then?
not
What are you
arguing.
arguing?
Because that's not the same as aircraft carriers. And to say that they're
I wouldn't
trained
said
to
anything
land.
about aircraft
Oh my
carriers.
God.
I said the
You're
regular
interrupting me
guy
again,
with
Professional
400
Triangle.
passengers on his
Professor Triangle,
airplane
you're interrupting
doesn't
me
land on
again.
an aircraft carrier, does he?
No. Listen, you can't like expect me to act like an adult if you're gonna also interrupt me, and we're gonna just interrupt each other. Like, it's two of you against one. I'm trying to make my point, and both of you keep on talking over me, as do I to you. I'm not saying that I'm fucking absolved of it, but dude, there has to be some fairness here.
Are you done?
I want to say my point now. Are you okay with me
Okay,
saying my point?
say your point now, and then we're going to get to why you haven't posted anything or given us any facts.
Okay. So, saying that pilots are trained to land on an airfield or a flat surface does not like destroy somehow the idea that landing on an aircraft carrier is 100 times harder, and it does not happen in only perfect conditions. Dude, they land on those aircraft carriers when it's storming and raining, and they still
Dude, they
land on
just
them.
have to hit a hook.
Just because you see that you're interrupting, you're so childish. You couldn't even wait till I finish.
There's a
I'm
cable.
done. There you go.
There's a cable
Let me
to
finish speaking.
grab.
There's a cable to
You
grab.
know
Yeah,
that, right? You know how they land, right?
yeah.
Okay. So why are you think that commercial airliners have fucking cables to grab on runways? What is this? What
Because the
on
runways
those
are
two
longer,
things?
they can break. What are you talking about?
Oh, that's the only reason why the cable holds them there on the
Hey.
ship, right?
What?
That's the only reason they need the cable because it's too short.
They need a break. Yes. How are you going to slow down that plane? What? They don't use cables on the F-35s if they vertically
What
land on
happens if
them.
they
What
miss
are
the
you talking
cable?
about?
What happens if they miss the cable?
There's 3 cables. If they
What
miss them,
happens if they miss a fucking cable?
full thrust and they take back off. They don't land at the same speed that they would land on a like normal runway.
Okay, so it's not like getting regularly trained as a pilot to land on a aircraft
Yeah,
carrier.
obviously not. No.
Okay, so we're not going to use that in the example anymore.
Okay.
So we can throw that out the window, and now we're back to
What?
flying airplanes.
Okay, let's just go back to flying airplanes. Do you understand that every commercial aircraft over 21 passengers, right, have to have inertial reference units? And each one of these units operate off of a 3-dimensional globe, right, with 3 inertia ring gyros, and every time your plane fucking backs up from the okay, where you board at the airport, every time that you push back, right, those units have to be in sync and have to line up on the exact GPS coordinates that you are at for the plane to properly fly to its destination. They cannot take off
you
without it.
just hit the button. You say,
So
"Yep,
what about
this is
that?
where I'm at. This is where I'm at," and it'll say, "Okay, these are your accurate
No,
coordinates."
they fail
Then
all the time.
yes.
No,
So
you don't
you
even know what you're talking
calibrate that.
about. You don't even
You
know
have
what
to
you're talking about. This
calibrate
is the
your
first time that
altitude.
you don't know what you're
You
talking
have to
about.
calibrate your altitude every time. You have to make sure your compass is calibrated. All that.
These units grab your real-time latitude and longitude at the exact point, and it will show you that you are drifting off that point without
No,
moving.
you don't drift.
Yes, they drift.
No, they
The
don't.
gyros drift. When they fail, yes, when the gyros fail, they start drifting, and that's what causes the unit
Still
to
get new
fail.
bearings for them.
They have to get a new gyro.
Right. Because the gyro's failing, not the Earth's moving.
No, but what I'm saying is they don't drift off that point, and they're
drifting because the gyro's failing.
No, okay, screw the drifting.
Yeah.
You're not understanding the point.
No, dude,
Don't
I
take
do
it as
this
a
shit
little
for a
dumb.
living.
You don't do this. You don't
Yeah,
do this.
I do
100%.
this. I
No,
do
you do not.
mechanical, electrical design for a living. Yep, I sure do. I
that shows that you talk so much out of your ass.
automate factories, remove people from the equation.
This is just childish. You don't know what you're talking about. All right.
I sure do. I do it every
These units
day.
align on a three-dimensional plane for any commercial aircraft, right? They're called inertia reference
Oh,
units.
so
Search
so
them up. Search
not a
them up.
ball, not a ball,
Inertia,
not
yes.
a ball.
How do you
You
think
said
GPS is
you said a
coordinated?
three-dimensional plane.
GPS is based off of a globe. That's how
No, you
GPS is
said it. You said it's
calculated.
a
What are you
plane,
talking
XYZ
about?
plane.
You just don't know. You know so little about what you're talking about right now that you're completely lost.
How do you make an XYZ from a ball?
How do you make an XYZ from a ball?
Mm-hmm.
Are you trying to measure the space within the ball or the outside of the
No,
ball?
you said you're on a runway that's sitting on top or the side of a ball, and somehow you have XYZ planes that it's in conjunction with. Planes. Not
Yeah, so
curves,
it
not
takes
curves,
3 different
not
satellites.
XYZ curves. XYZ planes, you said.
It takes 3 different satellites on 3 different sides of the globe, right,
No,
to give
no,
the
no,
coordinates to the
no,
plane. Yes,
no, that's not how it
that's
works.
that's exactly how it works.
You guys have magical shit, don't you? I can't even get my drone to work if it goes behind a tree properly, and you
Yeah,
guys
because your
have
drone
shooting shit
sucks.
because you guys are shooting shit 3,000 miles and just picking it right up.
Dude, I mean, what's your what's your opinion about like modern space travel right now? What do
Space
you
is
think that
fake
is?
right now.
Wait, but like, what do you think SpaceX is doing? Like, why are they doing
They're
that?
not. They're not doing anything
Why are they like why would is
for your
SpaceX just like a
entertainment.
CIA
What do you,
prop
what do you
company?
think? What do you think Starlink is? Like we can see them in the sky. What do you think that is?
No, I don't see any of that. You guys do, but
I've
I've
seen
never
I've
seen
seen
them.
I've seen the Starlink satellites. Like
So
I've
what?
seen
They're
What?
in
them.
a
So
line and they
and
fly
what
over
does
you.
that
Yeah.
mean?
That's
You
all.
saw lights. You saw
What do you
lights.
think
So
those
now
are?
what does that
What do you
mean?
think those are? What do you think
Lights.
those
I
are?
saw
Yeah,
lights
what do you
too.
think those are?
I
What do you think those
lights.
are?
I lights. How many
Lights?
times you want me to say it?
You can be a little bit more specific than that.
Moving lights.
Like, are they on a blimp? Are they on a drone? Are they on? What
Oh, I
are
don't
they?
know. I don't know.
You
I didn't
you'd
set
have
them up
no
there.
idea. You have no idea. Okay, if I
Uh-uh.
told you we've taken pictures of those Starlink satellites, right, showing that they're actually satellites, what would you say to that? Like amateur people with
Their
telescopes
PD
took
900 camera,
pictures
the
of
same
them.
one you have. Like,
What's
Yeah,
a
like
PD 900 camera?
I don't know, the P900, the one you have that you were bragging
You said a
about.
PD 900. Here's Starlink taking off.
I'm
Here's
sorry.
Starlink
no,
taking
no,
off.
no, no.
Here's Starlink taking off. There you go. That's what it looks like.
Okay, if I were to tell you
I
that
just showed you.
amateur,
You don't have to tell me. I just showed you
no, no, no,
Starlink
no,
taking
no, no, no.
off.
What the fuck is that?
It's a weather
Starlink
balloon.
taking off.
That is not Starlink.
It sure is.
No,
No, it
like
isn't. So that's
How
what you
does
think
how
that
does
is.
Starlink
So
move?
that's
Is
what
there
you
they
think
don't
that is.
operate in reality.
What,
Like,
so
literally
you're gonna
that
tell me
calculated.
how Starlink works? Is it you get internet when it's over your house?
Yes.
And then
Like
when the
they
little
did
lights
that for
go away,
Ukraine. For the
when
Ukraine
yeah,
war, they
when the
made more
little lights
satellites
go
go
away,
on it.
stop believing everything you see on TV.
Those are balloons to measure ozone. Like that's what those are.
Ozone.
Yeah.
What the fuck's an ozone?
Oh my god. I don't know. Hold on. Let me find it.
Why would they have to measure an ozone?
Can someone unban me from the side chat? Like I can't post sources like because one of you guys banned me because I don't know
You're
why.
posting shit.
I wasn't posting shit. Could someone please unban me from the side chat? You can reban me if you don't like what I post later. Like just I need to be able to post sources.
Find somebody that knows the commands.
Okay. Does anyone here know the commands to unban me from the side chat? Anyone?
See, Flat Lloyd posted a real picture of a satellite, and you see how the other
You know what?
satellites
Send me the
flying
link
by
to
it.
send the post, and I'll post them for you.
You see this? Do you see the image of the Earth Flat Lloyd posted,
Flat
where
Earth
the
judge
ones
is talking.
All right. That's an animation.
what? How can you tell the difference?
Yeah,
I'm not an idiot. That's how.
he's Spectre in the bottom
Okay,
of
let's
the
find
channel.
out if you're an idiot or not. Okay.
Okay,
Oh,
hold
his
on.
real
Let me
name is
first. Let me.
Spectre of Suburbia.
Yeah. Spectre of Suburbia, all one word.
I'll be back in a minute, and
I
then
appreciate it.
you're gonna take the idiot test.
Thank you, Flat
Why
Earth.
why would we do satellites from balloons if we can do them from space too? Like, what's the point of doing both? I'm just like curious what you would think.
Are you asking us?
Anyone? Like, what's a good
Oh.
reasoning? I don't know.
I mean, these are for like weather. So like.
Okay, I found the source. I
Right,
found it.
like,
Let me
get
send it
localized
to you.
weather data.
Here you go. There you go. That's it. That's literally where that picture comes from.
I hope I didn't just post like a fucking evil fuck online.
No, you didn't. It's NOA.gov.
Yo,
It's
Johnny
a time
Law.
lapse. It's a time lapse photo too. It's a time lapse for fuck's sake. It's not even. Oh my god.
Johnny Law, what type of gun is that in your profile photo? Is it a staccato?
It's 1911.
Is it
I
a
think it's
staccato?
no.
It's not a 2011.
It's a Glock. It's a Glock 19 5 Gen.
That's a no, bro. That's a staccato that you have in your profile photo. It's not a Glock. Yes, look at it.
I post. Let me check
It looks
my
like a
phone.
staccato P.
I thought I posted my Glock 5.
Okay, so like, who did the laughing emoji? Flat Lloyd? What do you mean? Why did you do a laughing emoji to that like link? Because like, why did you do that? I'm just curious. Like, why is that so funny? Like, that literally is showing that his photo saying this is Starlink is absolute bullshit. It's like, I don't know where it's from. 2017 too. This is from 2017. Starlink.
What'd you guys find out?
I posted the link on where your image came from. Like, it's actually a time lapse photo too. That's why there appear to be so many. It's a time lapse photo.
Oh,
Legend
you ready
posted
for
it.
the idiot test?
Well, hold on. Look at the link I posted first. Like,
I
to
see it's
see.
from the government. Yes, I see it.
Okay, so you're not even gonna open it. Got it. All right, all right. Easy.
If you use NASA.gov, is that okay?
Okay, so you're not even gonna look at the source because of .gov at the end.
That's what you want to use.
You're gonna
for your proof.
Are you? Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna use .govs for your proof.
No. Are you gonna look at the?
Wait, you said we are or we are not, because I'm gonna pull up a .gov that says the Earth is flat.
Sure, we can do that after you look at the one that Legend
I did.
posted.
I looked at
So,
it. It looks great. Yeah, it's neat.
Okay,
neato.
what do you think it's bullshit?
No,
You don't? So you admit that you're like the image that you posted was probably bullshit then?
No, that's how Starlink is launched.
Okay, so you said okay. Wait, hold on. So you're saying two different contradictory things. Okay,
Telling you how
so
they're launched.
The link I posted or Legend posted, right? Why do you think that's bullshit?
I didn't say it was bullshit.
Okay, because okay, so you either think it's bullshit or you don't think it's bullshit. Because if you don't think it's
I'll
bullshit,
post more
hold on.
Starlink
If you
for
don't,
you,
no,
so
hold on.
you
If you
don't
don't
freak
think it's
out, let's
bullshit,
post more Starlink for you.
If you don't think it's bullshit, then you acknowledge that the link that you posted, which has an exact image in the link Legend posted, like it disproves what you just posted above, saying that it's Starlink.
Nope, that's how
right?
Starlink is launched.
Okay, so then you think that the link is bullshit.
And
then,
this is
right?
one of the very first one. This is when NASA invented Mylar and they made the first satellite. This is Echo 1.
Okay, so if you think,
and then they made these.
No, we still haven't.
These
We still haven't gotten
balloons.
over the first link.
We're gonna go through the history of these. That's all right. We're gonna go through the history of these for you real quick. So Mylar, when they invented that, that's the shit that fell down when they quote the UFO landed in New Mexico or wherever. They're not Area 51. The UFO landing when they found the magic metal that you crumpled it up and uncrumpled. Yeah, that's called Mylar. It's plastic, and there's the invention why it was made. Since it doesn't expand under pressure, you can put these helium balloons up there for months and years at a time.
Okay, so wait, what is this in response to?
This is this is a satellite, very first one. You just bounce signals off that silver ball. Isn't that wonderful?
Okay, so okay, so I can tackle that, but there's an issue where you haven't addressed the link that Legend posted in good faith.
Yeah.
No, you haven't. You haven't operated in good faith on that. No, you haven't.
That's how satellites are launched. I just posted another one for you. Here, let me post some more.
No, hold on. You haven't been operating in good faith right now because
I am. I'm showing you how they're launched.
You're saying no about the link. About the link that Legend posted earlier. You said it's not bullshit, even though
It's probably
Okay,
a
but
time
if
lapse,
you
like you
don't,
said. I'm just showing you how
so
fucking
then you
satellites are
acknowledge,
launched.
that the link
Are
that
you
you
gonna?
posted is
I'm just
bullshit.
showing you how satellites are launched. And now there's that one there. That should be. That's a good one. That's the Aerostar array. Those satellites track each other. You can see it moving. See how all the satellites have balloons on top of them? Can you guys explain why that is? Yeah, I didn't think so.
Hold on, you're just throwing a bunch of shit. I haven't even looked at it really.
We've been throwing it up for 10 years. You guys should have seen it by now.
Yeah.
Akuma, what was the type of measurement that he took? Eratosthenes.
No, we're not bringing Akuma into this conversation yet. He's already fucking spiraled so bad.
Oh, he vectored. Oh, just
Dude,
kidding. All right.
yeah. Don't even
I
start.
missed it
I'll
then.
have to mute him then.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
He can't answer any questions. Neither can the other guy, but at least the other guy's trying.
I'll have him respond to me in side chat then. Fair enough.
Okay, so the link you posted with the NASA thing, the middle paragraph, quote unquote, passive satellites such as Echo were also briefly considered. This type of satellite only served as reflective surface.
Uh-huh.
Signals
I said
transmitted
they
from
bounce off of it, right?
Signals transmitted from the Earth were bounced back to the ground. While Echo had the advantage of simplicity, active satellites quickly surpassed the limited range in communications possible from a reflective surface in space. So it's saying that what we, majority of
Where'd you get
society,
that info from? NASA?
the link, the eat.edu, the link you posted.
Oh, okay. So there's your satellites for that cover the ocean, in case you guys needed to know how GPS works. Right there.
What the hell is
Those
that?
are all over the place.
Okay, let me look at this. Wind drifts floating lidar. Floating lidar. What is floating lidar? Buoy-mounted seaworthy laser ranging devices used to measure wind speeds, direction, and turbulence for offshore wind farm development. So that's not GPS.
Nah. That's how your
That's a
GPS works.
floating lidar.
You can see the antennas right on it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Can you?
You can see the
Okay.
GPS antennas on it.
How do you know it's a GPS antenna? It can be an antenna
Dude,
for any
that's how
number of
they
purposes.
work. If you're out of range of those and you can't pick them up anymore, you'll get lost at sea unless you know how to do celestial navigation.
Okay. Okay. So that's a floating lidar system. That's not GPS.
That's what you guys wanted to call them, whatever you want. Anyway, that's how your ships.
No, but that's
how
what
your
they
ships
are.
That's how your ships are located. Just letting you
but-
know. That's
no,
how the. Do you want to see this? What the system is called?
Here, it's called a lidar system. It's a floating
You
lidar.
want to see what the system is called that the
I
ships
just
work
posted.
under?
Sure, I just posted a link. That's what that is. What you just posted there.
I'll
It's a
show you
floating
then,
lidar
since you
system.
don't know. AIS monitor vessel positions, routes, and port activity in real time. That's how boats get around. Not GPS.
This isn't how the thing you put, that yellow thing is not how ships get around.
Oh, it sure is. What do you think it's out there for?
Okay, so
Why would
what
somebody
it's
put
out
that
there
out
for?
there if it's not for
It
ships?
is a floating lidar system. It's
What
used
what to take pictures
to
of clouds?
no, hold on. Buoy-mounted, seaworthy, and autonomous technology that measure wind profiles, ocean currents, and weather data for offshore wind development.
So not
They provide a
lidar.
huh?
It's not lidar then. Not measuring bumps
That
and
is
hills
what
and shit.
lidar is. That is what a
Lidar
floating
measure.
lidar system
Hold
is.
on, hold on. I'm gonna get my lidar
Google it.
unit out and see if I can check the weather with it.
Okay.
Do you think
Need
I can
more
check the weather with my lidar unit? That's a yes or no question.
I don't know
I have
enough
one,
about
and I
lidar
cannot check the
systems.
weather with it.
I don't know enough about lidar systems.
Then why are you bringing it up?
Because that's what that is. That isn't GPS.
So what would lidar be in the middle of the ocean for?
I literally just answered it. Okay, to measure wind profiles, ocean currents, and
Okay.
weather
So
data
do you think I
for
can take my
offshore
lidar
wind
and go measure the
development.
wind then? Let's answer that question first, since you want to keep reading that. I'm gonna go get my lidar unit, and we're gonna go measure the wind with it. What kind of picture is it gonna give me?
I don't know enough about lidar units.
This is actually hilarious.
LiDAR, light detection and ranging units are active.
Hello?
Spectre, just take the L, bro.
No. That's stupid.
Just take a LiDAR, bro.
No, that's stupid. No. Also, in regards to... Okay, hold on. Let me find a picture of Starlink, because I wanted to post it earlier. Like
Oh
a
yeah, let's
close-up
get back to
picture.
Starlink. Yeah, go ahead and post that while I ask you this question. So when it's over your house, then you have internet?
I don't have a Starlink system. I don't have
Oh,
Starlink.
so we can't talk about it then. Oh well. It's
Yeah.
not even pointless even posting pictures of it, isn't it?
Let's see here. Gotta find it. I had it earlier. God. Well, even that I don't need to find a picture of stuff. Okay, so when we see, amateur astronomers take pictures, right?
I've never seen any.
Hold on.
I'm an
When they take
amateur
pictures,
astronomer.
okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. When we see them take like pictures of actual satellites and also the International Space Station, what do you think they're looking at? What do you think the International Space Station is?
So when they take a picture at night, what do they see? A light?
No, okay, hold on. ISS from telescope. This is easier. Hold on. So if you look up ISS from a telescope,
I'm going to
there
give you
are
a
lots of
screenshot of
pictures.
what those little units in the ocean do for you guys. And
So
here's just a screenshot from the site that those things are attached to. And guess what? It's for shipping. Look, it's the whole world. How do you
okay,
think they do that? You got satellite little boats in the ocean.
okay.
Can you imagine if they relied on space to sail on the water?
All right. I don't know enough about that technology to really tackle
Well,
that,
I'm
like,
just telling you
in
how
a
it
way.
works.
Okay. All right. So this is like an easier topic for us to talk about then, right? So when we look at the International Space Station, right, and we see these pictures that I'm posting in side chat, right, from amateur astronomers taking pictures of it, what do you think that is?
I don't know.
You don't know. Does that not make you like, okay, hold on. Do you think they're real? Probably.
Oh, I think they're this. I'll show you.
Where's the balloon?
Above it.
There's no
Why
balloon.
would
No, but they're
why would
not
you
seeing
see it
any
right
balloon.
next to it?
They're
Why
not
would
seeing
you
any
see it?
balloon.
Why would you see it right next to it?
What do you mean? Would you not be able to see the balloon?
Why would you be able to see the balloon? They make them translucent. Here's an example of one that caught in a translucent one that lit up that could actually see it this time. You don't see those at night. How do you like that? That one actually they got that one just right. I'm giving you some pictures too.
Okay, I'm sure those. Excuse me. I'm sure those exist too.
So these exist. Why would you think that something magical is flying with no way to fly?
It's in zero gravity. That's why. Orbiting the Earth.
So okay, so then I guess you can answer this with a simple yes or no. Is there a point where I can go high enough where I start floating?
Yeah.
Where is that?
I don't know. Off the top of my head.
So you just go straight up and then you magically start floating at a
If you go
certain
high
point?
enough. If you go high
Yeah.
enough, sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
I wouldn't know about it exactly. I don't know. I wouldn't say. I don't think it's as simple as I'm explaining, but certainly if you go high enough, then yeah, like you will start floating.
When's the last time you did that?
No one.
Like in the
That's
when they
come on. Don't be more in good faith than that. Like I've never done that. Of course, I haven't done
Yeah,
that. No one,
nobody's ever done that actually.
no one here has
That's
ever
kind
done
of
that.
that's what I'm
Nobody's
kind of saying
ever
though.
done it.
Yeah, we're your
Well, yeah,
argument.
they go
your
through
argument.
rockets to do that.
Yeah, but okay. When's the last time you did that? Never. Exactly. You're basing your arguments on. I heard this one guy did this one thing before. Like
No
what?
one has. Okay, what do you think they're doing exactly? Like
I don't think they're doing
lying to
anything.
lying to the fucking world.
I don't think they're
deceiving
doing
people
anything.
like you.
Actually, I don't even think about them. Do you?
Hold on.
Do you get worried when they say the astronauts are going to be stuck up in outer space for the next 9 months? Do you get worried about them? Oh, please! I hope they come back. Are you one of those?
I haven't heard of that.
No. Okay. The ones that were up there over Christmas and somehow they got Santa hats sent to them in outer space.
Maybe they already have those. I don't know.
What about the guys who had the Super Bowl
it's only
jerseys?
$10,000 to send a fucking orange, so why not send Santa hats?
Maybe they've had Santa hats on the ship for
Oh
a
yeah,
while.
of course. Why wouldn't they? They have guitars and gorilla suits. Why wouldn't they have Santa hats?
I mean,
And they have glasses to hold water in. Glass, regular glass. Like if you break it, it'll float around and get in your eye and shit. They have those there too. How come? That's
brilliant
weird.
point.
It sounds like
How do
a
you know
weird
it's- how do you know it's-
safety problem. What?
Hold on.
What a brilliant point, though. Like, why even like risk it just to make it look cool? You know,
I
like,
want to
that's all
see
they're
how.
doing.
I would like to know because we're not even allowed to have cups without lids on them on our shop floor, and those are just by regular old mechanical machines, not by just our robots and all our good shit. There you won't see any of that. But on the space station, they blow water through straws, shoot it across the room, let it bounce off the walls and shit, right on the PLCs and screens, and giggle.
They don't. They're not like. They're not putting it on the screens. There's just no.
Oh, so how do they capture it?
Are you saying there's videos of them putting water on the screens and
How do they recapture the water once they let it go out of a container?
I don't know. I'll have to watch the videos
So in
and see how they did it
in
exactly.
zero G, does water float, or does it
Yep.
sit in a cup?
I would assume it floats. Yeah.
Well, pick one.
What do they? So you've seen the videos. What do they
No, I
usually
want you
do?
to pick one so I can make you look wrong.
I
Pick
said it
one.
floats. I said it floats.
Okay, it floats.
Probably.
All right, I'm gonna show you the one. It doesn't float then.
Yeah, I know exactly where he's going with this.
Yeah.
It's surface tension, bro. That's why. Flathers are dumb.
Surface tension.
I'm making their argument. I agree. I
No,
agree.
you
with
don't
you,
need to
Tribal.
make their argument for me.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want him to explain how this works. Right here. Here, there's Chinese space station. They're floating around in this video, yet there's a glass of water sitting right on the table. How come the Chinese guys can float in their space station, but glasses don't float and water doesn't float? Can any of you Globers explain that? What magical properties water and glass has against
So
plastic?
I don't know much about the Chinese space station, and I don't know much about this image either.
That's from a video. Go watch it. You can watch them blow a ping pong ball down into the
Do you
middle
have
of
the
that
video?
water. No,
I think I
don't
do.
do the
I'll look for it.
researches. I don't research this kind of shit because I already know the Earth is flat. I just like to come in here to
Maybe you should
ruin
challenge the
Globers. No. I like to ruin Globers. Just
Have you
tell 'em
tried going around the Earth before?
Space is fake and all that. Why would I go around the Earth?
Apparently, it's like you can do that nowadays.
No, you can't.
Yeah.
You can't. You can go around the block. Yeah, I guess you can. Go for a ride around the city. Sure.
Yeah, if someone could find that video for me, I'm very curious.
Yeah, I got it. I'm gonna send you a website, and if you scroll down, you can watch the video.
Appreciate it.
Probably because they're not in a space station. They're not in space.
Yeah, that's just
Ever think
green
of that
screen.
one?
that would be obvious, but not to some people.
Have you
Well,
been like in a
Globers
plane
will
before?
not admit when they're being lied to. They just will not admit it.
Have you been in a plane?
Have you?
We got a
Yeah.
guy asking if he's ever been on
Okay,
a plane
don't ask
before.
stupid questions. That's a
I'm
dumb
wondering,
question.
I'm wondering if Professor Triangle's been inside a plane before.
What does being in a plane have to do with anything?
I'm just curious. Nothing. I don't
What
have
are
a
you
point.
curious
I'm just
about?
curious.
What are you curious about?
I'm curious if you've been inside a plane.
What's in the plane that you're curious about?
You.
What is in the plane that
Right.
you are curious about?
Apparently that's a touchy question.
What is in the plane that you need me to describe to you? How's that?
I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with them.
Have you ever jumped out of a plane?
Nah.
Pussy.
I'd be
come on,
down,
man.
but apparently you need someone strapped on your back. You're not allowed to do it like by yourself.
No, you
without a
don't.
license.
Okay, what's
Yeah.
the plane argument? Have you ever been in a plane? Well, go on. Like further your point.
It's no argument. I want to know if he's ever been in a plane. Which is a
Okay, so you're
genuine
just bringing
question.
up stupid
Yeah,
questions.
too many
Okay,
times
cool.
to know to count. I
That's a
couldn't
pretty
even count.
relevant question.
I
I was
couldn't
just
even
curious.
count how many times. How's
Well,
that?
I'm asking why it's relevant. That's what I'm saying. Further your point.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can figure
So
out why
many
it's relevant.
times I couldn't count. How's that?
But don't you
There's your
just
answer.
explain?
Oh,
Just
you've been
explain.
in a plane. Okay, cool. All right.
Okay,
Let
now
me
go.
recalibrate where I was going with this before you guys completely derailed with freaking out that I asked you. if
Just
you've been in a
talk,
plane.
bro. Go ahead.
No, I need to recalibrate my thoughts. It's all scrambled now because you guys are all hostile.
Yeah,
Hold up.
because the airplane was going to prove something.
Yeah. Apparently, I was arguing, but I was just curious if you've been in a plane before. Hold up. I
Why?
need to recalibrate. Yeah, I'm gonna deafen while I calm my thoughts down.
Calm your thoughts
Wow,
down.
they get all fucking freaked out by coming in here and get asked why. Oh my
Yeah,
god, I can't answer that right. I can't answer a why question. I gotta deafen. I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom and then scream into a pillow, and I'll be right back.
Oh, it's just funny
Okay,
because he's the one that brought it up, and then he's just like, okay, I gotta figure this out.
Wait, hold on. That
What'd you
video.
even
Okay,
ask?
I actually found the video. Like in the video with the glass of water, like they actually like put the glass upside down and like flip it around, and the water isn't spilling. So explain that. Like, what do you mean?
It's CGI.
It's CG,
Yep.
bruh.
No, the question is, why is the
Okay, so
water not
first-
floating out of the cup?
Okay,
That's the question.
Yeah. So first, it's real. Like you show this picture
No.
as if it's a real thing, and now you're saying it's
No.
CGI.
No, we're showing it to explain how stupid it looks. We know it's fake. The whole thing is fake. We're explaining if it was real, this is not how it would seem. So we wanted to ask you a question of why do you think this is real, basically? What is making that water stay in that cup? Go.
I think in the article they explain it. Tension. Let's see.
I want you to explain. Yes, I know. That's what they say.
He's just gonna look up something and hope that that's the right
He
answer. It's
explained
not,
Exactly.
dude.
He explained that
Exactly.
liquid in a glass in a weightless environment tends to cling rather than drift. Water molecules tend to stick to glass and also to other water molecules more than they like to
Okay, so
disperse
are
in
you
the air.
here to argue anything, or are you just going to use Google and find the answers of everything, and then
Well,
we don't know?
That's the explanation.
But like, bro,
That's the
we've
explanation.
had the same questions. We also know how to use Google. That's kind of the point. Like, we can bring up things to you, and you can just read off the mainstream narrative.
That's the explanation in the link you gave me.
Yes, I know. I understand that. I sent you the link. I've read the
Yes.
link.
Yes.
I'm claiming that is nonsense.
Okay, why is that nonsense?
Because surface tension is not just going to hold down water in a cup perfectly in zero
In a
gravity.
weightless Okay.
And why would it? Why would it? Explain to me why it would.
Do you believe zero gravity is a thing that can happen?
Yes.
Okay.
It's sticky.
Sticky.
Yeah.
Can you explain how zero gravity works?
Sticky
Explain how
water.
gravity works.
No. Well, hold on. Explain what causes
go ahead.
the zero
First, you have
gravity
to tell me.
experience.
You have to tell me
Zero-
what's
zero
the cause
I
of
asked the
gravity.
question first.
You
Yes,
have to
I
tell me
will,
what
I
the
will.
cause of gravity is.
Let him
first.
talk.
Well,
I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you.
Yeah, it's just a free fall. Like, it's not actually like you're manipulating gravity or anything. It's gravity has nothing to do with it. It's just a free fall
Okay.
state. That's all.
Okay. Okay. So just to go back a little bit, right? That picture of the Chinese astronauts, like that Professor Triangle posted. Do you think this is all CGI,
Yeah.
including
Well,
hair
Do you
going
need
in the
more?
air?
let
Do
me
you need more?
elaborate. Let me
Do you need more
elaborate too.
pictures? Go
I
ahead
don't.
while I'm posting more.
I don't think it's specifically one way they fake it. I think they do it in a lot of different ways, right? Sometimes it's CGI, yes, but like I can't pinpoint every single.
I can. It's a movie and it's pre-recorded. It's not live, and they're just shooting it as any other movie. Take, cut, do it again, cut, do it again, cut. Your hand flew through the hat this time. Stop, do it again. That's how they do it.
Yeah, I agree with that for the most part.
Here's more. Because we take gorilla suits. We fly around with gorilla suits on the ISS.
Yeah, for
But
fun.
another
Yeah,
brilliant
because for
observation
fun.
is
Look at it.
why.
Look how much fun.
Yeah, they're having
Fly,
fun.
if you think if I flew through my equipment like that in my in the buildings, if we ran past our equipment like that, it would be safe.
Like, why are we goofing around? Like, why would we even bring that glass up into the ISS? Like, we don't need it for any practical reason.
I
It's
want to
just
know
to
why
show
they
you.
have gorilla
Wait,
suits.
which class? Because that's the Chinese space station, not the ISS.
Oh, so well, okay.
Aren't they all the same?
Yeah,
No,
it's
they're
real.
not. No, they're
Well,
different
I know
space
they're
stations.
different locations. They're both fucking space stations orbiting Earth. They're a little higher than each
No,
other.
they're not
It's
orbiting anything.
No,
I don't
well,
even
they're
give them
different
that.
places.
I
They're
don't
different
give
triangle.
Globers that.
I'm just talking from reference of their idea. That's all I'm doing.
They're different
But
places.
what
We're
you're
talking about
doing
classes
is
in the International Space Station.
No, I'm letting them have some ground just so I can prove them. Even if we're gonna give them something, it still makes no sense. Like again, assume all this is real. You're right. Why are we taking glass up to the ISS? That's such a hazardous thing. Just to have.
We're not even allowed to have glass on our shop floor, and that's just on the ground.
Yeah, that's
We're
the
not
point I'm
even
trying
allowed
to
to
make.
have glass bottles in a shop that has machines from 1936 in it.
Not that I would think that bringing glass in the ISS would disprove the ISS, but like, is there a picture of them bringing glass on the ISS?
No,
Like
at
glass
the
cups?
Tiangong space station, we're talking about the Chinese space. It's the same difference. And the ISS, they do ridiculous shit all the time.
How do we
They
know
bring
this
it,
is even glass? How do we know this is even glass?
Or water,
Well,
for that matter.
or
okay.
water.
That's fair. Hold on. They did say in the article sticks to glass surfaces, so that's fair.
Yeah, they say it's glass.
Okay.
So like,
Well, I mean,
so,
there's different. Okay, well, like let's. Okay, so
Well, you guys are really going to
you
try to
you acknowledge.
magically think this
Hold on,
through,
you
aren't you?
I know, like,
you acknowledge that some like kinds of glass are stronger than other
No.
kinds of glass, right?
but it
That
doesn't. Why would
have
you
anything
take the
it
risk?
doesn't
Like,
have anything to do with anything strong glass.
There
okay,
is such a thing as stronger glass.
I mean, I'm really trying to like
You guys,
say
are you
shit, but
guys
I keep.
really
They're
trying to be
Chinese,
idiots?
so it's
Are you
obviously
purposely
Pyrex.
trying to be an idiot?
I would like to talk. I mean, trying to like. I love what you're saying, but
Not
sometimes
you.
you're like talking. I know, but like sometimes you're talking over me, and I'm trying to like get to somewhere, but I can't because you keep talking over. And but like I
Like, there's even
appreciate like
bulletproof
I agree
glass.
with a lot of what you're saying, Triangle. Like I appreciate what you're doing, but you gotta let me also get in here a little bit if you don't mind.
Buy Ethereum.
Who said that?
I don't think the glass thing is a very strong argument. That's all I'll say. Like, there's different types of glass. There's scientists. They can be careful.
Well,
Like,
I'm not saying that's a strong. I'm just saying let's use our logical thinking brains. Like, why are we bringing monkey suits up in the ISS? Why are we bringing all? Yeah, why were we having fun? Why would we
because
ever
you're
do
up
that?
there. You're up there for years. Like, you're gonna be bored. Like, you're not always gonna
Okay.
do science. Like, what do you mean?
This is. I think this is such a ridiculous. Like, do you ever in your workplace? You guys ever just have fun? Like,
If
hey,
I'm
everyone.
up, well, okay,
Every
but
day.
I can go home. I can go home. I can leave work. They're in the space station. They're there for years.
Yeah,
stuck up
God
there.
forbid
They're
that
gonna
they're
have fun.
dedicated. They're dedicated to a mission. Like
This is also
this
a
is
silly
what they.
argument. This is not a great
It's
argument
not.
either.
It is when you use a logical thinking brain, but you just want to live in a
you're
false
not
reality.
using. I don't think you're using your logical thinking.
So let's
brain.
bring
Like, if you're
monkey
up there-
suits.
Yeah,
and
to have
what?
fun. To have
Yeah,
fun.
that
Make
is so
science fun.
stupid,
Like,
bro.
make a
All
fun
right,
little
no, let
video.
him have that. I just want to know how many
This is a
times you've
bad
seen
argument.
people walking around in monkey suits at your job.
Okay, if I was at my job 24/7 for a year, then I would not be surprised to see that.
Why would somebody
Like
wear a
man with a
monkey
monkey
suit
suit?
at your job?
if they're there
It's pretty being
24/7
explained.
for like a year,
For
then maybe
what?
they're doing it in
For
their
what?
downtime
Are
and
they
having
a
fun.
furry or something, and they have to do it? They're addicted to it. Is that what it
This is
is?
a bad
But
argument. This is a
honestly,
bad
let's
argument.
think about
This is a
that though.
bad
You're
take, too.
okay, Spectre. You're at your job for 24, and then all of a sudden a guy comes in with a monkey suit. You're gonna be like, oh shit, man, whoa! Like, what are
they're
you
filming a
talking
video.
about?
Maybe they're
Yeah,
filming a video. Like this was like I think that video. It comes from like a video where they say they prank someone, right?
Oh,
Like,
now they're
just having a
pulling
little fun.
pranks around equipment that can kill them.
That's even worse.
Yeah, playing pranks around equipment that if it gets damaged, they die.
Not only that, but then we lose years of time spent into this and resources and money. Yeah, but let's pull a prank real quick, bro. This will be hilarious. Check this out. This is a retarded argument.
I think.
Don't you think these people should be as professional as can be, and like they're taking a sacrifice by doing this?
I don't expect them to be professional 24/7, like to an
Then,
extent.
then maybe they shouldn't go. Like, do you expect your fucking Marines, and when they're out on a mission, to be to goof around?
I wonder
Yes,
what
I do.
people that
Sometimes
work
in their
in
downtime,
Yeah?
yes,
people
I
work
do.
in
In their
submarines.
downtime,
when
yes, I
when
do.
people
Hey.
work in submarines, do they run around all their equipment like that? And,
I don't know.
shoot water, and snap the towels, snap your pee-pee down there. Is that what they do? They run around and play pranks on each other in submarines.
In their downtime,
Fucking
they
weird.
might actually do
No,
that.
they don't.
So apparently
They
this is a
might.
hot take, but like I think when you go up into space, you should just lock in, bro. But apparently that's a hot take, and you should be able to goof around and play touch butt, because or else you'll go insane. You need to have fun. This is ridiculous. And why do girls not cut their hair? By the way, like we just had because dust particles and all that stuff, like hair sheds, your skin sheds, and now we just have like all these girls with like flowing hair. Yeah, it looks good for the camera, and you can go, oh look, it's floating. Look at her hair. Wow. But practically, why are they not buzz cut, or at least like always wearing like hair nuts? It's stupid. When you break this stuff down, it makes no sense, and it's all dumb.
Valid points.
Thank you.
You can watch that chick. See, she's got flowing hair and she's floating in outer space. Look, I just posted it for you guys. You see how that works? Look, they're all floating in outer space. Whee! Floating in outer space. And then if you guys look real clear when this reloops, you'll see the green screen booth on the one side on the right. There it is. You'll see it on the one side with a net, so you can go in there and do all your make your water do shit in green screen. Make pens fly around, and you can do somersaults in green screen, and then put the background of the ISS in there. And guess what? You can be on the ISS too.
Yeah, and when you're looking at this girl with in 0G in her hair, that's what we would expect the hair to look like. When you look at the girls in the ISS, they have like hairspray, and it's all stuck straight up to over exaggerate 0G. In reality, this girl in this GIF right here, that triangle posted, that's what you would expect hair to act like. Now go watch every ISS video or any video of a girl in space and look at her hair. It does not act like that at all. It's always straight up.
Can you show me
They
a
are
video? Of
higher
that?
up.
Can you find a video like that?
I can show a million of them.
Yeah, let's find one. Let's break that down.
Sure. 1 second. I mean, I wish I could just share my screen because I have all this stuff saved, but
Yeah,
1 second.
The longer the video, the better.
Sharing your screen doesn't help when we have 2 YouTube live stream bots running right now.
Yeah, just send it to me, Flatlander. I'll
Nobody
post
can
it for
see
you.
anything.
Well, fuck.
No, I'm just saying it would have been easier. It's fine. Like I'll get the videos in the thing. I'm just saying it would be easier. But I'm not asking for permission. I'm just saying.
It would be easier, but then we'd have to get our YouTube guys to figure out how to go ahead and click on
live stream
you.
bots can't even look at the side chat, can they?
Yeah, they're looking at the side chat.
They are? Let me see.
How do you think we talk to those guys on YouTube from here, besides voice?
Let me see.
Here, can I just send a
Oh, they do
picture
have the side
instead?
chat, you're right.
I'm gonna allow you to do the research on your own, but I'll at least send you a picture. Is that cool?
I'd like a
Of, like,
video. Oh, sure,
well,
picture fine.
I would have
Send me a
to
picture.
send you like a million.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
1 second.
I'm pretty sure all celestial bodies are round.
Oh, good one.
Makes sense, like physically.
Oh, can you
Yeah,
tell me
cool.
why square lights are round?
No.
Oh, so then how do you know all bodies are round? See the
I'm
square light on that
assuming
cardboard? See the
all
square light on that
celestial bodies
cardboard?
are
Do you
round
see the square light
because
on the
of their
cardboard
size.
as I put in the chat?
I don't know what relevance this has to
I'm
celestial
going to
body
show
shape.
you in a second. Do you see the
But
square
it's too
light? A
small.
rectangle, a triangle, and another little square. You see it?
Yeah, it's too small though.
Okay. Do you see it?
I see cardboard.
Okay. Now here's the next picture. Now you move the cardboard away, and how come they turn into circles?
Oh, that's cool. I don't know. Ask GPT.
Because why? You have to ask why the reflection of the sun is on the cardboard. Are
Wait,
you
can you show the
serious,
video this is
dude?
coming from? Can you show the video this is coming from?
No, I don't have it.
Why not? Like, how do we
I don't have it.
properly address it? Okay, well
Oh,
then
just
how
go
do we
get a piece
properly
of,
I'll
address
find
go
it.
outside with a piece of broken mirror and a cardboard when it's sunny, reflect it onto the cardboard and move
Well,
the
we're having a
cardboard away.
conversation now. I can't. No, we're having this
Oh,
conversation.
I'm just
now.
telling you how to do it. Man, this sucks to be like this ignorant, you guys.
It
Where
does.
you guys
It's hard.
where you
Really
guys can't
hard.
understand anything.
It's
I mean, a
hard.
real knowledgeable person would be able to water it down for us and just tell us.
I
but
did. I
guess you
told
don't
you
know.
what to do. I watered it right down as simple as I
No,
can make
you're
it. A
being very
6-year-old can do it.
combative. You know,
There's
you should be a
nothing's
teacher.
combative about you putting a piece of mirror in the sun, reflect it onto a piece of cardboard, and move the cardboard away and watch it turn into a circle.
Well, you can't even hear our question.
What's the question?
Yeah,
Why is it a
scroll up.
circle? Why is it reflecting the circle of the sun?
Why would they lie? That's the question, right?
What even is this? Maybe I haven't been keeping up. What is? What
So
are you? What
I'm
is?
having a hard time posting this picture. Just one second. I'm trying to figure this out. But go
You
ahead.
can DM
guys.
it to me too. You can DM it to me too.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. Who is it? Spectre.
Spectre, yeah. Hey.
Okay.
I can post it in side chat too for everyone to see.
There we go. I got it. There. I sent it to you. It's loading.
Sub DM.
I mean, this is a small example too. Like you could, it's all
Oh,
the
wow.
girls in space that
Yeah,
they
their
all
hair
have
looks
this.
crazy. Their hair looks crazy.
But the thing is, it's always straight up like that. In reality, it would be more dynamic, and you never see it dynamic the way you would expect.
Right, well,
It's ridiculous.
let me see if I can break this down. You don't have the actual. So wait, what is this? Did you take the screenshot?
This specifically, I mean, I can get all the videos in my presentation below. I have those exact videos and a lot more. But this
I mean,
one
that
is
would
just
be useful because I'm reverse image searching and trying to find the source of some of this stuff.
I mean, you can. I mean, it's not that hard to
I
just look up like girls in space. You know what I mean? Like,
okay, yeah, sure.
I have a question for you Globers that are doing reverse image searches. How come you never asked if the moon landings were real or not?
Well, those are clearly bullshit.
okay.
So why would they lie about that?
I don't know, like efficiency or something. I don't know. I'm not the government.
Efficiency. It's efficiency to lie. Oof. Okay.
But also the way
I
that
don't
the
know.
globe model, the heliocentric model is presented is that it's actually really not that hard to go into space. So if that's true, then why did we ever need to fake it?
Okay, so here is one. I found one of the women. Let's see here. You say it's hairspray.
Like government lying,
Yeah,
yes.
see right
Yeah, it
there.
looks like it's
How do
taken
you
out.
wash your hair? How do you wash your
Alright.
hair? You squeeze water out of a tube and you let it fly all over the space station.
So you're
They really got
saying
you guys
she's
believing all
using.
this shit.
So you're saying she's using hairspray in this video?
No, it looks like it. What my argument is, why is all the time the woman in the ISS or any kind of space mission, doesn't matter if it's the Chinese one or Artemis, whatever you want to say, they're always straight up. It's never dynamic, even if they're moving around the space station. This you have her standing, right? So it's like what it is,
Might
what it
be
is. Maybe it's
static
settled up.
electricity.
Yeah, but okay, but why is that when we look at it in these zero G planes and stuff, they act as if you would expect, where then in the ISS, it's always dramatically standing up, like a crazy
Yeah, it
person's
might be
hair.
static. I don't know.
So every single person, every time. So no matter how much they move around, it just always is just straight up, like they're Super Saiyans. It's ridiculous. But then in
They're a lot
every
higher
zero,
up. They're
He
higher
said
up than that
he said
regular plane.
it's super staticky on the ISS. I guess in outer space, they get static cling.
Maybe, yeah. They're a lot higher than that original plane with the green screen.
You guys really just go through just any kind of gymnastics, don't you?
I
Just
know.
to make this shit work.
Yeah. Isn't
I
that what you
love
guys
it.
do?
No, we just measure the Earth is flat in the end. That's it.
Yeah.
We're
And
all done.
that's
Doing like
really all
mental
you need.
gymnastics.
You measure the Earth flat, the end. Where else do
Yep.
you go with it from there?
Well,
Nowhere.
it's too big. You can't measure that big of a distance.
Yeah, you can.
They can.
That's why they make the instruments.
Okay, show me.
We need to show you a person using a theodolite
Yeah, what is that?
or
What's the
laser
theodolite?
transit. Oh, you're gonna have to look this shit up. This is not gonna be beginner 101 globe
What
tart
is
shit.
a theodolite?
Do you think there's any type of like when do you think the Earth starts curving? Whoever said that you can't measure curvature. Like what distance do you think you finally get like even an inch of curve?
I don't know.
Million miles? Like
Well, why are you asking me AI questions, bro?
AI questions.
AI questions.
I don't know, if I didn't know better, I thought you were just trying to make me look stupid by asking me questions you already know.
No, no. You claim that the Earth is too big to measure curvature. I'm curious to when do you think curvature starts happening? If I'm standing at one point, how far off do I have to look or measure until I get
away.
how
Like,
far?
I'm trying to
Just
figure.
roughly.
How is that an AI question, dude? Still, I'm confused on that.
Questions, asking me for specific numbers that I don't have.
No, I'm not. I'm asking the approximate because to you just said it's too big to scale. So I'm wondering what your approximation might be off the top of your head. Like, oh, you'd have to be like
I
100
suppose
miles.
past the horizon. I guess that makes sense.
Okay, so how far is that roughly?
I don't know.
It's about 2.7 or like 3 to in between.
Is that why you
2.7
asked
to
me?
3.
Because you knew the answer, like, bro.
No, I'm not. This is not a got you, bro. Listen, what you
It
just
is.
claimed.
That's all you guys sit here and do all day.
No, listen. Okay,
trying to cope, like.
it's not a got you.
How
I
about
don't.
we actually discuss things?
Bro, you're
like, on a
interrupting me.
respectable
Listen,
level, yeah?
listen. Your claim was
no. We're doing
no,
the whole
no.
doctor thing.
It's not a got you.
Anyway,
You're pretending like it is,
looking
but
up
I'm
what a
explaining.
theodolite is, thanks.
I'm
I'll be back.
explaining. Okay, you're a fool because all I was doing was you made a claim that the Earth was too big to measure. So I said, okay, well, to you, off the top of your head, I was trying to gauge your understanding of curvature and how big the Earth actually is because you're the one that brought up scale. You said the Earth is too big to measure curvature. So I just wanted to get a rough estimate of what you thought was. Yeah, and he's gone. So if you were gonna say something like I don't know 10,000 miles, then yeah, maybe I would kind of called you stupid. But I didn't. I was giving you more credit than that. I just wanted to know how far you thought. I was not a gotcha. I don't think this guy's stupid because he didn't know the exact numbers. That's not what I was trying to do at all.
It does show that he's never asked the question before, though. He's kind of got like a blind faith.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to point out. Like he just made up like, oh, it's too big. So that's why I was trying to get him to. I was trying to get an understanding of what he thought. That's it. That's the only thing I wanted out of the question I asked.
Let me wrap my head around this. I'm looking at this video. This was a very interesting video for me to watch. This was made 13 years ago.
Yeah, I know about this.
What do you think? Yeah, what do you think is going on in this video?
Well, how about
in reality?
before we even
Hey, how did they make the movie Gravity 13 years ago?
I'm not asking you. I'm asking Flatlander.
Yeah, well, find out how they made the movie Gravity.
I also want to know, do you know that first image is claimed to be real of the ISS in the beginning of this video? Do you think that's true?
Wait, hold on. At the beginning of the video, let me see.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can see it being real. Yeah.
Okay, well. Okay.
I'm curious how these people would know if it was real or not when they've never actually seen it.
Okay, but I mean, I'm curious. So, like, what do you think is going on in this video in actuality?
In fact, they don't even have prints of it.
Flatlander, do you think this is like made in a studio? Like, what do you think is going on here? Actually,
I think they do multiple different things to.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's cables, it's CGI. I think they also sometimes use zero-G planes. And that's why, like, when you see certain like shorter clips or like when they have a bunch of edits, it's because they have to do it because they're in zero-G. It's not just one answer, and it's not a consistent answer either. Meaning that every time they fix space, they do it like this. They use different tricks to do it, and that actually kind of helps the deception as well because you think you know what it is, but then all of a sudden they do it a different way, and then you go, oh wait, oh, I was wrong about that. You know what I'm saying? Like that's my understanding of it.
Okay, so in this video, it's like almost like one continuous shot. It seems. Yeah, it's like one
Yeah.
continuous shot. So like, is this filmed with cables, or is it in one of those zero-G planes? You
Yeah,
think?
I couldn't tell you exactly
Or
how
you
it's done.
just?
Do you see the
Okay,
overlay
yeah,
though? By the
I think
way,
it's. Hmm?
do you see that there's an overlay in this video you sent me?
What do you mean overlay?
Do you see all those white dots that are all over her face and everywhere? And where do you think
Yeah.
that's coming from? What do you think that is?
I don't know.
Okay, well, I suggest you look into that because that's
Whoever
clear.
told me look up theodolite, it apparently uses the curvature programmed into the tool itself. So we're going to use
No,
we need a
you
different
can't.
tool
You
now.
can't. You
We
can't.
can't
You
use
can't.
these.
You can't use something programmed into it if you've never measured it to program it into it.
Well, it's telling me that it uses
No,
the Earth's
stop using
curvature as
AI.
part of
Stop
the
using
software
AI.
and the
Stop
tool.
using AI.
So is this
What the
incorrect?
fuck? Actually,
Theodolite doesn't use Earth's curvature in the way it works?
How would it? Who measured the
I
Earth
don't know.
curve that it's
It's just
using?
telling me. It's telling me
No,
that
what
that's part
would
of
it
how it
use?
works.
How would it use Earth curve?
Something to do with satellites and the way it
No,
uses lasers. I don't
so
know.
you're not even looking up anything.
Do you have any tools that don't use the Earth curvature programmed into how they function?
There you are. I'm just gonna get rid of you, only because you just want to ask stupid shit. Okay, you guys can go. Continue. Your disruptor is gone.
I'm curious. Okay, so I can look into the white pixel. We can tackle that too. But like, are you just kind of like throwing up your hands in the air, saying like it could be any number of things without trying to like think exactly what could be going on
Well,
roughly in
okay,
this
so
video?
yeah, I've seen a bunch of different ways that they fake it. I'm just yeah, I guess I would have to really sit down if you wanted an actual answer, and that's not my like
Sure, that's
specialty.
fair.
Like,
Okay.
yeah, so I can show you different clips of them literally fucking up. I mean, like, and
sure, you can do that.
Can
But like,
either one of you
here's
two,
what goes through
Flat
my
Earther, the Glover, can either one of you two tell me how movies are made when they're in space and they show people for 45 minutes in space floating in a movie uncut? Can you guys tell me how they do that? Any of you?
So to respond to you, Flatlander, so when I see this video, like I don't think cables are a rational explanation because like it's all in one continuous.
I never.
moving
Oh,
around.
well.
Okay, so that is one example in terms of like it being a zero-G, one of those zero-G planes or whatever, right? I think it might be a bit too big for that, you
No,
know?
I never claimed either of those things were happening in this video,
Okay.
and I agree
Sure,
for
no,
100% that
you're
it's not a zero G plane, and that in this specific
okay.
one, I would say no way.
Okay. So do you lean toward it maybe being like special effects then? Is that kind
Yeah,
of where you're
I'm not
leaning
gonna make a
toward?
hard claim because like
I'm
special
not
effects
making.
is
I'm
not my.
asking. I'm not. When I say leaning, I'm
Well,
not asking to make a hard claim.
let me refer to what Triangle is saying. He keeps asking a question, right? He's saying like, how do you think movies are made, right? Like, it's the same answer basically. Like, are all movies made the exact same way? No. Do they borrow elements and like people have progressed certain um, advances in how you can make
The
people
gorilla
float
suit,
and all
the
this?
shot of the gorilla suit where the guy's flying through, that's a up camera shot. They point the camera straight up and they lower those dudes down on wires. So you're asking how they do it? Every shot is done differently.
Yeah, that's my point. Yep. And again, like if you want to keep asking, it's the same question as okay, well, how did they make this movie? Okay, well, how did they do this in this one? Okay, what about this one? It's like I'm not an expert. I can't like, and I wasn't even there, so I don't know how they did each special effect or camera trick or whatever it is. But like, it doesn't mean that it's
Ask
not
them how they
happening.
filmed the movie Gravity, and you'll find out how they do it.
Yeah,
Gravity,
exactly.
the
So
whole
what is
movie's
this white
the whole
dot
movie
thing
is
that you're
floating.
talking about? What's this white dot thing you were alluding to?
He
Well, I'm
wants
just
to change the subject so bad.
the white
I'm
dot
talking
that
about Flatlander. I'm more
all
interested
all
in him because he seems more good faith than you.
all of that shit is that I'm pointing out is that that's an overlay. Like that's just, I mean, like, and it's not really proof or yeah, you understand what
What
that
do you
is?
mean?
Like,
What is it over? Yeah, no. What does an overlay show? What is it hinting at?
nothing and like directly, but I'm just showing you that there are like they do use editing softwares when they're showing us this stuff. They do use like on a small scale, they have OBS running, right? Not literally OBS, but that's kind of what
Oh,
I'm saying.
yeah.
They're making a lot of positive claims.
Well, okay. Well, then you explain
You're
the
saying,
white
you're
dots
saying
on her shirt.
it's like akin to a movie, special effects, stuff like that. All these are implicit positive claims that you guys haven't brought any
Okay,
evidence for.
I
well,
have like well.
how about
Yeah.
if I can duplicate this?
Speaking of
What
which,
if I
Just
can
say we don't
duplicate
know.
this in my
Just say we don't
basement?
know.
What
Can
if
we
I can
see-
duplicate this in my basement?
Can we
Then what?
see the videos of them fucking up, like that you were talking about earlier?
No, then it would
Fluffy?
be, I mean, if you could duplicate it, that's fine. But you would be affirming the consequent if you're saying that that's what this is, because you don't have any evidence of that.
Oh, so you think they're actually up in space floating around?
It's possible.
No, it's not. Space is fake.
Okay.
And so Spectre, like, so I don't want to listen. Me personally, I talked to other people about this. I don't want to take anyone away from this channel, so I'm not going to do that right now. But you on a different time, like different day completely, because again, I don't want to steal anyone away and take attention away from this specific channel. I'm willing to go through that with you on a whole different day. You know what I'm saying? When we're both not in here. So if you want to friend request me, I have a whole presentation. And I have hundreds and hundreds of slides, and a lot of those have to, well, not a lot, but a good portion of them have to do with, you know,
like
space bloopers, for lack of a better word. So I'm willing to do that at a different time with you.
The space. I'd rather not go through an entire presentation because I like tackling points one
No,
by
no.
one.
All I was gonna
But,
do is
yeah.
show you a couple of fucking bloopers,
Okay.
basically, for lack of a better word. Yeah.
Or I like talking to you better because you seem more good faith than these other people, and you're not like insulting me, which is appreciated.
Sure.
Eat my pineapples. They're almost gonna go bad. You guys ever buy fruit and it just goes bad? You guys, try to be healthy and you just forget about it. That's me. Yeah, the
Grapes.
pineapple's so good. The pineapples are
Happens
so
with
grapes. Grapes don't go as bad as quickly. So, but blueberries, forget about it. Raspberries, don't even try.
Yeah, blueberries only last about 3 days.
Yeah, I eat them the day of. You gotta eat those the day of. What is this video that Professor Triangle eats? Hmm.
I do want to, if you're gonna watch that by ODG TV, I do want to touch on the artifacting, because I've watched just normal podcasts that are just two guys talking, and you get those artifactual like clippings and stuff like that. But the problem is when we're looking at it in the ISS, it seems to be very exaggerated and frequent, right? And when you look into like green screen technology and stuff like that, that's where you actually get more artifacting effects and glitches like how you see in some of these with the green screen and other kind of special effects than you do when it's just when it's just a camera filming. But yeah, when you're filming it with a camera, you can get clippings and artifacts like how we see. But again, I think it's important to understand that when it comes to ISS and space footage, it happens very much. It's very over exaggerated and it's frequent. So that again points to green screens and special effects and things like that. There's also some clips that people will take out of context. Like for example, there's like a famous one of a astronaut who's like rounding a corner and he kind of fades out. This was actually taken from a documentary, and that fade out was it appeared like that because of a screen change. So some people do take some clips out of context, but the bottom line is there's a lot of them that are actual errors, right? And it's hard to separate the two, especially if you're just getting clips. It's better to actually watch the entire videos. But even then, I mean, it's proof that there are edits in space, which it's like, dude, if we are spending all this money and time doing space travel, why are we edit? Like the last thing you need to do is spice up space, right? Like this, it should be on its own raw footage, and that should be good enough. That's my opinion, obviously, but I do see a lot of flat earthers making that mistake, or like NASA deniers. Like they'll use clips out of context that really do have a decent explanation that doesn't prove anything or show anything because it is like from a certain documentary and it's just a scene change, stuff like that. But again, the majority of them that you're going to see, they are just straight up errors and
Okay.
just goofy things that happen.
So
Yeah.
in terms of like the cameras, for example, let's see. One comment I'm seeing is the sensitive parts of the cameras are
Comments on
semiconductor.
where?
Let me finish my point
Who's
before you
writing it
interrupt.
on our
Let me
screen
finish.
here?
I'll answer that. Okay.
I'm just looking to see who is making the comment here. On
It's on a
is it rolling
Reddit.
my
Oh
boulder?
my god! Why do you
Oh,
interrupt? Why can't you wait until I'm finished?
oh
Here,
shit! I thought you were talking
here.
about the comments in our room here.
No. So one of the comments that I'm seeing explains that. The sensitive parts of the camera are semiconductor arrays. Every now and again, a bit of cosmic radiation will fly through the camera and cause a chemical reaction in one of the pixels, which causes that pixel to malfunction. The effect is apparently temperature dependent, so cameras inside will be more affected than cameras outside, where it's very cold.
Yeah, no, but what you're reading is an excuse based, and it's funny because, and I understand. Like,
Hmm.
listen, most thing, like 99.99% things we're going to talk about, you will be able to look up and have like a reasonable or seemingly reasonable
Mm-hmm.
rebuttal
Mm-hmm.
to. But the thing you got to realize is the like how I explained with the screen effects. It's like saying it's like recognizing that these would happen with the green screen, but they can't say that, so they need to come up with another excuse. So now their excuse is this, but they both get the same results, but one of them is green screen and special effects, and the other one is, oh, it's because we're in space and radiation is leaking through the camera making these effects. I mean, once you piece together everything, you
I've
you
never even heard
realize,
of these. I've never even heard those excuses before. I'm glad you're giving them all out.
I'm
yeah,
curious. I don't know. I'd be curious to find like a camera expert, someone who's an expert in video cameras and stuff like that.
Well,
Maybe
I
they
would,
can.
me too, because I want to know what cosmic radiation is.
I don't think they know what cosmic radiation is.
yeah, it's strictly a space claim, right? Or you know what I mean? So to me, it's nonsense. I mean, it's just like, again, it's an expected result that would happen based on our claims. But then if globe Earthers admit to that, they're basically admitting that we're right. So they have to come up with another excuse. This excuse being cosmic radiation or whatever the specifics are in that article.
Yeah, I don't know. Hmm.
I think
There's
it's
also a thing.
flat rays shooting out from the ground causing that shooting through the camera. What do you think? Which one can we prove? Flat rays shooting up or cosmic rays shooting through it? Neither. So they're just making
Yeah.
up shit. So when you're looking for Reddit for your reasons on why these bloopers, I gave you a whole bunch. You're going to be busy for months.
Yeah, and the majority of those, it is just unexplainable. I mean, you could see them on wires. You can see them. There's some augmented reality. We haven't touched on that yet. There's even a famous one of a guy. And this is like so unexplainable, right? I mean, you can make all the excuses in the world, but at some point, once you see enough of these, you got to realize reality that. Yeah, you don't even need to agree with flat Earth at this point. Like you have to realize that they're faking space, though. I think that's when you look into this more and more and more, it just becomes you're just really denying reality because they fake it so they're so bad with it at some points. But there's a famous one with a guy, and they're obviously using augmented reality because what's going on is they have this hat in front of them, right? And he passes over the hat seemingly like to him that's what he thought he was doing, but he still had the hat in his hand, and he picks up the hat, but on what we see is he just touches the air and grabs onto the air, then he moves what he thinks is the hat in his hand, even though it's nothing to us, over to his other hand, and then he puts the hat up on like pretty much puts the hat off to the side, and there's no other explanation you could really have other than They just fucked
Here,
up.
I just posted. What do you call it?
Augmented reality. Yeah, this is
Tel-
an example of
teleportation to the ISS for stuffed animals. See,
yeah.
teleportation's real, guys. NASA has it on their screen.
This is exactly what I'm talking about when I say augmented reality, though. This is them being open and honest about using it, by the way. But I'm saying they use it a lot more than just when they're open about it. They do
Yeah,
it in the background.
when they miss things, you can tell they're not looking at it. They're looking past it at a screen. It's just how they do it. I can do it here. I have a green screen. I can do all those fun tricks.
Yep. And you gotta think these people have they get millions and millions of dollars a day. NASA their budget changes depending on um, you know different years they get different amounts of money annually, right? But it's always millions a day, right? In that ballpark. So they're getting billions and billions a year. People can recreate this stuff with such a with $100 budget with free software that you can make convincing stuff like this. They're getting millions. They're getting billions. They're getting the extent where they can fake stuff is the sky. Like the sky's the limit in terms of CGI,
Well,
special
up
effects, yada
until
yada
2
yada.
years ago, they had the world's largest green screen stage. Now Australia has that. The world's largest one. And on that one is a model of the ISS just hanging by wires. I wonder why they got to do that. I wonder why NASA has to put a model of the ISS hanging on a green screen stage. That's weird. But they do own the largest tanks for what do you call it? Where they pretend they're floating in space. Oh, zero buoyancy. Yeah, they got those.
No, it's a very good point. They do all their training underwater, and it's like, is it because the excuse is, oh, it's the best way to simulate zero G, blah blah blah. But again, it's very convenient. That way, if someone happens to be a whistleblower and they walk into a fucking studio with a giant ISS underwater and astronauts going around it, they can just go, oh, they're training, instead of, oh, they're fucking faking space right in front of our eyes. The more you look into it, the more NASA falls apart completely. And we're not even like using talking about rockets, and that's a whole other rabbit hole. It gets ridiculous when you look into all this stuff. It's actually a good place to start, right? Because if you can disprove NASA to your own self and you can realize that they're faking it, and then you realize the model that's presented to us, because based on what they say, space travel is pretty easy. We got it figured out for the most part. And if it is so easy like they say, why would we have to fake it based on the science and the model they tell us, unless they're lying about something? They're lying about space. They're lying about something about our model, because it's not so easy to go into space if we're not doing it. We have to lie, right? So all signs come back to the globe model itself is a lie. The Earth is more than likely flat. I'm not even going to claim it's flat. My stance is usually that I can disprove the globe model as presented. That's as far as I will go, because I like to deal in proofs. What is provable, right? There's a difference between evidence and proof. You can have an overall evidence is a spectrum. You can have a little bit of evidence that might allude to multiple things. You can have a large amount of evidence, overwhelming amount that might point to one or two things. But proof is absolute. It's 100%, and I can 100% disprove the globe model as presented by the mainstream.
Okay, Flatlander, be that as it may.
Yeah.
Do you agree that the moon looks physical?
That it looks physical.
Tangible? Yeah.
Looks. It depends. I mean, glance of an eye, sure. I think there's some observations that could point to the opposite. But to me, sure. If I go out and look at the moon, I might assume that it's physical. Sure.
Yeah, with the craters and what have you. Is it possible that on a flat Earth, that gravity exists? That orbiting, like that the sun and the moon are orbiting over flat Earth. Is that possible?
Okay. So you're saying, is it possible? Of course. Yeah. I don't see anything pointing towards that, right? You don't need, the only reason why we need gravity is because of a globe Earth. But go ahead. You're trying to make a hypothetical, so go ahead. I'll let you make it.
Well, no, I mean it's based on empiricism a bit. The fact that we see the moon having craters. Obviously, we can't say 100% that it's not an optical illusion or whatever it is, right? But it's very likely that it's concrete, that it's, tangible, that it's, something of material that's up there. And the question is how? How is something that is seemingly more dense than the medium up there? Or what is the medium? Or, what's the mechanism at play?
Yeah, again, we're making assumptions though, right? You asked me, is it possible? But like in reality, would I claim that it's a tangible, solid thing? I personally don't think it is, right? I think it might be. I mean,
I didn't claim it was
not
either. Just mind you, I said it's
okay.
very likely that it is based off of how it looks.
Well, I wouldn't go that far either to say it's very likely. So that's kind of where I have my issue. And again, we're in a place of speculation right now, right? We can go here. This is fine. It's
No,
a fine
on
conversation.
Sunday, yeah, on Sunday you can.
What do you mean?
On Sunday, you can speculate in these rooms when we have our bots, when we have our live streams running.
Oh, we can't speculate right now, and like go hypothetical. I don't know. I don't know if you're. I'm new here. I don't know if you're fucking with me or not.
Well, I know. Well, I'm trying to tell you how we do things. We've been doing this for like 10 years. So, yeah, these live streams have been going on. I think one of them is 8 years now.
It's not that you can't propose a hypothetical on other days. It's just that Sundays, like that's what it's kind of like dedicated for. If anyone,
Yeah, then you can talk about the ether and magical unicorns that make things spin and all that stuff. But Monday through Saturday, keep it straight to the point. Earth is flat and stationary.
Got you. Yeah, no,
we don't even have to make up. We don't even have to make up reasons for globers to come up with their reasons. We don't have to give them a reason. We don't have to give them their side of the argument.
There's no reason to think it's flat and stationary. Why would you think that?
It's not moving.
How do you know that there's nothing moving? You know that you're moving.
No, I'm not moving anywhere. Why would I be moving?
You don't think you're moving? You think you're a solid object that's not moving at all?
Are you an idiot?
It's the base axiom.
Well, I'm
Are you gonna go down the idiot road?
You don't think you're moving on a flat Earth? You don't think you're moving
you're gonna do the idiot road now?
Hold on, you don't think you're moving up on a flat Earth?
No.
Really?
No.
Up? You don't. You think you're completely stationary? What?
Yes.
Why?
Oh, dude. Oh, sorry to break this to you. Space is fake. We're not flying around anywhere.
Hey, Triangle, it's that same guy
you
from
don't think
before,
you're moving
dude.
up? You just think it's just buoyancy?
No. Oh, I know who this is. Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
it's the same fucking idiot from before.
Bad. Yeah.
Well, what do you mean? You don't think
bad,
we're
guys.
on a? I mean, if we're either on a flat plane moving up, or
no, space
it's
is
just
fake.
buoyancy.
No, space is fake. We're not on anything moving anywhere.
Yeah. So
Space
CW,
is fake.
you kind of
you think it's just the Earth? There's no moon. There's no sun. There's nothing.
No, what do you mean? You can see it. You can see a moon and a sun.
Well, you can. You don't think they're real, though, right? Do you think they're real?
What do you mean? Do I think they're real? What kind of question is that?
So it's not about do we think it's real or not. We think it's different from what's proposed. That's basically so. Like when I look up, I don't think I'm looking up.
Wait, hold on. Am I arguing with another anti-flat earther right now? Because it sounds like I am.
Okay, so go ahead. And what were you gonna say now, so I can finish you off?
I'm not a pro flat earther at all.
Nobody said you were.
Okay, but it sounds like you are. Are you?
Am I an anti-flat earther?
No, are you a flat earther?
Oh no, the Earth is measured flat and stationary.
Do you believe the Earth is flat and stationary?
It's measured that way. It's not a belief system. It's a knowledge thing.
Okay.
So you should say yes, you should say, do you know for sure that the Earth is flat and stationary? And I will say yes, 100%.
Okay. Does that conform to your idea about reality?
For your reality, yeah, your reality requires belief. Like, do you believe in gravity?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
See, it's a belief system. Do you believe you live on a ball floating around in a vacuum?
I'm not sure about that. Yeah, I'm agnostic about that.
Oh, you don't know if you're on a ball now?
No, I think I've always been agnostic about that, but yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, great.
In regards to,
But you're trying to say it's flat, and so it's
It
like,
is.
well,
It's measured
then
that way. Yeah, it's measured that way. It's not measured curved. So you can't add curve
what
to
do you
it.
mean it's not measured curved?
It's
It
not
is measured
measured
curved.
curved over water. Yeah,
In what measurement is it not measured curved?
in
Water
all
levels.
kinds of different ways. Water
do you
levels, laser
Triangle?
shots.
Do you, out of curiosity, do you have a GIF or a video showing like the model of the sun and the moon, like on a flat Earth model? Like, do you have that?
No, do you have one for globe though? I would like to see that.
Yeah, we
So
do. We have
you don't
lots
have
No,
of
that?
them
you
for
don't. You
globe.
don't
Yeah,
have a globe,
no, we
but you don't
really
have a
do.
globe. You don't have
No,
a
it's very
measured
simple.
Earth curve to
It's
make a
actually
model.
all of
Bro,
the
you just
things
said
that
you
we
were
observe
agnostic, and then
are
you're like, yeah,
really
we
easy
do.
when there's a globe Earth.
Look,
It's
he's
really easy
agnostic,
to
and he's like
yeah.
super anti-flat earther.
I'm agnostic as much as
No,
yeah,
it's
we
really
the globe
easy to
team do have
describe
a
this
model.
fun stuff like the motion of the planets and the motion of the Earth and the motion of the sun. We can describe all of that through this gravity theory that
No,
Einstein came up with.
no, not at all.
Yeah, we can actually. It
No,
was Einstein and Newton.
those are
It's
just
called
cycles that
calculus.
repeat. Those are just cycles that repeat. That's all.
And when it comes to
What do you mean
gravity,
cycles that repeat? What does that mean?
No,
They're
there's
ellipses,
nothing like
and the ellipses was a real hard problem for people that believed in just gravity. But if you don't believe in gravity at all, then I guess all of that, all of that
how does gravity
understanding.
work? How does gravity work?
I don't know.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
well,
You
you
know?
want me to believe in something that you don't know anything about, and you don't know how it works,
Well,
and you
I
don't know
know
anything
about
about
it.
it,
I
but you
can
want
actually
everybody to
predict
believe in
the
it with you.
future. I can predict the
No,
future
you
of
can't.
things from
No,
it.
you
Yes,
can't.
I can.
No, you
Yes, I
can't.
can. Yes, I can.
CW, a big issue when it comes to gravity too is a lot of people don't realize this, but there's been holes poked in it by people that are trying to prove it,
Own
right? So
vacuum
like,
chambers, like me.
well, yeah, but even in the 1930s, there's this guy. I forget his name. It's like
Well,
Fritz.
I'm fine with poking
Oh,
holes in
hold on,
gravity.
hold on. Well, hear out what I'm trying to say to you. A lot of people don't know this. It's discovery of dark matter and how and why dark matter exists. Well,
Yeah,
assuming,
it's amazing.
well, it's amazing. Okay, let me explain it and tell me how amazing this is. So in the
Okay.
1930s, this guy, they were doing an observation on a galaxy, and they were
Yeah.
taking Einsteinian gravity and the theory of
Well, a
relativity, all this stuff.
galaxy that's out there in three dimensions. It's like,
CW, can I
hold
please
on,
make
hold
a
on,
point?
but
Well, no,
well,
you need to hold on because I'm in the
I
middle
know
of
what point you're
talking.
trying to make. I just
But
want to make sure
let
that
me
you
make
define
it.
what's happening.
No, let me make the point. If you know it, then just sit there and let me make
Okay.
it, and it'll
All
be
right.
okay in the end. Okay. So 1930s, this guy, they're doing observation of the galaxy, and based on the amount of mass in this galaxy and what was around the galaxy, they realized, oh wow, there's not enough mass to be attracting other mass to make these orbits. We can't predict these orbits based on the amount of mass in this galaxy. So what they did, instead of saying, oh, something must be wrong with gravity, they assumed that there must be some kind of unmeasurable, unobservable, can't experiment, can't see it, can't measure it, can't interact with it in any way. It's this invisible stuff that is unknown to man. We called it dark matter, and this galaxy must be made up of like 96% of dark matter. So instead of backtracking gravity in general and Einstein's theory on gravity and how that works, we just added a whole new variable out of the blue just to keep it all together and called it dark matter. It's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
They needed to keep the crazy together. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, I do understand what you mean, right? Because you're saying like, hey, they just said, hey, there's a bunch of stuff that we can't see, we can't interact with, but that's creating this gravitational pull. The gravitational pull
It's imaginary.
is
The
still,
dark matter is
no,
imaginary.
I just want to be honest here. The gravitational pull is still a mystery to scientists, to anyone. Everyone can throw a ball up in the ground or anything up above the ground and it falls to the ground. And we go, why does that happen? Right. And we figured that out. Newton kind of figured it out, and he figured it out pretty accurately with calculus in that planets move in ellipses, they don't move in perfect circles. And that was pretty good. Right? Like that was like a good thing that he figured out because like all of a sudden we can calculate the movements of the planets really well, like really accurately. I can tell you where Mercury is going to be 5 days from now,
Yeah, it's because it did it
and
before.
I can do it through math, right?
No, it's
And that
because
was
it's
what
already
Newton
been
was doing.
done before.
Well, let him. Yeah, I was gonna get there. I was gonna let him finish his point, but yeah. So the globe model is backwards engineered based on observation in the sky, right? That's the reason why we can
Yeah.
make all these predictions. Now, without the globe model, if we were all born yesterday and we came up to Earth and we analyzed the stars for a couple hundred, not even don't even need to be that long, a whole year, right? A couple of years, we can make
Okay.
these predictions based on observations. We don't need the globe model.
Right,
The globe model.
but you have to take away relativity, and relativity is really, really accurate at predicting the
What
future.
are you talking
No, it's
about?
not.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, really,
How do
it
you
really,
use
really is.
relativity? Hey, tell me. I want to know what tomorrow's lottery numbers are going to be. Use relativity for me.
I don't think relativity's is good at that, but it's pretty good at figuring out where you're going to be
No, it
tomorrow.
is. You just have to wait until tomorrow. The lottery numbers come, and then you travel faster than the speed of light.
Well, I
right,
mean,
in the opposite
you guys
direction,
can talk
and
shit
then
on
you'll go back in time.
relativity if you want to, but my point is that it's really, really good calculation wise as far as like doing the math. Relativity and to an extent, I mean, I know Einstein had a problem with quantum physics, but quantum physics also is really good at predicting stuff. That's the only reason that we're good at it. That's the only
Okay,
reason that we
but
practice
what
it and
you also
we've
need
learned
to.
what it is.
I
That's not
understand the
true.
argument, but what you need to understand is there's different avenues of getting to an outcome. Meaning that, yes, I agree, by the way, what you're saying, but what you're thinking is it's the only way to make predictions. And just because we have a certain way to
No,
make
I'm sorry. No. I just want to make you aware that I don't think that. I don't think that's the only
well,
way
then what is
to
the
make
point of making
Then you
this
shouldn't even
argument
agree.
then?
It's not really that good.
Well,
I mean, what's the
because
math?
the
Like they have the three-body problem and stuff like that.
predictions
There's
are
so many mathematical
really
issues
accurate.
with this
Like
whole
they're
relativistic
really,
thing.
really good. They're
Yes, but
good
okay,
predictions.
just because they're very
We
good
can run it
to
through this equation, and
CW6.
it tends to work 99.999% of the time. And then you add quantum physics to it, and then it like doesn't work, and that's really confusing. That's really scary to a lot of people.
CW, if
I
listen,
just
how
want to
about
be
this?
honest
If
about this.
if our math is so top notch and on point, then how come we're always surprised by these asteroids that are coming closer? You know, it's always like
We're not.
headlines.
I don't think we are surprised by the asteroids.
We are very surprised. There's a lot of times where you had no idea. You know, astronomers just
No.
spotted them or
You
whatever.
made up that we had no idea. We definitely had
All right.
a
So you
lot
want
of
me to?
ideas.
Are you denying that you're saying that we have prior knowledge of all these asteroids and
Yeah.
stuff like that?
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
All right. So if I find one that we didn't know about until it kind of like hit our sensors, then you're gonna concede that claim?
Well, I mean, sensors and math are different things. But yeah.
I know. Saying by math, we should know where everything is. Basically, we should have
No. By
amazing
math, we
of
should,
the universe.
know that the universe is infinite, and we don't know where everything is.
CW, your biggest
But
problem is you think
by sensors, sometimes
CW,
we should
please.
find out where things are and what trajectory they have, and then we
Okay.
can understand what is going on.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
when we know where
Matt.
things are
Oh
and what
boy.
trajectory they have, we know how to calculate what's going to happen. Yes.
CW, math is not reality. Math is
No.
a tool that we use that can describe reality, but you need to make sure what you're describing or the math you're using is accurate. Meaning that here we go. Ready? I am going to get $1 million every single day. I start today with $1 million. Tomorrow it's going to double every day. So tomorrow I'm going to have $2 million. Am I a millionaire? No, I'm not. Math just described that I'm a millionaire, but in reality, I am a fucking broke loser that has no money. What happened?
Right.
Math.
So what
the
you
math added up.
described is
The
like
math
a
added up.
situation that didn't
And
happen.
not just that, the math isn't where he's claiming it is.
You're
like
just
they
saying
really did a
like,
number on him with the
well, I
propaganda
said
and
1 + 1 = 2, but then do I have one? I don't, and it doesn't equal 2. Okay, we all know that. That's very simple
But
stuff,
you're dying
right?
on this hill. You're
if I
dying on
don't
this hill
have
saying that.
anything, I'm not gonna get a bunch
Flatlander, you're gonna
from
get used to
the
him
nothing
coming
I
in
have.
pretty drunk, and he's just gonna repeat over and over and over again.
Oh yeah, well, all I'm trying to explain to him is he's coming in and dying on this hill that like, oh, because we have pretty accurate math that describes which way the sun's gonna go in the luminaries, that means it's probably true. It's like, no, it's not. Again, I've explained it multiple different ways, then I try to dumb it down.
Okay. Hold on. I'll agree with you. I'll say, hey, it's not probably true. I'm not sure. I'm just
Then
gonna
stop making the
follow.
argument. Go on to the next one.
No. I'll just say it. I'll just fall onto the side where it's like, hey, the thing with the more predictive power, probably more true. And I think I win 100 times out of 100 in any bet with you, right? Like if we say, hey, flipping a coin has a 50% chance of turning up heads, and I go, I bet on 50-50, and you go, I bet on 100% tails, I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win that bet every single time. And
Why would
it's
I
because
bet on that?
you.
Yeah, well, who
No,
would
I don't
bet
know
on
why. I
something
don't know why you
stupid?
would, but it seems like that's what you're doing. And so
No.
I just been saying like, hey,
Dude,
why
you got
don't
to slow
you
down
agree?
on
Why don't
the
you
booze.
Hey,
agree
brother,
with the
brother,
mathematic
brother.
consensus?
I'll
The
take a bet with
mathematic
you,
consensus is
CW.
very
CW.
simple.
CW, bro.
What's up?
Take a bet with you. So I bet that relativity proves the Earth is flat.
Okay, I bet that it doesn't.
Yeah, it's very simple. Okay, cool. So I'll tell you how it goes. So your claim is that according to relativity, there's gravity, and gravity holds the water to the Earth. So I'm going to agree that
Probably.
that relativity and relativistic gravity holds the water to the Earth, and that since water is the standard of level, if I measure the water, right, and that's being held to the Earth by
Not a
gravity,
standard of
which is from
level.
relativity.
Water is the standard of the gravity.
No, water is the standard of level, friend. Okay,
No,
that's a
you
fact.
just made that up. You just decided that.
Hey, dude,
You didn't prove that to me.
listen, pay attention now. All human history,
You
every
made that
culture
up,
has
dude. You made
benchmarked the
it up.
standard of level to water
You
at
want
rest.
me to
All
agree
right,
with
dude.
it, but I'm not going to agree with you.
CW, bro, you're done. You're too stupid to be here. I'm sorry. You're either too stupid or too inebriated to engage in
He only comes in
a
like
proper
that way
conversation.
and acts
So
like
I
that
got
when
one
he's
word for you.
drunk. Just saying.
Yeah, I know, right? He didn't even stay long enough to hear me say yeet. Dang.
I'm just saying. That's why I like stopped talking to him because I could tell that he was just as wasted as he was the other day, and it's pointless. He's just gonna
Yeah.
go reset. That's all that he does.
Right.
Hey,
So the
AI
punchline to
overlord.
that, hold on, brother. The punchline to that is when you actually measure the water that's allegedly being held down by gravity, which is allegedly from relativity, it's flat. So that would mean that relativity proves the Earth is flat. All right. Anyway, go ahead.
I'm trying to find out like what is the flat Earth explanation for like why areas above the Arctic Circle, like north of
Start over,
Norway.
brother.
Yeah, what is the flat Earth explanation for why areas like north of the Arctic Circle, like in Alaska or Norway, like north of Norway, like
How
why
come when I
there are?
answered you in the
Let me.
side chat it wasn't good enough? I told you the sun
Yeah.
moves.
Well, let me finish my question to him. Why? What is the explanation for why it's like why they have 84 days of consecutive daylight and the sun's out for 84 consecutive days? Like, what is the flat Earth explanation for that? Is there like a model that you guys
Well,
have
the
showing how the
flat Earth
sun moves?
model isn't about. That's fair, but the flat Earth model isn't about things that aren't the Earth. So the sun and daylight is not the Earth, right?
What do you mean?
Okay, so for example, if I wanted to buy a standard plate, and so a standard plate, also known as a flat surface plate, is a benchmark that you buy for the purpose of it being flat, that you can then put parts against to see how flat your parts are. And so when I buy that, I go to stareit.com and I look up the size that it's going to fit on my countertop, right? Let's say I buy a 3x3 surface plate, which is like $35 to $5,000, okay? $3,500 to $5,000, right? So I want to buy this thing, and it's going to be flat, and those tolerances are going to be to the 5th decimal place of how flat the surface is, okay? And now when I buy this plate and it says, "Do you have any questions?" Here's what I do. I say, "Okay, I'd really love to buy this plate, but can you please tell me what shape the light is in your factory?" Be the problem?
So wait, what? Or okay, so let me ask again, I guess. What is the explanation for why it's 84 days of consecutive daylight there?
Sun moves.
Because the sun, right?
Uh-huh.
Or because you said daylight. So if there's 84 days of daylight in a location, that means that there's light for 84 days. But 84 days is 24 hours times 84. So the explanation of why there's light for 84 days is because the light is present for a number of hours equals to 84 times 80. There you go.
Okay,
Sorry,
but like,
24.
how does that? Okay, sure, but how does it work on a flat Earth model? Like, how is the sun moving?
Oh, it's very
Basically,
simple.
because
It's very
I've
simple.
like, for
It's very simple.
example, I've tried posting gifs in the side chat showing like some examples of like how the sun moves on a flat Earth model, but it got deleted. So I'm trying to find like a video.
Well, that's because,
or like
listen,
a GIF.
let me tell you why, friend. Let me tell you why. Because the only thing you could provide in those instances would be conceptualizations, hypothetical models at best. There would be no definition. There'd be no empirical evidence from an outside observer. There'd be none of that. So it'd be entirely in the realm of speculation. Now, the example that I gave you with calling the Stare-At factory or writing to them and saying, hey, what color is the light in your factory? Because I need to know if your surface plate is flat or not. The point I'm trying to make is that they're unrelated. The surface plate that I buy being flat is measured to be flat. And so the lights that are at the factory, the only relevance that they have is so that the people can see what they're doing. It has nothing to do with the plate being flat or not. Now, this might be unsatisfactory to people. They're like, well, why don't you have an explanation for things you don't know about? But the answer is simple, friend. I don't have explanations for things I don't know about. It's not that complicated.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that like the globe model does have like
Well, that's great.
an
Who
explanation
cares?
for like why the daylight is appearing
That's
for
great.
84
That's
days.
great. But the thing about models and explanations is models and explanations aren't equivalent to validating reality. Two different things.
Yeah,
Now, you know what's interesting, friend? Let's do a history lesson. You remember the guys like Copernicus, Galileo, all these dudes, Tycho Brahe, very, very instrumental dudes in, mapping out the stars and the orbits and creating models of the Earth at the center, Neptune at the center. They could make these models where any alleged planet that they pick could be at the center of their orbital mechanics. Now, what's interesting is those men understood, and they wrote it down, that these models do not have to be corporeally real or represent a facsimile of the natural world one for one. All as they have to do is accurately describe where the things are seen at any given time from the ground-based observer. That's it. So even those men who are world famous for being recognized as the founders of modern quote-unquote cosmology concepts, they understood they're just working with models, and they made no claim to underlying reality. You know why? Because none of them could validate any of their models. And they can't do that today either.
I had to take a step out. Can you? I can answer your question about the sun. I think. Can you just quickly ask the question one more time?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out like okay, so what I'd like ideally, right, is like a video or a GIF like showing some kind of animation or model about how your model of how the sun moves and operates on your flat Earth model like looks like, right? Like,
Overhead. Moves overhead.
okay, do you
Yeah,
have like
well,
a GIF
Here,
or
here.
a video
No.
like
I
Yeah,
can.
I've
I
given
can.
it. I showed you the figure 8 it makes.
I
Okay,
can.
that's how it moves. That's how it moves. I've showed it to you, and you
Yeah, well,
won't
let's
look at
hear
it.
let's
hold
hear
on,
this
where is
other
it?
kid.
Let me see.
I
Which
can.
one
I
is
can
it?
go into pretty really good detail on this if you guys want me to.
I'd love
Well,
that.
before you go into detail, I'm just going to give a carte blanche answer. That the reason why the sun does what it does is because it does what it does. However, I'll give you a speculative answer. Einstein-Rosen loops. There you go. The correct answer is Einstein-Rosen loops. Yep.
Einstein-Rosen loops?
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
In other words, transdimensional portalation. Transdimensional portals. There you go.
Wait, are you
Problem
being
solved.
genuine? Wait, what?
Hey, listen, dude. If I made you a model of transdimensional portals that were observer dependent, and it showed the sun being able to be seen on a flat Earth at various times of the year, it'd be just that, friend, a model.
So I can go into, if you guys would like me to, I can kind of go into more detail about the observations of the sun overhead.
I'm just trying to see how it like looks like on the map. I guess like.
Well, okay. So let me just
Like
say this.
that,
So,
well, real quick. Let me
okay.
just preface. I'm so sorry. Let me just preface by saying this, right? Like you guys are all very smart people. There's probably a lot of scientists that are part of the flat Earth movement too. Like I don't think it should be that hard to like create this kind of model,
Well, it's
right?
not. I'm trying
And
to explain it, but
yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go
okay.
ahead.
So a big missing piece that a lot of people don't understand, but on all sides, right? The biggest missing piece I think is how our eyes work, right? So our eyes are curved, and we have a limitation of our vision. So it's funny. I have a lot of conversation, and again, before I even go into this, I'm not making fun of anyone. I've talked to
Yeah,
really
you're fine.
stupid fucking flat earthers. I've talked to really stupid globe earthers, and I've talked to really smart guys on both sides. It's a spectrum. Like you're gonna get dummies everywhere. You're gonna get smart people everywhere. But
Yeah.
the biggest misconception when I talk to a lot of globers is they assume that we could see forever on a flat Earth. Now this is ridiculous. No, and trust me, I'm getting there. I'm just really trying to paint a picture for everybody here. So when our eyes have a limitation, right? Not only do our eyes have a limitation, but there's a lot of variables in play when it comes to looking through the atmosphere. When I'm looking up, the atmosphere gets thinner and thinner and thinner. But when I'm looking out and over, I'm looking through the densest and thickest parts of the atmosphere, and the opaqueness of the air itself is going to stack onto each other, making long distance observations, like when we're looking at the sun, for example, give distortion effects, and you're eventually going to see it as it moves away from you. So let's backtrack a little bit on how we see. We see, and I know that someone in here hates when I say this, but I'm not going to sugarcoat this for you guys. This is reality, okay? You can look into this yourself, and I really, really think people on both sides should understand this. It's how our eyes work. We see in a dome of vision. No, not a firmament. This has nothing to do with this. This is a personalized dome. Your eyes are curved. We see in 360 degrees around us. We don't have eyes in the back of our head, so we get it in 180 increments. So I look one way, I see 180 around me. I look the other way, 180 around me, right? So when we're looking at observations up above us, we are seeing in a personalized dome of vision. So the apparent position of the sun is not actually where the sun is. The sun is circling around our Earth, but when we see it, this is why when we, for example, when we look at Polaris and we move towards the equator and we go south the equator, Polaris drops in our vision. It's not literally dropping. It has nothing to do with angular size change. It has to do with our dome of vision rotating downwards and bringing the things that were once above us to our horizon line until it merges into that horizon and disappears. When we're looking at the sun moving away, because on a flat Earth, the sun is going around at our tropics, right? It's depending on what season it is. I'm not good with like what tropic is with the tropic Cancer, Capricorn, all that. I forget which is where, blah blah blah. But let's say at the so it'll start at 1. Move out towards the Antarctica, and then move back in during the summertime, based on if it's summer in the northern part or the southern part. So when we're looking at go overhead, we're looking at it in our own perspective. This is the biggest missing key that so many people miss out on, right? And I do have demonstrations on it, and like, because I'm not like an expert when it comes to vision, but I did a very big deep dive into this exact thing. So I do recommend, if you're very curious about the sun and the observations that we see, azimuthal grid of vision is a big keyword that you should look into. Dome of vision. And perspective in general, like grid of vision, you're taught about that in like art class and stuff like that. These are major components when we're talking about observations in the sun, because yes, again, I'm just going to say this one last time, it's an apparent position due to the observer, due to your own perspective. The actual sun we see, depending on where you are on Earth, is not the actual sun. It's an apparent position based on an observation, the observer.
Okay, so I'm gonna send this gift to
That
you.
was a
DM,
very
'cause
no.
if I-
Hold on. Can I say something? That was a very verbose way of saying perspective exists, but didn't address his question. Because if the observer is not changing their position and they're in the Arctic Circle, and now they have a bunch more sunlight, a bunch more daylight, then it's not to do with perspective.
No, it has to do. The sun moves.
Exactly.
Yeah, the sun is moving.
This guy's going.
Yeah,
He went off on a tangent.
I just used 2 words. I'm sweet and simple. Sun moves.
Yeah, that's
Debunk
okay.
me.
So-
Debunk me.
But
I don't
saying-
have to give 500-word dissertations on the shit.
I beg of
you guys just
people
simply
not
don't
to-
understand. Yeah, I think you guys are. You're like using perspective. The dome of vision, the azimuthal
Holy
grid of
crap.
vision. It's a
All right, cool story,
huge.
Tony. Hey, Tony. I like how you think you're schooling us, bro. When
Exactly.
we let
Hey,
you
Tony.
go on your, we let you go. Hold on, hey dudes. When I mute somebody,
My
it's
bad.
my turn to talk, not somebody else's. Thanks. So, Tony.
Tony?
Not Tony. All right. You probably left, but who cares? So, it was a really cool rant that you went on, and I was interested in hearing it. But perspective was correct that you didn't address the guy's question. After being told you didn't address the guy's question, rather than addressing it, you tried to school us some more. Like, we're not listening to your sage wisdom. Hey, bro, how about this? How about when I'm talking, you don't interrupt me? You like that? That's the way I like it. All right, go ahead.
I think he did answer it actually, and I was about to follow up on that.
No, he didn't.
Okay, so I would like to post this GIF in chat without it being deleted, so maybe I can kind of.
No, we're not going to let you straw man us, so I'm just going to delete it, so don't post it.
And I mean, the only way he could have possibly answered it, the only possible thing he said is when your dome of vision rotates. And so your dome of vision would have to be able to rotate the sun so that it's above you for 84 days consecutively. The whole question was about the 84 days. Not about the sun moving through the sky and how it's seen and perceived, but that the sunlight is present for 84 days.
Okay,
that wasn't addressed.
Yeah,
So listen, we're gonna give Tony. Listen, brother, bro. We're just gonna give Tony a chance to do it.
Yeah, could I?
That sound fair?
AI Overlord, could you let me post this GIF? You can delete it later, but I just need to like post it so that way I can have a visual thing that I'm explaining while I'm talking.
Holy
Like,
crap! Did I mute the wrong person?
I don't know.
Who was talking about this?
Flatlander.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought it was Tony.
I think that is. I don't know. Here, I'm gonna post this. Could you ask him not to delete it, please, just so I can talk about it in a try to.
In what kind of way? Because we're not going to agree with it. But go ahead and post it. Okay.
So
yeah,
okay, so
beautiful.
this.
Yeah.
Okay, well, hold on. Let
We
me
think
ask him
about
now.
that.
Let me
don't
ask him
think
now.
that. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, let me ask him. So this, you see how the sun is kind of like glowing and moving around? Are you saying it's like moving kind of up and down with the seasons? Is that what you're alluding to? Was that what you were alluding to earlier?
Yes. So.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense then. Like I can see that then. I can wrap my head around that.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't want to get muted again, but I just
no.
I'm not gonna.
I think you did answer my question.
I know I did. I think where it went wrong
Yeah.
is people don't. It's not just simply saying perspective, because I was trying to explain and touch on how perspective actually works. That's the important part. A lot of people do not understand how our eyes work. That's all I was trying to say. I wasn't trying to go on a rant or a tangent. I think it's just very important, and like everyone should look into that. I'm done. I don't want to fucking be muted. Go ahead, guys.
Appreciate it.
Hey,
But
can I
I think he did answer my question. He said it moves up and down like during like seasons, and that actually makes sense to me. Like that actually makes sense.
I got some questions for Flatlander.
Sure.
That's all right. Okay. If I look with my eyes towards, let's change the sun by the moon here, so I don't get blind. If I look to the moon with my eyes, or look with a camera in my eyes, are those different directions, or it doesn't matter if it's the eye or a camera? It's the same direction.
Wait. Say that one more time so I can understand you better.
Okay. If I'm looking to the moon with my eyes, or if I'm looking to the moon with a camera, am I looking to the same direction in both scenarios?
Well, cameras do. Even if you have a flat lens, they're the. I don't know a lot about cameras, but as far as I know about cameras, they do have curved lenses, and even if it's claimed to have a flat lens, the inner workings of it is going to give it a curved perspective. So our cameras really do work very similar to our eyes. So it might be off a little bit. I would have to look into that. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know a lot about cameras, but yeah.
Okay,
Hard
I'll
to
change
answer.
a little bit. So let's change let's switch the camera.
Bacon, hold on a second. I want to help Flatlander out. Flatlander, all optics have an angular field of view, okay, except certain types of telecentric lenses, which allegedly don't, but they still do. So basically, the key factor is not necessarily whether you have a flat sensor or a curved sensor. It's that in order to resolve anything with a small aperture, in order to see anything bigger than the aperture, you have to have an angular field of view. And the problem comes from that, not necessarily the lens structure. The lens structure adds problems, but the core problem is that you have an angular field of view. All right, go ahead.
Okay. No, okay then. And again, I don't feel like I'm super qualified to talk about cameras and shit like that. I have a basic understanding of some of this stuff, and then I have deeper understanding of others, right? I'm not a master flat earther or like master. I'm not like, yeah, you guys understand. Go ahead, Bacon.
All right. So I'll just switch the camera by a pinhole camera. It has no lenses. It's just a flat sensor with a hole in front of it. And yeah, I mean the answer should be no. Like it doesn't really matter.
I know about the pinhole because I actually did look into this specifically. The inner workings of even a pinhole camera. Again, off the top of my head, I can't do it. I would just recommend you actually look at how closely related pinhole cameras and our eyes observe the world.
I did. I
Oh,
know
well, what
very
did
well
you-
how both work.
Well, okay.
Like,
Can you
the
explain
answer
them?
should be no. Yeah,
It's not what I've.
essential idea of the eyes is the same. The difference is when you open
And you
the
don't have to
aperture.
come in and ask them a question, then tell them what the answer is supposed to be.
Oh, come on, guys.
Well, I'm just gonna. I'm gonna
only
kind of.
allowed to ask questions. That's the
No,
only
sorry.
thing I
So you ask them and then you give the answer? That's weird.
No, I also gave him time to answer, and his answer was that he wasn't sure. So I'm telling him now. That's not weird. Anyway, I'm saying the answer is supposed to be no. It's like it doesn't really matter which device you're looking. The direction you see an object is the direction in which the light of the object is reaching you, right? Like my whole problem with this azimuthal grid of vision having to do with perspective is it doesn't. Like I don't see how any of these would affect the position of the sun in the sky or the position of the moon in the sky. Like you should see things where the light's coming from, and I don't see how the fact that we have like a hemisphere of a visual field would change any of that. So that notion you're saying confuses me. I don't understand. How
Oh, wait a minute, Bacon. You think? Hold on, real quick. Hold on. You think when you look at the sun, if you traced a ray straight from your eye, it would intersect the sun at the same angle that everybody else is looking at the sun?
I think if you trace a line from everyone's eyes towards the sun, you should hit the sun.
Okay. Good luck with that, brother.
Yeah, what's the sun? Go
Thank
ahead. Tell me how we see it. Where is it? And why does what you say, how are you positive about that?
Positive about what?
How the sun should work.
Different. How the sun works? I don't know how the sun works.
So how are you saying that we should all be able to? What if we're looking at the sun through something? What if there's a light on the outside of something and we're looking at it through? Would it apparently look in a different angle from somebody 500 miles away from somebody else? Would it look different then? Because that spot would actually be coming through something, so you would actually look like it's moving with you when you were moving down the highway.
Yeah, if the sun, if the light from the sun is going through something that changes the path of light, then yeah, the sun could be in a different place. Than
Okay, so that explains why you're not getting all the readings you want. There you go. I put it together for you.
But that doesn't have anything to do with perspective. Like what I
No,
said
but
before
you
is
you
hang on, let
look
me
at
finish
things.
the
You want to look at
sentence
things
once,
and take
please.
angles to them. How come people can't take 3? I finally answered your question because you
Okay, what I
guys would
said-
never let me answer it.
What I said to Flatlander is you see an object in the direction where the light of the object is coming from. So
real quick, I'm
where-
getting I've had that. I have notes on this, your exact thing, because I did look into the pinhole camera stuff. Right now I'm actively trying to find my notes on that. But go ahead.
Right. So you see things based on the direction in which the light is coming from. When you like the light from the object is coming from, even if it's going through something that is changing the path of light, it's still ultimately what determines the direction in which you see that object is the direction in which the light's coming from. And like I just don't see how anything about how our eyes work would change any of that. The response from AI that there or from Professor Triangle that there could be something in the way changing the path of light, that's a different thing. I'm not talking about the path of light changing. I'm talking about the direction changing because of your eyes.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
a different thing that I'm asking
that
for.
sounded like a claim made up. I'm just telling you what can happen, and and it can be proven if you have a light source on the outside of something opaque, and then you can see like a circle because you're looking at it from one direction, and then you move like 20 feet and you still stare at it. If you draw on the wall where your spot is on one side, and then you move and you draw a spot on the wall where you see the light on the other side, they're going to be in different spots, and the light didn't move.
Yep.
No. Off. Billy.
Are you hot, Mikey?
Simon, I'm gonna have to kick you off the sand planet, bro.
Anyway, did that make sense? If you're looking through a light through something, no, it's a fact. You can do that.
Well, it's not a fact that made sense to me because I'm not sure what you
Well,
tried
of
to
course,
say.
it won't make sense to you because you don't want it to, but it really does make sense. If you're looking at that spot in the sky is actually looking through something, nobody's ever going to see it in the same location unless you're standing right next to somebody.
Okay.
Exactly. That's a given.
doesn't have
That
to
would even
see it.
happen if you had ideal geometry. Everybody's going to be looking in different directions when they're looking at the same thing, but that doesn't have anything to do with whether you switch cameras. However,
That's
there
my
is
point.
cameras that can displace, but there are cameras that can displace the apparent physical location from another. For example, if you take a telecentric lens all the way up to an extreme fisheye lens and anywhere in between, when you look at the objects in front of you, there's going to be variations in their placement in the field of view. So it's actually not true that everything maintains its location in your field of view, regardless of the camera that you change to or the non-camera that you change to.
Oh,
So
each one
Bacon,
of
you
the
haven't said anything true today.
hang on, say
Yes.
that again.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I don't think you're correct there. But can you repeat that just so I'm
Hey,
sure I
listen,
understand?
brother. If I take a fisheye lens and I put it on the top of my skateboard helmet, and the physical look of the skateboard part looks like a tiny little globe, versus if I do it with a different lens and now it looks more flatter. The locations of the physical things are in different places in your field of view depending on the lens, dude. Holy
No,
crap.
there are different positions in the image. That's not the same thing as the positions in the visual field. Like every point on the image that
That's
the camera
fair.
is
No,
generating.
you're wrong. You're Bacon. Stop talking for a second. Pay attention now.
I already am.
If you're looking through the lens, right? Your awareness of the spatial relationships are only being informed by the lens. You don't have a third-party observer, imprinting an overlay onto your vision, dude. So you are correct that if you drew imaginary rays from the point source of the thing you're looking at back to the point source of the origin of the eye or the optic, that those would be the same lines. But that's not how you see, dude.
But that's what I'm saying. Like when you're aiming at an object, you're putting that thing in the center of your vision. Which camera you're gonna do that in a different direction to see the same object? None.
Yeah, that's a little more clear there.
Yeah, that's what I meant from the beginning.
Now,
So,
what you're doing is you're just putting the arrival angle. You're only putting the arrival angle of the light in the center.
Yes,
because
exactly.
whether or not a ray really would intersect the object is another story, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Those are two different things. I was talking about the first thing. Because what Flatlander brought up was that like because of the way our eyes works, or the azimuth or grid, which is like how we encode directions as azimuth and altitude. That somehow would
but you're
affect the
actually proving
position.
his point. You're proving his point, dude.
How?
Yeah, and I think
How?
I might have emphasized one thing with the curve part. So what's relevant is the light geometry, if that's the right way to put it. Basically, it's the way the light enters our eyes. It enters a camera lens, no matter how small the camera lens, because our eyes are small, right? Our pupils, where the light enters and stuff, they're very small, similar to a pinhole camera. So since light is entering our eyes in all these different directions, that is what's making apparent positions appear where they are, and it's just all cameras work the same, right? The curve. When I think I was putting too much oomph on the curve part, right? When in reality, the biggest thing we should be talking about when it comes to our eyes versus cameras is the size of pretty much the bucket that we're gathering light in, right? For lack of a better analogy there. It's very similar with pinhole cameras and our everyday eyes that we use.
Okay, let me try to put it differently. Let's say you're trying to shoot someone that is very far away, and then you have a rifle, and you're trying to aim the rifle at the person. So you could use your eyes to try to look through the aim of the rifle to try to aim at the direction of the person because you want to hit the person. Um, or you could have a camera that is in the place of the aim of the rifle, and or you could have any other device or a camera with different lenses. I think you could try various different cameras and a pinhole in your own eye. It shouldn't really change how you're aiming the gun. Like in all scenarios, you still try to put the gun where in the same direction you see the person. So that's
Yeah,
why
but
I think
right now I feel like you're making an argument about parallax, which I mean, yeah, like depending on my position and where I'm looking, one eye might see me lined up at the scope, one eye might see me not, but it doesn't mean that I'm not lined up. But if I move the other eye in a position, even though I'm not moving my gun, then yeah, it will be lined up again according to my vision. So I don't. That's not really the same thing as what we're talking about when we're talking about positions of celestial objects, right? Because and I got you're kind of proving my point more. Like how do you know? Well, because how do you know? What I'm saying is how do you know which is the true location, right? Like because you have all these. It's all about point of view
we
at that
don't
point.
necessarily know where the true location is. The point is like
Exactly.
yeah, but we can measure the direction in which the light's coming from, and I don't think that have anything to do with lenses you're using. If it's a human eye, if it's a camera, like I don't think none of that has to do with that has any impact on the direction in which the light's coming from. Like we can measure the direction in which the light's coming from objectively, regardless on any optical device.
Okay,
So it
but
shouldn't
I don't.
change the position where you observe things.
The apparent position. Do you agree that the apparent position is a thing?
Of course.
Okay. Well, that's all I'm really
That's what I'm
talking
talking
about. And
about.
I thought,
But
but I thought
that's
your if I'm wrong, I think you've changed your argument because I thought your argument was, well, if our eyes see this thing in an apparent position and then I look through a camera,
in which you're seeing an object. You can't do that. Or lenses. Lenses also don't do that.
okay, I don't know where you're going with this. Like
He's
like
starting
we
a
both.
Because
spiral, dude.
I think
You'll
that conflicts
figure it
with your
out.
initial
Bacon usually will
initial
fizzle.
claim of azimuthal
Bacon
grid of
will
view.
usually freak
Oh,
I'm a
out
flat earther
in a
and I'm
little time.
retarded. The
Well, how I'm not.
I'm a
But
flat earther and I'm
okay. I'm not making a like a. I didn't come up with it myself. I'm talking about how our eyes work in general. Like this is you could. No one's arguing
Yeah,
how our eyes work. I mean, unless you're a crazy person denying reality, right? Like that's all I'm doing. I'm saying that based on how our eyes work, we do like you know how like we see in 2D and stuff like this. You know,
yeah,
and our
we
brains
have a 2D
filter out.
image.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
absolutely. So when I'm looking at things that are far away, especially like let's take the sun for example, if this thing is super far away from me, especially it's going to be my eyes are going to register it differently to where the actual object is. That's my only claim I'm making. I mean, we can go further into it, but it seems like you were trying to argue against that, but now you're like
Yeah,
backtracking and saying that you agree. So this is where I'm confused.
yeah. I'm saying that if we see an object in a different position where it doesn't have anything to do with our eyes. I'm saying that our eyes play no role in that. I mean, we can have like say the light being refracted or whatever, so something might change the path of light. That can change where we see an object. I don't see our eyes doing that. Does that
But
make sense?
you agree that like I don't understand because you're saying like two things now. So you agree that the apparent position of objects are subjective, correct?
Yeah, they're based on wherever your eye is.
Okay.
That's what they're
So no
telling you.
matter so if I stand 100 miles to the left compared to 100 miles to the right or east or west, you would agree that when you look at the sun, you're going to see him in different positions in the sky.
Yeah, it's gonna be a different as out for each observer.
Okay, so that's the only argument I'm making. So I don't know what you're trying to
Well, yeah,
disagree
I
with.
wouldn't disagree with that because yeah,
Okay.
that's not what I'm disagreeing. Well, maybe I misunderstood your initial point then, because to me it sounded like you were saying there's something about our eyes or cameras that would change the position where you see an object relative to where it is. Um, that I don't agree with, and I don't
Okay.
think that's the same.
So I don't. We can
Yeah,
continue on.
yeah, yeah. Well, well, at least I appreciate the honesty and the
Sure.
discussion. Yeah, dude, we can try to talk about this another time.
Yeah, I'm always open to it. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not trying to debunk you or anything like that. I'm just trying to wrap my head around the idea that you were presenting earlier, Flatlander. Like, does the GIF I sent you in DMs, is that kind of close to what you're alluding to? Like
Yeah,
moving
let
up
me.
and down?
Yeah, the second one here. Let's see. So yeah, the sun would be just moving on different tropics. I don't really see it.
Okay,
Oh
yeah,
wait, okay,
got
wait,
it.
hold on. No, I'm looking at the second part now. Yes, actually, this is perfect. That second part of that GIF,
Mhm.
that's very close to what I'm talking about. Very
Got
close.
it.
It's
Okay.
simplified, but like, yes, that is the
Yeah,
gist
it's
of it
simplified.
exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Got it.
And does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it makes sense
Okay.
to kind of what you're alluding to. Yes, actually.
Yeah. So a big part of this, again, it works the same. There's a lot of stuff based on celestial observation. Just when you're looking at the sky in general, a lot of these observations work on both models. But there are some things like it's funny, the Southern Crux argument that kind of falls apart on a globe model because the claim. Let me pull up my just to refresh my mind of all the like looking east west and all that bullshit. So everyone's seen that famous Professor Dave when he has the flat Earth map, and you have those three stick figure men looking one direction, the other direction, another direction, and he goes, "Oh, how could they all see the Southern Crux if this guy's looking that way, the other guy's looking that way?" You know what I'm talking about?
Mhm.
Maybe I can send the just so everyone's on the same page. Let me send the image in chat. Sorry. Do you mind if you do my dirty work for me? Because it seems that I can never
Yeah.
post in this chat.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Let me grab it. I don't know why I have a hard time doing this.
I think this is
Very
your
annoying.
Gmail, no?
Yeah, I don't know. Here we go. It's right here. If you don't mind sharing this in chat. Exactly. So that's the argument, right? Like everyone, you Google or YouTube. Oh, I'm interested in this flat Earth thing. This is one of the first videos you get. It's a straw man argument saying that the southern crux would be impossible to observe on a flat Earth. But in reality, what's funny about this, and maybe I should have sent. I'm going to send you a couple images, so this makes even. I like to. I'm a visual learner, right? I like to actually show, not tell. Well, I like to do both, but let me send you a couple of them so we all can visualize it, and there's no need to question what I'm saying. Anyone else can talk while I do all this. It might take me a second.
Stream gets very quiet randomly sometimes. It's very interesting.
Okay. So I'm gonna send you a couple pictures real quick. And I appreciate you doing this for me.
Yeah, you're fine. You're respectful to me, I'll be nice to you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We love to hear it.
I wish I could send some videos because it really crushes this idea. That's fine. Then I want to send these. I'm gonna do 3 more real quick, and that could cover it.
Wow.
That guy's thinking what we're all trying to say, huh? He's saying what we're all thinking. All right. Anyway.
What?
I'm just fucking around. Of course not.
What the? No.
So the claim is on a flat Earth, we're all looking south. But in reality, if you refer to my second picture there, on a flat Earth, depending on what time it is, obviously, we actually can see the Southern Cross, or the what it's called, the Southern Crux. And on a globe Earth, if you're all looking, the claim is that we'd see it all in the same position, right? But if you map it out, they're all looking in different directions on a globe, complete different directions. Now you can make an argument like, yeah, it's because it's high in the sky, but the argument again is that we see it all in the same position. And if you refer to the last couple pictures that Spectre posted, they don't all go in the same position based on where you are at those times. And you can check all the data. You can even do this yourself on Stellarium. They aren't all in the same space at the same time. It's a completely butchered globe argument that when you really look into it, debunks the globe itself, because how are they seeing it on a globe? Now, again, my first picture clearly shows, in theory, you'd be able to see it perfectly fine on a flat Earth. And if you know on a flat Earth that the North Pole is in the center, which is north, and south is every direction pointing away from north on a flat Earth, right? You'll see that they are all looking south, southwest, and south on a flat Earth, all looking towards one direction, being able to see the crux. This straw man argument that Spectre posted in the beginning, that I told him to post, is a silly way to set this experiment up. It's actually very dishonest. If you look at that, then you would go, yeah, this is stupid on a flat Earth. But then if you look at mine, it completely is raisable and explains exactly how it would observe it. And funny enough, again, it debunks the globe in a sense, where how the fuck are you seeing it on the globe? So the question isn't how do you see it on a flat Earth, it's how do you see the Southern Crux on a globe? It's a hard one to wrap your head around, but when you look at it, it's a globe killer. I actually just went down this rabbit hole with the because the observation of the sky was my weakest argument point. Like, it's the one I knew least about, but people are really challenging me on it. So I've been doing very deep dives on celestial observations. So I've been finding stuff like this on my journey to figuring out what the hell it is that we're looking at the sky. But yeah, this is a big one. And even if you don't want to concede to it's impossible on the globe, people must now admit that this observation works perfectly fine and arguably makes way more sense on a flat Earth, when you don't strawman the argument, of course.
Interesting.
It is. That's the thing. When it comes to Googling and YouTube, all this stuff is censored, right? Back, I think it was around 2013, like Flat Earth was popping off. Like, you were getting guys like, I'm sure a lot of people here know about like Eric Dubay and all these people. They were getting hundreds of thousands of subscribers and all this. Their videos are popping off, and all of a sudden they stagnated. No one could find these flat earthers anymore. What happened? Well, there was actually a court case, or like a meeting. I forget I actually have the video, but you can look into this yourself. There's a meeting that explained what happened, that they were going to start putting all of the authoritative mainstream jargon up front when you go and search this stuff, and demoting all of the quote-unquote conspiracy theories, including things like flat Earth. That's why when you Google flat Earth, or you go on YouTube and you type in what is flat Earth proofs, debunking flat Earth, you get all of these straw man arguments, you get all of this nonsense that even flat earthers would look at and go like, yeah, this is stupid, because it is dumb. But it's because that's what no flat earther actually believes in. No flat earther thinks this stuff. And that they combine both models. They say, oh, on a flat earth, this would be impossible. But what they're doing is they're not looking at the model as a whole. They're using half globe math and understandings of what the world is, half what they assume, and cherry pick what a flat earth would be like, and combine the two to make all this sound so nonsensical. And I think Flat Lloyd actually posted what I was talking about in chat there. One of the moment where they did decide to start censoring flat earth, and that's why you get those wiki boxes when you look at most conspiracies. It's not flat earth exclusive. All these conspiracies have these wiki boxes saying like, oh, this is don't worry everybody, the video you're watching, it's not real, it's all conspiracy, so take it with a grain of salt. But even then, you're not even getting the real flat earth arguments. You're not even getting real flat earthers talking.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is. And you got to question, why would they do that? If flat Earth is this stupid idea that no one in a million years would ever believe in unless you're a retard, why do they need to protect people from it, right? Just no one's protecting you from believing the flying spaghetti monster, right? Because no one does. But for some reason, out of all the crazy things in the world, there's so many people out there that are flat earthers. Why? There's millions of people out there that are flat earthers. And why would that be? Why aren't there millions of people that believe in the flying spaghetti monster or all this other nonsense, right? And again, if flat earth is that dumb, why censor it? Just let them believe in the flying spaghetti monster, right? It's because there's something to it. It's because it's not as dumb when you actually hear the real information. It's not as dumb as it seems. Even if you want to agree or disagree if the Earth is flat or not, a lot of people get put a bad reputation on flat earthers and don't realize that a lot of what they're saying does make sense to a certain degree. They don't give us the credit that we deserve. Even if you want to disagree with us, like, we're not dumb people. We don't blindly believe in this stuff. A lot of this is tangible evidence. A lot of this is research that's been done multiple different times over days and years and years. I could go on, but I think you understand the point.
When they actually did ban flat Earth, it was pretty crazy. It's like you said, it's like they don't care about like hollow Earth. They don't care about none of that stuff. But flat Earth
Mhm.
really got them, right? And the whole like fact checks, like like all of this came because of flat Earth, right? It was a crazy time when they banned it. Seriously.
Yep. And it just so happens that everyone it was becoming a huge thing. So many people were getting into flat earth and going, "Holy shit, this might be for real," and then they got scared. Whoever runs this world, or whatever you want to believe in when it comes to that, 'cause that's a whole different rabbit hole. I don't want to go there in a flat earth channel right now, but I don't even know if I'm allowed to. But exactly, why censor it? But we're not going to censor aliens, right? We're gonna pretend that this whole alien thing is like, oh, the government's keeping on the down low, but they're coming out with all this stuff about it every other week. It's all nonsense. It's clear what they want you to believe in and what they don't want you to believe in. And you have to question, why would they not want us believing in the flat Earth? And it's not to protect you because they don't want you to fall for a trap. Like, it's nonsense. It should raise questions to everybody.
Yeah. Go ahead and believe in hollow Earth, ancient alien lizards, but not in flat Earth.
Yeah. But flat earther, it's the dumbest one of them all, but let's hide it from people. It makes no sense.
Well, I mean, to kind of push back on that a little bit, I think YouTube or Facebook, they'll restrict or deprioritize other stuff too that they would deem pseudoscience, like, let's say, claims about essential oils.
Astronomy or something.
So
Astronomy is pseudoscience.
in your opinion, sure, but like
No,
in
it
their
is.
opinion, it's
There's no experiments. You can't do experiments with the sky.
all right, we're going. All right, what they consider established science, right?
They do it now, but they didn't do it before. There was a time where they didn't care.
Yeah,
about it.
they changed their policy.
They
They're
changed their
pushing back. They're
policies
pushing back on what they consider to
mainly
be pseudoscience that
mainly
goes
because
against
of flat
established
Earth,
science.
right? Mainly because of flat Earth. That's the reason. That's the big push, right?
Mm.
Like they didn't care about people saying evolution is not science. They don't care.
They'll push
God,
back
they
against
don't
like
care.
vaccines.
Hollow Earth.
I think they do. I think they do prioritize stuff like anti-pollution.
That's
stuff.
before, bro. That's way before.
No, I think they do.
The
Flat
point
Earth was
that
the catalyst.
Yeah, so we're not going to talk about vaccines and dumb shit in here for the 50,000th time in the past 4 years or 5 years we've been talking about. You can't say that in our room. Is that understood?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure he didn't know
As
about
an
it. Else he
example,
wouldn't.
I didn't want to dive into it. As an example.
Yeah, but YouTube doesn't like that word, though. I think that's what they're getting at. And these guys are live streaming on YouTube. Yeah. Which, again, should raise question. But again, I'm shutting up right now. But let me go into what Race was saying too. It did seem to start all this major censorship, and yeah, of course, a lot of things joined the basket. But it seemed like Flat Earth was leading the charge on why they had to hurry up and censor a whole bunch of jargon and get into this whole censorship phase. Like that, it was a huge. If you look, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say go back and look, but if you were around during that time, Flat Earth was popping off. And like I said, these guys that are still around on YouTube, they were gaining hundreds of thousands of subscribers. And from the time that they censored it to now, they've barely moved 50,000 subscribers. Like they were getting, these channels were blowing up, and all of a sudden, completely got shut down. Like they do not gain any new followers. It's because when you look it up, you don't find these guys who were teaching real stuff about flat Earth anymore. It's terrible. It's a fucking tragedy when you look into it. real or not. Like it's like, why the fuck are we censoring? And like that ruined some people's, you know, wellness of income and shit. Like they're whether they're spreading a lie or you can argue it's entertainment, right? Like we don't fucking because someone made a fantasy novel, we don't fucking hang them out to dry, right? Like if these guys were, if flat Earth is dumb and you're convinced of it, who the fuck cares at the end of the day? What is that doing to the world, right? But no, we have to go and censor these people, and we're afraid of these people. Why? Because it's the fucking truth, and they don't want us to know. It's the biggest deception in our known time. Maybe in the history of the world, for all I know. That's another story.
No. The biggest deception in the history of mankind is this quote said by the individual: "I'm a good person."
That's fair enough. And I mean, and then again, like you got to look into things like the Antarctic Treaty. You know, a lot of flat earthers, they come out and say, "Hey, like we think there might be something going on in Antarctica. Oh, you flat earthers are crazy. The ice wall, blah blah blah." But it's like, isn't it a red flag? Again, I'm not even talking from a flat Earth perspective. Who cares right now when we're talking about this kind of stuff? This should get everybody together. We all should be questioning what the fuck is going on in Antarctica. How do they have a treaty that's standing the test of time? No treaty has lasted this long. All the major countries in the world had agreed to this treaty that no independent travel is allowed down there. People have been getting arrested for even trying. People have gone to jail. There's so many
You
documented.
sound like you just discovered flat Earth.
Me? No. Well,
Yeah.
I've been a flat earther for 7 years. I'm just kind of telling
I'm
people
just
that.
saying. I'm
All right. Well,
I'm just messing around with you.
okay.
So 2013 is when I started.
Yeah, I'm just trying to for people that don't know about this stuff, right? Because we can't always assume that.
Yeah, so sometimes we can't make claims, and we don't like to give out Glober sides either. Is what I was trying to tell you before.
Yeah.
Not that I don't like the word dome, but when you're talking to a Glober, they hear that word and it triggers them. Even if you say your dome of vision, all they hear is dome. That's all I was saying before when you made that comment. That's all. Okay, that's
Yeah,
all.
but why is the word dome? Why is the word dome so triggering?
Yeah, I mean, whatever. I'm gonna respect what you guys want to do on this Discord. I'm not gonna try to take it over. Just no one was talking, so I was going on some things that I thought might be interesting for people that didn't know the whole
Yeah, but
history and the
that's a good
background.
question that I asked, which is why are they so triggered? Why are they so triggered about the word dome?
Well, okay, if I can answer, I think it's what he's alluding to. Thanks, Coco. What they're alluding to, what he was alluding to, was because we claim there's a firmament. We claim, well, not we. Some flat earthers claim that there's
You
a.
guys claim it. You, whatever you guys call yourselves, bubble earthers or whatever, you bubble flat earthers claim that. All right, space is fake. I don't need a dome. So
Yeah.
that's
So
all I have to prove. I
I'm
can
also.
I can debunk space.
Yeah, I'm not claiming there's a firmament or anything. Again, I like to ground things in reality and what we can prove, right? That's why my favorite argument to go to is kind of what a lot of people here are is there's no curvature over X amount of miles. Like it doesn't matter how far out you look out, there is no observable, no measurable curvature. That's all you need. It's over. Globe is debunked. Let's move on and talk about other shit because if everyone could just understand that, which is very simple.
If
Go ahead.
dome makes them think of firmament, right? And so you're just replacing the word. Why would a firmament make them upset?
Well, just because it's like there's a lot of religious flat earthers out there that don't really talk about this in a grounded way. They just kind of go, Earth is flat, you know, I read in a religious text, and then they bring up an argument and they just kind of go, nah, no, you're wrong. No, it's all lot, but they don't actually come with any evidence or proof, right? So I think
That's
a lot
fair,
of globe
but
yeah, well, I think a lot of globe earthers have talked to people like this. So then when they hear another flat earther, like it kind of discredits them in their eyes because they've heard this nonsense
okay,
about.
let's say that's true. Let's say that's true, but they're not getting upset because you're presenting unfounded and ungrounded or unverified claims. They're getting upset about the claim itself, the firmament or the dome. Like, why does that hurt their feelings so much?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I agree with what you're saying, AI. That's not my stance, but I'm just trying to respect the fucking rules of the server. But if the other guy wants to talk about it, he can.
Dude, I'm the boss. If I ask you a question, you can answer.
Oh, sorry.
Well,
I've
I
muted a couple
let AI
times, so
be the boss. You know how that works.
I'm new here, so I'm
I'm
just
just
trying
saying,
to.
like, there is a reason, like, why it's so personal for them to be offended by it, and we're all skirting around the answer, which is that they're terrified that if there is that going on, then that means they're in a specifically created system, which may lend to certain theological interpretations, and they're terrified of those. So,
Yeah.
so it's just the
Yep.
religious connotations. So when they say they're not into this or into that, or they're not making decisions based on religion, it's like, no, they are. Even the dudes involved in the history of heliocentrism, developing it over the years, they have in their own writings that the Earth, it's obviously at the center of the universe, but we're just going to say it isn't because we hate the idea that we would be at the center, because then we'd be special, and then there might be a god. There might be a god that put us here. It's like they wrote it in their own writings. Like they're terrified of the implications of being in a created system. They hate that idea.
Yeah, I mean, I can agree with pretty much all that.
Well, let me caveat that with one thing real quick. That's not 100% true. What I mean by that is this: they're okay with being in a created system as long as it's not a specific agent creator that they're accountable to. If they're not accountable to it and it's not specific, then they're fine with it.
So I'm looking at the past chat. Yeah, Triangle. That one image you posted. That's exactly what I was explaining. By the way, the azimuthal grid of vision, 180 degree.
Yeah, that's my flat Earth model. When they say, "What's your model of flat Earth?" I post that. That's my flat Earth model. There you
Oh,
go.
yeah,
That's how flat Earth works. If you guys want to know.
it really. I
Because
mean, it seems so simple, but you're not wrong. Like
no,
that.
I try to simplify it for 5-year-olds because I have 5-year-old grandchildren, so I want to make sure they can understand it.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
know
obviously.
what else is interesting is that I think long before any flat earthers came out with like a modeled version of that, Walter Bislett came out with one, and he basically did all of the math and the refraction and all these other things that he believes in. He basically figured out that from an observer standpoint, at every given point, you're seeing the world through a personal dome. He even called it the personal dome. Right? He's a staunch glober. He's famous for the Walter Bislin's advanced curve calculator, but he made a whole personal dome of vision theory, did all the math for it. And then he said, well, no, this can't be true because I already know the Earth's a globe.
Actually, to be more specific, his actual because it's even dumber than that. If you want to get real with it, his actual claim was all this. Like he does agree that that's how we see, right? On a globe or flat Earth, he doesn't irrelevant. He agrees that that's exactly how we see. But his argument against why the Earth isn't a globe and why his model that he made technically doesn't work is because light rays would have to physically bend in order for that model to work. But which is not true at all, because what is going on there is light rays don't need to bend. We just have to perceive them as bending. And what do you know? In a dome of, sorry to use that word, the azimuthal grid of vision, they do bend, and due to our perspective. So the light rays don't physically actually have to bend themselves. Yes, exactly.
Right. But this is the thing where he's defeating himself, because in his worldview, he needs light to bend to save him from all the supersedery observations that debunk his globe by orders of magnitude. So he wants to appeal to it on one side and then throw it under the bus on the other side.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. It's funny. I mean, that's what globe earthers do. They find out like something that's like, oh shit, this actually works. How do I get out of here? How do I Google? Tell me how to get out of this. They just don't want to admit the truth. It's very odd, but at the same time, I don't blame them, because the indoctrination and deception is so big, and it's crafted decently well.
And flat earther, don't get mistaken. There is no boss of flat Earth. There's no leader. There's no gospel. There's no didactic text that you have to chant from. There's no litmus test that you have to recite.
What?
It's just a simple, the Earth is flat, right?
Well,
If you
who have I been
recognize the Earth
paying
is
in this
flat,
whole time? I've been sending you money every month because you told me.
hey, you just plug your ears. You just plug your ears. You just keep sending the money.
Okay.
No, yeah, you're absolutely right though.
What I mean by that is like, look, even if it was true that the only flat earthers on the world were a cult. Let's say there's 100 of them, and they're a cult, and they only believe that the Earth is flat because it's their stupid cult leader. You know, it looks really good and smells great and talks like Obama, right? You know, enchanting. That wouldn't change the fact of what the Earth is, would it? The Earth would still be flat, even though they're believing it's flat for stupid reasons, right?
Great point. Yep. And that's what I was talking about. Like everyone's talked to a dumb flat earther. Everyone's talked to a dumb globe earther. Like, you know, it's all about your experiences and where you're getting information. And yeah, absolutely.
Dude, we were doing TikTok relay where we're bringing TikTokers in, and our friend Neil was hooking that up, and he brought in a bunch of flat earthers that had previously like kicked him and banned him from their flat Earth groups on TikTok because he was questioning them about their claims about Antarctica. He's like, "Well, how do you know what's past Antarctica?" And they're like, "Oh, you're not even a real flat earther if you don't know that that Cthulhu's throne is past Antarctica."
Yep. Yeah, like I
You don't
said,
know about
that's
the
it.
secret Nazi. You don't know about the secret Nazi base where they make
Right.
reptilian alien chicks that are super hot, and then they trick you into stealing your credit card numbers.
Yeah. Well, that's why I like to put it on a spectrum too. Kind of like what I was saying a couple hours ago. It's everything's on a spectrum, including what flat earthers are like and what globe earthers are like. Like stupid, smart. We all have different beliefs at the end of the day, but that's why I like to ground things in reality. What can we know, right? The difference between evidence and proof. It's a big difference, and I like to focus on what can we prove.
Now, here's just a side note, dude. It's just an interesting factotum for your ear hole. There actually was a guy who, recognizing that flat earthers were persecuted beyond the norm, and that they didn't really have a sense of justice, where it's like, hey, I don't get to be bigoted against because I'm a flat earther. You know, just like can't be discriminatory against certain other views per se. But so he took it upon himself and he established a literal flat Earth church for this purpose, so that if anybody was ever persecuted for being a flat earther and they so desired, they could sue on the grounds of religious persecution. Now, to be fair, many flat earthers wouldn't take him up on that because they might think that as being giving into the idea that flat Earth is a religion, right? So they might say, "Oh, I don't like this. You know, it's not for me." But the guy did have a point to a certain degree, which is that flat earthers are a group that are considered subhuman, and you're allowed to be bigoted against them in the common, you know, scenarios. You know, it's like, you know, you got three people with wacky ideas, and the fourth person comes in with the flat Earth idea, and then the three people think it's okay to be a bigot towards a flat earther, when previously they were listening to the all three wacky ideas and just being like, "Oh yeah, that's interesting." But when the flat earther comes in, it's, "Oh, you're a retard," or, "Oh, you're stupid," or, "Oh, you shouldn't even work here. I'm going to get you fired."
Mm-hmm.
We had a really nice flat earther, super nice guy, Brian Mullen. Very nice, very well spoken, docile, not mean, not swearing, not being mad at anyone, loved the world. And he was an engineer, and he did all these videos about how the globe is not good when it comes to physics. It was called Balls Out Physics, you know, for the punny, you know, effect.
Right.
And then we had this one glober who just went ape crap on him because he's like, how dare somebody with an engineering degree and an engineering license and a practicing engineer, how dare they decide that the earth is flat and to tell other people? Because you know that old stick, right? There's no flat earth pilots, there's no flat earth engineers, there's no flat earth physicists. And so he said there isn't going to be, and he tried to get the guy fired. He called a board of licensure, tried to say because he's a flat earther that his buildings wouldn't be safe, all these kinds of things. Called his employer, tried to get him fired. And in the end, because of the harassment and whatever else happened on the back end, which we're not privy to, you know, Brian, I think he did a video where he basically said, "Listen, guys, I'm being attacked on every side here. I'm basically at an impasse where I have to choose to provide for my family or to basically sacrifice my life on the altar of flat Earth. And you know what? As a man, I have to choose my family. And so no harm, no foul on that one. He made the right decision for himself. But the moral of that story is that the Glober in that instance was a crazy religious zealotard nut job.
Mm-hmm. No, it's a beautiful point, and a lot of people don't realize that, especially when it comes to like, saying, "Oh, why are all scientists?" Blah, blah, that old argument. Well,
Yeah.
it's like, would you rather like? Do you think they would rather try to poke holes on a worldwide accepted idea that's very controversial, or focus on trying to get promotions? Right? Like, no
Right.
one, even if they have like really good observations or like, and they were working in the background, at their home, and we're like, wow, like I could really bring this to someone. In their head, they're not going to be like, obviously everyone's going to listen to me. Like they're going to know that they're going to be ostracized,
Yes,
made
and
fun of.
they've
Yeah.
seen it too, because so for example, we all know this, but there was that came out called Expelled, No Intelligence Allowed by Ben Stein. And it was about people who were questioning the Darwinian Einsteinian narrative about the origins of the universe and biological life. And they were just giving their testimonies how they tried to put forth papers and they were getting blackballed, blacklisted, isolated. And so it's like if you're not putting forward papers that are congruent with the current paradigm, you're going to face repercussions.
Yes,
So like you said,
absolutely.
these guys say, how come there's no flat earth, this, that, this, or the other? Well, it's because of assholes like you that's asking the question. That's why.
Absolutely. And again, like these people are putting years and years and all this, they're going in debt for college, spending 5-6 years to get this PhD, that one, this master's degree. So they spent all of this time just to take a risk out of a limb
Yeah.
to disprove. Yeah, like no one's going to be doing that. And guess what? The ones they do, they become discredited. They get fired. They'll
Yeah,
never
or
get a
pariah.
promotion.
Like
Yeah.
for example, they say, oh, there's no flat earth physicist. So we say, hey, what about Dr. John Dee? He was a physicist specializing in optics and used his knowledge to do optical tests with a laser. And he came upon the flat earth idea, said, hey, I'm a physicist in optics, so I'm going to use lasers to measure the earth. He went out and did it. And from the results of his tests, he concluded there's no way the earth can be a globe. It has to be flat. And so he's now a flat earth physicist. But of course he doesn't count, right? See, this is the problem. They say,
Yeah, because
where's
he's
all
the
the flat earth
crazy one.
physicists? Yeah, you give an example. They're like, oh, he doesn't count.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And there are a lot. I've heard a lot of pilots talk about. Maybe not a lot. Lots of bad word to say. I've heard more than a handful talk about their beliefs on if it's a globe or flat, and that they all assume a flat Earth. Like it's just like such a weird straw man. They just assume like why are no one flat earthers? Well, they actually are. Like you just haven't looked into it. You just haven't heard of them yet. Like
Well, we had this chick that I mean, it's not like we had her, but she was a Dutch pilot, and she did this little talk where she did a testimony like, I was flying, very long flights, where my gyroscope should have been flipped over if the Earth was a globe. But every time I looked at it, it wasn't flipped over. And so it made me question, what's going on here. And so then she became, long story short, she became a flat earther. But I can't remember if she got straight up terminated from her job or if somebody ratted her out or something. But yeah, she had to part ways with her job for saying, hey, this just gyro didn't flip. Something's wrong here. Oh yeah, we got to fire you.
right, and no, and even interest to add on to that because I know exactly who you're talking about. I've seen the same lady. I've seen her speak before. The add on to that, a very important part of that is that it took her so many years to realize that, right? Because like a lot of these people aren't even looking for it, right? They're worried about what they're gonna eat when they come home tomorrow, all this other stuff. They're not like up there flying around being like, oh, checking every 5 seconds out the window, like, wait, is it flat? Is it flat? Is it flat? So because she's been through all this indoctrination, she's assumed globe Earth, all this stuff. And then it took her like just this one day, like of 25 years of being a pilot, to finally go like, oh, wait a second. You know what I mean? So it's like there's a lot of
Yeah.
mental blocks in the way when it comes to this
So
stuff. Like
it may be the case that you go your entire pilot career without ever imagining yourself flying over a globe. Like I know in my life, after I came upon the flat Earth idea, and I thought back in my life to times where I should have thought of the Earth as a globe and I didn't. So, for example, I was about to be deployed to Iraq, and I was in Fort Stewart, And so you got the beach right there, which is Tybee Beach. And so you can kind of stand on the ocean there and look out in the direction that you're going to head to. And you go, you know what? I'm about to head there. I'm going to engage in combat. I might not come home. But I just imagined myself traveling straight ahead the direction I was looking. I never imagined that I was going to travel there over a globe, even when I got on the plane. And when I got on the plane, we flew straight up towards Maine along the east coast of the United States. Then we flew to Nova Scotia. Then we flew to Ireland. Then we flew to Germany. Then we flew to Kuwait, where we were on a stage. Now, what's interesting is even then I didn't think I was flying over a globe. And then when looking back on it, if you trace that onto an azimuthal map, it's actually pretty much a straight line. But I didn't think about any of that. I was just like, yeah, I'm headed towards this way. I'm going straight. Never crossed my mind it was a globe. At no time in my training we were talking about any long range attack systems or engagement systems or visual, systems that could see things. Like I never thought it was a globe. But then looking back, I was like, wait a minute. They're telling me that I can spot an enemy vehicle 20 miles away with this sight. But none of the vehicles that are in that theater are tall enough to be seen over 20 miles with the curvature drop. So if I'm looking out over a desert and I'm seeing that vehicle, there's no hump of earth in the way.
Right, and it's not like you're actively thinking that, right? You're just assuming it all works out in some way or not. Like you're not even thinking it all works out. Subconsciously, you're
Correct.
thinking that. Yeah, that's a great point. That's how most people operate. When we're talking about physicists, pilots, and all these other people that people claim like, oh, well, why aren't they flat earthers? They're
Yeah.
subconsciously not even there. They're just assuming in the back of their
Right.
heads that it all works out. Yeah.
Yeah, the only time it comes up when they really think about it or defend it is when they're challenged on it. Other than that, it has absolutely almost no place in their life whatsoever.
Absolutely. Yeah, and these are such great points that, like, again, is this proof of a flat Earth? No, of course not. But these are things that a lot of people don't think of. And when you start thinking this way and you start adding up all these pieces, like you don't even need the proof. The proof is important. Don't get me wrong on that. But you can make assumptions based on just all of these little coincidences and just how the human mind works in general. I don't know. I'm kind of going rambling now, but I think we get at least you get the point.
Dude, so we have a lot of Globers hang out in here that they seem to have no good reason to be here. And here's my theory on them. They're afraid. This is what they're afraid of. They're afraid that if the government structure came out next month and said, hey, guess what? We got all these documents to uncover. Turns out the earth was flat all along. There's this big conspiracy to hide it. The earth is actually flat. Here's the military systems that prove the earth is flat. Here's the UAP tracking that proves the earth is flat. The earth's flat, dudes. Deal with it. They would then have to concede the earth is flat. Right? And so they're actually afraid that their entire worldview is just based on some authority structure telling them what's what. And they're scared to death of it. That they don't actually know anything. That they just do what they're told.
Yeah.
And that's why they hang out with us, because once they're told that the earth is flat, then they're gonna be like, yeah, I was hanging out with them all along. I'm one of you guys.
Yeah. Obviously everyone's here. I think that's the big group do think that they are scared, even if they don't realize it. Like subconsciously, they're lost, and I mean, objectively, they are lost because they believe in a false model, right? So I think some people don't even realize it, and they're trying to like ground themselves, and they just can't do it. Some people are here out of ignorance too, like in bad faith, just to like make fun of
Well, we
something.
got to be fair.
Yeah.
Out of the flat earthers that I've encountered, that includes the groups that I frequent, as well as the greater communities of social media where flat earthers propagate. Like 90% of those flat earthers believe in a false model too.
Yeah, I agree. I agree that there's a lot of misguided flat earthers, and at the end of the day, I was pretty lost when I was, because I didn't become a flat earther until I was probably like 23ish, and I heard about flat Earth the first time when I was maybe like 19 or 20, and I came at it in a very ignorant place, right? Like I didn't even want to hear about flat Earth and stuff. So like some of these people, even though they think it's dumb, they at least entertain it more than I ever did when I first heard about it. So like, I can kind of, I don't want to say respect it, but I just see where they're coming from, and I don't know, it's interesting. I forget where I was going to go with that, but I agree with what you just said about a lot of flat earthers get lost in the sauce. That's why I like to ground myself in what we can know, right? Like, speculation's fun. We could do that all day, whatever. Getting evidence is
Hey, hey,
important and alludes to maybe
hey,
what we
dude,
can figure out, but then proof
dude,
is the yeah. Go ahead.
just think about what you just said. Why was it that you said what you said? Just think about this. I want to say it. Think about it as I'm saying it. I just ground myself. Right? Think
I
about
tell
the
the
people
kids
we're
that
talking
too, man.
about with their fantasy models, right? And their fantasy fictional. They're not grounded. They're talking about the sky, the cosmos, the past, the future, things they can't possibly know. And when you just ground yourself in the here and now and the really is level, things change.
Yeah, no, that's a beautiful point too, and that actually goes to like one of their famous questions. You know, I hear a reasonable question too, like the why. Why does it matter? You know, I'm still gonna, my life won't change even if it's a flat or globe. It's like that's because you're living in a reality where you live in on a globe and think that the Earth is flat earthers are dumb and there's no way flat Earth exists. But then when you finally switch over and realize what reality is and we don't live on a globe, then your perspective does change because you're allowing, you know, you're seeing through it with different eyes. Like it's irrefutable. It's the dumbest thing because your perspective does change. Everyone's a little different with what it changes for them, but it's ignorant to come from a place saying like, "Oh, it doesn't matter." Like even if it was flat or a globe, you know, I would still think the same. It's like, no, you wouldn't.
In some ways, that's a Freudian confession. So here, let me say it again. Check this out. Just listen as I say it. Think about the implications. If I found out that the Earth was flat tomorrow, nothing would change. What does that mean? If I found out the Earth was flat, nothing would change. Well, because you're operating on a flat Earth today, and if you found out it was flat tomorrow, you'd still be operating on a flat Earth, and that's why nothing changed.
Yeah, to that extent, 100%. I guess what I allude to is being aware of the deception. I think that's where the change comes, right? Like obviously, yes, like nothing would change in terms of observations, and you know, I think again, I'm not religious or anything with it, but I think it does, and I don't think we can go there in this channel. I'm not sure, but you know, it could allude to some things in that ballpark. Um, and then the deception in general, right? Because if they can lie about something this big, there's no way a rational thinking person will just say, "Oh, you know, nothing
Yeah.
would change." Like just
Well, that
because
didn't,
they're lying.
for me, that didn't, for me, that didn't really matter that much because I had already was coming from a position that the world is under a great deception. I just hadn't put it together that it was specifically about the globe itself versus the globe in the cosmic theater, if you know what I mean. So, like, there's this whole idea that, you know, the globe exists in the cosmos relative to the cosmos, and there's claims about the cosmos, and not only cosmology, which is what's going on in the cosmos today, but cosmogony, which is how the cosmos came to be. So I already knew that there was a dripping religion involved in cosmology and cosmogony, but I just didn't, you know all the particulars.
Right. Yeah. That's a good point too. Yeah. If people are hip to the idea of giant deception, sure. But I think
Hey,
most,
dude,
especially the ignorant ones, they are
you just
they're
reminded me of somebody, dude.
what? Because I said hip to it. Is
Oh,
that
just
why?
check this out, dude. So, no, there's this kid who came in, and he's like, why would they lie? How could there be a great world deception? I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian. How could there be a great world deception? I'm a Christian. How could there be? And I'm like, dude, okay, let me get this straight. So you're a Christian who has said in this conversation that you believe the Bible. The Bible says that there's an agent who deceives the entire world, and then you're going to ask me How is there a great world deception? Like, are you not a Christian and you're just lying about it the whole time?
That's a brilliant point too. I've actually never even made that correlation. That's actually funny.
Yeah. So when I said to the audience, I said, listen, if you're a Christian who believes the Bible or has read the Bible, and you have to ask me the question, how could there be a great world deception? You, sir, are stupid.
No, I've never I've never made that correlation. That's actually awesome. I got to use that now.
Oh, by the way, that goes for the majority of the great world religions, of which the majority of people that you're going to encounter are adherents of. Almost every single one of them have this cosmic tale of the good guy and the bad guy. And the good guy wants what's good for humanity, and the bad guy is doing what to humanity? In every single one of these religions, the bad guy is doing the same thing. Do you know what it is?
Lying.
Lying to them, deceiving them.
Yeah.
It's like, what the hell, dude? It's like you're so deceived by the deception that you don't even know there could be a deception, even though the religion you believe in says there is a deception. Wow, you're dumb.
Wow, you're really making me think about it. Yeah, that's actually so funny because it's like you're aware of this giant deceiver, you don't know what the deception is, and then you have people coming to you trying to tell you the deception, and you're like, "No, you're crazy. There's no deception." It's like almost like a paradox.
Well, there's this old saying: the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world that why would they lie?
Right. That's just so funny. I love that.
And then listen, it doesn't even matter if the underlying truth of any of these metaphysics are correct. Like none of these agents have to actually exist. They could just be personifications of human nature. But that doesn't change the fact that we all understand that motives of people sometimes make no sense. You know, it's like people do entirely irrational stuff based on fanciful ideas or beliefs that don't have underpinnings of reality. We all know this. So why ask the question? It's such a cope.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I love that perspective. I've never looked at it from this perspective. That's awesome, man. I agree completely.
I've been huffing too much oxygen, so I'm gonna have to yield the floor here. So I can take a break and give other
Yeah.
people a chance
You
to
got don't want to interrupt
flat
the
smash.
boss when he's speaking.
No, I'm gonna
Listen,
put it on ice for a
I
little
had
bit
to
too.
make that guy feel comfortable that he had permission to speak. Oh, by the way, Flatlander, that'll be $29.99 per
Oh my
minute.
god.
Per
Yes,
minute.
sir. You are a king flat earth, man. Now, what do we do without you?
Oh no! I'm not. I can't be called the King Flat Earth. Somebody already patented, trademarked, and registered in triplicate that name for themselves.
I'm
And
sorry,
we're not going
Master.
to name who that person is, but if people know, they know. It's kind of an inside joke.
No, for sure. I'm also putting in. I'm gonna hang around still, but I'm gonna let some other people talk as well.
No, nobody's going to talk. All right, I'm going back on mute. Yeah, the reason why we need new members to start paying is the snacks in the back room are like haven't been replenished in a long time because we're
And
all
the
too
catering
poor.
company, yeah, they raise their prices. That's why.
Yeah.
They come in every couple days, and not anymore. It's like
You
once a
remember when?
month, maybe.
Yeah, but do you remember when Will Duffy tried to save us, and from our boredom? Remember that? He was
What?
like, "Listen, Yeah, you didn't hear that one? Holy crap, dude! You got to watch that video. I can't remember which episode it was, but in one of the his leading up to the final experiment thing, he basically said that part of his mission is to save flat earthers from flat Earth because he's like, listen, flat earthers, they're so obsessed with flat Earth that they're poor, they don't have good relationships, and so when I do the TFE and I prove the Earth is a globe, I'll free them to get good jobs. They can be wealthy. They can have families. It's going to be great. I'm going to save them.
Wow. How'd that work for him?
I don't know, but see, part of it was that he was making fun of the flat earthers that were attending the TFE event too, because he was, telling them that like, hey, like I organized this event, I could pay for my own supplies, but then we got the flat earthers, who are like asking for money. They don't want to pay for these extra supplies or pay their own way to get to the place. It's like, what are these dudes so poor for?
Oh, because they don't have fraud cases versus them in court for stealing from people like he does.
So you mean they didn't have a thieving stash of funds?
Yeah, they didn't have magic funds that came from people's probably their
Yeah.
retirement funds.
Well, at that time, I think Jaron and Witsit were basically living off of super chats and whatever odd jobs they might have pulled, super chats and donations and odd jobs. So it's a far cry from a famous pastor's salary.
I guess I ruined the globers in the side they gave up. Gravity globers.
Did you tell him gravity proves the Earth's flat?
Yeah, that shut them up. Debunk me. That's all I say. Go ahead and debunk me. Drop something, it falls down. Water's flat and level. Water is obviously because gravity makes everything flat and level. There you go. Now I'm just gonna take it away from you guys. You can no longer use gravity to make balls.
Dude, that's how I make my Swedish meatballs. Put them in a gravity field.
Rolling my boulder is mad at me because I took gravity away from them. You see what he typed? No, it makes balls. No, it doesn't make balls. It makes water flat and level. So it's one problem that you guys got to deal with, not us. That we're happy for it. Makes our job easier.
Why are Globers so obsessed with balls being made and balls circling around them? I mean, it's kind of like a Freudian
And banging
weirdness,
into each
isn't it?
other like in a closet. Yeah. Look, if I hang these balls in a closet, they'll bang into each other. Like, okay.
Dude, can you just imagine that discussion? Be like, hey, I'm here to check out for the research assistant job. Yes. So what will be happening is you will be accompanying me into the closet where the balls will be smashing together.
We will be smashing our set of balls together. Our sets of balls, and writing down what we see or hear or taste or smell.
All right, so I got a memo from our PR attorney, and he said that I'm over my quota for saying I'm the boss this season, and it's demoralizing the esprit de corps, and so I have to be spanked publicly 17 times.
Caning. That's what you're getting. That's what we voted on anyway. I didn't know if you knew that or what.
Dude, I already got a busted weenus. I mean, come on now.
Wow.
Dude, I'm only in it for like I think 3 weeks now, right? After I busted my elbow, and I was like, Oh, I saw this prognosis thing, on the internet. It's like 3 to 6 weeks, and even the physician didn't say it was going to be too long to heal. But then Helio told me he had it for 4 months. And I'm like, dude, I haven't even made it to 1 month yet. I'm not even over the hump.
Hey, when I told those guys a couple months ago that gravity was ours at the beginning of the year, I meant it. I didn't mean that as a joke. I'm stealing it from the Globers. So good luck trying to debunk me. That's really making him angry. That made a couple people. One dude got so mad, made accounts just to come in and threaten me. Crit had to. I don't know what happened to them. What is going on, Alexa? Why are my lights going on and off? What the fuck?
Alexa's just mad because I broke up with her for Siri.
So the whole room dimmed all the way to nothing. Then it slowly came on about for 10 seconds. Then 3 of the lights went completely off and 1 stayed
Oh
on.
wait, dude, it's obvious. You were saying how you were stealing gravity from the Globers, and Alexa took it personally. So she's programmed as a Glober.
Oh, I forgot this is my smart Alexa. Alexa, stop. This is the AI one. The other ones aren't. This one is that I have. It was free, so why not? Let's see what it can snoop out of this office. So rolling my boulder said level is not flat. So
I looked over at that. What the?
I
That's
just don't know
funny.
what to do with these guys. Yeah, it's just crazy shit. That's why like they can never actually get a job in like engineering or go to school for that kind of stuff because it wouldn't make any sense to them.
Man. Yeah, we got like 8+ years of 24-hour episodes. Well, 12-hour episodes times 2 per day. All kinds of stuff in there.
I've never listened to one of them.
It's interesting to go back and listen to the ones from way, way back. With different people, different arguments. Listen to some of the crazy Globers from back then. I miss Memore. Memore was pretty cool. Arguing with the Globers. He's pretty much retired. I miss Zanuck. Zanuck was fun. But you remember Zanuck though.
Oh, yeah, I used to rip him up all the time.
For those that don't know Zanuck, he was on American Gladiators. He's a physicist. He's a race car driver. He's a rocket engineer.
There was
He
something
makes
else.
microchips.
Wait,
He
there
bench
was something
presses
good.
700 pounds.
He's a pilot, right? Yeah,
Yeah, he's a
pilot.
pilot too.
That's the one that I was all interested in.
Let's see. Oh, and then his pal. Who's his pal? Scott
Maybe
Beach,
called the
son of the
Buckaroo Banzai.
astronaut. Buckaroo Banzai.
You know, Buckaroo Banzai, the physicist, doctor, rock star, race car driver.
Oh, are you talking about the fictional movie character?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, so you're saying Zanuck was just patterning himself after that guy? Or not actually being original?
Could be.
Yeah, but Buckaroo Banzai was never on American Gladiator, I can tell you that.
Yeah, but he went through solid mountain there.
Oh, who remembers Lepizzle? He was one of those guys that wanted to raid Area 51 to get the cat alien babes. He was in love with Pumpkin, who was a flat earther. So he was trying to either convince her the Earth was a globe again, or convince himself that the Earth was flat so him and Pumpkin could be together, even though Pumpkin found him absolutely repulsive. Although Lepizzle's not around anymore. Pumpkin's not around anymore. Who's to say they didn't run off together? Love is a strange mistress, right? It makes you do crazy things. So, for example, a lot of Globers love to globe. So they come in here and talk all kinds of crazy nonsense.
I was going to say,
defend it.
love makes like it makes you think and do stupid things.
I am here
Yep.
to spank the flat earthers. Which one of you guys?
You're here to
take one of
spank us? Hey, well, listen, I have to be spanked. So you're welcome, brother.
Yucky. You're yucky.
I
Both
have
of you.
a bunch of evidence to destroy your
No, you don't have anything.
worldview. I do.
Do you have any proof? I would rather listen
Yeah,
to proof
so
than
go.
evidence.
I want to do
Yeah,
the
I don't
Earth
even know
curve
what that
one.
means at that point.
That
Just
part
calm down.
first. Do the Earth curve part first. Get that over
Wait,
with.
you don't get to dictate what I present
Yeah,
to you.
that's
okay?
what
Calm
we're.
down.
That's how we prove it here.
Calm down. Okay, here is my evidence. Let me find the picture real quick. There we go. I'm gonna post it on the side chat. You have no way of defeating this simply because NASA took the picture. And we know NASA's been to outer space, and we know they have, the proper equipment to take pictures from outer space. Therefore, this picture has to be valid.
All right,
And
this is a troll. Obviously, I'm gonna go take a shit.
run away, pussy. Alright, so all flat earthers have been spanked. They've been
Man, I was
silenced.
actually excited too for a second. Like, all right, we got some guys gonna bring a
Yeah,
bunch of
he's
cool
running
stuff.
away
We're
now.
gonna have a conversation, and
He's
then you
running
just did
away is
that.
what we call it right now. He's running away. He has no idea how to refute this. Because of
What?
that.
A CGI ball? I posted a CGI
By
one down
NASA?
underneath it.
By NASA?
Yeah, that's the clips from NASA. Yeah.
By NASA?
So you do know that NASA
Hey,
doesn't
yeah,
fake pictures, right?
yeah. Here's the guy that works there on here. Here's the picture. Here's a guy. Here's how he made the blue marble. Read it, and
Okay,
then read
so
it out loud to the class that's listening on
that's the
YouTube. Would you?
wrong one, first of all.
Just read it. Oh, do you
That's
want
the
this one?
wrong.
Do you want this one? Hold on. Here's the one from Apollo. Here's one
Notice
how
how
they
he's
took the
talking
very.
over me when I was going to point out his mistake? When I was gonna.
Watch
I'm
this
pointing
one.
out
You
your
see the
mistake.
Earth in the one I just posted? You see that Earth? That's from Apollo. Watch this. You're gonna be amazed by it. You're gonna be like, what the fuck? Here we go. Oh, wait a second. They were just making that up. They just put a little piece there.
Okay. So the first picture they took is not put together by this guy you posted.
No, it
You're
was
wrong.
actually painted, and they photographed a painting.
You have no evidence of that, by the way.
That's how they did it.
You don't have evidence of that.
That's
If you
what it
keep
looks
si-
like.
Okay, so it looks like it, therefore it must be. That's your logic right there?
Yes.
Okay, good to know. Well, that means your standard of evidence is very flimsy and not credible whatsoever, but mine is.
So what's your standard of evidence? It looks like the Earth, so it must be?
That's not what I said. What I said is I'm appealing to a credible source who has been verifiably to outer space.
Who?
With camera equipment.
Who?
Therefore,
Who?
the whole company of NASA is a credible
No.
source.
They're a propaganda company. They finally just changed their status in 2025.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did. They're now an intelligence agency, like they have been the whole time. They're just a spy agency, just like we always suspected.
You're wrong.
I'm wrong. You gonna go look it up?
Does that include the ESA, which also launched Artemis?
What do I know about them?
Do you want me to tell you what you know about the ESA?
I guess. Go ahead. Yeah, tell me.
Well, it sounds rhetorical. I don't know what
Oh,
you
here.
know
Do
about.
you want me to post some ESA stuff? Here, let's see what they got.
Yep.
So, what do you want to see by them?
I don't want to say anything. You made a claim.
Of what?
Well, I don't actually remember your exact words, but you said something about the ESA. I said the ESA
NASA?
is
NASA
well,
is an
the
intelligence agency. It's Trump did it in September of 2025. I can't help it. It was in the news. Too bad. There, cat's out of the bag. What does that have to do with European Space Agency?
well, the ESA was
What does
the
that have to
capital.
do with it?
I don't even know what you said.
Exactly. What does ESA have to do with what I was talking about?
Well, the Artemis
Say it
mission was.
doesn't.
Are you just going to keep interrupting me? The ESA was part of the Artemis mission.
So what?
Well, I mean, you said that NASA's compromised. Do you have evidence that the ESA is also compromised?
Yeah, NASA. They worked with NASA, so they're compromised. There you go. There's
Wait,
your proof.
that doesn't follow.
Sure, it does.
Okay, can you put that in a
They're
logical
honest
syllogism?
honest, and NASA's not honest. Is that what you're saying?
Can you put that in a logical
Yeah.
syllogism that
Yeah.
if
You
NASA is
claim NASA is
compromised, that
not
ESA?
honest and works with them, but they are honest. So that's your logic.
What's your first premise?
So is that all you got now?
No, I'm asking you what
Artemis,
the syllogism
Artemis,
is. What's
the
your first premise?
CGI. You never told me what. So 12 or 14 minutes after the quote launch, it turned into CGI. How come?
So your premise is 12 or 14 minutes after the CGI. How come? What's your second premise?
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about your Artemis trip. About 14 minutes after the launch that you guys watched, then it just turned into CGI. How come?
Radio disruption.
So that's it. We see a rocket launch and that's it. Then we just imagine that it's going somewhere.
Look, I'll be the first person to admit that I was totally excited to see some SpaceX type video, and I was dastardly disappointed in the quality of the video. But I don't think that means necessarily that it's fake.
Hmm.
I did not like the video. I was disappointed. I was watching it with my family. My family was disappointed.
Oh
The
my
video.
God, you didn't actually like sit around and try to watch this thing like it was special, did you?
Of course
Like
I
it was a
did.
special. What do you mean? You said that like it was an event.
Wait, you cut off what?
You said that like it was a special event.
Yeah, humans
Like you're
going
watching the
around
Queen get married or something.
well, this is far more important than the Queen getting married.
Why? You're watching a TV show.
Because human achievement is a
It
special
is not
interest
an
of mine.
achievement. You watched CGI. Yeah, that is. You know what? You're right. That is an achievement. That they've got you fooled so much. You think that shit's real. You think you can exist in a vacuum and float around.
I have a question. How many times, Cortico, would it take for me to show you that they're faking space until you think that they are? Just a there's a hypothetical.
There's I think a 40 something minute long video of a tour of the ISS that we could watch together, and I think that you would pull your hair out
How did they
trying to
make the
explain
movie
it.
Gravity? Oh,
What?
also, how did they make 2010: A Space Odyssey
Those
in
all look
1968?
those all have telltale characteristics of computer generation, cuts
Cortico, can you answer my
nonstop.
question though, real quick?
Well, he
Like how?
interrupted you, so blame him.
Oh no,
What was your
but you
question?
didn't even. How many times would I have to show you them faking space until you realize it's all fake?
You would have to fake it. You would have to show me definitive proof of them faking it once before I
Just
would
once?
distrust NASA.
I did. I posted the Apollo where they faked the Earth. Remember? I posted that, and you looked at it, and
I
you
saw
didn't like it.
I saw you. What do you mean I didn't like it? I saw a GIF of like something
Yeah,
in
it's from the
space and then
it's
fading
bloopers.
to.
It's from the Apollo bloopers. It was
There's no
unused
such thing
footage.
as an Apollo blooper.
Yeah. What? How do you think they
Th-
put it together?
There's so for one, you would have to prove that it came from NASA. So you have to have a chain of custody because there's so many things that are injected into the realm of information that are made by your own people to discredit NASA. So
No,
like
that was just clipped
your
from
own
a
people,
NASA video.
well, I mean, provide the source, like provide the NASA source where it's clipped from,
Oh, I
because you're
don't need to. We do it all the time, and you
no,
guys don't look at it,
this
so
is
it
my point.
doesn't really matter.
This is my point. Uh, there are people who will try to discredit NASA by injecting false videos and claiming them as NASA sources. Just like when I scroll on Twitter, and there will be people that are like, the IRGC is saying that they have shot down, 14 American aircraft, and it turns out that this isn't like an IRGC claim.
I don't even know what you're saying.
What I'm saying is people will post things that
Like
they want
NASA,
to.
because they're a spy agency? Is that what you mean?
No, that's not what I mean.
Well, they are a spy agency, a propaganda machine, so they would post stuff to trick people, wouldn't they?
Well, I mean, you made two claims there that they are a spy agency,
Yep,
and
they're an intelligence agency now. Yep, as of September of 2025.
well, I mean, anything could be an intelligence agency, and I'm not
Yeah,
against.
yeah. CIA is NSA, so that's what NASA is, just like them.
Well, I mean, I would have a problem with them being like a national security type of intelligence agency. I think that
No,
they should be
no,
for.
they could put out propaganda legally and in trouble
I don't have
for
a
it
I
because
don't have a problem
Obama
with.
said you now use propaganda against Americans. I know you don't have a problem with propaganda.
No, I don't have a problem with American propaganda for the things
Of course not.
that I
Of course
believe
you
in.
don't. Of course, because it's just a belief system.
Well, I mean, I think everything boils down to a belief system.
I know. That's why you can't even argue in here because at this point you are actually probably think you're a brain in the jar or you're in a simulation at this point, and yet you still haven't asked yourself, why is my simulation flat? Why is the brain in the jar world flat?
Well, I don't know what you're talking about, but I think that everyone boils down to being at least a little bit okay with a propaganda system that
Of course you
supports
do. Do you
the
think you have
belief.
hands?
Hold on. You directed it towards me. I'm saying that this is a human experience. This is a human thing to being okay with propaganda that supports their beliefs. So when you direct it back to me, I think that's disingenuous. I think that the human condition accepts propaganda toward.
Cortico, you cut off. I'm curious though if you can. I don't know if you can hear me or not. Do you have any like evidence or proof other than just saying NASA said so, or is that all you got?
That's all he's got. You'll
I
find
Oh
out.
figured.
no. I'm not here to give you evidence. I think there's plenty of
Of
online,
course you're
like
not,
you
because
guys
you don't
all
have
are
any.
familiar.
Nobody ever
Well,
does.
you guys,
Nobody has ever come in here with evidence, dude. Don't you find that weird? Not once.
well, I mean, there are channels full of experts. Like
No,
I'm
there
sure you all
aren't.
know
Well,
about.
why aren't the experts
Why are you
coming in
interrupting
here?
me? Why are you interrupting me?
Because it should be
Uh,
this quick. You say there are
well,
experts, and I say, why aren't the experts coming in here? Then you tell me
Doctor
why,
Blitz,
and then I'll say
Doctor Blitz,
something. He said
Doctor
he didn't
Blitz
know if
came
he
in
had
here.
hands, so he's eliminated.
Hold on. Doctor Blitz came in here and he put up great arguments.
No, he
And
said he didn't know if he had hands, so he's out.
because he said he didn't have hands, how is
Yeah,
that relevant?
because he wasn't sure if he had hands or not. So we can't
How
take
is
him
that relevant?
serious on anything because he's not sure of anything. Don't you
Can you
get
put
it?
that? Can you put that in a
Yes,
logical
I'm not
syllogism?
sure of anything, so you can't believe anything I say. There it is logically.
That's not a claim that he made.
Yes, it is. When you say you don't know if you have hands, that means I can't trust you. I don't want you working on any of my shit either.
So I'm pretty sure there was like a 45-minute discussion, and so if you're narrowing it down to one sentence that he made, I don't know if I can trust you. Like this just seems like you're trying to checkmate off of
It is
you know.
checkmated.
So the whole 45-minute conversation that they had was full of sophisticated points, full of nuanced
Lovers
discussions.
don't have any points.
Globers don't have.
No, that's why we're here.
I would love to just put on headphones and listen to that whole conversation and just hear your commentary.
I'm sure somebody will post it for you.
So you think the whole conversation? You don't think that there were any points made
The
when?
dude has even said he just does this to make money, and that's how he does it, and he's a YouTuber, and that's his only job.
Well,
That's your guy. That's
I'm
your
okay with that.
theoretical physicist who does not do experiments, just thinks about things. I actually, on the other hand, do experiments. I don't make them up and pretend that they're gonna work anyway.
Okay, do you remember the experiment that he championed in that debate that extended two different interlocutors? There were two different prominent flat earthers. They were both mods, and they both were interacting with him. Do you remember the experiment that he brought up to have a discussion about? Do you remember what he was discussing?
No. What's the experiment?
So it was a neutrino
Yeah, so
experiment.
that's out. Yeah, we're not going to use thought magic to do hypotheticals.
I mean, if that's your argument, if no, we're
Yes,
just
that's how
gonna
I
just.
win my arguments. You have to come with facts, not imagination.
So he brought neutrinos to the table.
Now,
You
yeah,
reject
so
neutrinos.
describe a neutrino to me.
It's a type of proven subatomic particle that is sometimes emitted by the sun, but it can be emitted in laboratory settings. I'm not a physicist. What are you getting at?
He's not either, so why did he bring it up?
Well, he was a physicist.
No, he's theoretical. That's why he was talking about neutrinos.
He has a PhD in physics.
Yeah, theoretical. He's not a
He,
physicist. He has never done anything.
if that's the stance that you want to take, then maybe I should
That's the truth.
maybe I should sit back and
Go
just listen.
ask him, and go ask him.
Go ask him if he's a
Ask him
physicist.
all the experiments he's ever done.
Well, he just made a YouTube video about so he was off in Europe at a discussion. He projected a question to the presenter, and they co-wrote a physics paper.
Oh, so thinking about it. That's wonderful. So once again, not doing
Einstein
anything.
did everything that he did by
Einstein
thinking about it.
also never combed his hair, wore women's shoes, and stuck his tongue out all the time and licked windows.
Is
There's
that your
pictures of
argument?
him.
Is that your argument?
Yes, that's my
That he
argument about
he
him.
wore women's shoes. You know that the computer was made by a guy that got castrated by England for being a homo. Like they, lots of people in history have quirks about them that are irrelevant to their brilliance.
He didn't have
And
any brilliance. He worked in a patent. He was a patent clerk. Just
he was a patent clerk
yeah,
in
just sat
like
there.
1915, and
Uh-huh.
then he came up with something that changed the world, something that
Amazing,
shot up.
amazing. After reading all those people's works,
Yeah,
how he
what a
came up with
coincidence.
something. It's just amazing how he
Nigger.
did that.
Nigger.
They're so brave, aren't they?
Who is the person? You know.
Who cares?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So we, if we're at the point that we can at least say that Einstein was a brilliant person,
He was not
then
brilliant. What was he brilliant about?
well, who do you hold on the totem pole as a brilliant person?
Mm. Probably the guys I work with, some of the smartest guys around.
But you have to. You have a sense of history. You're an intelligent person.
No,
Who's
not
the
history. I'm talking about right now.
Maxwell?
We are cutting edge, fucking developing shit you guys have never seen before. I work with smart people.
Well, then
Not
I want to work
shit
with you
from
because I have
1915.
4 patents pending, and I want to make them patents, and I want to work with smart people. So maybe I should talk to you in DMs. I think that we could change the world.
Possibly. I can't really talk about too much of what I do because of an NDA, but
Well,
maybe.
do you work in electronics?
I would absolutely.
How big is dust accumulation on your ICs, your circuit boards, a problem? That it limits the shelf life, in my opinion.
Yeah, of course that limits the shelf life.
Well, I have a patent pending idea that could solve all those problems.
Is it a spray coating?
No, it's not a spray coating. It's actually a manual removal process. This is patent pending, so you can't just steal it.
No, it's not that. I mean,
Dude,
My
I already stole it. I already stole it, bro.
well, it's streamed on 2 YouTube channels, Rumble and Twitter right now, so who knows?
So let me tell you how it works. Let me tell you how it works. Let me tell you how it works. Very simple. So I go to your location, and then I turn on my time dilation device, and then I handpick every grain of particulate off your chipset with a minutia set of tweezers, one by one, one by one, one by one. Well, how do you feel like
patent
it?
pending, so it's actually legally impossible in the United States, but I'll walk you through it briefly. It's built into the what is it called? The kind of the aluminum chamber that electronics sit in to deflect like RF signals. Basically, there are
Faraday cage.
Yeah, a Faraday cage. So you introduce compressed air through ports on the outside of the console, and it would blow all the dust in calculated ways out specified channels. So I have 4 patents for it. So they are like if you have like a Nintendo Switch, you would be able to introduce compressed air, blow it through, and it would dislodge all the compressed air, because compressed air is dust is the number one source of technology degradation in handheld devices. So I have 4 patents on that. They're pending, but I thought they were smart.
I would think that the hand would be the #1 degrader of handheld devices.
It's actually dust. I don't think
Dust.
that I don't think that hands do it. It really is dust. And
But globers can't use it because they don't have hands.
That's what I was trying to say
So
before.
you're saying that more phones get busted due to dust than due to people like dropping them and stuff?
no.
Electronic devices in general.
But the deal is so heat becomes a problem, and dust is a source of heat, and you have to send in your device into get maintenance, and 90% of the time it's due to dust. So the point of this would be you would be able to, as a consumer, introduce compressed air to a port on your phone or your Nintendo Switch or anything, and one puff, and it would blow. It would have secured channels to direct the airflow to the important parts of your device, and it would blow all the dust and everything and dislodge it. And you wouldn't have to send in your laptop or whatever for maintenance. And the reason why I thought this was a good idea is Europe is introducing like a lot of DIY like laws, basically making it so um, you can't. Well, in America, in order to dislodge dust, you have to open up your device, and that will void your warranty. And so this would introduce ports where you wouldn't have to actually open up the device to dislodge all that dust. So I don't
How
know.
does the
We
dust
can
get
go.
in?
Dust gets in through just airflow in your living room. Say you have a laptop that you don't use that often, or you have a game system that you set on a shelf.
Yes.
Your skin falls off. It gets into the device. A
Yeah, I'm
lot of
asking
your
you, how does it
device
get into the device?
your devices oftentimes have fans, so the fans suck in and expel air, and a
So
lot
why
of that
couldn't you
air.
just blow compressed air through the openings that the dust goes into the first place?
Because there's moisture in compressed air, unless you use it from a can, and there could
Well,
be that too.
Well, also,
Okay,
if you just blow in air through, the exit ports, it's gonna disrupt the bearings in the fans. The air's not gonna
No,
go
you could do it through
exactly.
the influx area or whatever,
So
where
so
the white air goes into the fan.
the patent that I have puts the source of the compressed air exactly where you want it to be. So it's a kind of mathematically, geometrically determined point where you introduce compressed air, and it will blow all the dust out in a mathematically determined way where it will just clean the entire system out. If you just try to introduce dust into a random port, you're gonna
You mean
you're
air?
gonna break your device.
No. Like, so this is how I clean my laptop when I haven't, touched it in a while or what have you. You know the holes, the vent holes that are
Yeah.
like right next to the fan.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'll blow air into that. It'll hit the fan and go out through like the outflow vent or whatever you call it, the exhaust
Uh-huh.
vent, right?
Yeah.
And it works just fine. So
Well, the other way is to open up your entire laptop, void your warranty,
yeah,
and
but
just
I'm saying we don't need to do that. So what like value
so
does your patent
yours.
have if you can already do that through the openings that the dust enters in the first place?
I'm suggesting that your solution is an imperfect solution. Yours is a less perfect solution than mine. You can dust from the outside. You can introduce air from the outside, and it's going to clean off, and it's going to have a gradient effect, and it's going to clean off certain areas. My solution is engineered points where you introduce the dust through a port on the backside of a laptop, and there will be channels within the frame of the laptop, either through the case or through its RF shielding. You can stamp it into the RF shielding, but it's going to have ports that will direct the air in the exact ways that it need to go to hit your what's it called? The
Yeah. Good luck with your thing. Like, maybe you'll bamboozle some people to buying that product.
Well, I mean, if you think it's a bamboozle, then I've already
Yeah,
lost.
because you could just shoot air through the vent holes that are next to the fan, and as long as you get a good angle, and the fan will actually start spinning if you do it right.
Well,
Then
the
it's the
fan
same
spinning's a bad
result.
thing. Fans aren't
Yeah,
meant
you're
to
gonna
spin
blow your
backwards.
bearings out.
Yeah, fans aren't meant to spin backwards. So this will
Who
direct
says it's
air.
spinning backwards?
Well, if you're just shooting air in through an unspecified, opening in your laptop, then the
No, I
fan will
said
spin
where.
backwards.
No, I said the vent holes over the fan where the air comes in.
Uh-huh.
Anyways, man, it's good luck with your thing.
Do you think that everyone knows where exactly to shoot air in to where their
I don't think it
fans?
matters too much, to be honest.
Okay.
If you're shooting compressed air, like I've never had a fan break because shooting compressed air at an
Well,
angle.
my idea would be it has one port, and you shoot a little bit of compressed air in there, and it dispels all the dust everywhere, and it spins your bearing in the right way,
And
and
goes
you
through all the
clean
right channels. I got you.
you clean your system.
Go crazy.
Good luck with it.
All you need is a huge mass. Just sit a huge mass near it, and it'll just rip all the little particles away from your
All right,
components.
flat Earth.
Sorry, what were the other two patents?
So these were different patents for the same thing. So they were the process of making the channels. So you could 3D print a back shell for the channels that would direct the airways, or you could stamp in an aluminum case.
Yeah.
So that
Good
they
luck with the thing, man.
the same idea, different. Yeah.
All you need is a big ball. Cameron's already taught us, right? Mass attracts mass. Balls attract other tiny little balls. So
one
just
last
get a big ball near your components, and they'll just fly off what they're stuck to onto the big ball.
Cortico, why would any of these manufacturers apply this, adopt this technology, when they want you to planned obsolescence to destroy your device and buy a new one from them?
Well, a lot of them have warranty deals. So if you have a red light of doom or whatever, you can send your device in, and
Yeah, they got this
they'll.
down to a science. They have your device on average just breaking after warranty.
Well, I mean, hopefully it would be a successful theory that the human could. So planned obsolescence isn't everything in manufacturing. Some people want their product to work for a little while, and there's competition. Oh, they have a way to clean their product, and we don't have a way to clean their product. One
I
is
hear
more
you.
attractive
My
than the
advice to
other.
you is to advertise, market to, governments and the public, basically, so they can force and compel these companies to adopt this technology.
Well, yeah, I think that's kind of a European in Europe they're doing a lot of right to repair, and I feel like this is a right to repair kind of idea. You being able to skip the warranty phase, because like I said, 90% of warranty recalls are dust related, and this would be a dust type of issue, and if done right, it would eliminate 90% of all warranty cases. So yeah, I
Aren't
mean,
there like coatings that are basically dust repellent.
I mean, you can. They do it like it has to do with like
What's that stuff that
charging.
you, like that you could buff onto a car and it's like it repels dust?
No, I mean I think you're right. I don't know if that's been adopted,
They should
but
just
like
make the stuff with that. Make the components have
I
like
mean
a coating of that.
maybe that's a better idea. Like if they adopt that, then I will be out of business. But to my knowledge, that's not standard. Like I have a PS5 and it's dusty as fuck, and I've had to take it apart and there's dust all over it. It sucks. I would love it if there were a way to introduce
Yeah,
compressed air
that's my
to.
idea. I'm gonna patent it. Don't steal it.
You should. People should patent their good ideas. Oh, everyone's got a good patentable idea. All right. Has anyone got a flat Earth thing? So I said
Yeah.
Artemis. I said Artemis was proof that that the Earth is round.
Portico, you got to bring something other than NASA told me the truth about the world, man. Like you
Well,
got
Yeah,
to
look
come
at
with
this thing
something.
on TV. Yeah, come on, bro.
hang on. Listen to the whole argument. So the velocities that we tracked Artemis at are such that they could
We
only have
didn't.
been. Well, I
Do
mean,
you know?
by
Do
like
you know what
we, I
velocity
mean
even means?
distance over time.
No, it's not even what velocity means.
Well, I mean that's acceleration.
What?
Acceleration is distance over time. Well, no. I mean,
Oh
I think
no,
that's
it's
speed.
right
I
there.
think that's speed.
Velocity.
I think that's velocity.
Yeah, velocity is acceleration and position or position.
No, I think it's distance over time.
Direction.
Acceleration.
No, direction. Thank you. I couldn't find that word. Oh, that's no.
Now, wouldn't that
Yeah,
be
more specifically, it's
vector?
displacement over time.
So people much smarter than me calculated Artemis through their
Okay, well, then, can you bring
telescopes.
those people in here to talk to us? Because I don't need you to speak for them.
I mean, if that's how it's gonna be, then no, I can't help you.
Okay. Well, I mean, your argument is basically I heard this guy say this
I'm
thing
trying to be
before.
arguments. So you shouldn't reject arguments unless you accept that if they were true, then your position would be defeated.
Okay, all I'm trying to say is you need to bring something to the table. Not that
What I'm saying is,
I heard this guy say that he did this thing once, right? Like
So-
that. Like, what are we gonna do with that? Where
I
can
feel
we
like
go?
I feel like you're saying that if what I am saying is true, then your position would be wrong.
Yeah, if the globe exists, then I would be wrong. Correct.
I didn't say anything about the globe. So if you reject my evidence, then that is a concession that if my evidence were true, then your position would be faulty.
Look,
Is the
I'm
point that
I'm
I'm
not
making.
here for a philosophical debate. I just want some empirical evidence or definitive proof would be nice. If you got any of
Are
that,
you saying that
please
this
bring it to the.
isn't a
No, saying that
philosophical
you've seen
channel?
that you've heard somebody say that they've been to space is not anything. That would be called hearsay.
What I'm saying is,
I know what you're
if
saying, but go ahead.
so, you rejecting my source is you saying that you admitting that if what I say is true, then your position would be false.
Yes, if fantasies are reality, then I would be wrong.
So if Artemis was detected by multiple observers to be going at 24,000 miles an hour, then your position wouldn't hold.
Well, no, not necessarily that you put it in that. No.
So the escape velocity of Earth, and you saw an object moving at that speed. I mean, how would you defend that?
Okay, how do I measure that object without in
No.
reality, right?
Well, we're not talking about measuring. You have to
Oh.
accept that it is going at that speed.
How do I know? How do I accept this?
I'm saying that's.
Where'd you get escape velocity from?
What's that?
Something can be going that fast and it not be escaping Earth. you talking about?
So they have calculated the. Well,
Oh, but because
you
that's
know,
the
you
speed
know,
that
you
they
know,
say is required to escape Earth, that's what they must have been doing, escaping Earth. Like,
well,
no,
they
bro.
can measure an object moving at a certain speed. Do you not accept that?
Yeah, I don't care if they measured that an object was moving that fast. It doesn't mean it was escaping Earth just because they say that's the speed required to escape Earth.
So if they
I would be
measure an
more.
object,
I'd be more interested in your argument if you did this and you can bring it to the table and show us. That would be something. I'd be interested in that. Do you have
I
anything
mean,
like that you could do?
do you expect everyone to come to this channel with their own laboratory and their own?
No, but I expect them to come with something we can talk about. Like, do you think that no one here has heard about Artemis going to the moon? We
No,
don't need you to relay that message to us, dude.
all of you have, but like,
Okay, well, we don't
this is
need
the
you
first
to
time
tell
that
us.
I have heard your voice, and I've been in here over the past 3 years. So, like, you're not the first person.
I'm not the first person of what?
But like, you're sounding like you're trying to be the champion of flat Earth. But like, I've been in this channel
I
for the
would like
past
I would
three
like to be
years, and
some
you
when
seem like a really newcomer to these arguments, and you're
okay,
trying to like establish
this
some
isn't like like
hierarchy
when you
of flat Earther.
Cortico. When you become a flat earther, you don't come here. This isn't like some kind of graduation school. I happened upon this channel. Yeah, I've been learning about flat Earth for over 7 years now. My point to you is that we all know about NASA. We all know about Artemis. You just re-saying what we already know is not an argument. Come with
Okay,
something that we can talk
maybe I
about.
don't have any. Maybe you can bring me your best evidence.
A flat Earth?
Well,
Curvature? We can talk about
I would
curvature,
like you
sure.
to. I would like you to talk about Dr. Blitz.
What is Dr. Blitz?
Oh, you don't know?
Enlighten us.
So Dr. Blitz presented evidence of neutrinos, which you guys all poo-pooed. You guys all got really afraid of it real quick.
Go on.
So there is a neutrino emitter, like a neutrino gun in Chicago or thereabouts, that ejects neutrinos at a certain angle. I think it's 3 degrees down bubble, and buried into the ground 700 miles away. Um, there is a neutrino detector, and it's buried such that uh, it will intercept those neutrinos.
Sorry,
Uh,
what's buried 700 miles in the ground?
a neutrino detector.
A neutrino, like what do you mean? Like that we
Cool
made it?
story, bro.
I'm unfamiliar with this. Wait, are you saying we put this in the ground?
Yes. So there's a neutrino gun, and then
Well,
700 miles away.
hold on. How did we put something 700 miles into the Earth?
No, it's not 700 miles into the Earth. It's 700 miles away from the neutrino gun as the
Oh,
bird
okay.
flies.
All right, go ahead. Misunderstood you.
Okay, so in point A, there is a gun and it emits neutrinos. In point B, 700 miles away, there is a neutrino detector and it is buried deep into the earth, such that uh, the angle that the neutrinos make could only hit that detector if the earth is curved at the predicted angle. If the Earth were flat, I think what they say is that either the gun or the detector would have to be like 5 miles different in elevation, but it turns out that they're not because the Earth is curved, and the detector only has to be like maybe 30 yards deep. So they shoot neutrinos into the Earth, and it meets the detector at the predicted uh, elevation.
Now, if everything that I was saying were true, how do you explain this?
I don't even. This is the first time I heard about it. I mean, if I responded to you, it would just be assumptions. I would have to look into this Dr. Blitz guy. I've again never heard about this before.
Oh, he has like 100,000 followers on YouTube. He came into this channel and
He's not sure
presented
he has
that.
hands though.
He came into this channel and talked about it with two of your moderators, and they couldn't explain it. They they got very, very angry at him. But
Yeah,
this was the
neutrinos, yeah.
hypothetical that he presented.
Oh no.
Crit had to step in. Like, there's another one of your guys who works at like a paper mill. I forgot his name, but like he got really frustrated. Like this was the hypothetical.
Of course, you should listen to the theoretical physicist who can't prove he has hands.
I didn't hear that, by the way. I don't even think that's true. I think you should have to prove that. That's a claim by you. Because I've seen his hands. He has YouTube videos where I see his hands.
That's not proof. You can't prove you have hands. So you can't prove those neutrinos and that they're detected.
So if we're going that far, then we don't have much to talk about.
Hey, bro, it's his argument, not mine.
Well, all I'm saying is he presented a very detailed argument, which I have reiterated as best I could to you guys, and seems we're at a loss. All right. Well, thank you guys for entertaining me and giving me advice with my patents and stuff. I think I'm gonna jump, but thank you guys for.
I'd go with the big, massive ball that can attract dust particles to it.
Hey, if I become a billionaire off my patent, then everyone in this channel, everyone who's a flat earther, I will donate some money to. How do you like that? If I become a billionaire off of my patent, then I'll come back here and share the wealth. How's that sound?
Free tickets in Bezos' rocket, yay!
I won't forget you guys.
You know, I bet if everyone had a little bit of money for every time they had, everyone would be rich already. I won't forget you guys. Well,
Yeah, I'm remembering you while I'm keeping all my money to myself.
They could buy us all neutrino machines.
Like India was saying, and like I would be saying, did
I'm sorry, Elijah, I didn't catch that, man.
no, all his argument was in affirming the consequent fallacy.
But if neutrinos, machine goes beep, therefore neutrinos? Or if Earth globe with neutrinos, machine go beep, therefore Earth globe with neutrinos?
How do you tag a
Or more.
neutrino so that it's not some other random neutrino hitting the detector?
That's what I'm saying. More vaguely, if neutrinos exist, then some effect is observed. The effect is observed, therefore neutrinos exist. So the question is, are they detecting neutrinos? No, neutrinos are detected indirectly. So simple as that.
Yeah, I don't know. I just never heard of that argument. So, and if I was going to answer that in good faith, I would just have to look into it more.
Heard of what argument?
The whole Dr. Blitz and the neutrino gun and all that stuff. Like, I'm sure what you're saying is, probably a good answer. It just, I personally, I don't want to respond to it just because I've never went down this avenue.
Well, that's the well. All right. If Dr. Blitz's argument is about neutrinos, and you can just look it up, and if you find that neutrinos aren't detected directly and they're detected indirectly, and if you know that an affirming the consequent fallacy is what we just exampled, then I mean, you know,
No, I do follow you. I'm just saying, like, I'm sure if I went and looked at, like, I would probably come up with a similar answer of what you're saying. Like, what you're saying makes 100% sense to me. It's just I can't, like, me saying it would just be parroting what you just said, and obviously before you even talked, like, I don't want to just like answer questions that mindlessly defend something that I don't need to, when we obviously have other proofs that the curvature doesn't exist. So me, you know, trying to navigate through a new idea or a new explanation. Again, just want to be in good faith, and it would probably just discredit me, right? Because I don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about when it comes to neutrinos and Dr. Blitz and all this bullshit.
well, guess what? Me either. I mean, Indio went back and forth with him about it. I don't know about neutrinos, but the I mean that's the thing about knowledge. It's like it's not that hard when you want to know if you can know something or if someone is just trying to pass off the story to you. So if it's not detected directly, then I mean everyone who comes and argues that this effect is because neutrinos exist is just a fallacious argument. I mean, it's hard to accept that because a lot of the scientific community actually utilizes that fallacy. So, it'd be hard to it seems too simple, but it just actually that's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely follow what you're saying.
Well, if you enter neutrino as a GIF, all you'll get is that Disney show, Jimmy Neutron. That's all you'll get. So they're clearly real, and that's great evidence.
I don't know anything about it. Are is this like established? Like, do we know what a neutrino is and all that shit? Like, I don't know if anyone has any information on it. I'm curious now.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
we
a
do know.
subatomic. So you have the electron, and they spin around the proton, and then the neutron is like a neutrino's inside a neutron. I think how that works. So it's like a balanced charge component. That's supposed to make sense. Doesn't to me.
Yeah, dude, were you even told what the actual argument was? Yeah. I must have missed half of it.
I mean, I know what an electron gun is. 'Cause it's how old computer screens,
Oh yeah,
TV
yeah, yeah.
screens used to work.
Yeah, no,
Similar, but
I meant
I
to
don't
the
know
guy.
what that is.
Oh, sorry, dude. No, I meant to the guy who was like the newish guy who was saying, oh, you know, I'd have to look into.
Oh, me? Yo, sorry.
Yeah.
What?
Did anyone actually explain to you what they say why this is actually proved?
Yeah, the one guy did. I got like,
Okay.
I don't like commenting on things that I lack knowledge on. Right? Like that's
Yeah,
just
yeah, yeah.
me personally.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I was just asking you if they had even told you what they're saying about it,
Yeah, no, they did.
rather than just saying that there's a neutrino argument out there that they're
No,
running with without actually telling you what it is.
he brought up Dr. Blitz and how he shot the gun and it was like underground. I'm paraphrasing and making it brief. Just
Yeah, yeah.
yeah. No, he went through it all. Like I
Okay,
understand the
okay.
argument. I just don't want to respond to something that I heard for the first time. And just because I'm a flat earther, I'm just going to deny this out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all.
Of course, of course. Yeah, yeah. I just wasn't sure if you did hear any of the details at all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. And I have it up on my computer. I'm gonna look into this just because actually I've
yeah.
heard the word neutrino. I just never looked into it, and I never heard of like a neutrino gun either.
Okay, okay.
So yeah,
Yeah, they're
something I'm gonna
making
look
like
into.
they're basically making a geometric claim.
I'm
In
sorry.
essence.
I have a quick question before I leave here. Is there any like objective facts about the Earth being like round or flat?
Yeah. There's no measurable, observable curvature. That's like
There's no
the
like
biggest one.
proven facts. I'm just
What's that?
being. Is it like proved already? Is it proven
Yeah.
or no?
Yeah, and the beautiful thing about it is you can prove it yourself, just doing measurements on your own. Anyone can do it. Because we know what the claimed size of the Earth is, right? Like approximately
Yeah.
26,000 miles around, circumference. Radius is 4,000. Blah 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 blah. So based on like the information that mainstream gives us, we can. I mean, they've already measured curvature, right? It's not like flat earthers need to go out and assume curvature and all this stuff. We already have the information on a solar platter. All we're doing is simply taking their own math, going out into the real world and doing local and or long distance observations, and based on certain observations, and there's a magnitude of them, um, there's simply no observable measurable curvature. It's a mic drop argument when you actually do it yourself and realize this these don't work on a
Thank you.
globe. Yep.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
And I got
So
did he just leave? I think he left.
yeah, he left. Have you heard of the neutrino observatory? That one's an interesting concept. Anyway, they say it's in Antarctica, I think.
I haven't.
So
Well, it's a massive chamber, like a giant steel vacuum chamber, like super huge underground. Apparently, it's creates this like environmental condition where it's enough to sense a neutrino, because the neutrino apparently passes through anything physical, but you got to isolate the space that it's passing through. That's the kind of stuff you hear about it anyway.
actually post that. Post that. Post some post that. Because
Yeah, if you
again,
want me to post it, sorry, it's old information I had on the trainer observatory.
because I mean, it sounds like you're saying the neutrino is passing through something, and again, it's not like they actually have detected neutrinos directly in any way. So I want to see the details and see what they're actually saying they're doing.
Well, I'm not arguing in the affirmative that it even exists. I'm just telling you what I remember about reading about it. I mean, just the premise that it's like buried in Antarctica is a shaky foundation to start on, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I was just saying if you knew where that was, share it. If you can't, that's fine.
All right. Google was pretty accommodating. It's all there in a screenshot. Just uploading. There it is.
Yeah, see, so let's look for, do they detect neutrinos directly in neutrino observatories using Perplexity AI, by the way. As no, neutrinos are generally not detected directly in neutrino observatories. They are detected by the secondary particles and light produced when a neutrino interacts with the detector medium such as ice or water. So again, these interactions that they're talking about, that they're calling neutrinos, or they're saying this is the existence of neutrinos because of this interaction, is just a fallacious argument, man. Like, they're not detecting neutrinos.
To be real, they're probably involved with like a secret UAP project. Like they use them as like interdimensional gateway portals or something, maybe controlling and piloting around their ships from the ground. Not Sunday yet, but it's on the way.
Yeah. In observatories like IceCube, the sensors record Cherenkov light from those charged secondary particles and the neutrino's energy and direction are then inferred from that pattern. It's a classic case of affirming the consequent.
How do they know they're shooting one?
Well, they're not. You're not. Didn't you hear what I just said?
Right. It's an interaction between. They're saying that it's the evidence is in the interaction between two other things.
No, if I remember correctly, the biggest thing that or the main thing that I think I remember Indio bringing up about this in that conversation had not necessarily to do with whether it was an indirect or a direct measurement. It had to do more with the collimation of the beam, right? Because what they claim is, like, they're very staunch that they know that what they're detecting is what's being emitted from the other observatory, the other emitter, because of the timing, right? They press a button, it emits the stuff, and they pick it up almost immediately, and they're able to correlate that, right? So there's a correlation element to it. But that aside, it had to do with the collimation of the beam, because they're arguing that, okay, this thing is such and such a distance below the ground. They're angling the emitter at a certain rate, a certain angle, and therefore they would expect that straight line of sight, so to speak, that chord, right, that emerges as a result through the Earth and up on the other side at a certain spot. But the collimation of the beam, I think he said it was a 3-degree spread. So that changes the range at which you could actually pick this up. Say it's legitimate, right? Assuming it's legitimate, it opens up a can of worms that it's not only at a single spot that you could detect this. So that range changes things, right? Whether it's legitimate or not, something's going on. They're indirectly, quote unquote, measuring something. Some phenomena is occurring. Fine. What is it? Well, they say it's one thing. It doesn't matter. Well, where that phenomena can occur is also in question as well. So it's it's a bit of a mess, if I'm not mistaken.
So does anyone have a problem with a subatomic particle generating like an optical phenomena? Because I kind of do. Like a neutrino interacts with turns it blue. In what way? Oh, well, they're measuring like this tiny little radiation spike that's in the blue banding that the blue light uses. It's just like saying that sometimes light hits ice and it goes blue, therefore neutrinos exist. All right. You guys know the Large Hadron Collider?
What?
The Large Hadron Collider?
What's your favorite type of bean?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the LHC, dude. Not too much, but
That
I
was
know of.
rude.
Wrong room, dude. Check out the Vega channel somewhere else.
So apparently they've created gold inside of the LHC, and they didn't mean to do it. They were saying that they were trying to recreate the Big Bang, and they ended up making gold. Don't you think that's a little bit suspicious?
I think I heard of that. Yeah, they collided some particles and it just smashed together so hard and fast that it coagulated into. Yeah, but they were small amounts, right? They were like a total sunk cost, right? Like you can't. It's not economical. But yeah, I remember
Okay,
hearing about
say they're trying to prove a principle or a concept with these massive machine structures, right? Like the LHC's one, the neutrino observatories are another. Then they've got things like the National Ignition Facility where they're telling you they're trying to recreate the sun. Now, I think there's an interesting way to theorize that they're trying to harness the occultic principles of the primary elements. So the cold, the wind, and the fire through the ships, right? There's a little bit more inside of that I could talk about, but it's not Sunday yet, so I don't want to get too occultic.
Fair enough. But yeah, I'm familiar with with that to some degree. I hear you.
Where did alchemy come from in history? It's an occultic concept. You see the connection?
Somewhat.
Like John Dee was the guy to bring alchemy to like the nobility as a concept because he heard about it in like probably ancient Islamic literature. And then he said he could recreate it by communing with demons, which was his other main pursuit. So, yeah, John Dee is there at the back of like a long progression of sciences deriving out of occultism. And it's always a murky line. So I think a lot of that theoretical physicists are like that whole field is just designed to rebrand what they used to call the ether, and through that tap into occultic techniques that have been forgotten. And this is why they have to keep us in the dark about what they're really doing. But maybe tomorrow we can go into depth on it.
Yeah. In a way, it's kind of like secularizing, so to speak, all this kind of stuff, make it more technical so it seems more legitimate.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the biggest path into ignorance, really. If you're eliminating the creator and you're not adding creator into any of your rationalizing frameworks, that's why they don't believe the atheism that they promulgate through the world at all. At the highest level, they're all occultists. So they know there's a spiritual reality and they're using spiritual principles against people. But it begins with eliminating God so you can have this foundational reality mechanic. It's not really gravity and it's not really mass. It's just this, like I said, branding of whatever the exterior force to human observational tool sets are, like that they call it dark matter, but it's just this big unknown part of reality.
If it even exists, right? Because if I'm not mistaken, the whole dark energy, dark matter thing is basically a fill in the gap, right? They have an equation, it doesn't balance out, so they throw in some unknown variable to make the equation balance out. And indirectly kind of inferring that, oh, there must be something there, right? Discounting the possibility that their entire setup, which led them to, to create such an equation, was faulty from the get-go.
Yeah, it's like what I was saying a minute ago. They just replaced what they used to use to explain everything, which is just the aether. So they realized it was critical somewhere in the cosmic makeup for the subconscious, so they put it into terms of subatomic particles.
Yeah, to try and conceptualize everything as, miniaturized BBs floating around, flying around, doing shit. It's like a fucking cancer, dude. Sorry, I shouldn't say that word here. But I get you. Welcome to whoever just joined in. Feel free to open up your mic and say hi if you have any questions. A lot of people on the late night panel.
Earthers.
Hey, what was that?
I was just saying, how's it going, flat earthers?
What's going on, dude? Yeah, you cut out a little bit there.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking at these beautiful pictures coming down from us, coming down from Artemis 2. Have you guys seen these beautiful pictures?
I saw the live stream. Which one's he
Yeah.
talking about?
If you look inside chat, you see those beautiful images of the Earth.
Let's take a look.
Look at how pretty that is.
Looks fake as fuck.
I mean, you just, yeah. Now, imagine seeing that in real life. You know what I'm saying? Like, it almost is unbelievable, like the beauty of God right before our very eyes.
But is that what this is? Or is this a concoction? And how would we know?
Well, because they went up there and they took those pictures on their cell phones and Nikon cameras and brought it back down here to us, and we can look at it. Verifiable images. Proof.
How do you verify them?
Well,
because they say they took it, so therefore they took it.
Well, because we watched them launch up into space using the rocket, and
Right on.
So
So we right. So we saw a rocket go up, right? And then at one point we couldn't see it anymore, right?
that's correct.
So then what? Then you infer that it must be going to the place that they say
Oh,
it's
you don't have
going
to
to.
infer. You don't have to infer because there's cameras on the spaceship that show you exactly where it went. It's out of view.
Right. So you have to take their word for it that the camera feed that they're sending you is legitimate.
No, we
Right?
don't have to take the word for it because cameras use metadata. We can predict what we would expect the metadata for that picture to look like, and then when they provide the metadata, we can compare the two and go, oh, they really did take that picture.
See?
Okay. So what
Yeah,
metadata? What
this
metadata
isn't
are we
just a
talking
fluffy
about?
bro argument. Pictures have metadata when they're taken with digital cameras.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know that, dude. Right. But metadata is just text, right?
The metadata
Right.
is the parameters surrounding the taking of the picture.
Yeah. So if you ever right. So if you ever open a photo in a text editor or something, right? Large majority of it is undecipherable, bits and bytes, right? So your text editor won't render anything except garbage. But then there are header frames to these blobs, right? That are in ASCII text, so you can read them no problem. But you can also edit them, right? Especially,
I'm saying in my hypothetical case, they haven't edited them. So, for example,
right on.
if I say that I've taken a picture, right, and
Mhm.
you, based on the software provided by, let's say for example, we have access to the proprietary software provided by the company on how the camera generates metadata for a given picture. We can make predictions based on that proprietary software, what the metadata would say, and then within the right translation software, what it would show. And we can make a prediction on what exactly the metadata is going to say using that proprietary information as the translation. Now, if I take a picture using a digital camera, it gives me a certain amount of metadata. Who cares about a text editor? All we need is the proprietary translation software to tell us, okay, this picture matches the original metadata. The idea that it can be edited is irrelevant because we can determine using proprietary software whether or not it was edited to begin with. So the idea that you have to take the word for it because it can be edited, that's not an argument anymore because there's an original metadata that we can compare to using proprietary translation software provided by the company.
It depends, right? Because metadata can really just be a timestamp, right? So what in the metadata would you look for to confirm the content of the image?
The more sophisticated the camera, the more sophisticated the metadata. For example, a camera that also has a clock, if a camera has a clock and it has a GPS, It's going to contain a lot more information than if it was just a digital camera with 1, no internet access, and 2, no other additional features on the camera.
Right on. So what in the metadata would you check that would confirm the content of the actual image? Second time.
It depends on how sophisticated the instrument is. If you have an extremely sophisticated instrument, you can, if it has Wi-Fi access too, you can translate the position as well.
Right on. So what about the image that they captured using the device that they used? That was redundant, but you get my point.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're asking.
Because you're speaking hypothetically. Because it's if I'm not mistaken, you're speaking hypothetically, right? Technology is so
We're both
sophisticated,
speaking
we got
hypothetically.
metadata that we can use to confirm the content of an image, right? And especially nowadays, because it's so sophisticated, well, yeah, it shouldn't be a problem. Okay, so let's apply that to what they gave us. What images are in question? What cameras did they use? What metadata can we actually investigate? And what have we found if anybody's actually done this?
This is actually an internal critique of your position because you're speaking hypothetically as well. Because you're saying hypothetically they're lying or they edited it.
I'm not saying shit. I'm asking you what was done to verify it.
Yes, you are saying something.
I'm asking. Of course, I'm saying something. I'm asking a question. I'm asking a question. I'm not affirming shit. I'm
Okay,
asking what did they do?
So you're not
what can
affirming
be
that the
done?
picture's false?
Huh?
So you're not affirming that the picture is false? That the picture it was not.
I have no
taken?
idea. I have no idea. That's my point. I have no idea. I have
You're
no idea.
incredulous. You're incredulous about the picture, and we have a given amount of evidence. That no evidence will be provided, by the way, that the picture is fake, but there will be plenty of evidence provided that the picture is not fake. In this hypothetical example.
Which is, I'm not talking about a hypothetical, dude. I'm talking about, okay, this guy, look, check the chat, right? Check the chat. Here are 2 images, right? Images, specifically, not necessarily photographs, right? He used the word images, by the way, right? So I'm just going with what he said. Okay. These were allegedly taken, right, in the fashion that was told us. Okay, great. The first part of his argument was we saw the thing go up in the sky, we couldn't see it anymore, and then they sent us this stuff. So now what? Right? We're left with checking this stuff out. How do we do that?
I don't know about his pictures. I don't know about that.
Right. Well,
I'm not defending his pictures.
Okay. Well, that's where
I'm using a hypothetical to disprove the idea that all we need to do is rely on the government's word for it that the pictures are legitimate. I'm saying there are many different measures by which we can use evidence to determine the impossibility of the contrary if there's enough evidence, or the idea that one explanation is more likely than the other. And if any of the explanations other than yours are possible, then your worldview crumbles entirely. Because your worldview requires that all of them be false. All of them have to be lies for your worldview to be consistent. All of them.
Okay, great.
Every single one.
Okay, so fantastic. So let's confirm that. Okay, so they give us, let's take one instance, right? They give us one thing. How do we verify it? Let's do that.
I just said, hypothetically, the image is sourced. The image is sourced to the company of the camera that it was taken from, and we can compare its metadata using a translation software.
Fantastic. Now you do know that's very vague, right? You're speaking to somebody who actually works in software, and you're not being specific enough on what you're saying. It's very high level. It doesn't answer the question. What metadata? How do we do it? Are we doing are we checking hashes or something? Is there metadata that compares the actual resolution, or does it compare the actual frame itself? All this stuff. This is all text, right? In the metadata, so it can be changed. So it's like this is not enough. So I'm asking you. I'm not done, dude. Okay. I'd like to finish, please.
You're asking like you're shotgunning, and I'm trying to answer.
I'm addressing a couple things, right? By you kind of glossing over these things, right? It's not enough because there's specifics that we need. So when you're speaking hypothetically, I ask you, okay, great, what was actually done?
Okay, so you're done.
You
Do
heard a
you
question,
understand?
right?
Do you understand what underdetermination is? The concept of underdetermination.
Explain.
Okay. The philosophical concept of underdetermination is that if two hypothetically mutually exclusive positions can be explained by the same body of evidence, then nothing can be proven entirely to be true.
Great. So that's why I'm trying to move away from the hypothetical, right? You see that? Like, did you catch that?
Well,
Or
but we
not?
need to test your idea that none of these are true, because that's the idea that your worldview entails. This is an entailment of your worldview. If any of these pictures, if a single picture provided by NASA of the spherical Earth happens to be true, your worldview crumbles into dust. Do you understand that?
Sure. That's why I'm asking. I've been asking about 4 or 5 times now. Let's check them. How do we do that? And notice how you're actually like avoiding the actual getting
Well,
into that.
I'm not avoiding anything. I'm saying that
Or you're incapable, right? If you're incapable of actually doing that, then maybe you should like throw your hypothetical in the air, see if anyone catches it and says, "Oh shit, you're right. I can
know.
do that,"
You guys
and then
hate
goes and does it,
hypotheticals
right?
because the moment that we start testing your logic, it falls apart completely. You
What
hate
logic?
hypotheticals. You hate them.
What logic did I propose?
Your worldview has a required exclusivity to it, and I'm testing that by saying that if any of it can't be excluded, then your worldview crumbles completely. You have to hand wave away and exclude a set of data by claiming that all of it is a lie. And I'm saying if any of it happens to be true or possibly true, even possibly true, not just true, possibly true, if it can be proven that any of it is possibly true, your worldview is bonkers, nuts, retardo, bro.
All right. Put your boner away. All right. So let's get into it. All right. We're talking about Artemis. Rico brought us Artemis. Right? How do we check even one of them is actually true? And who did already?
What reason do we have to assume that they're false?
Because somebody's making a claim, right? They're making a statement of fact, right? How do we verify that it's actually factual? It's not hard, dude. It's a very simple question.
Sure.
Right?
There are several different ways. There are several different evidences that we have that they are true.
Very good. Very good. So one of them that Rico brought up, and maybe you can let him handle his argument, right? Because he brought it up, right?
I'd be
And
glad
he
to.
made
I'd be
some good
glad
points.
to.
But here's one way of doing it: check the metadata, and somehow, right? However that is, maybe he knows, right? That actually can conclusively verify that this is legitimate, right? So that's a great proposal. Let's move with it. So I ask you, Rico, right? Did you hear that, or did you just jump in and out? And you missed half of it or something.
No, I heard it all. No, I heard how you took
Great.
it to this flat earther, and I appreciate it.
All right.
I wanted
So
to bring some.
what
Yeah.
Floundering said was, okay, here are some images. We can check that they're actually legitimate by digging into the image, checking the metadata, and confirming that it's all copacetic. Right? Did you do that, or do you know anyone who actually did?
Well, a lot of people, right? So when the scientists went up into space, the astronauts, I should say, and they took these photos, they used a very specific camera, a camera that's been used since 2013-ish. It's a Nikon camera, and we have a lot of experience with Nikon cameras. I know Nikon cameras better than probably anybody else, to be honest with you, because it's a very special camera. And NASA's been using this camera for a certain amount of time because it's effervescent in the sense that when they get the data, it's easier to transfer the data and they can upload the raw image straight onto the internet. So the image that you're seeing, which is uploaded online, is basically a raw bing, bing, bing from point A, B, C, right? Straight to the
Oh
internet.
yeah.
And you
I remember.
and you can
I remember
download that.
you.
You can download
Very
that.
good.
And then you can
Very
check
good.
the metadata on your own. And a lot of people
Very good.
have.
Very good. I remember you. You're the effervescent guy. Fantastic. So did you check the effervescent metadata, or can you cite me someone who's actually effervescently checked the metadata, please?
Yeah, I can do that right now.
Very good. What method did they employ? Did they employ what Floundering suggested? Whatever it actually was, because it was actually very, non-specific.
Hang on a second.
It wasn't non-specific. It was very specific. And if you'd like me to say what I said again, or you can check the live stream to hear back what I said.
Yeah. So after I pointed out, right, all the, some of these details about metadata, right, and what actual headers you can find in a file, right, I asked you, how do you actually take the headers? What do they do? Like, what's the method?
Because I already
Which
answered
headers
that
are actually
question.
taken? Okay,
Because I
answer it
already
again,
answered
please.
I already went over the parameters of how you do that.
Okay, all right. Answer it for Rico, because he came in and out a little bit.
Sure, Nikon, the company that produces the Nikon cameras, has its own, just like every company that produces digital cameras, that have their own proprietary company-wide translation software for their metadata. Their metadata is proprietary. And so,
What do you mean by
gaining access to that proprietary software would net you. Here's the beautiful thing. Here's how I know this is true, is because detectives that are solving crimes, especially over the internet where images are constantly uploaded and where 99% of people don't know how to edit metadata, they don't even know what metadata is. When pictures are uploaded to the internet and are used as evidence, detectives contact these companies directly and borrow this translation software, or the company provides brief, exclusive, this case only access to this proprietary translation software, so they can figure out exactly what's going on in the picture and where the picture came from and where it was taken. If the camera has Wi-Fi and GPS, you can figure out where the picture was taken. There's a lot of things you can do with metadata, and detectives use it all the time.
Thank you very much. Can I ask you, what do you mean by translation? Are you talking about like converting from one format to another? Because that's not applicable here. That's not necessarily applicable here.
I don't know the specifics. I just know that the companies have proprietary translation software. I don't know what language it's in. I don't know what format it's in. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it. I'm not an expert, but I know that it happens. I know that that's how they do it. That's how detectives have to do it.
This is what I'm asking you. When you're saying translation, translating from what to what?
The gobbledygook nonsense metadata into actual discernible information.
So
okay, so the actual, like, the internal sort of electronic signals and shit, like turning that into like a string of text or something, right? That you then embed into an image at the top of the
whatever
file.
Whatever information you can garner from the metadata from that picture is going to be you need access to that company's proprietary software to do it. They hide that software for very good reason.
Well, there's a problem, right? There's actually there's a problem here. Some things, right? Let's say if you take a hash of something, right? A large string of text and you hash it, you get like a more or less unique string out of it, right? That type of stuff, I can see where you're coming from. The problem is, unless you know the source of like the original input, you don't really know what the output's going to be. So more or less, people are just gonna, anyone can fudge a hash, right? It's not a problem. Now the other problem is also the rest of the metadata. Okay, it's just text when it's embedded into the image. Okay, so if you have the proper format, right? Let's say Nikon has a specific header format in their JPEGs or PNGs or whatever shit that their cameras spew out, right? When you open your memory card and you put in your computer and you have your images, right? They're PNGs or JPEGs or whatever other format, right? The header files, it's just text. Okay, that shit can be, doctored on the fly. It's not a problem. So again, without the specifics, right? And I asked Rico, who's actually done the actual checking on these things? What did they do? I'm not saying that they can't, right? I'm asking what they actually did, in full faith that what you're saying is legitimate, that they can do so. So again, I've asked Rico and I've asked you, who did what to check these images? Employing the techniques that you're kind of glossing over here.
I mean, I'm actually happy with all of that. And if Rico wants to step in, he can, because what I wanted to talk about in regards to this topic was about underdetermination and the demonstrating all I need to do is poke a single hole in your worldview. I don't actually need to introduce I don't need to introduce any empirics on my end, because the entire point is that you have to hand wave away all of it, and all of it must be false, and any introduction of the contrary blows your worldview apart. And so if I can show underdetermination, then we can just follow the reasonable assumption. We don't even have to get into empirics yet. Which
Okay.
assumption is more reasonable? And in that case, if you want to be unreasonable, that's up to you.
Well, who's doing the reasoning though? Isn't that kind of like a subjective thing?
Of course, reasoning is subjective.
Well, okay, there you go. So we're kind of stuck, right? We're in this, my
Right,
world
but
is
this is
better
my
than your
point.
worldview.
But this is my point: is that your worldview proposes objectivity, but the point is that it's not objective, because at the end of the day, we boil down to
Not?
the topic is underdetermined, and you are making an assumption.
But hold on, what do you mean it's underdetermined? I thought it was all,
No,
I
the
thought
worldview.
I thought it was absolutely known for sure that we're on a giant ball. Isn't that like objective truth?
Now, I'm talking about the verification of the pictures is underdetermined. That's what I'm.
Oh, okay. Okay, well there you go. Okay, fine. Right. But see,
Yeah,
this is where I
we
Rico,
haven't
right?
gotten to the
So
globe yet.
how
We're
about
still on
this?
the micro topic. We haven't gotten to the globe yet.
Okay, fine. So this is what I mean, right? So I asked Rico. Okay, he brought some images in. They're supposedly from Artemis, from these guys up there. They saw it. They took a picture, and these pictures are legit. How do we know that? Because that's a statement of fact, right? So I asked you, Rico, again. What'd you do to check that shit? Or who did? Right? You mentioned somebody did it. Who? What
Well,
did
I
they do?
went to. So what I did was I went to this website right here. Posted here in side chat. And if you look at the website, it says
Okay.
if it will load. I'm not sure if it's going to load.
Okay, so this is like the directory from the official NASA.gov website, I should say, that is
It
hosting
says
these pictures.
original camera raw files, right? Nikon raw NEF images are available
NEF.
by request.
Okay, so they're hosting. Very good. So they're hosting the images on their site. So at this point, what we can say for absolute certainty is that they are offering these out. Okay, so these are official offerings from their website.
Yes, and they're all in the raw format.
Fantastic.
Which you can look at for yourself and.
In what form? Sorry, what format?
In the raw format, meaning you can
Raw
look at the
format.
original metadata.
Very good. Okay, very good. So if the metadata is in there, okay, what metadata did you look at, or who do you know who looked at the metadata, who used that to confirm the veracity and legitimacy of the actual content of the image?
Well, take a look at this right here.
Go for it.
Screenshot that. And so this is very important right here. And you can clearly see that in the reflection, you can see the camera lens of the Nikon camera that they use. Right?
Okay.
And if you look at the metadata, it matches up with that lens. So this is a verifiable image. And you can see the lens of the camera quite clearly reflected in the space window.
Okay.
So
what do these images tell me? Because what I'm looking at is I see 3 images on the left side. There's a bright little light On the right side looks like the moon crescent, and then also in the image is the reflection of the camera. Right.
Right. And you can see that this is a verified space image,
Okay.
and you can see that the Earth is not a flat
I
plane.
didn't. I don't see Earth in these images, dude. What are you
That's Earth
talking
right
about?
there in the
Where?
distance. The crescent.
The light?
No, the crescent.
Oh, the crescent. Oh shit! I thought that was the moon, dude. Okay.
No, this is from the Earth photos directory.
Okay, very good. Very good. We were talking about metadata before, right? And I think you just brought it up again. Right. So what about the metadata of these photos? Can you check?
Well, I can request, like, here, I'll take
Okay.
this image right here and I'll
Okay.
request.
Did somebody already? Because I thought I remember you saying that somebody has. Or
Yeah,
did I mishear you?
somebody on Reddit did.
Oh, very good. Okay, what did they do? What did they say? What was the end result?
That it matches up with the same metadata, which is posted publicly on
What?
Wikimedia.
When you say the same metadata, what, the same format?
Yes. Which
Okay,
is
big
posted,
deal. You
which
know
is
what a
posted
format is,
publicly
right?
on Wikimedia right here. And then if you
Yeah,
go to
very
Wikimedia,
good. So you have a format, right? Format being, okay, I'm going to create a picture and I'm going to create metadata, and I want my format to be title at the top, date second, and owner's name of the camera third. There's your format. Okay. Now the content of each of those lines says nothing about, like, there's nothing in that, right? It could be anything. You can go in there and change that all you want. The format's the same, so it gives credence to the idea that it was definitely that definitely came from that camera because the format matches up. But the content of the content in the headers formatted in such a way, you can't, like, it doesn't say, the format itself says nothing about the content. That's what I'm trying to get at. Okay.
well, how do you mean?
Oh, so what do we do? How do we check the content of the photo?
Oh, wait.
By looking at the
Wait.
header.
How are you just gonna say those words?
Huh?
How do you just say those words? Like,
Which
what do you
ones?
mean? Like, how do we know if the content?
Okay, the
Because
content. Okay,
it's the
here's the
camera. It's the
problem, right?
camera which is creating the content. Like, the camera is the camera.
So check this out, right? If anyone knows anything about software and file formats and stuff like that, they'd understand what I'm talking about. Okay, you have a blob of zeros and ones. Okay, a certain section of that blob is to represent the pixels, for example, and another section of that blob is what we call the headers, right? The top first, block, let's say, of however many bits and bytes or
Bro,
whatever,
bro,
right?
but
We
this is
reserve the
bro.
header. Let me
Yo,
finish. The argument that was brought up was
what?
strictly talking about the header of the file.
No, I'm
I'm
talking
asking
about the
you,
actual data, bro.
what does the content or in the header or the header format itself say anything about the actual blob of pixels? And what do we do to compare them and verify the content of the blob from the headers? Because that was the main argument. Okay,
But you're just
so
completely discarding the entire argument I just made. First of all, metadata is infakable.
that's not necessarily true. Depends which ones you're talking about. If you're going to talk about, maybe there's a hash, right? A hash of the bits is embedded in the metadata, right? You can verify the hash comparing with the actual bits of the content. And if there's a match, it's a match, right? But there are other parts of the headers that may not necessarily be part of the hash. Okay, it
Bro, but
depends
the
on how
thing
it's
is, like,
done.
it tells
Let
you
me
the
finish. And
lens, the type of
this is
camera.
what this is what Floundering was talking about before. By the proprietary software might do stuff like this, like generate a hash based on the actual content of the header and the body, right? The actual image itself. We don't know. It's not necessarily standardized. I mean, there's standardized ways of doing things, but implementing those ways differs from company to company and stuff like that. So my point is, who fucking checked all this shit? Are you guys
Don't you
getting
guys
it yet?
rely on Nikon cameras for your flat Earth evidence?
I didn't propose anything, dude. Okay, I'm looking at your stuff right now. Okay,
Yeah, I'm telling you.
don't
If
try
you
and
can stop
reverse it.
monologuing for just
Don't
half a
try and
second, I
reverse
can tell
this
you.
on me. Don't try
That
and
wasn't
reverse
me
this on me
talking.
because
That
you guys
wasn't.
tried
I
to
didn't
bring
say
up
that
all
to you.
sorts of techies. Because you guys tried to bring up all sort of technical jargon and
I'm
try and
trying to explain to you if you can be quiet
get
for just 2 seconds,
have
I
it
can
go over
explain it.
our heads, something like that, right? Okay, you're being pinned on this shit, man.
Okay, this guy just wants to monologue. He's not going to let me counter.
I'm waiting for a counter, dude. You just need to be filled in.
That means you have to stop talking for just 5 seconds. Let me get out like a
Yeah,
coherent thought.
and you're ready to go, dude. Go ahead.
Okay. Anyways, as I was saying though, yeah, metadata is unfakeable because
Okay, you didn't listen to what I said.
it shows that
You didn't listen to what I
there's
said.
I gave
No,
you
no, dude, I'm
the
not gonna listen
image
to you
of
anymore. No,
the
fuck you.
lens,
Right?
right?
You just completely,
And then you see the lens and the reflection, and
you
then you
just
see the
completely.
earth.
All right, hang on. All right, okay. So you completely ignore what I said. Right? I don't want to talk to you anymore. Eat shit. Unless someone else wants to take it up. You just completely sidestep everything I just said.
Yeah, no, I wanted to ask him if he posted 2 pictures. I came in here a little late with
Welcome back, dude.
the Reed Wiseman. He posted 2 pictures. Are those supposed to be the night side pictures of Earth?
Go for it, Rico.
Well, I don't know why my free speech was taken from me, but I will say this. That is the what picture are you referring to?
You posted it at like 2:29. It was one that was from Reed Wiseman's Twitter. It looks or X or whatever, and then a side of it, another one that I'm pretty sure it's from Reed as well. I was just wondering if those were the ones that claim to be the night side of Earth.
Yeah, so this is from the Africa side of the earth. So there's like 4 parts of the earth. You got the Africa side, you got the China
Oh
side,
no,
the Australia
was
side,
it
and the American
nighttime?
side.
Was it nighttime? I was asking in these pictures at the time it was taken. That's what I was asking.
Well, it's always daytime in space.
No, okay. So do you know the pictures he posted where the sun was behind the Earth? Like they were on the opposite side of the sun, or you know.
Sometimes because space is kind of hard to explain. Like, so what I know a lot about this stuff because I've been studying space science for a little while now. So basically, when you're in space, you've got like a 360 thing going on, right? There is no ground, there is no sky. It's just you and the.
Yeah, I know a lot of this. I'm asking a pretty simple question. Can you just
Yeah, yeah.
if
But
you
what I'm
don't know,
saying
it's
is like
fine.
even if the Earth, no, but even if the Earth is in front of the sun, like from your perspective, right?
Uh-huh.
Because of the nature of space, like it's always daytime in space.
Okay,
So there's no such
I'm not
thing as a
asking
nighttime or a
about if it,
daytime
but
side.
Rico, but it's not what I'm asking for Earth. Is this the night side of Earth? Not is it nighttime for people in space? I'm asking if this is the Africa view. So in people in Africa, is that nighttime or daytime for those people on Earth?
Oh,
That's what I'm asking.
you're talking about like from the perspectivism of like you on the ground.
Yeah, if I'm on Earth, is this the nighttime side of Earth or the daytime side of Earth?
This would
That's
be
what
the
I'm asking.
daytime.
Okay, well, that's all you had to say, and so that's all
Yeah.
I wanted
So
to know.
from the perspectivism of a human on the planet, it would be daytime if you're on the Africa side of the Earth. But if you're
Wait,
on the
hang on.
China side of the Earth, it's going to be
No,
completely
Rico,
different.
I think you have it backwards.
What's the perspectivism?
Hold on a second. Directly, Rico, I think you have it backwards because the claim by the people who took the picture, and I understand this to be how cameras work too. I'm not an expert, but they claim that this is a very long exposure shot,
Yeah.
and that this is actually the night side, not the day side.
That's what I was trying to get at
Because the
too.
left, you see the arc on the left, that upper left arc is actually the daylight, the beginning of the daylight zone. So that's the daylight horizon, or you could call it like the maximum light horizon because it's a very long exposure shot, and so it's going to give you a range, and the minimum range is a full exposure.
And that's
like
the sunrise section, yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so where I was gonna go with that too is if it's true, because I didn't want to say it before someone else said it. If these
That's
are
what I
long,
understand. I could be wrong. That's what I heard. That's
no,
what I understand.
you're right, but I don't know if this is the exact picture that they claim. That's why I wanted to get an exact answer before I followed up, because it kind of traps people. Because if in fact these are the long exposure photos, why is it in the picture when he's in it that he's in almost complete darkness? Because long exposure shots would actually light this up a lot more than it does.
Well, the reason he's in complete darkness is because he's so. All right, let me look at
Well,
that
not
one for you.
complete, but he is in a lot of darkness. You know, whatever. It's not, obviously not complete, or else we wouldn't see him at all.
Yeah, you can see a
But
reflection,
So,
a very
but it
fuzzy reflection.
Yeah, good
yeah,
looking.
the
Good luck.
besides the point, if this is the nighttime of Earth, and the only so if they claim that this is the night side of Earth in that picture with Reed Wiseman, you can't get a long exposure shot on the Earth and not the foreground as well where he is. That's kind of what I'm trying to say.
No, but you can. The math is that it's the time of exposure and the pixel count. So because this is a very high exposure, but it's also a very high pixel count, you're going to see this sort of medium range just based on the math of the amount of light available and the amount of light caught in the reflection. You're in this medium range because it's a very long exposure, but it's also a very high pixel count. And as soon as you mess with either of those numbers and you change the math, you would see higher exposure of only the reflection if it were a smaller pixel count, or you would see a brighter Earth if it were a lower pixel count.
yeah.
So the math on this is actually pretty precise. And I've seen a few videos on this, and the explanation I've found is pretty rigorous, that this is exactly what we would expect of a high pixel count times high exposure shot.
Just to be clear, like what are we asking about? So like the reflection, you see the dude in the reflection, right? Is it
So the
kind of
Earth
like
should be a lot brighter, and that the
I,
reflection should be a lot more apparent, I think, is what he meant to
I
say.
would okay, I was gonna think like it might be a little bit more blurry too, right? Because if he's moving around or something like that, there's a lot of basically a lot of frames of him, right? That kind of get smushed together, right? That's the whole point of long exposure, as far as I've understood, right? So why is it so crisp, so to speak?
Again, I guess I can look up where I heard the arguments, but the math I understand as far as how this camera works. The math is pretty rigorous. That when you have it's length of exposure and number of pixels, and we can throw out the lens, because all the lens is going to do is it's going to change the shape of the shot, so to speak, in terms of what's focus and what's out of focus. But the math was convincing to me, and I'll look up the video and I'll find it for you, but I can't post in the chat. But I could give it to Flatlander, but because I'm not an expert, I have to defer to somebody else's understanding of how pixels work and how pixels times exposure changes the what would you call it, the the sharpness of the image, because this is a very high pixel count image.
Right.
So, or to be good faith to you guys, this is supposedly a very high pixel count image. So
right. Well, where this all started, I don't know if you caught the beginning of this, right? Rico came in, brought up the whole Artemis thing, talked about pictures. I asked for verification of the pictures. How do we verify it? And then we got into this conversation about checking the metadata of the actual photos. Okay, and then how do we do that? Who's done it? Yada yada yada. And it just became like this long, drawn out, hypothetical. How somebody could check the metadata and all sorts of stuff like that without actually anything concrete about who actually did, what method was actually employed, et cetera, right? Because for anyone who knows about software and computers and stuff, depending on the manufacturer, depending on all sorts of variables, right, metadata can be altered. It is all the time. Believe you me, I know how to do it. Not necessarily for photos, but in general. So depending on how this is actually done in cameras, right, that's not necessarily the case that it's ironclad as spoken. So unless somebody actually can show
you
how it
understand,
was,
20 cups, that my
I'd like
argument was
to
different
see
from
that.
Rico's. You understand that,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I understand, but he kind of corroborated with you afterwards, right? So because he brought up the images, I even asked him about that, and he seemed to, affirm that it's not a problem. So we can go.
My bringing up of metadata and proprietary software and all of that was not to get to a conclusion of there is an empirical, demonstrable way to show that this image in particular was taken where it was taken. My point is that of the body of evidence, I can show underdetermination, which is a problem for
Right.
your worldview, not mine.
Well,
That was the
here's
entire
the
point
thing,
of my argument.
right? And that's fine, right? So you tried to like turn it into something that it was not, and unfortunately, you gave us something to work with, right? So when we take that line of reasoning and we apply it to this, right, handing it over to Rico, right? Because this should not be a problem, right? We go forward with that, and here we are with nothing, unless of course Rico actually has something along those lines, which was indeed the original part of the conversation, or the original conversation, so to speak. Right. So that's just like
how big is your dick, man?
no, just a preface, just to catch Flatlander back up, because I assume he might actually have something to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to just like I don't know a lot about metadata, so I'm not gonna really comment too hard on the whole thing. I mean, if your stance is just simply like we have a picture and it's impossible to be faked, I mean, it's just such a weak argument.
It's totally
No,
impossible.
that's not the argument. No.
Okay, well, I was just kind of summing it up. I understand.
In
He
a
kind of
My argument, Rico's wasn't. Rico wanted to get into the empiricism of the metadata and proving the veracity of the
Right,
picture.
because it's effervescent.
My entire point was that this entire line going down whether or not pictures and images are verifiable is underdetermined. And so the only thing that makes sense is which evidence is provided and what is the reasonable conclusion. Which is the more reasonable.
But the problem is, you can go to NASA right now. I posted the video. I posted the the website in side chat. And you can get it hot and raw from NASA themselves, and it'll show you all the data right then and there. Bing, bing, bing.
Well, and
Bing,
that's
bing,
cool, right? I sympathize with that, right? You can go to their official directory and get a blob. Okay, a blob, right? It's zeros and ones, dude. And it's formatted in a way that your computer reads it and interprets it as an image. Fantastic. So we know that came from them. Now,
No, what I'm
when
telling
we
you is with that
investigate
specific manufacturer, you can't fake it. It's unfakeable.
when we investigate the actual blob, the actual image, how do we confirm that what's represented in that image is actually legitimate? That's the question. Not necessarily, we're not critiquing the origin of the image. It came from them, but you can do anything with something and then publish it, and then that you're the official origin of that, right? The origin isn't the question; it's the content. So how do we verify that
The content
this
is
was
what
the original?
the content is what the lens saw. Dude, it's not that hard. The lens saw it. It took a picture of it. It captured it. That's the content of the image.
That's what we see, right? That's what it looks like.
In fact, I even showed you a couple pictures where you could see the reflection of the lens.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
exact
that's very
lens,
good.
which is matched by the metadata.
Right,
That's
and
all
so
good.
this becomes a conversation of we should assume it's not edited, or the flat Earth position, which is it must be edited or fake, either one.
I didn't say that. I didn't say
it
that.
must be. No, but that's what your worldview entails. It's an entailment of your worldview.
I'm asking if it is or not, and how do we check?
But that's just incredulity. That's just skepticism. Your worldview actually entails that all of it must be fake.
Hold on. If I ask a question, right? How do we check something? Like, what's wrong with that, dude?
No, nothing's wrong with you asking a question.
Okay. So yeah, you can assert that, oh, well, it has to be fake, and I basically kind of like closet, thinking it must be or something like that. But that's not what I'm saying. I'm asking, how do we know it is real? See what I mean? Like, listen to the words coming out of my mouth instead of trying to divine my thoughts and shit. How
I
about
understand, but you understand these are two different goalposts that we're talking from, because you're talking about empirics. How can we empirically determine whether or not the picture is verifiable? And I have yet to get there. I'm still at the
Okay.
basis of the logical
Why are you?
entailments of the worldview at this point. Because if
I
I can
don't.
shred, because if I can poke a hole in any of them, your worldview
Okay.
becomes ridiculous. Do you understand that?
Well, do you realize that that's a very different conversation than the one that we're actually having, right?
Sure, and I'll butt out. It seemed important to me because if we're going to talk about metadata at all, the moment that any of this becomes underdetermined, the flat Earth position has nothing. You don't have a reasonable conclusion at that point.
So
But
true.
if you guys only want to talk about empirics and just verifying the image, fine, I'll butt out. But it seemed important to me because it's before
I mean,
empirics.
I feel like that's where reality is based in, is the empirics, right? Like, I mean, what a weird thing to
No,
say.
okay, but before empirics, there's logic. You have to assume
Okay, I mean,
logic in order to do empirics at all.
but I can logically explain how unicorns fucking live in my
No, you
backyard,
can't.
and
No, you
I
can't.
can't. Okay, well, I can.
Yeah, give me a syllogism for unicorns.
Have you ever read Lord of the Rings?
Give me a syllogism for unicorns.
Okay, have you ever read the book Lord of the Rings by fucking Tolkien?
Yes, I've read.
Okay. He logically crafts a fantasy world that, you probably could find a couple plot holes, but it's pretty logically sound. It's pretty impressive how he wrote that fantasy book that has a lot of logic to do in the world. So logic, just because something's logical doesn't mean it's reality. These are two different things.
Now, hold on a second. No, but those are two different claims, because one is the claim that unicorns are real, and the other is the claim that unicorns are real in this specific fictional universe. Those are two different claims. So
all you said is that you're worried about.
No. Don't conflate your claims.
I'm not. Listen, this is what you said. You said, I'm worried about the logic. And my argument is, just because something sounds logical doesn't make it reality. That's all
it's
I'm
not
trying
about
to say.
whether or not it sounds logical. It's about whether or not it is logical.
Okay, then let me rephrase it. Just because something... Well, it's the same argument. What are you even talking about?
It's not the same argument, because sounds logical is based on the interpretation of the person hearing it. I don't care what your disposition is about the position. I want to know whether or not it actually is logical.
Okay, it is logical, a lot of the shit that he wrote about in Lord of the Rings, the way that he presented reality.
Okay, it's logical within the meta of his fictional universe. It is not logical within this universe, as in the one we inhabit.
Okay, well, it's not logical that fucking men are floating around in space. That's not logical at all in this world that we live in.
Okay,
So
that's a claim, but the point is that that's going beyond logic. What you want to do is you want to get into the empirics, and I'm saying you actually have to assume logic before you do empirics about anything. You have to assume logic before you get into science, before you get into anything.
So you're basically afraid of what we have, because we can prove the Earth is not.
I'm not afraid of anything. I'm having a conversation with you.
Well, it
I'm
seems
not
you are,
afraid of
because
anything.
you're
You have a very, very minimalistic education on philosophy at all. You don't know what empirics even is. You don't know what methodological naturalism is. Because if you want to prove anything scientifically, you need to assume certain things.
It's things that we can. No, you don't need to assume anything to prove something.
Yeah. Okay.
Really, I have to assume
So
that
you
1
don't
plus 1
assume
equals
logic?
2.
You don't assume logic? You just go around every day just being illogical?
No, it's just your argument.
Okay,
Okay, you're
This is
saying something.
ridiculous.
You just keep interrupting me at this point. So like, what kind of fucking conversation can we even have? You ask me a question, and then I start trying to answer, and you go, "Yeah, okay, dude." Like again,
because you're being ridiculous. You're saying you don't have to
Nah.
assume logic in order to be logical. You're being ridiculous.
He didn't say you don't have to assume logic.
He said you don't have to assume anything. That's what he said, right?
No,
Yeah,
you don't have to. That's not what I said at all. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not specifically saying you don't have to assume logic.
Yes, it is. And logic is contained in the word anything, isn't it?
No, but that's not what you're.
Oh,
that was.
don't even try to disagree with that. Come on, buddy. If I say you have to assume logic in order to be scientific,
you need
and he says I don't have to assume anything,
You
he's
gotta let
including logic in what
Oh
he
my
said.
goodness, bro! You gotta let people respond.
What do you mean by assuming logic, though? Like, why would you have to assume logic? You're employing logic. There are rules about it.
Logic not
right?
assumed.
I don't think so.
You know, if I could share this example, it's wonderful. It's short and clear. Everyone will look up and they'll see God coming in clouds, right? And when they do, every knee will bow and every eye will see that.
All right, who is this retard?
He's
Thank
muted.
you.
It's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. What do you mean by assuming logic. It's a
I'll help you.
framework,
I'll help
right?
you. I'll help
It's
you.
a way
I'll
of
help
going about of looking about the world. You're not making assumptions
you. You are.
about
You're
the
making
natural,
several.
like about things going on outside,
Nothing is
right?
logical unless the three foundational assumptions of logic are true. Do you know what the three laws of
Okay.
logic are?
Yeah, the law of
Okay.
identity, law of excluded middle, and law of non-contradiction.
Exactly. Those three. What are those? What are they?
Those are just kind of like, how do I word it? I wouldn't be able to.
Assumptions. They are
Are those
assumptions.
assumptions?
Yes, they are
Not
assumptions.
necessarily,
They are
dude. It would be,
axiomatic.
well, they're axioms, but they're like to say
An
that
axiom is
it
an
would be.
assumption.
Watch this. Here's where the assumption would hold, right? An assumption would be trying to apply that and thinking that it holds everywhere, right? For example, you could assume that. You could assume that, but
No,
but the
dude.
rules in and of themselves are they're just axioms. They're just rules that you then apply,
Right, a rule,
right?
dude. I don't know where your disagreement is, because if you're going to disagree that
I just don't
axioms
think
are
that's an
not
assumption.
assumptions, if your
I
disagreement is
just
that
don't.
axioms are not assumptions, then this is just philosophy 101.
Floundering, bro. Listen, all of your argument is to stay away from empirical data, right? Because
No,
go ahead,
no.
and interrupt me in the middle of my point, even though everyone lets you
You're
speak.
just
Like
showing
Jesus
me.
Christ, bro. No, you assumed I didn't know what empirical meant, and I didn't interrupt you. So like, let me assume super
Lander,
shit
how
about
the
you.
fuck do you think the fucking Earth is flat? It's not. It's round. Come on, man.
All right, nah, shut up.
Yeah, mute
Thank
that
you.
guy. All right, anyway, so Flounder, what you're doing is making an argument that basically we have to agree with your way of logic, and if
Yeah.
we do, please let me talk, brother. If we do that, then we can't even look at the empirical, because if we assume this logic, then these pictures logically exist, means that logically NASA's not lying and logically Earth is a sphere. Case in point, you win. But that's just not reality, dude. Like that's just, it's a bad argument. That's what you're trying to do. I
Not
know.
my argument.
I'm
Wrong, man.
paraphrasing it, and I'm making it shorter than you want it to, because you want to talk in these long sentences and use all these words and try to shape the way that you think that we think and what we mean by our words that we say.
This is
But
philosophy 101. This is a
yeah, well,
basic
we're not.
education in
We
philosophy that I'm giving
need.
you.
We don't need.
Yes,
Look,
you do.
I
Yes, you
love
do.
dabbling with philosophy, but this we don't need philosophy
Are you
when we're
done straw
talking.
manning me, or do you actually want to hear my position?
I don't want to hear your position if
You didn't
it's
let him
based
finish,
on
dude.
philosophy. No, I want
Do you
to
understand
work
that
on.
science is a philosophy? Do you understand that?
No, one.
Methodological naturalism, as in empiricism, is a philosophy.
Yeah. All
Do you
right. Well,
not know that?
just fucking explore your fucking
It's
mind, bro, and
This isn't
smoke a
an
joint and go
exploration.
deep.
This
I'm
isn't
done
about
talking
me
to you.
trying to get you to think how I do. This is me trying to help you do logic in the first place. This is basic bitch logic, dude. You have to start from this no matter what you do. And you do every day. And I know that you do, because you're not walking around every day
I'm
being
30
illogical.
years old and I've operated in life just fine, not
Wonderful.
listening
I
to
know.
whatever the. Okay, so
You've
whatever you're
operated
trying
just
to.
fine being logical. You've been
No.
logical, haven't you?
Okay, so
We
what
all
are you
are.
trying to teach us? Oh, great philosopher.
Yeah, where are we going with this, dude? Again,
I'm
let's
trying to
wrap it
say.
back.
I would love to
Let's
get
wrap it.
there.
Let's wrap
But
it
we
back
need to
up.
agree that logic is an assumption first. Because if
I
logic
don't
isn't
know about that, dude. I don't think
of course you
so.
don't know. That's why it's called an assumption, because you don't know.
No. I don't. No, what I meant to say was I don't think that you assume logic,
Okay, are
right?
axioms assumed?
Are
I
they?
mean, yes.
I
That's
guess it's contextual though.
that's how
It
I
must be.
understand. That's how I
No,
understand
it would
logic.
be.
Axioms are
Well,
assumed.
it might be. It might be assumed that this applies in a certain context, right? That I can get. I can grant you it. I can grant you on that, right? But the actual framework itself, it's just an abstraction. Like there's no way to, in and of itself, by itself, there's no assumption. It's just these are the rules I'm going to try and operate by. Does it apply here? Then you can assume it. It's a little bit different than what you're saying, though, dude. Do you
Okay.
follow?
No, I don't really, because
No.
no, I
Okay.
don't follow.
Here. I have some rules. Okay. These are something. These are some rules I'm going to abide by.
Okay, are the rules things that you
We're,
know to be
we're
true?
knowing them to be true in a certain context. You would have to
No.
assume it.
Do you know them to be true? Do you have knowledge of them being true?
What do you mean being true, dude? They're rules. They're effectively not
Assumptions.
equation. They're not.
They're premises. They're axioms. They're assumptions.
in a applied to a context, assuming that they hold true. Sure, right?
Okay.
But check this out. What I mean by what I'm getting at is, okay, I have a piece of paper. I write 3 rules down. Okay, I'm going to try and operate by those rules, wherever I go. When I try to apply them in a certain context, I might have to assume that they actually apply there. That I get, but the rules in and of themselves, they're just fucking, like you said, they're just axioms.
Right, axioms or assumptions. I'm just gonna get to the meat and
In
potatoes of
context,
what I want,
dude.
because
Hold on, in
Flatlander
context.
wanted to. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
The context is reality, because we happen to live in a logical universe. So that's the context.
Yeah, but in a particular area, assuming it applies in that particular subset of
Like, unless you
reality.
want to posit a universe in which logic doesn't apply, then yeah, you can talk about context. But this is the context
So
we're in right now.
listen to what this dude's saying to you, bro. He has a good point. Like, go ahead, try to explain that again.
Yeah,
1K.
think about this, right? It's necessary to at least to make this distinction, because if you're going to assume, if you're not going to take it on like a contextual basis, right? There's a term for it. I think AI brought it up. You assume uniformitarianism. Okay, where the rules that apply here apply everywhere else. That's actually that's a big assumption too, right? So if you're, so you have to be specific, unless you want to adopt that worldview, in which of itself would be an assumption, right? So you have to you have to make that distinction on a per case basis.
And let me add also, to make logical assumptions about, let's say, these pictures you were giving us too, right? That's assuming that we
Let's
know
hear about
all of. Hold on. That's assuming that we know all of the information with them, right? So just a quick analogy. If I'm in my kitchen and I spill some Coke on the ground, and then I didn't notice, I came back a day later and there's like 20 ants surrounding it. Logically, the ants are there because I spilled the Coke. But then if I rip up my floorboards and I see that there's been a whole bunch of Coke spilt and there's a whole colony of ants living underneath my floorboard, now those ants didn't come there just for that piece of Coke that was spilt, but look at that, I ripped up my whole floorboards. There's sticky shit everywhere. There's ants everywhere. That's where they actually came from. My point is, the more you have to know the whole story, right? We don't know the whole story when it comes to these pictures being taken. We don't know the whole story when it comes to NASA and their deception. So therefore, we can't apply logic so easily the way that you want.
No,
So
this
it's
isn't
not a good argument.
Not about applying logic. We're not. We haven't
Dude,
even gone to empirics yet.
your whole point
Flatlander,
was.
Thank you for your analogy. It was a beautiful analogy. I appreciate it, but it doesn't apply. It's not analogous, and I'll tell you why. We have not gotten to empirics yet, because evidence is an interpretation of a fact. A fact is a snapshot of reality. We cannot take snapshots of reality unless we assume logic.
Okay, first of all, evidence isn't also proof. You understand there's a difference between evidence and proof, correct?
We haven't gotten there yet. We haven't gotten there, buddy.
Well, how about you just answer yes?
Hold on a second.
Sure. Instead of answering, go ahead.
Empirics, science, methodological naturalism, whatever name you want to use for it, those 3 things mean the same thing. Effectively, in this context, they do. Require the 3 laws of logic. And if you don't adhere to the 3 laws of logic, you cannot know to any degree of certainty whether or not what you are talking about is true. Truth requires logic. Can we get there at least? This is philosophy 101. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, dude, this is not in dispute.
Okay, perfect. It's not in dispute. Wonderful. Now, we haven't even gotten to the pictures yet. I want what the meat and potatoes of what I wanted to talk about, without being strawmanned by Flatlander, because I'm not. This isn't about proving the pictures. What I want to talk about is logical entailments of your guys' worldview. This is an internal critique.
Well, hold on.
I don't need to.
That's not what I ever said. I never said that you're trying to prove the pictures. What I'm saying is, through all these little like weird loopholes and lines of understanding logic and shit that you're doing, you're trying to make this argument where that we can't deny these. It's not about proving the pictures. It's just logically, do these pictures are they fake or not? Basically, so it's not really proof.
No. I'm not
well,
even doing that.
Then you've changed your argument. So go ahead and you have, because I heard what you said in the beginning of this.
I don't know. I'm happy to talk about this with 20 cups, but the 3 or 4 long-winded responses you've given me about my own position, I don't know if you're even equipped to have this conversation.
All right, go ahead and talk to the other dude. I don't even want to fucking
In
talk
good
to you anyway.
faith, I really don't know if you
All
are
right, stop
because
talking. Go.
I'm
Go with 20
talking at a
cups.
very baseline level.
Good for
Very
you, bud.
base.
Go ahead with 20 cups. Go.
Yeah, thank you. Now, Mr. 20 Cups, Rico was wanted to talk about the empirics that we would use in order to verify the photo. Okay.
Well, actually,
I'm not even there yet.
Actually, you didn't actually really want to, because if you go back to the
Okay.
conversation, I
That's
was
where it was.
pressing him
That's
all
where
this
it
stuff,
was,
and
kind
he was
of.
very hesitant.
Okay, hesitant, fine, but that's kind of where the conversation was at that point. Was you were asking him for examples of people actually doing it? That's empirics. We're talking empirics at that point. Now,
Yeah, I was.
I'm so far before that because I really want to get to what we understand logical, as in what is required to be truthful, entailments of the flat Earth position's worldview. Because I have heard many times in this chat throughout this year, throughout the year that I've been talking to you guys, I've been here for about a year now. You guys say all the time we don't have models, we don't have assumptions, we don't have worldviews. But what you need to understand is that if we are all starting from the position that we assume logic, your worldview has, by necessity, a few logical entailments. It does. And I can demonstrate that in a syllogism for you if you'd like me to, but I'd like to skip that part because we've already gone over that we are assuming logic. So I'd like to skip that part. It is my understanding that the flat Earth position has a logical entailment that every single piece of evidence that NASA has provided from space of pictures taken from space, live streams taken from space, etc., must be fake. It is a logical entailment of your position that they must be fake because the contrary destroys your position entirely. It blows it up. It blows it apart, and you essentially have to start from the starting line at that point because your position is that that the Earth is not curved. I won't say that you say it's flat. You say there's no evidence of curvature. Fine. It's not curved. That space isn't real. That we haven't been to space. Some of you posit a firmament. Some of you don't. We won't get into the firmament. But that the gas in Earth is contained. That we're in a container. Okay. These are the positions that I have heard in here that are the most consistent, as in they're held by the most amount of people. If I'm being good faith about what your positions are, if I'm being bad faith, let me know, but I'm pretty sure I'm being good faith at this point. A logical entailment of your position is that every single piece of evidence to the contrary must be fake. That's a logical entailment of your worldview. Now, if I can provide an argument, a syllogism, a contrary body of evidence, any sort of way to possibly introduce a mutually exclusive possibility to your worldview, your logical entailment fails. It fails.
Okay, but I mean, dude, it doesn't sound like you're saying anything new here, right? Because what you just
All I'm
basically,
saying is that
watch
sure,
this,
go
right?
ahead.
Just to make sure that I'm hearing you, right?
Bro,
What
he
it
just
sounds
started
like
talking,
you're trying,
Flattering. Shut up and let him respond.
what it
I just
sounds like
said,
you're getting,
you don't need to butt in,
yeah,
buddy.
it's okay, it's okay. What it sounds like you're getting at, right, in a long-winded way, is kind of like what has been argued from the flat Earth side, whereby, for example, we're told we live on a ball with a specific dimension, right? There are certain consequences, geometric consequences of that. If we go out and we find one instance where that geometry doesn't hold, it just means that the whole thing falls apart, right? One instance of a statement, all swans are white, right? You've heard this a million times, right? You go out, you find one black swan, that nullifies that prior statement, right? Because there's one instance of something of the whole that should also adhere to the statement that doesn't. Therefore, the statement doesn't hold, right? Is that like a fair condensed way of kind of hinting at what you're getting?
I can kind of see where you're going with it. I don't agree, but I'm willing to move on and just continue to let you talk about what you want to talk about.
Well, I just wanted to make sure that I understand where you're coming from, because like I kind of get it, and that was my kind of like quick way of trying to.
Okay. Do you know what an entailment is? If something
An
is
entailment,
entailed.
like a consequence of something, right?
Exactly. Yeah, we can use that word consequence. That's fine. It's not perfect, but we can use it. Now,
Right.
do you understand what I mean by when I tried to summarize the flat Earth position, the majority flat Earth position in here in good faith? I gave a few points that you guys like to use. Okay, I'm well versed in them at this point. Not in necessarily beating them, but I'm well versed in reciting them. Okay, do you understand that a position, a truth claim is necessarily a necessary entailment of a truth claim is the impossibility of the contrary. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Great. Then we're on the same page, and you do understand what I say when I mean that if I can provide the possibility of the contrary to your position, not to your position, a possibility of a contrary, and I can show that the evidence for either position is underdetermined, then your logical entailments no longer work. They are no longer logical.
I don't know if I can say I understand that fully to agree with you, right?
Okay.
But when you're invoking the term possibility here, it basically means you're not certain, right? And this is where I think
we haven't gotten to certainty yet. Certainty is about knowledge. We haven't gotten
that's
to
what I
knowledge
mean,
yet.
right? So here's the reality, right? I don't give a flying fuck about anything else except for what is. Okay? I don't want to dabble in potential this, hypothetical that, this, that, and the thing, right? Let's get to the meat and potatoes. Okay? We don't need to waffle on philosophically and hypothetically and whatnot. Okay? I don't care. Because it keeps everything suspended in midair without any fucking conclusion, and everyone kind of just takes a little piece out of it the way they want to and think they're right and all that stuff, because it could go either way. Okay, I don't care about that.
Okay,
right?
and I'm happy with that. I really do want to hammer this in because we're like 90% there. I promise. Because you agreed with me that a truth claim, a logical entailment of a truth claim, is the impossibility of the contrary. You agreed with me on that. We're like 90% there. What I want to get to is that if it is a logical entailment of the good faith summarized flat Earth position, that any evidence provided that contradicts that position must be fake. Either itself is fake or that it is a lie. The possibility of the contrary to your position destroys the logical entailments, because
Not necessarily.
Hold on a second. Must be false and possibly true are mutually exclusive.
Hang on, though. Not necessarily, because you're using the term evidence here. Again, this is all suggestive, possibility, this,
Okay,
the
then
other
I found
thing.
what we're stuck on. Perfect. Then I found what we're stuck on. We are stuck on the idea that must be true, or excuse me, that must be false and possibly true are mutually exclusive. That's what we're stuck on. Because that is my position. That must be false and possibly true are directly contradictory.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, in one case, you have a 50-50 chance, let's say, and the other one is, you have an absolute 100%.
It could be right by coincidence, right? It could just be right by happenstance, by circumstance.
Yeah. You probably have like a 75% chance of it being one way anyway, favor anyway. Right?
Now that is my position. That is my position. Now, that is my position. That must be false and possibly true are mutually exclusive, and you just agreed with that.
I agree with you there. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Then the last thing that I have to do, that's all I have to do right now, is show that the evidence for either position is underdetermined. That's all I have to do, and your worldview crumbles. Because at that point, either position is possible because they are mutually exclusive.
Okay, explain.
Wow, it sounds like what I was saying that he was trying to do, and I said it in like 3 sentences. You just took 20 minutes to explain exactly what I said you were trying to do.
Buddy.
Go ahead.
Agree with me on what logic
Go
is,
ahead.
buddy.
Go ahead.
No,
this isn't even about. We're not even into empirics yet. This is pure logic. Is all we're using.
No, I see where you're coming from, dude. Okay, I respect that kind of like setup. Okay, but now what do we do to actually put any of what you said to actual use?
Okay, this is what we do. We have two competing truth claims. Okay, one truth claim is the logical entailment of the position of your position, which is that they must be false, and the other truth claim is that they are possibly true. Now we
Okay.
can get into empirics, and I can tell you right now that from what I understand the empirics to be, if I'm
Okay.
using that from my reasonable faculties, the evidence for the I don't want to say truthosity. There's lots of funny words we could use. The evidence for the truthfulness of my position and your position is underdetermined. We do not know. I don't know
Okay.
because I can't personally prove it, and you don't know that they must be false, and you can't personally prove it. This data is underdetermined. These conclusions are underdetermined.
This is, well, see, they're only underdetermined for me, right? So supposedly, or not necessarily just for me, right? For anybody else other than the originator of the claim, right? It's not known. So, but here's the problem, right? Like what you're saying, it almost sounds like you can apply it to anywhere and basically almost say that, oh, we can't know anything, right? It's not what you're talking about is like on the verge of fucking,
It's not that we can't know anything. It's not that we
on the
can't know
verge,
anything. It's that if there
verge
is
of
evidence that
Dr.
fits.
Blitz, I can't know I actually have hands type thing. Like if you take it to its law, you take it far enough.
No, I'm not saying we can't know anything. That
Thinking of
is
solipsism.
illogical. We can know things.
Okay.
By logic, we can know things. But I'm saying that the entire idea of underdeterminism is the idea that if there is evidence that can fit either mutually exclusive position, then the entire conclusion is underdetermined. The data is not sufficient to determine either conclusion.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So then I think what needs to follow next is how do we qualify or constitute what evidence is?
Wonderful, right? Wonderful. Yep. Now we can start talking about evidence.
Okay. Right. So for example, if I took a photo, right, or if I painted something in MS Paint and I told you it's not from MS Paint, would you consider that evidence for anything?
I'm sorry.
No.
No.
Right.
Would you just repeat what you said? You were fuzzy on my end for a second.
What I mean is, if I illustrated something, right? I have a concept of something I'm trying to convey to you, right? And to convey it, I use an illustration in MS Paint, right? Is that evidence that this idea is true?
I don't know what you mean by the idea being true.
Okay, I have a concept.
Does your picture describe reality?
Like, for example, right? For example, like just a silly example, right? If I tell you the world is flat and I go in MS Paint and I draw a flat world, is that evidence that the world is actually flat?
No.
No. Right on. Right? Now if I made the MS Paint thing so fucking pristine and high quality or anything and you didn't know it was from MS Paint, right? Would you consider this evidence? If I told you it was a real
I didn't
photo,
know it was made in MS Paint?
Yeah, and I told you that, and if I even told you that it was actually a real photo, even though it wasn't.
It would depend on how convincing your argument was.
Whether it's convincing or not, the fact that I gave you something that you can't actually check, right? Or you could actually check, you could scrutinize it and determine it's actually it's full of shit.
Sure.
Right. But at the first step, it's not necessarily evidence. Right, or it's not necessarily proof of anything, right? It's just it's part of the claim.
We've actually been here. We've actually been in this exact spot in a conversation before 20 Cups. It was a couple months ago, and I was trying to introduce this concept to you, flat earthers. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this, but this is the idea of paradigms, and the concept of there is no such thing as a brute fact, and that all evidence requires a paradigm because it is a framing of that snapshot of reality. If we agree with the definition of fact, that it's a snapshot of reality, evidence is a Evidence is fact plus paradigm. So
This is just a weasel way of saying you're a solipsist.
I'm not.
You
No, I'm
nailed
not
it.
a
20
solipsist, no.
cups. You nailed it earlier. He's a solipsist.
Well, I'm a solipsist about what?
Yeah.
This is
Basically what you're
all. This
saying.
is all logical. No, I'm being logical. We can all use logic. This isn't solipsism at all.
That's not logic, bro. That's
Yes, it
just
is.
your interpretation. No, that's just
The
a
idea that there isn't any
epistemology
brute
that
fact.
you're deciding is
Okay.
logic.
All right. I want
What's
you
the
to
logic
show.
behind
I
it
want you
then?
to show me using logic that something can be a fact in and of itself, regardless of context. You show
But
me
you
that
don't
using
need
logic.
logic for self-evident things.
Yes, you do. Because whether or not
No,
something
you
is evidence at
don't.
all requires logical assumptions. Yes, you do. Yes, you
Well,
do.
It
here's one
is
thing.
because it is.
Yeah, that's law
Here's
of
one thing.
identity, buddy.
Yeah, well, Flannery, consider this, right? Here's one thing to maybe keep in mind, right? Reality is what it is, and then our interpretation of reality is, how we understand reality is more or less subject to interpretation, and the degree to which that interpretation adheres to the actual reality, right? Like the closer we get to that, the more it becomes a quote unquote fact, right? More or less, like we don't
That's law of
necessarily.
excluded middle. Something either is true or isn't.
Well, of course, it is true or it's not, but we can be wrong in our assessment, our gradual, iterative assessments of what the facts are.
Sure.
Right, we can do that, but they might appear to be true with the low resolution of information that we might actually have at each iterative step. Right, so along the way, we might actually think we have a fact. Right, but it's not actually, because when we get to the end of the line, we realize something that we missed. We jumped the gun on something early, and it turned out not to be true. Okay, right. So what you're talking about all this paradigm shit and whatever, it sounds like kind of like it sounds more like that, wherein like our interpretations of reality are subject to like the overall context and paradigm and stuff like that. But but it's still the case of fact, like what is actually is, despite our interpretation of it, despite our paradigm, we might just have it kind of right for the wrong reasons, perhaps.
No, things being what they are is an assumption we all make already. We don't even have to get into the words, facts, and evidence in order to know that things are what they are, because we assume that from the get-go. That's a law of identity. Things are what they are.
Yeah. But what I mean is building up towards an overall understanding of a particular fact, right? We won't have all the information throughout the entire way.
I agree.
But it seems to us that we know it. It's factual.
Right, but that gets into knowledge, and
this is the point.
we very well have a different definition for knowledge. Just as
fine.
it's true that you and I probably have a different definition of what evidence is, but that's the point, is that when flat earthers and globers engage in these conversations, they are coming at each other from completely different worldviews, such that if you say, well, empirically the curvature of the earth has never been demonstrated, that doesn't mean anything to a glober, because they have a completely different worldview. Because from the get-go, we don't even seem to have the ammo ready to do empirics yet, because a lot of us don't even understand basic logical concepts that we need to agree on before we begin talking about empirics.
But here, whatever. There's a big problem then, right? If people assume it to be the case that the ground is curving, but it's never been shown to them, like
No, I
what is
don't mean
that?
assuming the ground is curving. I mean assessing. Can you and I assess evidence as to the curvature of the Earth if we don't even agree on what evidence is? Can we even do that? Can you and I sit down at a table and go, okay, this is evidence, okay, this is not, okay, this is not? Can we even do that if our worldviews are not aligning as much as we can in good faith? Because they don't. Our worldviews don't align.
Initially maybe not, but after some conversation, we find some common ground on that. But
Sure,
then we
and
have to
found
look
a
at
lot of
what's in
common ground in this conversation, but it seems like what we're going to get stuck on, which we do every time, is the nature of evidence and empirics to begin with. Because we've gotten past logic, we've gotten past basic bitch assumptions that we're going to agree to for sake of argument. Now, when we get into definitions of what is a fact, what is evidence, what is empiricism, what is science, these sorts of things, this isn't some gotcha that I'm trying to prove that because you and I disagree, I'm right and you're wrong. That's not what this is
No, I
about.
get that.
This is
I
about
get that.
this is about two people trying to have a conversation about anything. Cannot.
You know
What?
well, check this out, right? You know what they say, what we're talking about here, it's very high level meta abstract, okay? And I respect you for being able to hold
But it
this up.
matters. It does
Yeah, but
matter.
I agree with you. I agree with you, but it sounds like we're getting to a point where it's kind of like, the saying where it's like you ask someone to define pornography and they can't really pin it down, but you know it when you see it,
Yeah, that's a Supreme Court
right?
justice argument, isn't it? You know, when you see
I mean, it's silly, right? But I think it's kind of like we're at a part where you kind of have to get into it in in a conversation, in a specific context. In the midst of that, it'll reveal itself whatever we're talking about, and then we can get into it and sort out the details.
Why not just focus on proof instead of evidence? You know, I think everybody knows what proof is, right? It's just the absolute, undeniable fact, where evidence can be more abstract.
Well, evidence seems to have a bit of a connotation that's a little bit more suggestive,
but proofs are
right?
only theoretical.
No.
There is
Okay,
They
so
can
take
also
a
be
look at the side
synonymous.
chat, please.
Proofs are only ever theoretical.
Take a look at the side chat. Yeah.
They can be synonymous. Depends on the context.
There's your
People
proof.
want to apply it in different contexts. I mean, the word proof is thrown around in clot rooms. Is that abstract? No.
Yes.
1 + 1 = 2. I'm gonna prove it. Ready? Pick up one stick. I walk over, pick up another stick. I picked up one stick. Picked up one stick. That equals 2. Proof that exists. Easy.
Yeah.
Now break one in half. Do you now have 3 sticks, or do you have still two sticks?
Two
If you break
sticks.
one in half.
Well, I mean, that's where you get into particulars. Like, if you define a stick as, for it to constitute as being a stick, it has to be of a certain length and a certain width.
Well, I'm not talking about
so
what
you've
it's.
got one and 2 halves.
Oh, okay. I
Exactly.
pick up one pencil. I pick up another pencil, and that's one pencil. One pencil. It equals. I'm not trying to prove what pencils are. What
But even
sticks are.
But even
Go
one and
ahead.
2 halves is 3 items.
No. I'm okay. You're ignoring what I'm trying to. I think you're focused on the wrong thing. It's one object and one object equals 2. That the equals 2 part is what you should focus on, not what is stick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then I think that this is where floundering might come in with the whole paradigm thing. Like, so what constitutes an actual physical object, right? If I have two molecules, for example, and they're stuck together, is that one object or is that two objects that just happen to be so close? You know what I
Absolutely.
mean?
So
Like,
let me.
this
No.
is where
I like
shit
that.
comes into
Let
play.
me explain this now. So when we're coming to trying to discuss reality, we need a baseline. So the baseline is reality that we all experience. I think that's so, because yes, you can go on forever. Oh, it's a simulation, and technically, when I pick up a stick, it's a 1 and 0, and technically, it's kind of like a drop in the ocean, right? Like you can separate a drop, but then when you put it in the ocean, you can't measure that drop. It's just a part of a bigger thing. So it's like, so this is the stick actually part of a bigger thing because atoms and all this stuff. But we can go there, sure, that's fun. But that's a whole different way
Yeah.
of talking. You know, so if we're gonna be talking about
It's
is
very
the world objectively flat or a globe, in the baseline reality that we live in, let's use the baseline reality that we all experience every day as the reference point.
Yeah,
Meaning that
I
if
get
I
that.
go outside, yeah, and I pick up one stick and I pick up another one, that's 2 sticks, baby.
Yeah.
Case in point.
What I was just kind of like, hovering over is that part of what Floundering was saying, he was really keeping it up in the meta, right, in the abstract, right. So what we were kind of just hinting at. It sounded like, if it could be something that we can get neck deep in the weeds on in the abstract, right? Because he says something about proofs are only abstract, right? So if you want to prove something that you're talking about, you have to be hyper specific, but those hyper specifics, they seem to be very kind of subjective in a way, right? Like, what constitutes a stick? Oh, it has to be this long and this long. If I
Yeah,
have
I don't even
one
think it's. I
order,
don't think
all
since
that type of
David
stuff.
Hume, I don't think it's even been disputed that proofs are only ever theoretical. I think that David Hume pretty much buried the idea that you can have a proof outside of theory.
If you're gonna use
Like,
this line of thought, then why even talk about any? Like that's what I'm saying. I'm saying like I understand this concept. It's a deep concept. I actually enjoy exploring these thoughts. But like when we're talking about things that we're trying to prove, and again in our baseline reality, let's use that as a reference point. Let's not use
Well,
all these
you know,
other like ifs, ands, or buts. Like because we all can agree that we experience life, right? Like
but-
relatively the same. When I see a table, you don't see it as an elephant, right? Like we all, even if we see it in a different way, we all pretty much have an idea of what a table is when we look at it.
check this out, Lando. If you really think about it, read between the lines a little bit. What floundering just kind of demonstrated is that there is no way to actually prove that the Earth is a ball by that line of reasoning.
no, that's not. I don't
No,
think that. No, the
but you
entire
just said you
idea is
can't
not
prove
that
anything unless
nothing
it's
is provable.
theoretical.
No. It's
No.
not the idea that nothing is provable when you say proof is theoretical. Well, because we can agree on a threshold of evidence required to meet our standard of what proof is. But the entire point is that proof requires some sort of medium. It requires some sort of worldview. It
Okay. Well,
requires,
that's
it's theoretical because it requires an abstraction to what is our threshold of evidence to where we can say, okay, now it's been proven. But again,
okay.
that's subjective. Like that's my
Exactly. There's a big problem there because who determines that threshold?
But
we have
Right.
to agree on one. We have to agree on one.
What you agree on one, yeah, but guess what, right? You agree on one, you establish a fact as having been proven, and then something comes out from left field, right, and shatters that entire worldview because it's contrary. That
Either
implies that
right,
at the
both of us would
onset
have
that
to
it was
agree
never
that our worldview
that it
has
was
changed based on new
but
information, and if we don't, then we would be wrong or
You
lying.
fucking nigger.
well, this is what I mean. So therefore, right, implicitly, that it was never actually proven to begin with, except by decree.
No, it's not. No, it's not by decree.
No.
No, because again, this is
Yeah.
theoretical. Is that you're not? No. My threshold of proof is not a logical entailment of my position. It's an
No, but think
agreement
about
that
it.
I'm using to continue the conversation, to move us
Okay,
forward.
well, but then the term proof in this sense,
Yeah.
I think you already kind of hinted at that. It's not really proof in the the true sense of the word that we kind of know when that we understand when it's applied to abstract concepts like mathematics, right? Because you even like how do I put this? Right? You
Empirics
already
and
kind of said
mathematics are
it, right?
very
Like
different.
you kind I know they're very different, but therefore the word has a different meaning in these two contexts then. So therefore there is no
I
real
agree.
proof unless except that which is subject to interpretation,
I
which is
agree.
not
That's
really
why we
proof.
should stick. That's why and I haven't said it yet, but I would like to. Is that Flatlander introducing the idea of using the word proof actually muddles the mixture a little bit. It muddies the waters because what we need to be talking about is we need to be talking about the weighing of the evidence. Because as soon as you introduce the word proof, what you're talking about is you're talking about certainty, and none of us are certain about this. I can assure you of that.
Here's a suggestion. Why don't you just set the base, like the rules and the board that we're playing on, and we'll either agree or disagree to have a conversation with you. That'd
No,
be easier.
this isn't the time for that. That the
What is it that you're here to do? Like, I mean, you've been having a
I'm just
conversation about
yeah.
like
We have for an hour, but before you got here, I was talking to 20 Cups and Rico. That Rico guy was here.
Yeah, yeah.
I wanted to talk about metadata and all of the different ways that we can use to falsify or prove the veracity of pictures and their origins. I was using that as a segue into my idea that flat earthers have a really hard time with, at least recently, the last few arguments I've had with a lot of flat earthers, the idea that if I can show that there is a possibility of any of it being true, the logical entailment that your worldview has that it must be false breaks down, and therefore your worldview is not logical because one of its entailments has been broken.
So this is where we step into empirics, right? Because you would have to have something of substance to justify what you constitute as a possibility.
Exactly. Yep. And right. And that's why we can't really talk. Actually, it's not that we can't. We don't really need to talk about proof because I'm not trying to prove anything. What I'm trying to do is demonstrate the possibility of something, which is not. You don't actually have to demonstrate a proof for possibility. You just need to show that it's at least logical. And if something is at least logical, then it is possible.
But if it's possible, it doesn't mean it actually applies, right?
Right, but it doesn't matter.
So,
Because this
but
is
it,
about
but,
this is about an entailment of your position, and if I can
no, but,
show that an entailment of your position is contradictory,
We're
then
kind
you're
of in the back,
no,
in the beginning of the whole. Isn't this
yeah,
kind
we
of what
are.
I was
no.
saying?
We've
Like,
made
holy
great
shit.
progress. We've made great progress.
No, but
Yeah.
here's the thing. Here's the hold on, floundering. Here's the thing, right?
Yeah.
This whole thing about whether something is possible or not.
Mhm.
Okay, it serves as like a fucking cliffhanger, dude. Right? If anything, its purpose is to set the stage for where best to allocate your mental faculties to investigate to actually find something to conclude. Right? It's a precursor on how best to like optimize your pursuits. You see what I mean? Like if you can determine logically that, oh, I can't do this or I shouldn't be able to do that or whatever, right? You know where best to focus and actually do any search. But ultimately to find a conclusion, right? But if you just kind of like circle jerk around the all these possibilities and stuff, but you never do anything, like where does that get you?
Sure. But you're getting into the practicum of it. But that again, that requires that we agree on our methodology for empirics and science and all of that. And I don't
Sure,
that's
sure.
yeah, I think that's a conversation for a different night
How
because
about
if you
I
guys,
think
if
this?
you
I
guys are
think
done,
this
if you
No,
will.
guys
it's
are,
not.
hold on a second,
Like,
flat. Hold on a second, flat.
It's not a conversation for another. Maybe it's another conversation for another night
For
with and
me,
for
yes.
you.
For me,
But that's
yes.
fine, right? But what I'm just kind of hinting at here is what I was trying to do with Recon,
Mm-hmm. Oh, I
right?
know what you
And
were trying to
basically, and almost what everybody tries to do. Like we get at least I'll speak for myself, right? I get what you're hinting at, but it serves no purpose unless put to use. But a lot of guys like to come in here and speak, like Mark, right? Remember Mark?
I know Mark,
Like, yeah, guys like
I don't
him,
know him,
all
but
they
I
want to do is operate in the abstract and the theoretical. It seems, right? It goes absolutely no fucking where at all,
if something
right?
isn't logical, then you can't say it's possible. So it just
Fine,
some of these distinctions, some of this, semantics are important, and
that's fine.
I
Yeah,
value them as important because I've come in here many times, and I've heard many flat earthers say, "Well, there's no evidence of curvature," and it's like, yeah, but we don't even agree on what evidence even is. So how can I address that?
Okay, that's
How can
why
I?
I've heard it put
let's
differently,
skip.
dude. I've
Can
heard
we
it put.
just?
I've heard it put. Yeah, I've heard it put differently, dude.
You've
More
heard it put
more often
differently
than
that
not,
there's no evidence of curvature because that's what I hear all the
more
time.
more often than not, people will use the term proof. That, at least in my
Right, but
experience.
that muddies the waters even worse because now we're going to have to agree on not only on what evidence even is, but on what our threshold of proof is. That's even
Well,
worse.
but it might be difficult, dude. But it needs to be established because, like, I can prove to you, right? Depending on how you constitute it, but like pornography, you know it when you see it, right? If I take a basketball and I inflate it, there's curvature on that thing. I can measure it,
Sure.
right? Right? There's a nonlinear increase in distance over the span of the over the range of the ruler. If I take a ruler and I put it on top, right?
Yeah,
I can demonstrate that, right?
sure.
Is that evidence or is that proof that there's curvature on the basketball?
It's evidence of curvature on a basketball.
Okay. And why would you not use proof?
Why would I not use the word proof?
Yeah. When
I
there's an
guess
actual mathematical definition of curvature
sure. If
and
you want
actual real world practical demonstration of the
sure. Do you
distances
want me to
actually adhering
find
to it.
yeah, in this very mundane example, do you want me to find a good reason to not use the word proof or would you rather I didn't? Because I'm happy to satisfy whatever
I would
answer
rather you just
I'd be
define
very
your
curious.
version. I would want you.
You're very curious?
Floundering,
I'm
can you
actually very curious. Yeah.
Just
Okay,
one
okay.
thing.
Here's
I want to
a
say
good
one
reason.
thing. All right,
Now, hold on
whatever.
a second. Let me answer his question. He asked me a question.
Sure.
Why wouldn't we use the word proof? Because I could show, I could get a microscope and I could take a cross section of that basketball. And if we zoom in really, really, really close, I could show that the basketball is actually just millions of 180-degree lines, and that it is
That's
not
fine.
curved.
At that scale, and I can understand that at that scale, right? But now notice I didn't say smooth,
Oh, sure.
right?
But and
I didn't say
also,
smooth, and it's not necessarily the case
Jesus
that a
Christ.
curved line is implicitly perfectly smooth, perfectly continuous,
Right.
right? Even in calculus, it's always described as like infinite discrete steps, right? So it
Yes.
kind of satisfies that condition anyway, right? So at a certain practical level, at a macro level, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking curving, dude.
Right.
Right? If you
I am
if you're
willing to
specific,
accept
right?
for evidence
Like if
that the
it's like
basketball has curvature. When we
well,
start talking about
watch,
proof, we're talking
but
about
hold
certainty.
on, hold on. Well, this is what I mean, right? If I frame it, if I box it in with all these kind of specifics, right? Understanding that a certain scale, it's more or less discrete, right? Whereas technically speaking, a curve is perfectly continuous, right? Discounting those nitty gritties, zooming out, right? I can prove, I would argue, that the surface of this basketball follows, right, the trend line of what would constitute a curved surface.
I'm happy to accept that. That's fine.
Right. So this is what I mean, right? When all the specifics are jotted down, all the I's are crossed, all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted, right? You can, and you should be able to.
But you
But
do
then
understand why the word proof applies to all.
where I do agree with you though, or one thing I will agree with you on is where that line is set to satisfy that condition that all the I's and T's are crossed, all the I's are dotted, I should say, and T's are crossed. That is contextual. It's not necessarily subjective, right? It can appear subjective because there's like a constant battle back and forth trying to attain this kind of ideal, right? But the ideal is context specific. Okay. Once that's achieved,
Ideals are
then
theoretical. Yeah.
well, yeah. I mean, like for example, in this context with the basketball, I mean, like at macro scale, it follows a trend line, it's curved. At a small scale, it's discrete. Okay, fine. We're talking about in the context of at the macro, where it is more or less smoothed out, at least from our perception, from our ability to actually measure it, et cetera, et cetera. It's fucking curved, and
This is why
demonstrably so. Go
this
ahead,
is
man. I
why
don't want to monologue.
it's okay. I mean, this I was trying to skip all. I mean, you guys, it's fine if you guys want to go down this route. It is what it is. I'd rather just get to the actual like bottom of this and just start talking about fucking and hearing what floundering has in terms of proof. So what I want Flounder to do, I mean, it's fine. This isn't gonna happen because he just wants to talk in these deep words and whatnot. It's fine. You guys can do that. But what I would suggest is let's have you floundering describe what evidence and proof is to you, see if we agree with it, and then if we don't, we can try to adjust it. But this is also why I talked about like let's use our baseline reality as a reference point, right? In reality, we aren't walking around with giant microscopes and like nitpicking what a circle looks like. And like, oh, well, in reality, actually, when you really zoom down at this micro level, like I get that, dude. Yeah, it's really deep and smart thinking. You get like 4 points of philosophy fucking tokens for thinking like that. Cool. But in reality that we live in, dude, if I look at a basketball, it's a circle. And that's what I think we should just focus on instead of all this. But you guys, I know whatever I say is irrelevant because you guys want to do this. Go ahead. I'm done talking.
Oh man, no, that was a concise way of basically saying what I said, right? But I'm trying to use his language because he seems to need that. He needs that hyper specificity.
Yeah, I'm trying to skip all that, but yeah,
Right.
no, and I agree with you, 20 Cups, but I was
Because
trying to skip all
I've
of
had
this.
hundreds of conversations where we get to that point and it gets to the okay, let's begin talking about specific instances of evidence for either position. But we're not really there. And the reason why we're not really there is because one, our understanding of what objectivity even is different, and we don't even agree on a good definition for the word evidence. Our worldviews are not compatible. in that way. That before we can even get into a conversation about what is and isn't empirical, we need to understand that we both agree all the way up to that point on logic and on what a fact and on our definitions.
Okay,
So,
define it. Go. Just define it then right now. Go.
Define what?
What you just asked that we need to find all these fucking agreements on. Just you start by
facts and evidence and stuff.
Yes, yes,
I'm
define
not.
them.
I'm not positing a definition of evidence right now.
Okay.
Oh well, shit, dude.
Like this is what I'm talking about. This
If you
is
want
a
to get
nowhere conversation.
Flatlander, if you want to get into a formal debate with me, we'll set it up. We'll get
Listen,
we'll get a
floundering.
moderator that we both agree is a good moderator, and you and I can have a 2-hour long structured formal debate.
No,
if you
I
want
don't
my
wanna do that.
definitions, I will give them to you.
I don't.
That's not what I'm doing tonight. That's
I
not
already
what,
listen.
That's not what I came in to do
I
tonight.
gave you 4 philosophy tokens. You can cash those
Oh,
in
thanks,
at your
buddy.
local bank. They're worth a lot of money. So you did a good job tonight. Good job, man. But no, I'm not ever going to have a 2-hour
I was
conversation
listening
with
for a
you.
while, and my coming
It's
into the
going to go
conversation
nowhere.
was
Go ahead.
about poking holes in the logical entailments of the position. And all I need to do is show underdetermination on one of them, and the worldview falls apart. That was my point in coming in tonight about the pictures provided by NASA thing. I thought I did a great job.
I know you
but I thought I did a great job, and as far as I can tell, I was being logical the entire time.
I mean,
So
okay, but here's the thing. Here's another way of framing it, right? If you're going to basically grade yourself based on tripping people up with words and stuff, as opposed to solidifying his claim that it actually, or your position's claim that it was legitimate, I mean that's your prerogative, right? But notice that the way you structured things, right? It didn't edify the veracity of his claim necessarily, at least not in the way that I was asking him to actually verify shit, right? It didn't fortify, what he was bringing forward. It was just basically, clouding the entire conversation. Oh well, it must be possible because of logical reasons. That's all that really did. It didn't ground anything, bro. Right?
I'm pretty sure I demonstrated that there is a flaw in one of your logical entailments. I'm pretty sure I did that.
What was it? By me asking him specifically, how was it verified, all this stuff that he was presenting? How was it verified? Right? That's basically what I was asking him. And you put forth what? Basically some philosophical, mumbo jumbo that renders
we
my
got past
question
that.
basically moot.
We got past the philosophy. We got past that. And I demonstrated, at least I thought I did, I didn't use any fallacies. I don't think I used any fallacies. I don't think I was illogical in any way.
I don't think you did. No, you're right. I don't think you were logically fallacious. I think you were just mistaken in a lot of things.
Okay,
a lot of
mistaken
assumptions on your part.
Was I mistaken in saying, because you and I agreed that a truth claim has an entailment, a necessary entailment as to the impossibility of the contrary, correct? We agreed to that going forward.
Right, and that's what.
Okay.
Right, and that's what I was in that context. That's what I was getting at when you were talking about metadata and stuff like that.
Oh, sure.
There was no real specificity in the way that you were bringing it up, and I was showing you that, and I was telling you about how these things actually work, and that there isn't necessarily the way that you were framing it to actually conclude on anything, because
no, I wasn't right, because I wasn't talking empirics. I was just getting into the idea that I could show that it is possible to verify the photos.
And it's all and that would all depend on the method, right? And also some other specifics, like for example, how the headers are crafted and all sorts of stuff like that. If it's encrypted,
totally fine. I'm not an expert. I will defer to you on all of the devil being in the details.
That's what.
I completely agree to all of that. All I wanted to do was demonstrate that it was possible, because we also agreed that a logical entailment of the flat Earth worldview is that it necessarily being false and it being possible are mutually exclusive. We agreed to that
but
already.
In the context that we're talking about now, it wasn't necessarily demonstrated to be possible given the circumstances. But you thought it was because you didn't know these details.
Which details?
The details as to how headers are crafted, how they can be manipulated, and without any further knowledge about specifics,
Oh,
right?
sure, but we agree under ideal circumstances it's possible, right?
How do you what constitutes ideal? Like no headers
no one, right? As in, like, no
no.
one lying or editing, right?
Well,
It is
you
possible.
presume that you have to presume that they're not, but what I'm bringing
Sure.
up is that it is possible to edit, right? So these two
Of course.
possibilities kind of clash and
Of
bring
course
us
it's
nowhere.
possible. Yeah.
Right.
Of
So
course it's possible, but it is possible they're not, right? It is
also, but
possible
it
that
is
it
possible
wasn't
that they are.
that a
So
picture
that
is not
nullifies.
edited.
But this is the point, right? So these two possibilities, it could be possible one way or the other. They nullify things, and by me by getting into the specifics, it reveals that it's more the case that these things can be edited.
Sure, they can be edited. I completely agree to that. We're past that. I
So,
thought we were past that.
no, because the way that you're presenting it is that they can't be.
Okay.
That was the whole point. When I ask him, how do you verify things? Oh, you look at the metadata, and that
Sure.
proves.
Well, we
no,
already
it
agreed we're
doesn't.
past the metadata because we agreed for sake of argument that under ideal conditions where everyone is being honest, it is possible to verify
Right.
photos.
Well, this is the thing, and therefore you have to assume that there's honesty. This is where like the sociological.
That's the for sake of argument part. Yes.
But we're trying to get away from any sort of kind of assumptions or sociological kind of variables at play, right? We're trying to get into the empirical here, dude. We have to at some point along the lines here. You have to. You can use everything, like I said before. You can use everything that you kind of brought forth as like a setup to
It's
align
not
yourself
just
or
a
to
setup.
do
It's
the gaming.
logically entailed by your position. It's not just a setup. It's the logic of your position. It's before we can even get to empirics, you have to determine your worldview is to be logical. If we're not
Well, I
using
understand.
logic, then we're not being truthful, are we?
No, I understand, but that's what I mean, right? You use the logic to set yourself up before you really do anything. Otherwise, you're ready, fire, aim. You know what I mean?
And all I wanted to do by bringing up the metadata, I wasn't getting into empirics. I'm not talking about personally verifying the photos. I'm saying, under ideal conditions, it is possible to verify digitally taken photos based on the metadata. Possible. That's all I wanted. That's the only word I wanted. Because
Fantastic.
we agreed earlier. Hold on a second. We agreed earlier. You agreed with me that. Let me just think about this for a second. Make sure I get it right. We agreed earlier that a logical entailment of a position being that all of it is false and it being possible are mutually exclusive. We already agreed to that.
We get that, and here's my
Perfect.
stance on this.
Perfect.
Here's
That
my
makes your position illogical.
no, it does not.
I told you this is what he was
Okay.
trying to do the whole time.
Okay. All
I
right, buddy.
called
All right.
this out, dude.
It's not illogical.
I've dog walked you through the logic.
No, I called this out. Hold on. Because you guys been
good logic.
Oh my god.
Dude, it only concludes as being wrong or illogical if you can show it to actually be the case in this instance.
That's
for
not
example.
true. That's not true. Because we haven't gotten into empirics
That
yet.
doesn't make any sense.
I have shown
That doesn't
right
make-
now through a train of logic. You have not pointed out a fallacy. I have not been fallacious. I have not been
Guys,
illogical.
you guys been going back and forth. I just want to say one quick.
It's
All right.
about making mistakes.
This
It's
is
about making
ridiculous.
mistakes along the way and misplacing or misconstruing your argument as actually being applicable to the framework that you're setting up.
It's not a framework. This is basic bitch logic. It really is. Like this
Yeah,
is just. If your position
it's-
isn't logical, then it can't be
it's a mental
true.
framework.
It can't be.
Yeah, no, I understand. But it's a mental framework of going about actually sorting this stuff out and assessing it. You're employing certain mental faculties and structured ways of thinking, basically. That was redundant, but you get my point. To assess the reality.
Okay.
But the reality is the reality, but we haven't gotten to the reality
Can
yet.
you find a
The way that you're
flaw in the
framing,
logic that I've employed?
the way
Is
that
there-
the way that you're framing it is basically, again, like I said before, basically helping us aim, right, where to fire to ultimately end up at a spot where we figure something out. But until we actually fire, we don't figure it out. I mean, you tried to fire,
No, we
and I
just did
showed you
figure
where
it
it was
out.
misplaced.
We
We
just
didn't
did.
do.
We did.
I
We
guess you
just
guys are
did
still
figure it
talking.
out.
All you did was solidify your framework in your head.
No,
and you
I didn't
definitely
solidify my framework. I
yeah, but we tried.
used logic to show you that your worldview is not logical.
How is it not?
Okay, wait. Can I? You guys talk back and forth. I
Go
just want
ahead,
to say one. I called this out exactly what he was doing, like an hour ago. To be more
No,
realistic,
you started talking
I
about
did.
proofs about the
No, this
photos.
isn't.
We never even
No,
got into proofs.
no, no, no. This is exactly what I said you were gonna do. That you're trying to break it down and say basically just logically we can't have a conversation because we're
I
wrong to
didn't say we
begin
can't
with.
have a conversation.
No, I understand. Okay, semantics,
Yeah,
bro.
we had a conversation. We figured it out together. Dude, 20 cups.
Okay.
I have been as good faith to the flat Earth position tonight as I possibly can be. I listed the 4 main points that I understand them to be. Right? I understand the 4 main points. 20 cups. Have I been bad faith at all tonight?
20 cup. Do you remember me calling out this is exactly what he was
Have
trying
I
to
been?
get to an
Have
hour ago?
I haven't insulted anybody. I have been.
No,
I
dude.
have been courteous.
No, this
I've
was
muted
very
myself
cool.
when it's not my turn.
It's all good, dude. It's all good. No, honestly, I think this was very cordial. Okay.
Thank you. Good.
I'll tell you, there's something wrong with this. Okay. I don't know how to pin it down, but it's kind of it's sort of revealing itself in the way that we're applying what we're talking about in this context. Okay. And the way that it kind of ended when we were digging into that other thing, at least trying to suss it out. Okay, something emerged, and I don't know how to put a phrasing or a term to it. Okay, whereby, yeah, like the way that you're setting it up. Oh, it's possible this, but when we dig into it, it's like it's not necessarily. It's not exactly. You don't know it's possible.
I understand what you're
right?
saying. Can I summarize?
Right?
And
Like
you can either say no at the end or say yes.
how about this? How about this? Let me condense it. Let me condense it.
Sure,
Right?
you
For
condense
you,
it then.
the assertion, right, that you say it's possible, right? It's not necessarily known to be the case. So arguably half of your whole structure there, where it's like, it's either, false or possible, they're mutually exclusive or whatever, like half of that thing is actually unknown.
Okay, okay. I'm gonna summarize this and then we can be done and I'm gonna go to bed. Okay, I appreciate the conversation. I think I've been good faith to the flat Earth position. I was extremely good faith about my understanding of it. I want to go through the 3 steps in very brief summary with you, and you can say no at the end, but I want you to find a flaw in this logic. I beg you, please. Okay.
I'm telling you, dude, before you start, there's nothing. I don't think I could say anything about there being a flaw in your framework. Okay, I think it was a misplaced application of your framework to this because of certain uncertainties or certain assumptions on your part. That's really all.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
really
Well,
all
then
it was.
I would love to hear. I would love to hear some feedback on this because I believe this to be the defeater, and because
I just told you.
This is my defeater for you guys, and I would really like to hear some feedback because I think it's pretty strong, actually.
You can use. I think this is a strong framework for you to use in context. In this context, it was misapplied, as I kind of pointed out before about the whole.
And you know what? I'll accept
That's
that.
all.
If you think it's a strong defeater for me, then I will take that with I'll take that with a thumbs up and go. I appreciate you.
I wouldn't use that term. I wouldn't use defeater. It's a framework. It's a tool that you can use. It's your weapon. It's your sword, right? Whereby in battle you can employ it if necessary, if appropriate. But if you misuse it, you can fuck up. And I think in this case, it was misplaced. It was misused.
Okay. Then I'll go through it really quick, and you can say no at the end if you want, and then I'm gonna go to bed. Okay.
No.
Yeah. So keep it sharp though. Sharpen it. Go
I'm
ahead.
trying to be sharp. I'm trying to be sharp. It is a logical entailment of the flat Earth position that the evidence provided by NASA from space must be false. Either what would it be? Either it's a lie or it's been faked in some way, or that it just isn't what it claims they are. Like none of them are lying, but it just isn't true. One of those two things. It must be false in either case. And that is a mutually exclusive logical entailment to the possibility of them being true. We agreed to that earlier. That's the number 2 is what we already agreed to. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Number three is the demonstration that it is possible to verify these photos. Where's the flaw in the logic? Where's the flaw?
Nothing wrong. But again, at the end, I asked you, how do you
I
know
don't
it's
see how you guys beat that defeater. I really don't.
I asked you at the end there, when I asked you, how do you know it's possible, right? I
we already
showed you
went through it.
I showed you.
We went through
Dude,
it under ideal conditions. Under ideal conditions, it's possible to prove the veracity of photos. We agreed to it. It's possible.
Ideal conditions.
Yeah, that's we're
Right.
talking
You
about
have to, right.
possibility.
So,
It's
so if you there you go. So if you assume those,
No, the
right?
assumptions are
Sure.
irrelevant because we're talking about possibility. So I don't even have to say under ideal conditions anymore because we already agreed to that. Is it possible to verify photos? Is it possible?
Well, sure. We've been asking for that for fucking years, dude.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, then there's no flaw in my logic. Then there's no flaw in
There's
my logic.
nothing. I told you already. There's nothing wrong with that setup. But now we got to get to the actual possibility checking thing, and that's all. Like that step that
He
you
doesn't
set up
want
right
to.
there at the end, right. Basically, what everyone does, right, kind of subconsciously, I think, in the conversations that I've heard, is everyone gets all past all those extra steps and gets to the end and asks for, let's check these possibilities. That's all. Like we're like we need to know somehow, right? We get past that. I think
I could
it's
even put this in
beautiful.
a modus ponens for you if you want me to.
I don't know. I don't care. What I'm getting at, dude, is like it's a beautiful kind of like philosophical wordplay, not wordplay necessarily, but you know what I mean. Like you could write a fucking like little
It's not
booklet on that,
wordplay. It's not
right?
semantics and it's not
But
wordplay. This is
I don't mean
logic.
that. I don't mean it
This
like
is
that.
basic logic.
I don't mean it like that. I mean it's like you could write that down, okay, in the way that it was written or that was phrased, okay. But the essence of it can be condensed into basically one liner. Show me what you got.
I'm telling
Basically,
you, the burden, there isn't even a burden yet of empirics because we haven't gotten there yet. I
Okay,
have
get there.
already
no,
shown your
you
worldview
haven't
to be
gotten there yet.
illogical.
Yeah, you haven't got it. You've
This
kept
is
it
the
on the
point.
brink of it the whole fucking time, bro.
You can be
That's
mad
where
all
you
you
want
want
to
to,
keep it.
but
You
the
just
only
want to keep it right at the very borderline of crossing into empirics,
I know it's
right?
nice being logical.
You just
isn't
want to discuss blah blah blah, this blah blah, that blah blah
it? Find
about
me a flaw. Rather than
epistemology
insult
and
me, why don't you
logic
find a flaw in the
and blah
logic
blah
instead
blah
of
blah blah
insulting
blah
me?
blah. It's boring, bro. Get to the
You have
fucking
no
point.
evidence.
Yeah, Floundering, I told you already. I don't think there's anything wrong with your setup. We're waiting finish line for you to actually apply it and get through that possibility. Is it this or is it that?
Okay, well,
I think everyone would agree here. I think
Yeah, I'm actually
I gotta
no.
tell
I
you,
just
I
hold
created
on,
this
hold
debater
on.
tonight out of
Can
thin
I
air.
can I comment
I
on
wasn't
that?
done. I
Floundering,
wasn't fucking done. I wasn't
Floundering,
fucking
you've had
done.
the Floundering, you had
Dude,
the. I guess I
hold
can't
on
talk.
a second.
Okay.
I do. I'm almost done, bro. Okay. Floundering, we're at the finish line waiting for you. Okay.
I'm
Trying
not.
to check that possibility. Okay. And I think everybody in this room, I think I've heard at least 2 or 3 people in recent past who have openly stated, yeah, if you can prove curvature, for example, right? I'm kind of paraphrasing, but like using words along those lines. Yeah, if you can prove curvature, yeah, no shit, of course it's not flat. Prove it's curving
And now we have
around,
to go
wrap
and
it
discuss
around.
what proof is again, and we got to agree on evidences and.
All I wanted to say, you know, 20K Cup, you said we're all waiting for the finish line. I've been trying to tell you guys time and time, there is no finish line. This guy does not want to talk about it. He wants to prove that we're wrong using his own logic that he's trying to teach us.
Oh, this is
He
now, Flatlander. This is the topic
yes,
of
this is
tonight. I
no
have been through
Floundering.
empirics with you guys many
Okay.
times. This is
Floundering,
just the topics
you
of
have
tonight.
had the privilege to talk without being interrupted for so long, so please
You're
don't fucking
strawmanning my
interrupt me.
position. It's bad faith.
Well then you can comment on it after I'm done, and I'm not because I've called this out time and time again, and then I kind of just go, okay, whatever. I'm gonna let these guys do it because it's fine. I don't have anything wrong with the conversation you're having, but it feels like you're trying to be dishonest with it. I know what you're trying to do, bro, and it's exactly what you're doing. You're
How
not
can I be
going to,
dishonest if I'm being entirely logical? 20 Cups already said
dude. I
you
get
couldn't
it, bro.
find a flaw
Listen,
in my logic.
Floundering, do you want another 4 philosophy tokens? Is that what you're asking for?
I don't
I
want
already gave
philosophy
you.
tokens.
I
I
already
created this
tipped.
debater out of thin air and it
Listen,
worked.
I've already tipped my hat to you, bro. You've obviously smoked a joint and sat and thought about it, and you read a philosophy book. I commend you for that, man. I really do. I understand. but you can't use philosophy to deny reality. Meaning that because we're talking about this picture, you can't use these words just to convince us that, well, because technically the picture could be proven real, that means you can't technically prove it false either, and it's just a stupid circle. I've called this out. I know what you're doing. It's dumb. Now, this is what you can do. Ready? If you want to be just talk about something that isn't fucking philosophy. Just talk about what proof do you have or evidence. We don't have to define it. I just want to hear what you have to bring to the table for once. Go ahead if you want to do that, or go to sleep.
I'm gonna go to sleep.
I
had a
figured.
great
And again,
conversation. I had a great conversation with 20 Cups. We got to the finish line as far as I'm concerned because he said he couldn't find a flaw in it. He said it's a great framework. He said he thinks it's a strong framework. And as far as I'm concerned, it's a clear. Find the fallacy, find the illogic. I haven't seen it.
I don't think there is anything wrong with that, dude. Again, it's just
we haven't seen it applied yet.
We're at the end. We're at the third step in how you set it up, and we're trying to apply
it's an internal critique. And
he's not going to. He's going to go to bed. Like, that's what I've been trying to tell you guys. He's setting this up. He just wanted to bounce
I'm
off
wondering
his
if T-Dub
fucking.
even knows that. Flatlander, do you and T-Dub understand that my logic there is an internal critique of your position?
Listen, I just see through what you're doing, bro. Like, I've been around the block and I see through you. You're like a 20-year-old
you see
kid.
through me.
Yeah,
I do.
Flutter, it's not. I don't think it's an internal critique. It's kind of just a reframing of kind of what's already there, understood to be there.
It is an internal critique because it's about the logical entailments of the flat Earth position.
Listen,
but it's understood, but you're kind of like you're framing it in a way where it's like, oh, this logic applies, therefore, kind of like nothing what you guys have to say is valid or something like that. But that's not true, right? We're trying to apply what you're talking about, like without actually really saying it the way that you're saying it, being all grandiose about it. Right?
Exactly.
We're applying the third.
This is basic logic, dude. I
know. It is basic. It is basic logic.
But strung out in the way, like it was a fucking like a lecture or something like that.
Yes, dude.
It was very long.
I'm not trying to lecture you guys. The conversation earlier that we had about whether or not logic is
you're not trying to lecture.
I wanted to get through the nitty gritty about that.
Flattering. Listen to what 20K Cups is saying because he's right. Go ahead, 20K.
All these nitty gritties are basically already given. But you're framing it in a way it's like we understand all this. We're open. When we say, if you can show me the curve, prove the curve, the yada yada yada, words like that, and then we shut the server down. Like a lot of people have already said that. That implicit in that is the understanding that if we're shown wrong, we're shown wrong. And your setup is like, you have to understand in the abstract that it's possible that you're wrong.
It's logic.
Yeah, of
logic
course.
Is the foundation of truth. You can't be truthful if you're not being logical.
I'm just being brief on this. Okay, we've been talking about this for a long time.
It was good. I feel like we reached ahead. As far as establishing, in my mind, that this is a valid internal critique. Valid meaning logical. I have not made any fallacies tonight. I have not represented the flat Earth position in bad faith. I gave you the four,
buddy.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't bad, dude. It wasn't bad, but you're calling it an internal critique. It's not a critique. It's an already It's an already embedded understanding that we all have that if we're proven wrong, it's possible that we're wrong. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
No, it's not just that it's possible that you're wrong. It's that there's a logical contradiction in the worldview. And a contradiction is necessarily wrong.
Okay.
Because it violates the second law of logic.
But okay, well, hang on. Do you acknowledge that this also applies to you guys, right?
Applies to me how?
It applies to you also.
Can you demonstrate?
What you're saying is basically applies to everything that you outlined applies to everybody who says anything.
No, because it's not any of it. There isn't a single facet of my worldview that requires that something be false, but there is one in yours. That's why it's an internal critique.
It requires something to be false.
Yes,
because nothing requires something to be false.
Your worldview, the flat Earth worldview, requires that it be false. Yes.
Well, this is what I've been
It's a
trying to
logical
explain. That
entailment. It's a logical
what he's
entailment. I
trying,
walked
what
you
he's,
through it, and you agreed
we
to it.
know, floundering. We know what again. This is like 4 times, but it seems like everyone just keeps ignoring this. What he's trying to do is argue before like he's trying to close the flat Earth argument and prove us wrong before we even talk about it. He's saying based on our
I know.
worldview. Oh well, then why do you keep engaging with? I've explained that he's not
Yes,
going
he's
to talk about
establishing that you
anything
guys
else.
are retarded. Yes.
He needs
No,
to.
he's
He needs
actually
to know
not.
that. He needs to know that we know that this is what he's trying to do. And floundering, hang on, dude. If you mean to say that nothing in your worldview requires you to know or to prove something as being false, I mean,
No,
dude, that's totally.
that it's required that it be false.
Yeah, dude, that is very wrong. When you
In what?
assert something, when you assert the necessity for something to be true, implicitly it requires a bunch of other things to be false.
I agree, and that's why internal critique of you guys works. That's why it works, is because
No,
a
but
truth claim
wait,
necessarily
wait.
demands that the opposite be false. That's
Yeah,
why it
no
works.
shit. That's
What were the
nothing
specifics that
new.
you
That's
applied?
logic,
What was the
baby. That's
specifics
logic.
applied to the logic
Yeah.
string? What was
Yeah,
the specifics applied to the logic string?
Yeah,
I
there's
went over
nothing
the. I
new
went
there,
over the.
dude.
Okay, I'll give T-Dub some context, and then I'm going to bed, and you guys can
Okay.
talk about whatever you want to talk about. I
Okay,
gave 20 cups
yeah.
a summary of what I understand the flat Earth position to be in good faith. The 4 main points that I understand. 1 is that there is no curvature. 2, there is no space. 3, humans have never been to space.
Wrong.
And what's the 4th one?
There's only one.
Do you disagree?
There's only one.
Do you disagree with anything
Yeah.
here?
Yes.
Oh, what do you disagree
yes.
with?
There's only one. Just stick with that first one. That's it. The first one.
That there is no curvature?
Yep. That's it.
Okay. Does space exist?
Don't care.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. So that's So T-Dub's not willing to engage in good faith. That's fine.
Neither are you, bro. Your whole
I have
argument
been
is we don't
tonight.
hate.
What
No,
have I
Flounder,
done tonight that
your whole
summarizes you in any way that's bad faith?
Yeah, I'll tell you. Your
The
whole argument is
existence of the vacuum of outer space is independent of the Earth's geometry.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, your
But
whole
anyway,
position. Your whole position is
anyway,
basically there's no point in arguing anything because we're already wrong. Like that's pretty much what you're
In
saying.
order to disagree with me, you see, your ego won't allow you to disagree with me without contradicting yourself.
No,
because
bro,
you guys say
my
here all
ego
the time,
or
space is
the
not
lack
real.
of
I
has
know your
nothing to
position
do
better
with
than
you.
do. I know your position better than you do. I know
Not
you know
not
that space isn't
my
real.
ego is not blocking out my ability to
I
understand
know
that you're
it's part of your
fucking
worldview that space isn't real.
floundering.
I know that.
My floundering.
We can over it.
My ego is not blocking out and blinding me from the genius that you are. I promise you that.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I
The
appreciate.
only thing that was novel. The
Have
only
a good
thing
night,
novel.
guys. Great conversation. 20 cups. I really do appreciate it. I feel like we got to a
Have
head
a good
somewhere.
one.
Maybe not with T-Dubs and Flatlander, but we'll try again
All
next
right,
time.
see you,
Good
buddy.
night.
Bye. Jesus
Yeah,
fucking
dude.
Christ.
Yeah, I
I
kept trying to
didn't
tell him
fit his
there's,
meet his criteria for
there's
his logic to work. What
yeah,
a
there's
fucking
nothing.
sook.
There's nothing in what he said that was new or novel except for the way he said it. Okay, and it took him a long time to actually be able to say it. You know, we did all the rigmarole, and then he actually got the whole kind of phrasing out. Okay, and when you parse through it, I think, right? I'm contemplating this, right? But what it seems to me is when you parse through it, in a nutshell, he's basically saying there's a possibility that you're wrong, and Flatlander, as you kind of elucidated there, the way he's saying it, and I think I hinted at this also, is in such a way so as to basically say, oh, it's possible that you're wrong, so don't even bother try to make an argument.
Yeah. That's why I knew he was going with it. It's just so dumb.
That's all
It's
all that's surmised to, right? Or did I
yes.
skip something?
No, that's exactly, and he would argue no, and then he'll walk you through his fucking stupid ass logic again. Like that's all. It's a circle until okay. So the reason why he has to walk you through it is so that you would agree piece by piece, and then once you agreed with all the pieces, and then if you didn't agree with one thing, you'd have to go back and explain it different ways, and then you finally go like, oh, okay, in theory, yes, logic that makes sense. And he goes, okay, good, next piece, and then he'd get all the pieces together and go, ha, proved you're wrong about flat Earth. Like that was his whole thing that he was doing.
Yeah, it was kind of dumb.
Yes, it was.
The pieces were fine, right? From what I remember, the pieces were fine. There's nothing wrong with that, dude. You know, like
Sure.
yeah, okay. There's a difference, like to say something is absolutely 100% wrong, and this other thing over here, another statement where it's possible. Those two are mutually exclusive. Yeah, no shit. Something is either wrong or it's unknown to be right or wrong. Yeah, those are different things. Those are different statements. Great job. Like that was a big setup. I don't even think that was even really necessary. Right?
No,
It was a
none of that
great kind of
was.
word. It was a great, word piece to kind of like, throw in a bit of, oh, I know my logic terminology. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. But in the end, though, you heard the like step 3, like as if it was the fucking, grand finale or something of, oh, well, it's possible that you're wrong. So therefore, don't
Therefore,
bother
you're
talking
wrong.
about it.
Yeah. Well, because like again, in his view also was like, since you are based on maybe this is real, maybe it's not, and in my world everything is just true. Therefore, my world's more logical than yours. Therefore, we don't discuss it, and I'm right and you're wrong. Like it's so dumb, bro.
This
Hey,
is
hey
why I
20
tried to.
Cups, have you
Hey,
talked to him? Is this your first time talking to him?
no,
Okay.
I like
Yeah.
I like sparring. I like sparring with floundering.
Okay, well, I would just say that the guy is in no way honest or cordial. I mean, he may have been with you today, but that is not who he intrinsically is whatsoever. So I
That's
just
why.
see this guy as advanced sea lioning, he's just trying to frustrate and suck up our time and our energy.
Fair
And
enough.
that's, yeah.
I agree.
Fair enough.
He's never going to
And
get to a point. You're never going to get him to empiricism. That will never, ever
yeah,
happen.
Called
that
that
was
out in the
revealed
first
tonight.
5 minutes. That's the first
That
time
was
I ever heard him
yeah,
fucking talk.
of course. That was revealed tonight, right? And that's why I said it, right? Because we did start and finish a conversation. I think that was the first time I was ever able to do that with floundering. So in that sense, it was quite cordial, at least in comparison, right? That's why I said it. You know what I mean? But absolutely, I tried to get him there. Okay, let's apply that whole setup, that entire thing to something. Because again, as it boils
But
down to, it's possible you're wrong, so don't bother talking about it. I reject the don't bother talking about it. Right?
yeah, but his whole MO is it depends on him never getting to it.
Right.
That's
Right?
what it's. Yeah, I kind of
Yeah,
got that.
He will never get
It's my
to it.
antenna for
You
tape.
engage in good faith. He's not engaging in good faith, and he's never going to. Right?
Right, and this came
So
up, right. I don't know who missed the beginning part of it, or who was present, right? But earlier on, there was a guy, Rico, that came in, right? He said, "Oh, you guys are wrong, blah blah blah, because space and Artemis, and look at these photos." And of course, I asked, "Okay, where are the photos? How do we verify them, right?" And he starts huffing and puffing, and that's when floundering came in and started presenting possible ways that we could verify them, right? So therein lies, or there is introduced the notion of possibility. It can be checked, so blah blah blah, right? And then it kind of snowballed into the rest of this whole abstract thing of, oh, here's a possibility, yada 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 yada. I tried to get him on this whole thing. Well, okay, it's possible. Let's check, but he didn't want to. He
He's a
proposed some
POS.
potential things that
As
could have been
Matrix would
done.
say, he thinks he's all that in a bag of chips. He's just a POS.
yeah, totally agree. He doesn't deserve our time in any way.
I agree.
I mean, look, to be honest, the other day he gave me some RuneScape gold, right? So I'm gonna at least try to be like not a total dick to the guy. You know what I mean? I'm kind of half kidding,
Reported.
but at the same time, we had kind of like a kind of like chill conversation not too long ago. Overall, it's like, okay, he's a guy, fine, right? But tonight, yeah, it was more annoying than anything, really, right? Because he didn't want to concede on a certain point. That part I don't think was good faith. I agree with you on that. But we got to the end of a conversation, which I think is the first. And I want to at least grant him that.
I don't know. I disagree because I knew where he was going with it. It wasn't, again, Yeah, you guys had a conversation, but he was trying to manipulate you to finally have you agree with what he was saying, so that way he can be like, "See, you agree that the Earth isn't flat." I mean, that's like just like a
Oh yeah.
When he started in with the defeater stuff, that should have been over at that point, in my opinion.
I saw the whole thing right from the beginning. I wanted him to be able to get it out, right, and know that we got what he said, because that's what you heard him so many times, kind of hint at, he's always interrupting all that. He has this sense of needing to be able to be heard. Okay.
Yeah.
And
I think you're
we all
giving him a
know
lot
that.
more credit than he's due, but
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's
like
fine though.
I
Like,
don't think he's like this honest guy who just wants I think the whole point of what he's doing is just to waste our time.
yeah, and he came in here with a mission. Like
Oh,
his
he
mission.
wins if he does that, right?
Sure.
You think? I don't mind. I
Yes,
have time.
absolutely,
I have time for shit.
100%. Yep.
I mean, I have time, right? If you guys didn't want him to talk, I mean, it's different. But I was willing to go through with it because, he won't admit it. But, in the end, we kind of showed him straight up. It's like, yeah, but it's, you have to ground yourself somewhere, right? He doesn't want to be grounded. And I think he knows that he doesn't want to. You mentioned that already, right? To some degree.
Yeah, but
Doesn't want
that wasn't his mission though. Like his mission was to convince you. Like it didn't. He wasn't here to have like a flowing conversation or like to hear what you said and then adjust to the because a real conversation you adjust based on what someone says, right? He was never going to adjust his viewpoint or where he was going with his ideas based on what you said. He was trying to get you to see it his way. Therefore, the Earth isn't flat. That's where I just think it's so dumb. Yeah, and that's why it's a waste of time. And again, like I don't really care at the end of the day if you guys have the conversation, but it's just like I could just see through it already. So it's like, ugh.
Of course, me too.
Yeah.
Me too. I saw it from the beginning. I understand that, but it didn't go the way he thought it would. That was the point.
I don't know. I think it did because I honestly don't even think he was engaging with you at all, really.
No, of course he was.
I think he was just preaching to the audience the whole time. That's what I heard.
Yes.
Yeah, he was.
It didn't matter. It did not matter what you said at all. 20 cups. He was getting his way out. Yep. That's what I think.
He was engaging with himself through us. That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm good with that. And then at the end, you give him a little slap on the head. It's like, nah, you fucked up. And he wants to deny that, and that's okay.
I gave him 4 philosophy tokens. I regret that. I should have taken those back.
Give him one. Give him one for.
All right. I'll give him one.
Give him one. Give him an E for effort, as they say, right?
All right. I'm not a total piece of shit. I'll give him one.
Anywho. What I did find a little bit strange, though, at the end, where he didn't want to accept that what he said to us applies to him also. Like it applies to everything.
Well, his logic
anything
behind
that
that.
you don't know, anything that you don't really know, right? It's almost like he's basically saying, don't bother argue for it or try to talk about it because you don't know, or it's possible it's not the way that you thought it is. That's kind of stupid.
Yes, I agree.
And he didn't want to accept that part, but okay.
That also like implies that he has his world all figured out, right? Like, and there's no holes in the reality that he lives in, because or else why wouldn't you be able to apply the same thing to his viewpoint on the world? Why is it just ours? It's
I think he was trying to argue from a standpoint of being agnostic about it, even though I don't think he actually is. But for argument's sake, right? So that means it doesn't apply to him because he has no position.
I guess maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just tactful bullshit.
Right.
But yeah, apologies if it bored you guys to death, but I think
it's
it was
alright, bro.
It was a great exercise. I think
It's not so much that it's boring. It's just that I know that you have, I know you're very intelligent, and I hate to see I hate to see people do this and waste our time. when there are people that we can actually engage with. I mean, maybe not
Yeah.
right now, right? We don't have any choice there,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
you hear me, you know.
I do. I
I
do.
just
Yeah, yeah.
really value the time and effort of our team,
Understood.
you know.
I
Yeah.
chose to go through with it because it's also a good little bit of practice, right? But for you guys, I mean, if wasted your time, I'm sorry about that. You know, if you guys had another
Oh,
conversation
dude,
pending or
we
something
can
like that, that's
always
on me.
leave. Yeah,
But
we can always leave. We can go take a shit. Like
that's
it's no
true
big
too.
deal at the end of the day.
That's
Yeah,
true.
it's
Yeah.
it's fine. But
wanted to see that through personally.
that's fine.
So, but yeah, no, not much fruit there for sure. But we have Ice JJ in the house.
I was
Maybe
just gonna
that'll
say.
spruce things up a bit, right?
Who is it?
Donald J. Epstein.
Oh, I see. Okay.
You're complaining about the other guys saying or implying you can't shouldn't talk about something or you can't know something, so it's whatever. But isn't that your perspective on like a lot of things?
I don't go
No.
around telling people. I don't go around telling people, right, who have an opposite position, that here's a logical reason why your position's destroyed, so don't even bother talking about it. But his entire thing, I swear to you, go back an hour and listen to at least part of the conversation. His entire framework, his entire argument was one of trying to basically neuter us before we even get into the ring. By logically crafting away a framework of
how is that? And
saying,
how is that? How do you do that?
he's trying to basically say that if you acknowledge that it's possible that you're wrong, you don't have a position.
I mean, what were his? I mean, were his words? I mean,
to be fair, he
Do
said
we
a
need to
lot.
really rehash that?
No,
I mean,
with this guy of all people?
if you don't have a position, is another way of saying you can't say or like assert that Earth is the entire Earth.
Is this floundering part 2?
That's a little bit.
That's
That's a
what it
little bit.
feels like.
That's a little bit different.
No, that's not what he's saying.
You'd have to go back to get the full view. To be honest, I couldn't repeat. I can only paraphrase just because it was so.
It sounds exactly like someone using the same logic that is often used in this Discord.
No,
no, you're incorrect. You don't know what you're talking about. Go back and listen to the stream.
I mean, well, specifically the idea that if you can't explain
No, you're not going to pull
something,
us back into that. You're not
or
going to pull us
specifically
back
if you
into
can't
that.
know something for certain.
You know what? You're not going to pull us back into that.
Well,
We're not
this isn't
doing that.
something else, which is like.
No, do I need to mute you?
Like,
we're not going to do this again.
I'm not going back. I'm talking about something else.
Okay, if you want to talk about empirical evidence, we can discuss that. But if you want to talk about floundering, you can go find him in another room and talk with him.
I'm not talking about this, whoever this person is. I'm trying to say, like, when it comes to things like, the sun, the moon.
It's not at all what the subject was. You missed the point entirely.
No, but my point
you
is.
missed the point entirely, JJ Fish.
You're not listening to my point.
Don't really care what your point is.
That's part of the problem.
No, it's not, because we know who you are. It's not a problem. So if you want to talk about empirical evidence, we can do that right now. Otherwise, I don't want to hear it.
You're admitting you don't care to have honest conversations.
No, I'm admitting that I don't care to have it. I'm not able to have an honest conversation with you, and I'm not interested in wasting my time. And if you want to talk about empirical evidence, I'm happy to have an honest conversation about that.
You just admitted it again. Okay. Well,
yes, I'm not interested in having a conversation with you, except if it's about empirical evidence. It's up to you.
It's completely dishonest.
Are you ready to engage with that, or are you gonna? Yep. Okay. See. And there you have it. So it's just a continuation of the same thing. You know, they probably take turns, honestly. Sorry if you were really hoping to engage with that guy who, with Ice JJ Fish, who's always here in good faith, right?
I was just gonna tell him, like, it's just a bad time to bring it up. Like, we just did this for like 2 hours. Like,
well, that's why he came in. Yeah, I mean, do you think it's not always a coincidence? That's all I'll say.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm newer here, so I don't know like familiar faces and all this shit. So
Yeah, some of these people have been doing this for years, right?
Yeah, you'll catch up quick. Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, 20 Cups. Did you really want to talk with him?
No. I mean, it's one thing for me to talk to someone just because whatever, and another thing for me to want to, right?
Okay. I hear you. Yeah. Yeah, but for Ice JJ Fish to say that someone's not in good faith is like the most ironic thing ever, you know.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe ducking will be better. He's here, right? You there, ducking? Isn't that Petey? Is ducking Petey? Do you guys know?
I don't know. I'd have to hear his voice, which is probably why he's not talking.
Because there's a few of them who have alts, right? And kind of maybe sound the same, or I get them mixed up, or whatever. I forget.
So you got Floundering to give you RuneScape gold? Is that what I heard?
Yeah. We were hanging out, and he jumped in. And I was talking to Lats. He's like, "Oh, you play RuneScape?" And I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Oh, I quit. So let me give you my shit." I'm like,
Oh.
"Okay, sure."
It's the most money you'll ever make as a flat earther.
Oh my god.
Unless you
It's
sell
okay.
out like Jeranism.
Both Lats and I are set now.
Have you guys been continuing to play since you?
Yeah, we played a little bit today. He was busy
Okay.
doing stuff,
Are you going to set something up on the home server?
I don't know, maybe. I
I think
mean,
it'd be
it was
fun.
just with him, right? It was fucking like pulling teeth. It was like fucking pulling teeth, just trying to get his attention so I can give him the stuff. He was so busy.
Yeah, I know he's
Texting like,
wandering
where
around
are
quite a
you?
bit.
Yeah, I'm like, where are you? Like, I got your money, dude. He just doesn't answer me. I'm like, what the fuck? He's like, oh,
I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. The power of Christ compels you. Stay away from me. I gave up RuneScape. You're not drawing me back in, bro.
Oh my
no.
god, you used to play too. Oh my god.
Like a hardcore fanatic, I had every game.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. I played like 15, 20 years ago as a kid. I stopped, and I played again last year. But I was just like so bored of doing all the the grind work. So I created a bot, like, because I write software, right? So I'm like, fuck it, let me get a little bits of software to do the clicking for me. And then after 4 or 5 months, they banned me. Like, okay, so I recreated another account. But I'm clean now, so it'll be fun.
I've noticed that old school is not old school anymore. It's like the second version, and you can get it on your phone now. And I've been tempted to have a look at it, and so it just. But my old account would be dead now. They would have cancelled it after. I think they cancelled it after like 5 years of inactivity or something.
Do they?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Are you sure?
They used to. They did a whole purge one year. I remember like because I was waiting for them to do it so I could grab this name I wanted, and they did it and I got it. Yeah.
Why
I
don't you
wanted the
try?
exact way I wanted to spell my name instead of like a variant. And then they
Okay.
finally freaking released like all these accounts. Like they just like freaking just wiped them because they were inactive. And it just opened up like thousands of name possibilities.
That's fun. I mean, for all you know, it was a one-time thing, right? Or why don't you
It's
check?
possible.
Try logging in.
I didn't even know how I'd go about gaining my because like yeah, I use different emails and everything now, so I don't know if I could even possibly recover it.
Okay. Oh, it's worth starting from scratch, man. I started like last week or something like that.
I was in this clan, TOK, they were. I don't know if they're still around. They are still around. Yeah, and like so I'd host these lotteries, right? Because I just had billions, you know. Like I was giving away like millions of coins to people like every day. I'd just run these random events. You know, I just have like a thing on my phone just set to go off at some random moment, right? And it'd be like ding, 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 you know, lottery time, you know, something like that. And if your name, if your name was drawn out of the entire list of clan members and you were in the chat at the time, you'd win, right? If you weren't there, it'd stack, it'd jackpot, right? So to go up by so many, you know, like million or whatever, and like I was giving away like you know millions of coins at a time sometimes.
Holy shit!
It was so fun.
You were like a real fucking OG or something.
Yeah, I'm like not going way back to when they first started. Like I kind of got into it probably a few years afterwards, but probably probably 2010-ish, maybe even before that. I can't remember when they started exactly. It was around 2001, wasn't it, when those brothers started? Like they made it.
Maybe.
Yeah, so within you know like around the first decade of its life.
Okay. Yeah, I thought I remember looking up at some point. Like there was an original, like really shitty graphic version. Right?
Yeah, that's what we used to call old school, right? And then there was like the 2.0, and that's what I used to play. And then they kept on updating that, and then I think eventually, like after I'd quit, they like did a whole brand new like version. And now the version I used to play is what they call old school, but there's an even older school than that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, this is the one I've always been familiar with. I don't like the newer one. The graphics are too good.
Right. Are you playing on computer or Android or what?
Yeah, computer. I tried. I used to play a little bit on my phone, just you know when I was bored and I'm like you know, but I always regretted it because it's so fucking small. Can't read anything, you know. So I just play on my laptop.
Right.
I was streaming earlier. Were you here?
No, I didn't catch it. No.
Yeah.
I think I left a little after God Wars Dungeons 2, like the new version of that, and then I got into that for a little while.
Okay.
And I don't know, something you know like just life and shit and like maybe spiritual journeys and stuff like that, and I just like lost interest in technology for like 5 years or something, or 2 years. I don't know. It was a long time anyway, and I just like just ostracized myself from technology for a while.
Oh yeah. Were you like level 99 everything type shit?
Yeah. I had the quest cape and all the 99s and master
Really?
capes and shit. Yeah.
Dude. So
Yeah.
you got
Yeah.
99 mining.
Yeah, I had 99 mining. Yep.
Dude, that takes so long. How the fuck do you do that?
I know, right? Lots of activities in there can like grant you like wishes and like that you just spend on XP on a particular
Oh yeah.
skill. Yeah,
Yeah.
so I was like doing lots of that. Like I did lots of that what was it called? Coliseum or something, like where you go in with keys and you open up like these vaults, and inside there's like the chance of really cool rewards and XP grants and all this. Like just used to do stuff like that for hours. Lots of
Really?
clan war,
Community?
not castle wars. Lots of castle wars. Lots of barrows. I did the barrows like hours and hours and hours of barrows to the point where I'd mastered it. I tweaked it. I could not tweak my method and anymore. I got to that point where, and it was just a breeze. I'd just be like in and out, bang, in and out, bang, in and out, bang. You know, like it was so easy in the end. And then God Wars Dungeons, like I just went full on solo into that, and occasionally with groups, but I didn't like groups. And it was so good when you get those rare drops, man. It was like, yeah.
Wow. Did you ever do a corporeal beast?
Yes, I did do the corporeal beast. Yes, that was fun too. And doing that solo was such a challenge, bro. But I managed to do it a few times. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I locked in with a group of guys right last year who were like helping me out, right? And I leveled up to a point where they started inviting me to do what they call boosts, right? Because there's people, right, that are just so advanced in the game, they have nothing better to do than to like check all the boxes off, right? And some of the boxes are like, reach a certain kill count of a certain boss or something, right? So they pay people to assist them, like a lot of fucking money, because they get the checkbox, right? If they reach 1,000 kills or something or whatever shit, right? But there's also rare drops, all sorts of variations, right? So there's groups of guys that offer that as like a service. So there's like a couple guys with a couple alt accounts. So we're like 10 guys, just taking this guy out one after another every like 30 seconds or something. There's like a whole fucking procedure to make it as optimal and fast as possible. You know what I mean? So within like an hour, some guy will have accumulated like, maybe 75 or 100 corp kill count or something. So they took me on for that. So I participated a little bit, and yeah, a couple good drops, but a couple times we missed them because some guy came in and stole it. Also, it's a weird shit, man. It's a great game. I'm telling you. Like, I never thought I would get back into it, but I just like, why not? Fuck it. I have
Right, I know,
downtime.
right? And they've really put a lot, like they actually like sat down and really thought about the storyline too. Like when you start doing when you go for your quest cape, right? Then like that's the challenge, and you really start taking notice of the lore and the story.
And I got sort of like right into it, like what was that really good god's name? The green plant. Basically, he was like the earth, right? And then he like ends up getting killed in the end and stuff like. Yeah, it was really like I sort of got like into it, like really interested in the lore and the story as well. Eventually,
Really?
but at first I wasn't interested in all that shit. Like people would talk about it, I'll be like, I don't know what you're talking about.
No, for me, I'll tell you what I remember as a kid, right? Being fascinated with the idea of being able to make my own stuff, right? So if you get like level 99 mining, you can mine all the shit that's available, and then you can build your own equipment, right? So there's that thing always in the back of my mind, like be self-sufficient, so to speak. Because if you lose you die, you lose all your stuff. Oh well, she'll be able to build it back together by myself, right? with no help. I don't need no money. I got all the skills for that, right? So that became a priority. Skilling was a priority for that kind of line of reasoning, And then, the story became secondary. It was just like doing quests for means to an end. Oh shit, I can't wear this thing that I need because I need this quest. Okay, I'll go do that. Right, and then I can wear this thing, and I can even build it if I need to. Right, like the rune plate body. Right, you have to do DS1, Dragon Slayer 1. Oh well, even if you can make it, you can't wear it. So I was like, oh fuck it, okay, I'll do it. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's not. I'm telling you, dude. I would say, like, can think about it. If you want, start a new account and play with Lots and I. Even just every once in a while or anything.
He's tempting you. Do you hear that?
Yeah,
Don't worry,
it
you
could be
won't get
fun.
hooked this time. You can have just a little RuneScape.
Employee discipline.
Just once. Just once won't hurt.
Just one hit. Just one hit.
just one. Sounds like it.
Or not. I mean, if you had a thing, I totally understand that. But it's fun. So, why not? But you already beat the game, so I mean, right?
Yeah, it was cool because they just kept on releasing more content. Like there was still a few things left that I hadn't done or mastered or anything like that. Yeah, there was like just sideline things,
Yeah. Okay. They came out with new quests even in like the last 6 months. There was one for the free to play, right? And they also came out with a new skill. I think it was last year. They called it sailing. So you get to build a boat, get to sail around, all that shit. So depending on your
They
sailing.
finally brought out sailing. Oh wow!
Yeah,
People were begging for
like,
sailing for so long in the
yeah,
forums.
it came out like 4 months ago.
Wow.
4 or 5 months. Really? Was it that big of a thing? I had no idea.
Yeah, people were begging for it. Like there was this, like they had a whole forum section. I used to go in there and put in my own ideas, right? And they actually adopted a couple of my ideas, just like little things here and there. But like people were like the whole thing with skills, like they wanted new skills, and people would just like bombard the forums to spam it with like all these different skill ideas, and sailing was one that was just over. Everybody had their own version of what the sailing skill would be like. It was just like pages and pages of sailing skills. Yeah, sailing skill posts. Yeah.
Funny. It sucks though. I hate it.
It does.
I mean, that's just me though, right? Like, I don't care about going around in a boat. I'll just teleport if I need to go somewhere,
Yeah, right.
But I mean, I get the allure. Yeah, an extra thing to level up on. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, because they can introduce a skill and then force you to have to participate in it in order to achieve some other thing and some other skill, right? It's brilliant. I love it. Like that's what part of the game that I liked about it was like you'd get to this barrier and you realized, oh, I got to go back and do this other thing, right? Like so you're focused on that for the next week, and then yes, I did it. Then you go back to this other thing, and you find out, oh, I've still got to do this. Whatever, right? They force you to participate in other parts of content of the game.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they come out with a quest that requires some sailing. I don't think there is any yet because it's relatively new. I could be wrong. Maybe it came out recently.
Oh, they should. Yeah, they should definitely.
It would make sense. It would make sense.
And it's not like you just go do something. You go to do it and you realize I need level 5 to do this, so I've got to spend like a few hours like leveling up my sailing skill just to start the quest.
Yeah. Yeah, you like to start it. You have to do a quest, and you immediately get two levels on it. So you start level 1, right, with nothing. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna start sailing, so I have to go do this quest. You complete it, you're automatically like level 3. All right, so you know, but it's cool. Like the boats, some people really
Right.
like picking up the boats because they can put like cannons on it, all sorts of weird shit, weaponry. I don't know. It's like I never really got into like the I'm on a boat type thing, so it's not. I don't know. It's not all that appealing to me.
And Magic in Castle Wars was my favorite. Because in the old days, like I don't know if they've changed it now, but you just go to the top of one of the towers with all your freaking. I know I spent hours leveling up so that I could use these certain spells like the blood spell, that targets multi people, and the freeze spell that freezes multi people. So just like this horde had just come up to the tower knowing you were there, right? And they'd come in just all at once, right? Instead of just like one guy with like or just send a few rangers, right? That's like pretty much
Yeah.
impervious to magic. They just all rush up there with their melee and shit, right?
Oh my god.
And I'd just be in the corner and I'd just be instantly freeze, and then blood spell, blood spell, blood spell, blood spell, and then as soon as they started, they're unfrozen, freeze, blood spell, blood spell, blood spell.
So you were around when they had those extra spell books,
I guess,
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
What, they took them away?
I think that was relatively new to me. I played like 15, 20 years ago. I was a kid, right? They started last year, and then there was like, what? I can do. There's more than just your earth, water, fire and wind, you know, things plus a little bit. Oh, you do this quest and you unlock a whole new book with different variations. Like, holy shit, that
Yeah,
was new.
yes.
It's so expensive though. In hindsight, because each rune to do something is like maybe a few thousand, few hundred, and you're doing that repeatedly. It's like you're ripping through millions if you really want to like advance it at like to any degree. It's crazy.
Yeah. It was so much fun. I mean, what's that one where you get the clay? That was fun too. I spent hours in there too for a while. That was
Getting
one
the
of my.
clay? What do you mean?
Yeah. There's this area you go there and you have to wait in a group, and then you go in and you have to gather clay or something. And there's these little houses everywhere. What was that? What was that mini game called?
Oh, it's a mini game.
Yeah.
That's not
And then
anything I really got into.
yeah, and then yeah, there was teams in it.
Okay.
That was kind of cool too. It was right on the edge of the wilderness. Like, it wasn't in the wilderness, but it was right at the edge of it.
Oh.
That was something I didn't really like. I didn't like going into the wilderness. I did so many, like a lot of the stuff that I made all my coin from was doing the treasure scrolls, the treasure hunt things. I can't remember what that cost. I've lost my memory about this game, but like I remember like doing these things.
Are you talking
But
about
you'd have to
Booster?
follow the clues to the treasure.
Is that what
Do they
those
still do that?
are?
Yeah, you get
Yeah.
these scrolls and it's like a clue, and then you decipher the clue and you find that location. You dig up another clue, and then finally it leads you to the treasure. And there's a chance of getting like elite armor and weapons and stuff out of it that like
Really?
you can just go straight to the exchange and sell it for like millions, right? And I used to get a few but it took so long to get one. It was like 1 in 1,000 chance or something of getting these things that make you instantly rich.
Getting the scrolls is already arduous, like a chance by chance, right? But then I guess at the end of actually doing it, getting anything out of it is also a chance.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah.
Oh god.
I used to get a lot just of those scrolls, just training my Slayer skill.
Right. Yeah, I had a few. I just never did anything with them because it was like all cryptic. I'm like, what the fuck is this? I open it. It's like, oh, like weird. No, like nothing. You know. It's never bothered.
Yeah, no, they have the chance to get items from those treasure boxes that worth millions. I don't know what the economy's like now. Like probably a lot of that stuff. They've probably added new items, which has pushed down the price of older ones. But there was this one. There was this one like creamy colored armor that you could get. It was and it was elite. Like was it called elite armor or something like that? White. It was white, like a creamy white armor, and it was like ancient old armor, but it had like the best stats right
Oh
on it.
yeah.
Yeah.
I
It was
was
like
I
the
got
top.
I
of the
got to
ones.
level. I think I was almost 110 combat. You know, I had.
Nice.
I was pretty good. You know, but a lot of it was like just, right? But the the time to get there, it's crazy. It was like that people came up. Was it around when you were playing the gemstone crab? You heard about that?
Gemstones. So yeah, there was dragon gemstones, and like you
No,
had all your normal little gemstones leading up to like
no,
dragon.
no. I'm talking about the monster. It's called a gemstone crab. You ever heard of that?
No, I don't think
What
so.
it was? Okay, so it's a giant kind of like it's basically a harmless monster. Okay, picture like a giant crab with like the gemstones
Oh,
sticking out
I
of its
think I
back.
remember it.
Yeah. So what people have done is they turn that basically into a training ground. Because what happens is like this thing, it takes up like 4x4 squares. It's like a giant thing, but it never does
Like a
any damage.
wall.
No, just a 4x4
No,
square, like a crab, like
doesn't come out of like a wall.
Oh yeah, no, he comes out of the ground, right?
Right.
There's three spots, and there's little tunnels that like he pops out randomly, but you go into the tunnel and you come out the side where he's coming out, right? And with like dozens and dozens of people all just hacking away at him, it takes like 10-15 minutes to kill him, right? But he never does any damage. He might do one damage if you're lucky. Okay? So what people do is they train on him. So they just go there, they click on him once and they walk away and come back 10 minutes later, he's dead. And then your guy's still just going at him automatically, right? It's like they turned it into like a perfect AFK training ground.
That's cool. People were asking for that, like something like that, so that they, like to deter, and it was offered as a deterrent from people like developing bots and shit, right? To click for them.
No, it's the opposite. Because he's so boring that no one, like no one, who wants to sit there and keep clicking on him, right? So it's really easy
Right.
to set up a bot to just click on him once, right? And then 10 minutes later, move over and click on him again. Like, I don't know what his purpose was. Because when he dies, right, everyone who participated in trying to kill him, they all get a chance to, like, depending on like how much damage you dealt him, there's like top 3 or whatever that become eligible to mine him because it's a gemstone crab. So when he dies, his body falls down. They can take a pickaxe and try and mine like gemstones off his back. You know what I mean? So you might get a little ruby, here and there, right? So it's like just a little perk, but the main purpose really is to train on him. You choose combat skill. Okay, I'll do attack, or I'll do strength, or whatever. Okay, I go to him. You click on him, and like, you just go for hours, just with no damage whatsoever. It's kind of weird, but it's helpful. So
That
you
sounds
do
like
that.
those.
Yeah.
Sounds like those sprite comets that used to land, and they'd land in a certain place, and then you'd let your clan know. You'd come across one, you let your clan know, and they'd all start gathering around it, and you'd mine it for like ages before like this sprite pops out from the center, and then you get like a reward. Everybody that participates gets a reward. I don't know if that's still around.
I might have heard of that once, but I never witnessed it.
Yeah, I'd just come across them like, I'd be like out doing something and I'd be like, oh, freak. Yeah, it's a meteorite or whatever. Like it's crashed, and I'm the first there, So I'm like, yeah. And I think the first person to start hitting it like gets a mining it starts gets a bonus or something. But then you let your clan know, like come, I found one, like, and they all come running and then help you demolish it. And then it takes a while, but then the sprite pops out and you get this pretty cool reward. I can't remember exactly what it gives you, but during the process of mining it to get the sprite to pop out, get like gems and shit as well.
Yeah, I never got into it that much, like, to have been able to witness all these things. Like I said before, I was always so focused on the skilling, right? And even that was poor. I mean, I never got it 99 anything, but mining was my focus just because it was also profitable, right? You mine, you got a bunch of ore, right? But it was really about the capacity to do so. I'd like to be able to mine some stuff, I can make my own gear or arrowheads, right? That was a big thing. I wanted to do arrowheads.
Oh yeah, the old fletching. Remember the fletching?
Yeah, exactly. They even have darts and they have throwing knives now.
Yeah, that's cool. I think they might have. Oh, they had. Yeah, I think they might have had darts.
There's a funny training approach that some guy showed me. Apparently, it was very common. But do you remember Ape Atoll or Ape Atoll or whatever?
Ape Atoll, yeah.
Yeah, with like all the monkeys and shit, right?
Yeah.
So what it was is, here was the training sequence. Okay, so you go there, you go into the dungeon, and you navigate through the maze a little bit, right? It's a very long thing with all the little, undead monkeys and shit attacking you.
I hate it.
Yeah. But then get this, right? So you set yourself up a little bit with proper equipment, and what you do is you find there's a one spot where there's like a complete total respawn of like between like 12 and 15 undead monkeys. Okay. So to train your ranging, what you would do is you go to that spot and you'd situate yourself properly. You would bring a cannon, right? Remember those dwarf cannons, right? Bring that if you have one. And otherwise, what you do is you find a corner and you move around a little bit. So all these monkeys, they tend to like move around and overlap each other, right? So you can have like 10, 15, 20 monkeys on 2 or 3 squares. And then you use what they call chinchompas. You remember that? Were those out?
Yeah, they're cool. They're little exploding.
The exploding
creatures.
fat squirrels. Yeah. So what you do is you bring all these monkeys into a local, 3x3 or 2x2 or whatever square, and you launch chinchompas and you hit all of them at the same time, over and over and over again. Because it's there's a blast radius. One chinchompa can hit all of them, and hits them all equally, and your XP is basically, all that summed together.
Right.
It was so stupid, dude. When you think about it, like you're throwing exploding squirrels and shit at monkeys. Like when you think about it, it's fucking stupid. But it was really, really speedy. Very expensive though. Like 1,000 chinchompas, like $1 million or something, right? It's really, really expensive.
Right.
And you have to be
levels up
confident.
your range really quickly.
Yeah, you have to have good range equipment, but you also have your melee prayer on, right? Because they're attacking you constantly, right? But if you have that on, you're invincible to them so long it's on. So you get the prayer potions,
right.
You got your poison potions because there's little poisonous spiders, all sorts of shit, right? You got to prep for it. Super expensive to run, but you can do, a few levels in, a good period of time. before you dry out of supplies. You do that a few times, and then you're in the 80s or whatever, and you're good to go to the next one. I don't know. I just find that, like, in concept, like, fucking dumb, man. Blowing up monkeys with squirrels and shit like that. Like,
it's some pretty crazy concepts in it. Yeah.
I'm sure it's very popular now. If you Google it, ape atoll chinchompas, they'll probably show you something.
Man, I hated that place, and the quest to even get there was so annoying, frustrating.
Yeah.
But I failed it a few times.
What was it called? Monkey something. And there were 2 of them, right? Monkey.
Yeah.
Fuck. There's an abbreviation. MMS or MSS or something like that. One, and I don't know. All in all, it's a fucking great game, man. I can't help it.
Yeah, look, I fell in love with it because like it just seemed like it was just one of those games where it just seemed like it would never end. It was always something different to do, and it was just hours and hours worth of content that was basically free. Like I ended up spending money on it, but I mean, every now and then.
Yeah, you didn't have to though. That was a cool
No,
thing.
exactly.
You didn't, right? So you got bonds, right? Or you played solely on bonds?
Bonds. What's that mean again?
Bonds were basically so like to get membership, it's a monthly subscription, right? Whatever it is, 10, $15 or something like that, right?
Right. Yeah.
They introduced bonds, which are these like little tokens that you redeem that you can get at like an exchange or whatever for gold. So you can basically use in-game, gold to buy membership.
They introduced that, and that was a deterrent against illegal activities as well. Yeah, that was one of the the developers. Yeah, it was one of the developers' ideas to deter illegal activity. Yeah, yeah.
What kind of illegal activity could that deter?
Well, just like like to selling accounts that were that had membership or whatever, like because people were like, this is taking so long, I can't get anything done on free to play, and like blah blah, like I wish I was a member and I can't afford it, my mum won't pay for it for me or whatever, like yeah. And then like they can go to a black market thing and go, well, I can pay this much a month, or I can just like buy this account and like it's got all this shit done already for me. Yeah.
Okay. That sounds dumb though, because like you can't imagine it being cheaper to buy a whole account than just to get membership.
Yeah. But I think, and it was just, and I think they did have a lot of kids like complaining, it's not fair, I'm stuck on free to play and I can't do this and I can't do that. And my mum won't pay for my account. Blah, blah, blah. But yeah, like as well, like, but yeah, I think I remember the bonds thing coming in. It was like their own internal, gold selling thing, basically. Like, it was to like compete with the Chinese gold selling market and shit like that, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, if you play like that, it takes work, right? Because you kind of have to play to maintain it, which is part and parcel of the whole thing. But yeah, I found that a little bit difficult. Last year when I was playing like that, and it was a grind, right? Doing all the corp boosting and shit like that. I was getting maybe I think $1 million an hour, but each one is $1 million, right? So plus all the rest, the actual gameplay. Yeah, it was costly, very timely, but I had it. I was off a lot last year, so I was able to do it. But it
Yeah, because I think you can use bonds to like aid other people too, can't you? You can
you
like
can buy
they're
a bond
exchanging.
and gift it. Yeah, you can gift it to somebody. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
But it's only 2 weeks though. That was the thing.
Right.
Or if you redeem 2 bonds at the same time, you might get, instead of 14 days, you get, or instead of 28 days, you might get 32. Little deals like that, or whatever. Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, I mean, like our clan had so much fun. It was a really good clan. Everyone was pretty chill. Most people, we got rid of the nuisances and that. But and they I was like I was pretty high up in the clan moderator kind of thing. Yeah, that was pretty fun.
Do you know anyone who still plays?
No.
Might be worth trying, dude. See if your account still exists, just for fun. If not, to start playing again, but give your shit away to someone who needs it. Otherwise, it just hangs there, right? Like poor lads.
Yeah, maybe I'll try. I'll see.
I'm kidding, not kidding. Whatever. I decked lots out with all bronze the other day. It's like, here's your starter pack. Anyway, we got some people coming in there. Oh shit, look who it is. Fucking lads. We're just talking about you, dude. We got Jin. Bunch of people.
Yep. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Hope you're all doing well on this Saturday. For me, anyway. Been a great one.
Hey, Jen. How's it going?
Doing okay, thanks. Yeah. Just enjoyed a wonderful muscular excursion in the way of cycling. Don't let your minds go into the gutter there. Cycling. It was good. Oh, absolutely marvelous. Nice music. Really hot day. Yeah.
What kind
And
of bike
after
do
that,
you have?
I've got a bike that's now I think let's have a look, 16-year-old Hummer. The brand that's known as the Humvee, which is an American brand. They also made mountain bikes. Okay.
Okay.
Right.
So it's a
MTBs.
mountain bike.
Yeah. So it's an MTB, suspension front and rear. Yeah, I've had it now 16 years now. I've got two. So one's 16 years old and the other one's 14 years old.
How far did you go this morning?
Well, it's afternoons. It was in the afternoon. I done 12 miles. That's all. But then I backed it up with a 5-mile run. That's all. Remember, I am
Wow.
64. Okay,
I
so
know, it's
yeah,
impressive. It's
yeah,
impressive. You're
that's
in
all.
great shape.
Yeah, I try to keep it that way. Yeah, So that was quite nice with the music and everything. A few people saying hello en route. Yeah, so that was nice. And then I did the laundry, of course, and yeah, now I'm just about to have my dinner shortly. But yeah, nice, lovely weather, absolutely nice, nice music, house music. On the flat Earth, man, it was fantastic. Because people often ask, okay, so we know the Earth's flat. What next? I say to them, I'm living that. What next? I'm already living that. That's me enjoying the flat Earth, informing people that the Earth is flat. Okay, and yeah, and enjoying what God has laid down. That's what's next. Do you know what I mean? It's the tone and the way the question is asked, as if to say, finding out means nothing, or what else can you do? Other people publish books. That was what their next was. Push a book out there to inform people. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so that's what is going on the flat Earth. You can enjoy it by cycling, if you like, hiking, getting out, get up to high vantage points, see what you can survey, see the curvature there. And if you want to be sure, you can always Google Earth what you're looking at, and then use the Google Earth curves calculator, which is the spherical mathematics, which is 8 inches per mile squared, and you can check what you should be seeing and not be seeing if the Earth were indeed a globe. There you are. And then you can enjoy that whilst you're listening to some nice music, enjoying the weather. It's good. Yeah. Yeah. Get out there. Don't let this opportunities pass you by now. Now that you know we're telling you that the Earth is flat because we've gone out to check, you see. That's what's next. Get out there and measure. Yeah. And enjoy. Oh, yeah. Enjoy the fruits of your labor. I know you guys in here, you're already converted. So when I speak like this, obviously, I'm addressing the listeners in the live stream, of course, because of you, right? So, I'm not having to go at you lot as such.
Hey, what's up, guys? Morning.
How you doing?
Hey, Lats. You at work?
Yeah.
No, I'm actually on my way to work right now.
Oh, okay.
I was trying to get up pretty earlier so I couldn't talk.
Well, have you made any inroads into investigating whether or not the Earth is a globe or not? I mean, you've been there long enough. What's this current situation? What's the update?
Lats. Oh, yeah, I think Lats is pretty convinced. What do you think, Lats? Do you need us to
Oh, he
convince
was
you?
talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh.
Lats.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah, the Earth's flat. Yeah, for sure.
You're not going to say something about boats going over the horizon? Or...
Oh, no, not today. Not today.
Maybe he's heard you LARPing. Maybe that's why.
Yeah,
I
I'm just...
Oh, no, you're good. You're good. I was just saying, no, I do
Okay.
that every once in a while when the room's quiet to see if any newer flat earthers want to practice arguments or something. I will say that the Earth is a ball.
Yeah, I've caught some of those moments. Yeah, that's why I asked you, see, just to be sure. You got to keep testing them,
Oh, yeah, for sure, dude.
Yeah.
And then what happens if we're all gone one day, dude? You know what I mean? Like, we need the new generation of flat earthers to...
Yeah, follow
fight
through,
on
of course. Yeah,
for
follow through with the same standards. But that's very important. I've noticed they're a bit wishy-washy and a bit slapdash, as we say in Britain. And I don't really like that because it undermines the standards that we and the ones before us have established. So we need to keep that in place. That's the foundation, you see. And then if you've got your own way, of course, delivering it, that's fine. But we must maintain a standard though, at the same time. Empirical standards. Slam dunk.
I was gonna ask 20 Cups a question. Yo, dude, how come you're never on when I'm on, bro?
What? On what?
On Discord.
What the
Fuck?
I'm here almost all the time, dude. What are you talking about?
You never talk.
Oh yeah, either because I'm working or I'm asleep.
I was
But
like,
I'm
damn,
here.
I'm in a room just talking all by myself.
He was talking to Floundering for like an hour, at least.
Yeah.
Probably felt like about
Really?
10 to him.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
Complete waste of time, but it was okay.
Oh
Thought I'd give
yeah,
him
that's
some.
for sure.
Thought I'd give him at least a little bit of leeway. He was generous enough to gift us his remnants of his account. So don't want to leave him high and dry.
Dude, I was so like confused by that DM you sent me the other day.
What the fuck? How is it not clear? Floundering gave us money. Here's some. What's confusing about
No,
that?
because he said Floundering is giving me his old stuff. I thought you meant like his globe proof, dude. I thought you were talking about like the
Oh,
argument.
come on, really?
And then you said
Fine.
we'll split it. I was like, bro, what?
Oh, shit. Sorry.
I was like, what are you talking about?
Oh
You're gonna
my
split
god.
his I thought you were just like
Oh,
talk
come
like
on.
like some type of evidence that he had for the globe or some shit, dude. Like,
Oh no, sorry about that. I thought it was because we were just gaming, so I thought the context was kind of still present. Sorry about that.
no,
We're
you're
now at
good,
the
dude.
point. Yeah, we're now at the point where they have to like bribe us to spend time with us in the room.
I was just
Man, I'll
like,
talk to
what?
you if you send me RuneScape gold. You should try it, Lats.
No,
I thought it would be
no, I
pretty
don't
good.
think that was the intention. I really don't, because you and I were just shooting the shit, right? And he's like, "Oh fuck, I quit the game. Here, it's just sitting there." It's
Yeah.
like, all right. I think that's what it was. I could be wrong. Maybe he's trying to curry favor, but maybe not. I don't know.
Because that's a lot, dude. I don't think I've ever had that much gold in my life.
Dude,
A lot of
he gave
gold.
me. Dude, he gave me 70. He gave me 75.
Oh shit. Yeah, I never
I
had that
told
much
you I'll
before.
give you half, and you're like, no. I'm like, okay, I'll be your
No,
fucking.
dude, I don't need half,
I'll be
bro.
like
No,
your
dude.
trust baby sugar daddy and give you like monthly stipends
Yeah,
or
dude, I read
something.
that shit was so funny. I was cracking up, dude. Yeah, I just spent
But
the
yeah,
rest
man.
of the night fishing. That's like all I was doing.
Oh my god. Yeah, floundering was something else tonight, man. His argument was basically a long-winded way of saying something to the effect of, in a logical manner, right? He can show us that basically because we have, there's a possibility of us being wrong, we shouldn't argue.
What?
I swear to God, when you really take it to its long, when you condense it down, right? I encourage you go back a few hours, maybe listen to a little bit of the conversation. Like I couldn't even paraphrase it, dude, properly, right? Because by condensing, paraphrasing it and condensing the argument down, it loses like that that essence of it.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
over fences, you heard of the end of it. Maybe you could summarize it better than I can because
Oh,
it just
well,
fucking
Lats,
took me
you've
out.
heard him. Didn't you hear him talk? I've talked to him a couple times. It's always the same
Did he frame it like
obfuscation.
that? Did he frame it like that before though?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, but I
Never
just
heard that before.
I wouldn't allow him to go into the sophistry, and he hates me now, so
Oh yeah, he does.
he really hates me. But I won't let him patter on about that stuff because I know what he's doing. But yeah, he just tries to structure a framework where the globe is unfalsifiable, essentially, by breaking out his philosophy books. And he's just wasting time.
Yeah, wasn't that him that was calling you names yesterday? Or was that
Yeah.
somebody else?
No, that was
Oh
him.
yeah, that was him. Okay, okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
I was
so
like,
yeah, his whole
damn.
I'm so civil and polite and here in good faith. Yeah, he's not. He's not.
Yeah, dude, he called her a B yesterday, dude. Like,
Yeah.
I was like, dude, what the hell?
Damn.
Yeah. Yeah. So just
insulting, calling
FYI,
her a bumblebee.
he's banned on site for me, so just letting everyone know. I mean, if y'all want to engage with him, I won't, but if I see
Yeah.
him in here, he's gone. So,
Oh,
if you
yeah.
guys really want to talk with him, I won't do it, but
All good. I wanted to hear it out. You know what I mean?
You would be
I
here
want
6 hours later, and he would be saying the same thing.
Oh yeah, well, of course,
Yeah.
that's what we record there. I wanted to at least hear it. One time would be fine. One time was enough, but we had to,
Okay.
we had to drag it on because there were inconsistencies. I just wanted to point out a couple things. He just kept repeating it. It's like, no, dude. Get to what's the bottom line with this thing? You're hovering around in fucking, abstract space, trying to convince us that because all these things kind of check out, basically we shouldn't be talking because it's illogical to do so. That doesn't make sense to me, right? It's a misapplication of, what you're talking about, right? So when we do take what you're talking about and try to apply it, it boils down to, okay, yeah, it's possible either way or the other. Okay, show me, like, ground it in something. Where are we wrong? And he
Yeah,
doesn't want to do it.
the Globe side does it all the time when they talk about stuff like dark matter, dark energy, freaking universe expanding into whatever the hell they think it is, and all this other nonsense. Like, they have no idea if that's real or not. They talk about it all the time.
That's the thing, so when you try and flip that and say, oh, well, because I tried to point out to him, it's like what he's saying to us, right, about XYZ, if it's possible that you're wrong, yada, 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 you shouldn't really be arguing. I mean, that goes both ways. He didn't want to hear that. It was stupid.
Well, yeah, because if the numbers are there that they've given us, we should be able to validate that. That's all there is, to be doing. So you can know either way, can't you? So anyhow,
In the
there
end,
is. Let me just finish off. Remember, the Globers have lost twice in a court of law. Once in the United States, once in the United Kingdom. Okay, in a court hearing, they failed to prove the globe. They didn't prove flat Earth, but they failed to prove the Earth to be a globe. So clearly, and that's in a court of law. So they're in massive deficit, and it's making a mockery of this that we cannot know. We can't know either way. That's silly. I'll never accept that. Remember, they
yeah,
gave us the numbers.
His entire argument was basically that, because we can't really know for sure, if there's a modicum of possibility that we're wrong or something like that, it's like, don't even bother arguing because it's illogical to do so.
Well, we're
you
not
also
wrong.
have to disambiguate that notion too, because just that notion on its face can either be said in the sense of you, the person, can commit error, or the proposition itself can be false. It's two different things.
Yeah. Thank you, Gregory. That's it.
Right. So in the conversation, how we what was it? There was something that he was trying to apply that reasoning to, right? Where in the end, I tried to call him out. It's like, he skipped the part where, yeah, okay, it's possible because, okay, so it started like this, right? So some guy came in and he's starting to talk about Artemis, right? Artemis, we got the photos, yada yada yada. So I asked him, okay, where they come from. Oh, it's on the NASA website. Here's the link to the actual photos. Okay, fantastic. How do we verify these photos, right? And then they start getting into, oh, well, the photos can't be fake, yada yada yada. Okay. And then something about, well, there's more than that. It's not necessarily that the photos are fake, but or it can be that the photos are real, but just not where they are. Like, there's so many levels of verification, so to speak. But one of them that came up was to actually check the actual kind of the kind of integrity of the images themselves, like the digital signatures and all the internal bits and bytes of the actual image. And that's where Floundering jumped in. He's like, oh, well, you can check the metadata and you can't hack that. And also all sorts of assertions which are untrue. You can do all sorts of photo manipulation after the fact. You can play around with all sorts of stuff like this. But because of that sense of, oh, it's possible or rather that it's impossible to hack this stuff, it kind of opens the door that these photos are possibly true. And therefore, your entire premise is wrong. And that's from then on, it turned into this entire kind of abstract philosophical discussion about, logic and evidence versus proof and yada yada. It was really really something to witness.
Yeah, it's
So
nothing.
in the end, it's like, go ahead,
I'm
go ahead.
familiar with exactly the routine you're talking about. Just he knows he wouldn't have pulled that routine with me. It doesn't work. He knows it doesn't work on me. If I was here earlier, I would have shut that down.
Yeah.
It's obviously nothing more than a non sequitur.
Well, it was
An ambiguous
definitely
non
non
sequitur.
it was definitely non sequitur to the point that we were talking about. Because we were focusing on the images, right? But he was trying to roll it back to basically like the starting point, trying to take the bullhorn out and say, "Oh, you shouldn't be arguing in the first place because you have no
Yeah.
no logical stance," right? Which is it's non sequitur to the conversation, but in maybe some circumstances, sometimes you get neck deep into something that you necessarily shouldn't have started
No, I'm talking
to
about
begin.
his line of reasoning is non sequitur, not like it's just a digression from the subject. He was talking about the subject, given what you're saying. His line of reasoning is non sequitur. Either you can commit an error, you the person can commit an error, therefore you don't know, or therefore you're wrong. Non sequitur, right? Being a fallible person does not entail that I cannot do things correctly, or that I cannot state a fact, or I cannot know a fact. Fallible persons can know all sorts of things. Or if he's going with the notion the proposition can be false, well, only if you smuggle in tacitly the presupposition that the Earth is indeed a ball, right?
Yeah, he was trying to get at like, oh my god, I'm not
It's
gonna
just
be. I'm
debate,
gonna
bro.
totally butcher.
Tactics, you know?
I think so. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
I'm
just
gonna
trying to
totally
win
butcher
over
it.
semantics and confuse people who can't parse what he's saying, and make them think that say stupid shit and claim victory, right? Essentially, with a better vocabulary.
Yeah, which is why he wouldn't have tried that routine on me, because he knows I would have deconstructed it.
I think Tony Cups did a really good job, actually. Like, I think he did a great job, but you're never gonna really get anywhere with those people because they aren't here to actually have an honest conversation, right? But I think
That's
I
fair. He
think
did
you
a good
addressed
job.
it really well, 20 Cups. I really do.
It took a long time. I wanted to hear him. I wanted to hear the entire thing. Right. I wanted him to see it through. Right. I didn't want to be able to. I didn't want to cut him off and be accused of all sorts of bullshit. Right. He got his piece out. Right. I wanted that to happen. Not only for his sake, but also for me. Right. Because I'd never heard that in its entirety before, and because of that, I was able to sort of see a couple things wrong with it. Only because of that. Right. Now it was late, so I might have misspoke or stumbled on a couple things, but yeah, it was very annoying, very long winded, but I'm good. Glad it happened. Right, there's something out there now. You know, if anyone wants to double check on that, maybe critique it or something, that'd be cool.
Yeah, that was a wise
But
tack to apply with people like him. You let them talk long enough to give themselves enough rope to hang themselves by their own words.
in a way, but maybe I just didn't pull the trigger appropriately. I'm so tired. It's fucking 6 o'clock in the morning. Okay, right now. Just so you know. So,
If you expose the proposition is ambiguous on its face, and if you expose the logic tree like I just broke down, then you define.
something to that effect. Maybe not as concisely as it could have been, but yeah.
They also do that too, and usually they're not really doing it consciously. They're just corrupt persons. They operate that way on nature by nature, just this fallacious rhetoric.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Yeah,
It was
definitely.
difficult. It was difficult because he kind of broke it up into like 2 or 3 steps or something like that. And if I remember correctly, the first 1 or 2 steps, they were fine. Like in purely abstract sense, I had a hard time seeing anything wrong with it. I don't know if I could articulate it right now, but that's when I was like, okay, there's something to this, right? And then the third step, when he's trying to apply it to our context, that's when it started, getting a little bit weird.
Right, non sequitur. Me being a fallible person doesn't entail I don't know this fact. And you saying the proposition could be false smuggles in the presupposition that it doesn't correspond to the thing I'm referring to. Right? You're only tacitly presuming the Earth is a ball, so that the proposition the Earth is flat doesn't correspond to the thing I'm referring to. So that's all there is to it. The proposition the Earth is flat, or the surface of the Earth is flat, could not be false. It's not even logically possible that it could be false if indeed the surface is flat.
Right. But given the evidence that they were trying to put forth and the possibility that they're true, right? Oh, fuck. I couldn't even repeat it. We have to try and find it.
His logic chain fell apart as soon as he tried to apply it to me, because he's like, so you agree there's no coach? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, and there's no space. And I was like, wrong. You're not going to group all these different things that are independent of one another into one entity and then use your logic on it. No, sorry.
Yeah.
Just stick with the first one, bro. And you try
I
and
remember that.
use your logic on that one single thing. And he called me dishonest.
Yeah, I remember that part. Okay, and if I'm not mistaken, when he was putting all that together, that was really just more of a showcasing of him trying to summarize his understanding of our position overall. Like, there are several points that are kind of they're related, right? But they're different, right? One's about the ground, one's about the nature of gas pressure, container, all that stuff. Like, these are kind of like a handful of primary arguments. Right.
It is
When
a
he was
distinct
bringing
cosmological proposition.
all sorts of stuff, right? He was just summarizing. These are what he's heard us talk about primarily, right? They
Yeah,
didn't
so it sounds like he was
necessarily.
trying to gather them up into one circle or into one little line so he can line them all up in a firing execution line and get them all done in one fell swoop.
I was expecting that, but I didn't hear them necessarily be part of the following bits of the sequence, right? It was really just like, again, it was just a showcasing of, or an attempt to showcase, hey, look, I'm here in good faith. I know I understand where you guys are coming from. These are the arguments that I hear you talk about more often than not. I hear your points. That's what I think he was trying to get at with those.
That's what he was trying to convince people of, but he isn't any of those things based
He
on
certainly
his past performances and such.
he
He's
certainly
not.
doesn't necessarily agree with them.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. But
yeah, I'd have to. I'll probably have to dig this up.
yeah, you should listen to it again. It's stuff like that's good to listen to.
Am I right in saying that he hasn't actually gone out to measure the curvature of the Earth at all?
No, he's not
Boots on the ground.
interested. I mean, he flat out told me he wasn't interested in the surface.
Right.
He
I
isn't
would
interested in
stick him out for that.
measurements. He's just
Yeah.
here to he's
Yeah.
just here to hear himself talk, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. I would let the ladies and gentlemen know the reason why this guy's gone now is because he doesn't want to know the truth. Because as we've always said, I could show you me measuring it carefully and you can see it. Okay. But then you would have to go and do that yourself so you know it's true. Yeah. Right. So if you don't want to do that, then you can never claim you know the Earth is flat. You can't even make that claim because you don't know it's flat. You've seen it here and there, but you haven't actually gone out and measured that flatness for yourself. Right, and that's what's wrong. You've got to go and check for the curvature of the Earth. And when you do that, you discover the flat Earth, you see, in that order. And it's just a beautiful experience to do that. Nice surprise. Also shocking, because, if you're looking to yourself, the clue was always there in plain sight. That's the shocking bit. And then the beauty of it all is that God made it for thousands upon thousands of miles of levelness. Okay, there's the engineering side of it kicking in for those who are engineers and in the construction fields, if you will. Right? So there's a lot going on there that, that you need to go and do it for yourself to have that emotional connection and that slight emotional roller coaster ride. So anyone saying they can't be bothered, well, then that's the button. I've pushed the button and he's gone. I can't be bothered to hear you say you can't be bothered. Bye. That's it. That's what you've got to do with these people. Otherwise, you'll end up doing a 6 hour, like Off the Fences just said, 6 hours, and he's saying the same thing. You know, that's not good on our side as well, by the way. We shouldn't allow a 6 hour, you know, even if it's accumulated, if not in one chunk, but over a period of time even, we shouldn't do that. That's not making us look good. One character making, well, I won't say he's making us look silly, but it's calling into question our logic a little bit. Why let somebody go on for 6 hours when they've clearly told you that they cannot be bothered to go and check? Because that's what everybody has to do.
Which is why it's important to have the skills that are analysis and being logically sound, so that you can identify such errors and tactics, so that you can then resist them and censure them.
So important again, Gregory. Yeah, absolutely. So if you're going to be listening, you listen to everything we say and the equipment we use and how we use them, the time we spend. There's a methodology that we use, and it's steeped in integrity. That's the thing. Otherwise, what's the point? We're not here to lie to you or mislead you in any way, because everything we say can be repeated. And those of you who want to do the laser test, because that's quite exciting in itself, to have a laser that can go 28 miles. If you are into that, you don't even have to buy the laser. You can rent the laser even. Save yourself some money there. You know, and then, you know, and you can go out and have fun proving the Earth isn't a globe. Thus, you are now proving flat Earth. And once you've done it in one place, you'll obviously want to take it somewhere else and check somewhere else. So the laser beam is a great fun tool to use, really is. And the other one is the mirror, isn't it? You'll hit, the reflection of the sun hitting you from a distance. That's another nice one, even cheaper than the laser beam.
So I guess Simon Dan uploaded a video 2 days ago. Yeah, look in the open chat. This retired that life. He posted a video here from Simon and Dan. I just took a look at it. So he's basically just reviling flat earthers, so why their weak inductions are not being acknowledged, or why their weak arguments are not being believed by flat earthers. Just reviling flat earthers about them not believing his bad arguments or the bad arguments.
Right, Gregory, I'm in the side chat. I don't see it.
Retired that life. Bottom of the open chat.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry, I missed that little bit there. Yeah, thank you.
The title is Why Flat Earthers Are the Way They Are. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Title is Why Flat Earthers Are the Way They Are. So yeah, he's just reviling flat earthers for not believing the bad arguments that they routinely assert.
I would love to be there with him when he's putting us across the way he is, and we could say, you know, I'm the perfect character for this guy because he's from where I was born. You understand? So I understand what he's doing and his psychology and that. And I'd just be addressing the audience. I said, do we not have the right to actually double check this for ourselves? And then when we are correct, and we know we are correct, if we quadruple down, are we wrong, ladies and gentlemen? To even quadruple down, as he says, we're doubling down. Are we wrong? Okay, so when you're right, you quadruple down if you have to get that point across. Silly ass of a man. bearing in mind the man has never proven the curvature of the Earth. That's the thing. Silly Simon Dan. What a wanker.
Again, it's not so difficult, right? We see further than what's possible on the ball,
Right.
the alleged ball.
Yeah.
So to rescue the ball, you just say that the sun and the atmosphere conspire to make the surface appear flat, and so that we can see things that should be obstructed beyond dozens and or hundreds and plus feet of water hill. The water hill should be there. It's not.
That's right. Yeah, I commented on his on his behaviour back in 2016 when he was 16 I think it was, or 17, and the back and forth in the comments went on for about a month, and then I won, of course. Why am I losing when it's the truth? So I just kept going, kept saying how silly he was and how he hasn't gone out and measured the curvature, and I just kept going, and then he gave up. Yeah, of course you're going to give up. So I'm not going to give up. I'll keep commenting until you give up. You're the one that's
So
pushing the misinformation.
After you expose their ad hoc appeal to what is rightfully mocked as being super looming refraction, atmospheric refraction, then they try to dig in their heels to defend that with bad disanalogous microscopic demonstrations.
Yeah.
Like the wooden beam, that video, that GIF that we've seen, or the green tankard, or that Play-Doh on the green tankard. The handful, like a few, like three small videos that they try to do that are not disanalogous, or one of them being, a laser poking through a glass container. Is the freaking atmosphere glass? Like, no.
No, it's not. Can be like at the times thickness, but it's not. It's not glass, is it? No.
So again, for some reason, they're dedicated to the notion. When you actually spell it out specifically and analytically, they think the sun in the atmosphere is making the curved surface appear flat. That's one, and that the atmosphere, with the right conditions, can curve the light, not just bend the light, but curve the light so that it doesn't crash into the earth, right, as it were, or keep reaching up away from our eyes, right, so that we actually see it. So curve along the curvature so that we then see it. That's number two, right? And over making objects that are completely obscured behind something else become apparent on the top thereof. Number three, they have no demonstration, no artificial controlled demonstration of these three things happening through the air.
That's right. Yeah, these phenomena are not really witnessed, and that's their weakness, their Achilles heel. Because if we have people all across the flat Earth making observations, it can't be that every location there's refraction going on at the same time right there. You see,
Exactly.
they can't win this. It's not looking good for them, because the Earth isn't a globe. So they're just making themselves look silly.
At that point, that's where it stops. Like, that's the end. So
Yeah.
again, a little review. You have the two competing propositions. Earth is flat. Earth is globe. Okay. You go out and do the observations and measurements. We see further than what's possible than what would and should be possible on the globe. Falsify the entailments, the SE entailments about the horizon. So the horizon, not the vertex of a curved surface. No, it's superlumin refraction. Okay. Whereas that's an ad hoc retort. No, it's not an ad hoc retort. That they give us the little disanalogous microscopic demonstrations, all of which do not demonstrate their ad hoc proposition with its entailments. And that's it. They're done. There's nothing else to say.
That's right. That's it. End of. I myself have been embroiled for 3 months in the comments. That one was over the Van Allen radiation belts. Okay, and then in the end, this guy, when he conceded, he dumped on me several links and material that I'm still using today. It was like a present. It was like he gave me a gift. I couldn't understand it, right? That I was arguing with this guy in the comments for 3 months about the intensity of the Van Allen radiation belts, if they were there, and the dangers and the dangers of the harmful radiation if were astronauts to pass through, right? And that was going on for like 3 months, and then he concedes and then I'm showered with like links, and it purports to everything that I was talking about. I'm like, well done. I'm glad you fucking conceded 3 months later. And I'm still using that material today. The other day, the Herald opinion, that came from that guy. You see? So I'm using that and various other links. But that's the main one I use. And I was like, wow. Oh yeah, a link to Ralph Renee's book, because some of the things I said came from his book. So I thought, okay, well, this guy has conceded good and proper, because all this material is all on point. Stuff from NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. He gave me links to their material. I couldn't believe what was going on. I thought, why did he ask me for 3 months? Or was he passing me a torch or something? Just couldn't work it out. 3 months, backwards and forwards in the comments. Oh, and the reason why it took 3 months, because it wasn't every day for 3 months, okay? What I would do is, like, he'd make a comment, I'd leave it for a couple of days to make him think that I've given up, and then hit him when he's asleep. Do you understand what I mean? Yeah. That's what I was doing. You know?
Yeah, they're so obstinate and invincibly ignorant, you know. Especially when you try to when you say those refutations, these internal criticisms of the various aspects of their cosmological lore, that they have no motivation and no discipline and no integrity to actually be disciplined and consistent with those things. They can just contrive whatever retorts they think suit them in the moment, and just refuse to concede that you've exposed these absurd entailments or these false entailments of this aspect of the cosmological lore that I believe from my scientist clerics.
Yeah. And during the COVID, I sent him a comment saying, I hope you're not taking the injections, and have a good life and stay healthy. I gave him that. And that was like a few years later. Man. It's funny, man. People in the comments and the things that you have to do, to stay on top. Yeah, I did all of that. Night maneuvers, sending the links nighttime comments. So he's sleeping and he gets up in the morning and there's like 2 comments waiting from Din CBR1 refuting what he's saying. And it could be coming a week or 2 weeks later. That kind of behavior. You got to do it. Yeah, wind them up.
You know, it is admittedly annoying how much believability the scientist clerics have, because when you analyze it and break it down, they seem so believable because they went through several years, if not a decade or more, of tertiary education, and they got the several pieces of paper and degrees and the initials for their name, and they use a lot of technical jargon, and they understand some facts. Right, they do understand some facts, and they have these very expensive, complex, vast, at best, vast apparatuses and devices. You know, when you have a whole institution like NASA, you seem rather believable.
Yes.
Right. So you have all those materials, all those devices, all those apparatuses, along with all the jargon that you say, along with some of the facts that you do know, and you pair that up together with your errors. It becomes all the more difficult to see your errors, and you seem rather believable.
Right, I'm going to put a video in here that I watched 2 days ago. British kids back in the 1960s, 1968, I think this one is, or 67. And the question was, what's on the moon? Right? They're asking kids back then. They were very articulate, these kids. They went, you just got to listen to them. The video is about 7 minutes long. I'll get it. I saved it because I did like the cheekiness of the kids, But for me, the reason I was looking at it was it's the brainwashing. Because if you listen to what the kids have retained, they've retained a whole lot, and they're only 7 years old or thereabouts.
A lot of the lore.
Yeah, that
what
really
year is that,
impressed
Jen?
me.
What year?
Say that again.
What year was that?
Oh, I think it was 1967 or 68. I'm going to get the video right now.
Before Apollo, before the moon landings.
That's right.
Okay,
That's right. Yeah.
but the premise is flawed because they said, "What's on the moon?" Right?
That's right.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah. The point is, they're asking the kids, what do they think's on the moon? All right. Okay. And
Right,
then they're
but I mean,
talking about
just from the get-go, assuming that the moon can be got on, right?
yes.
That's what I'm
Already
saying.
brainwashed like that.
Yeah.
It's what they retain. That's the beauty of this particular BBC archived video footage asking school kids in Britain what's on the moon. And I thought, wow, these kids have retained quite a lot, even though it's not a place we can go to. Obviously, they weren't aware of that at the time, you know, because they're too young, and they're carrying the misinformation very well, wholeheartedly describing the fact that they could build rockets and everything. Very, very impressive, I must say. I was
Yeah,
very, very
that
impressed.
cosmological lore, the cosmological lore that's tacit within the question, that goes without saying. Jin's point is that this is exemplary of how thoroughly inundated the generations were even before they published the moon landing psyop.
Yeah, that's right.
Although I
That's
think we
right,
don't
because
really
I was
know
part of
just
that.
how indoctrinated people were, because I'm sure at the time, I mean, we're not going to be aware of this now, but I'm sure at the time that a lot of people were skeptical of it.
No, of course, it's just showing to the degree that it was. Right?
Yeah, I mean, with children, yeah, of course, but I mean, I think that there were probably a good number of skeptical adults at the time, even though that's not what we're told today.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it was quite interesting, and I went through that myself. You see, so because I did like it, I found it very interesting. I bought it hook, line, and sinker. You know, followed it all the way, and we had a special program. It was for schools and colleges. It was called "The Boy from Space." So aliens have come from space to Earth, and they spoke. When they spoke backwards, right? So the first episode, they're not making sense, and then I think it's episode 2 that you learn how to put a mirror on each sentence, and then it reads forward. You know, and that was our first interactive with reading sentences backwards. You understand? It was really, really good. As a kid, that was a wow moment for me, anyway. As a child
I
growing
remember
up.
those days. You know, I was born in 2001, so that's my context. But you know, I remember the days when I was enamored, more or less. I want to overemphasize it too much because I wasn't that into it, but I remember feeling right that sense of awe, not
Yeah,
too strongly, but feeling the sense of awe, looking at the various television propaganda, right? Just to put it
yeah,
simply,
yeah.
those days.
Yeah, I was mesmerized. I was mesmerized, no doubt about it. I thought we could go to space. I wanted to go. That was my feeling. All the images I saw, I wanted to be there. My heart was yearning to go there as a kid. I I can still remember it clearly. The emotional weight that I had at that time. I wanted to go. So I was always watching the program called Tomorrow's World today. Basically, that was a great program. They did a lot of science stuff and stuff to do with space and rockets and that. So I watched that all the time at home. BBC program Tomorrow's World. Okay, I'm posting that video now. Sorry, it took a little while there. I put it in the wrong place. So here we are. Okay, there it is. Okay, that's only 7 minutes long. 1968. British kids speaking about what's on the moon, and it will make you laugh as well. But they're really good, really clever. The brain at 7 years of age, because 1968, that means I was 7 at that time. Okay, so I lived that. I would have been one of those kids talking about what's on the moon. I loved it. They
And
were
I
preparing
reemphasize
us.
again, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, finish it.
No. I'm finished. You go ahead, man.
You know, just to reiterate again, because people got to internalize this. For thousands of years until the day the moon landing psyop was published, what you had so-called the so-called body of evidence, the set of arguments, right, to prove scientism, cosmology, including the ball Earth, was more than 2 millennia of weak induction. Right, even before the U.S.'s moon landing, man on the moon psyop, right, with the Russians throwing out Sputnik. What you really just have there is just humans on the ground throwing a machine up into the sky, to put it simply. Right,
Yeah,
that even that is not strongly indicative of the scientism, cosmology, and the Earth being a ball included with that, right? You just have a machine being high up, thrown fly up high up into the sky. That's all you really have. So they needed something stronger than that in principle. So let's say perhaps you could make a vehicle humans could fly and operate so far away that they can then see the moon. Well, then that's something else. And then also, especially we can come back with some pictures of the Earth being a ball, right? That's stronger than what they've had for more than 2,000 years since Pythagoras in the 6th century BC.
Mm.
So since the 6th century
Yeah.
BC all the way up to 1969, they had nothing but weak induction and at best, weak induction at best. They had the Eratosthenes measurement with all those presumptions. You had
Yeah.
Aristotle with his presumptions and his operation, his measurement. You had Al-Biruni in the 14th century, the 1300s, the 1200s, right?
Right.
With that weak induction and that measurement, and
Yeah, it was always weak, wasn't it?
even
You're right. I agree with
right
you too. I didn't
millennia
hear
of
any.
weak
I didn't hear
induction,
any of that stuff. Yeah, I
right?
never heard any of
More than
that stuff.
2,500 years of weak induction, all the way up to 1969. That's actually the
Yeah.
history of scientism. So it's
Yeah.
really
Yeah.
only until the man on the moon psyop ability
Mm.
scientism cosmology really exponentially grow in popularity.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right, because I didn't hear half of that stuff you said from this historical sense. Didn't get that at all. None of that was part of my education. None of that. Just the basic heliocentric model, of course. We
Right?
didn't
They
learn it.
just
We
taught you the
didn't know it was
model.
from Copernicus. None of that was mentioned.
They just said the model. They didn't really take the time to teach you the prominent historical individuals, at least in their worldview, that
No.
set the trend or did this unprecedented thing in their time.
Mm. By the time we reached the 1960s, it's been taught as a given. Right? That's
Right.
how I received that. It wasn't a theory. It was taught as the truth. Okay? That's what it was taught like. It wasn't taught as a hypothesis or anything like that. It was taught as a fact. And then obviously we're being groomed for the space travel. Now that was being taught as a definite, dead cert we can go there. That's how my education was. You
Right.
see? Hence I wished I could go.
Especially people in my context, because I'm only 25.
Mm.
So I'm living more than 30 years after 1969.
Right.
So
right.
at least one whole generation has passed, right, and grown up, right, in my context. So I'm well after that, so where it's
well
30
after.
years for it to solidify in the minds of the people.
Yeah. And like I keep saying to people, that's a very important point, capping stone point you've made there, because that's how it's reinforced. And that reinforcement is the psychological manipulation. That's what that is there, right there, because it's in all the cards. If you listen to those boys, remember, they're only 7 years old, right? Because that's how old I would have been, 1968. Okay, I would have been 7, yeah? Right? Now, those kids were regurgitating everything. You just listen to them speaking, and the imagination was well fired up imagination.
And mind you, it's 1969, right?
Yeah.
So you're moving into the 70s, and then what's the most popular types of movies that were published in the 70s? Star Wars, Star Trek, and all the
Right.
rest.
I was watching
So
that.
now,
Yeah.
fresh after the Man on the Moon psyop is these epic sagas out in outer space, quote unquote, these outer space sagas that
Yeah.
along with
Logan's
the whole
Run,
hype of
UFO.
wow, we just went to the moon and look at this and all these possibilities, right?
Yeah, that's what happened.
Psyop.
We were tsunamied with those kind of programs. We had UFO. This was American and British. The people who did the Thunderbirds, they worked with American film producers as well. So they're working together in a collaborative form there. And they produced this one called Space 1999, UFO. And then there was like Logan's Run. That was an American one. As you said, Star Trek. Let me see, what else was there? Yeah, Star Wars came in the 70s. Yeah, Star Wars. I soon got fed up with Star Wars. You know why? Because it just didn't seem to end. It just didn't seem to end. Yeah.
Right. All these powerful supplements to the Man on the Moon
Yeah.
psyop.
Yeah. In England, right? In England, when the toys came out for Star Wars, They sold out on the day. Out that day, sold out that day. I remember I went the weekend to go and try and get something. There was nothing on the shelves. Everything gone in Camden
When you
Town.
watch like 1980s documentaries, try to just capture the details of what was going on with
Yeah.
George Lucas and his crew
Yeah.
making Star Wars.
Lucasfilms, yeah.
Out in California, in LA, I forget the name of the theater, but it's a famous theater in LA in California. And
Yeah.
the line wrapped around the whole block, and blocks in LA are humongous.
Yeah, I
So
know.
the
Yeah.
blockbuster really started to kick off even more. The whole social phenomenon of the blockbuster, especially in
Yeah,
the
I
early
thought it was
'70s,
a bit
right
too
after
wacky for me. All this interest on Star Wars, it was like I found it very strange that people had this much love for this Star Wars thing. And there was Lucasfilms, right? I used to make deliveries in the West End to his studios because they had them in England as well. Yeah, Lucasfilm Studios, they had them here in England, and I used to make deliveries to them. And I used to see, you get one or two famous people coming out. That was nice, But it's like you said, at the cinemas and at the shops. You think, wow, camping outside just so they can get something. I thought, wow, who would want to do that? I couldn't understand. It was beyond my capability of understanding what was going on there. By this time, I'm moving into the Army Cadets. My lifestyle has changed slightly, so I wasn't on that road of always going to the movies and that. My life changed slightly. So when I looked at it, I just found it very strange. All this attention for Star Wars in particular, and I always thought, when's it going to end? It never seemed to end. Oh,
Now, mind you, to be accurate with their worldview, like in scientism, in their worldview, we're talking about the man on the moon. That's not to be
yeah,
confused with first man in space, right? In their worldview, in
no,
their pseudo history lore, first man in space, because I just researched this like 10 seconds ago. Humans first reached outer space in April 12th, 1961. Soviet cosmonaut Yuri
yeah, Yuri
Gagarin,
Gagarin.
Gagarin,
Yeah,
made history aboard the Vostok 1 spacecraft, completing a
that's
108
right.
minute orbit around the Earth. You can
Yeah,
read more. Da, 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 all right. So, first
yeah.
American in space is May 5th, 1961.
Is it Alan
First
Shepard? Is
American
it?
to, Alan Shepard. Yeah, right. Freedom 7 spacecraft. First
Yeah,
American to orbit Earth, John Glenn,
yeah, John
completed
Glenn.
three
That's the
orbits
one. Yeah,
on February 20, 1962. Mercury Atlas 6, first woman in space, right? But with the
that was a Russian,
uh,
wasn't it?
I just wanted to add this, to contextualize, this detail. First woman in space that really jived with the women and the feminist movement and
Mm,
the sexual revolution and all that, right?
yeah,
So that was also a powerful supplement to that psyop, right? The
yeah.
first human on the moon, American astronauts Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin walked on the lunar surface in July 20, 1969.
That's
So
right.
until the
Yeah,
1960s, to put it simply, until the 1960s, you just had a bunch of people yapping here on the Earth with their weak induction
yeah.
for more
But,
than
but look at
a
how
year.
everybody bought it. Everyone bought into it
Exactly.
by this. Yeah,
Exactly.
it's just amazing. Just amazing, man.
The reason I'm emphasizing that is so you really have an accurate perspective of what's going on here. Because in the scientist view, the devout adherents of scientists, they think we're just a bunch of backward idiots that are just for some reason just warped. Our minds are really just warped, right?
Right.
There's no like rational, plausible reason behind this. We're just a bunch of warped, obscure people who have gathered together in this ridiculous movement on the internet, right? That's their perspective of
Mm.
us. When really,
Yeah,
when you
yes.
accurately perceive their own worldview, even in principle, like in principle, before you even try to do any empirical verification, in principle, their worldview is humans are here on the earth the entire time until the 1960s. And as early as, like, speaking from our current day, as early as the 6th century BC, when the idea of the earth was a ball even just appeared at all, not based on any empirical observations, but on a aesthetic, metaphysical conjecture notion from Pythagoras all the way up to Eratosthenes and Aristotle and Al-Biruni and all the rest,
Yeah.
with all their weak inductions, that's what they have in the worldview. They needed the 1960s outer space psyops in order to make their worldview more plausible. Because from the for the vast majority of human history, humans could easily dismiss all their all the things that they had going for them until the 1960s as just
Right.
mere conjecture, right?
Yeah.
Weak induction, and you know they did, right? The doctrine the Earth was a ball was not popular, didn't really become popularized until 16th century. And even then, they were still the minority, even though it was relatively more popular to previous centuries. Only
Yeah.
until the turn of the 20th century, 19th to 20th century, did it start becoming the majority. And then especially
Yeah.
with the 1960s psyops, it became all the more reimbursed.
Yeah, it was definitely, it was reinforced and it was taught as a given. We can go there. This is what I'm saying. Yeah, they were just, it was real. Everything they said was real. There wasn't any doubt in the education I got where that was concerned. Okay, planets and all that. Yeah, these are real things.
Throughout my entire K through 12 education in California in the U.S., they never taught me about Pythagoras and his cult. They just taught you that there was a man named Pythagoras who made the Pythagorean theorem. They didn't teach you everything
That's
else
right. Yeah,
about
I learned
his
that.
cult and his worldview. Right?
Yeah.
They didn't teach me anything about Aristotle. They didn't teach me anything about Aristotle. They didn't teach me
Nope.
anything about Al-Biruni.
Nope. I didn't learn any of that. None of those was part of my education. None of them there. No.
They barely taught
That's
me anything
true.
about Nicholas Copernicus.
I didn't
They
get that
didn't
either.
teach me anything
No.
about Giordano Bruno.
Right. You see, this is why learning about it back in 2015, 2016 now strengthened me because I've stopped believing, okay, because I realized I made an error for 48
Yeah,
years.
just
So
merely
now
being prejudiced, right?
I was playing catch up with all the stuff that I didn't learn. Right. So it was good as a matured student. Yeah, there you go.
A very small minority of humans, even out of all scientism believers, a very small amount actually have a remotely detailed and accurate understanding of the history in their worldview. A very, very
Yeah.
small people understand these things.
Yeah, and I have to say, coming to the server and listening to people like yourself and all the others who are in here, it's strengthened my knowledge without a doubt over the years. 24/7, little bit of Earth Awakenings, for example, even with Gem Panda Mob as well. Because you're getting the Glover's viewpoint as well. So it's all been good for me to strengthen my resolve in this. You know what I mean? So it's just been great. I can't complain at all. It's been better than going to school.
I wanted to be a 60-year-old.
Yeah, much better than going to school, to be quite honest. And then the technology has made that more of a pleasant experience as well, and very quick, instant. You don't have to run to the library and then wait and queue up. And then, I haven't got my library card. Oh shit! Got to run back home. And then get my ticket, me library card. Run back. Okay, can I want that book and that book and that book. Yeah, and then they take it stamped. Bring it back in 2 weeks. Yeah, okay, yeah, stamped. Do you know what I mean? What a palaver.
Yeah.
It's all in your hand now. Yeah.
Even when I talk about this, it kind of like it still baffles me. Like I thoroughly grasp what I'm talking about, the things that I do know. Not to say that I know what I'm talking about, but it still amazes me, even when I talk about them. Like imagine being like you go through the persons through the centuries, right, from Pythagoras all the way up to today, and so then you think back. Imagine being a contemporary with Pythagoras.
Yeah,
he's obviously incredible.
Yeah,
like not believable as incredible. Right.
Yeah.
So you're standing there with Pythagoras.
Just one
listening to
moment,
him
Gregory.
talking.
There's a bit of pop micing, I think. There's a background noise. Who is that?
Incomprehensible idiot.
Makes noise in the background. He doesn't actually try to have a conversation.
Yeah.
Can we not
have him muted? Yeah. Can't you just mute yourself whilst we're talking? Because you're interrupting the flow, which is going to upset the listeners.
Huh? What? Why? I'm adding in. I'm adding in I farted. That should be an addition.
No, you're interrupting the discourse.
Yeah, because you guys are
hear the people speaking.
Dumb idiots. Why?
Oh, look, now we're being insulted on top of that. Moderators, can we have a little bit of moderation on this stuff?
I don't have to insult you guys. You guys are
flat just being noisy.
Is there any way of muting the guy, please?
I don't have to insult you.
Unless you want to engage, then that's fine. But
sure, of course. You guys are flat earthers, right? you understand how idiotic that is to be in 2026 a flat
Right.
earther?
Do you think we're bothered by you thinking we're idiotic? Do you think that really bothers us in any way, shape, or form, in any degree? In any degree?
Do I think that bothers you? No.
Right. Then why do you say it then? You know your words are
Guys,
lost in the gale that
you
is
just
Jin
hear the
CDR1.
idiocy in his voice.
Because
Yeah.
you
Trying to
people are
ignore
who
it.
you're gonna be. You're gonna continue to
You
be that.
people.
I don't
What do you
think that
mean
it's
by
gonna
that?
insult you. No.
What do you mean by that? You people. What do you mean?
Do you know how
Look.
deeply embarrassing it is to be in your deepest
Again,
Okay,
trenches
so
do
again,
we
of
look,
have?
look,
This
look.
is
ideological
very
Can we just move
embarrassing.
past him, right?
ravens?
He's just going to be rambling.
Yeah, no,
Can we
yeah,
just
no.
move
The point
move
is
past
this,
the
though.
guy?
We
I'm
need to
not
engage him.
gonna be
We may
rambling.
as well
I'm
engage
telling
him,
you how
otherwise he's just going
deeply
to interrupt.
embarrassing it is to be in the deepest right
Still
now.
I
rambling.
don't
Like
know where
he's
you
not
get
trying to
that
have a
idea from.
conversation.
None of us are acting as if we're embarrassed here. There isn't an embarrassed cell
No,
on
I
my
know
body.
you're not embarrassed. I'm telling you it's
God,
embarrassing to
just
be
turn
in
his
this
No,
volume
you don't
down.
have to tell
Just
me
turn his
that
volume
because I'm
down.
not
You're a
embarrassed.
fucking flat earther. That is deeply embarrassing.
I'm glad to be. I'm a proud flat earther, a father of four,
I
and
get that.
everybody
Jin,
Live
is a flat
your
earther in the
life,
family.
queen. Live
Jin,
your life,
just mute
queen.
him
That
or
is
just
deeply
turn his
embarrassing.
volume down.
I'll
He's
turn
not
him
angry.
down. Yeah, I don't like doing that because it means that
Fine, he's muted.
Okay, yeah, that's what I mean. Where's the moderators? They should just mute that. Bang, nip that in the
He was
bud. I don't
only
like this.
going to just ramble and just be noisy and just disparage us. He wasn't going to do anything more than
Yeah.
that.
Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. We do have people who are very weak constitutions, right? You know, they can't stand that the flat earthers are so precise, concise, coherent, unwavering, unstoppable, right? Delivering you the truth that motivates and uplifts you to the highest high. And there's nothing religious about that. It's just informing you. And of course, they hate that. They're the opposite. It hurts them emotionally, every single word. And I love it that it does, ladies and gentlemen, because it shows the power of the truth. That's what it shows. So sorry, Gregory, carry on, man.
Yeah. So you think back being alive with Pythagoras, like standing there listening to him talk. Right. What does he have going for his doctrine? Like particularly the doctrine about his doctrine about the Earth. Okay, what does he have to show for it that it's true?
He
Just
doesn't have anything.
metaphysical conjecture. He has
Yeah.
nothing. He didn't go anywhere. He
No.
didn't do anything and observe anything. Right? He's
Made no
walking along
measurements,
the
nothing.
surface of the Earth just like everyone else, and
Mm.
he's seeing it be flat. Right? Especially looking at the waters. Right? Even if you went to the highest mountains around there in Greece, you're going to see the Mediterranean Sea, for instance, and it's not going to be curving around anything. The Mediterranean, that surface of the Mediterranean Sea, for instance, is obviously flat, not wrapping around a humongous rock ball. But here this man is saying that it is indeed a ball, that the oceans wrap around a humongous rock ball, right? And that we all live on this
Right.
humongous ball. Okay, so how do you know that? Well, because the gods, right, or the divine essence of the world, uh, only does what is perfect, and the sphere is the perfect shape, and the Earth is very important. In fact, one of the most important things, if not the most important thing to us humans. So why would he not make the most important thing to us humans the perfect shape? That's the doctrine. That's
Yeah.
where ball Earth doctrine began. That's where it began. There is no earlier record of the Earth being a ball of SE doctrine, spheroidal Earth doctrine,
Yeah.
or ball Earth doctrine.
Yeah.
There's no earlier record of anyone before him espousing that. So that's where it began, at least according to the historical record and according to scientism itself, right?
Yeah.
According to Orthodox scientism. That's what they're going to tell you. That's where it
Yeah.
began. It
They thought
began
it was
with
a divine shape,
metaphysical
didn't they?
conjecture,
Yeah. It was the
right?
perfect shape, wasn't it? The divine one. You know?
Right. So
That's,
it's just
yeah.
cosmological conjecture
Yeah.
paired with metaphysical conjecture. That's where the ball Earth doctrine began. After
Yeah.
that, then you have people who espouse that, and then with this unverified presupposition, people
Yep.
like Eratosthenes in the 3rd century BC, right, the
Right.
200s, then does
Yeah.
an operation, right, and with all those tacit presuppositions that he cannot verify, interprets the measurement through those presuppositions, and
Yeah.
the result
Presuppositions
produced
all
from
the
that
way.
is,
Yep.
well, oh, now I've measured the circumference of the Earth,
Mm.
right? So
Mm.
there's that weak induction, and then you have Aristotle
Yeah.
doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Right? Or see
Wouldn't it be nice to go back to 1968 and present this, what you're saying right now, what we've
right,
discovered properly, right on their table? Ah,
right,
I,
and then
I have
Al-Biruni
those
in
thoughts all the time.
right, and then imagine standing in front of Al-Biruni and he does the angle measurements from the
Yeah.
up from the surface of the Earth or sea level up to the peak of the
Yeah.
mountain, right? Then you explain to him the facts of what he's really doing, and that
Yeah.
doesn't lead to a
You're measuring
cause-effect
flat Earth.
conclusion, right?
Yeah.
About the curvature rate of the Earth.
Mm.
So for you stand if you were to stand and listen to these men
Mm.
in hindsight with what we understand, right,
Yeah.
and these reputations, could have cut off the promulgation of you could have, not necessarily, you could have, or at least stifled the progress of or the popularization of the ball earth doctrine so long ago.
Oh,
And
yeah,
I'm and
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
you
I
know
mean,
what? I'm virtually
someone like
certain,
me, I'll
right.
definitely be pushing back with the
I'm
sword.
virtually certain there
Come
were
off with your
persons who
sword,
argued the very same critiques we say now. Right?
Oh,
They were humans, just like us. Like it's just like
yeah,
hearing
yeah. They're
someone
just human
come into
beings. Yeah,
Discord and saying these things.
yeah,
I'm pretty sure there were people who were just as smart as them, if not smarter, that said these reputations. But push come to
yeah.
shove, that's not what became popular.
You see, you're right. They run on their reputation and their wealth, because remember, this knowledge was not known to every. There was a very small percentage knew the secret knowledge. Okay, all right, so
Yeah, it'd be very
very small
naive and
percentage. Most
simplistic
was
to
it.
think that these
Most people were
people,
dumb,
right?
they're
Right.
ignorant.
It'd be very
Yeah.
naive and simplistic to think that Pythagoras, when he was alive in his days, that no one resisted or refuted him. Same thing with
Mm,
Eratosthenes, same thing with Aristotle, same thing with Alberuni, same thing with Nicholas
yeah.
Copernicus. Like there were opponents. They all had opponents in their
Right.
days.
Right.
Push come to shove, they just their doctrines just kept being popularized.
Yeah. It was definitely, and then it became compulsory education, from what I understood it, through the church, the Jesuits and the church, and
Yes.
then it enters elementary school that way.
Hey guys, just to
Yeah,
take a quick second to say hello to some of the people that have entered the room.
thank you.
Uh,
Go ahead.
yeah, Smee007. We've got AAA3 and Athena. If any of you feel like opening your mics and asking a question, feel free to do so.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
Don't
June, you have some
hesitate.
feedback on your mic.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll mute my mic right
I
now.
wanted to ask, like, do you guys have a representation of what flat Earth looks like?
Yeah. Yeah, it's what you see and experience outside.
No,
Do
I
you
meant
mean
like
the
a
Earth in its
graphical.
entirety? Because no,
Yeah,
we
like
don't
where
have
it's.
that.
Oh, why not?
Because we can't travel far enough from the Earth to see that.
Well, you can still map the Earth out, like go to the boundaries of it, no?
Well, we have maps of the Earth,
But
right?
one that's yeah, but the maps that we have is rectangular. Is flat Earth rectangular or is it
That would be claiming a shape.
circle?
We don't know what the shape of the Earth is, right?
So no one has gone to the border of flat Earth?
I don't understand the question. You can't access everywhere on the Earth, right? We have maps in order to navigate. Those maps are all incorrect to a degree. But no, we don't see the Earth in its entirety. So no, we don't have.
No, I don't mean like Earth in its entirety. That's not what I mean. I mean
Okay,
like,
well, what do
has
you?
anyone gone to the border, like to
Well,
where Earth
why do
would
you assume
end?
there's a border?
I mean, if it's flat, it has to stop somewhere.
Does it?
I don't know. Do you not believe that it stops somewhere?
I don't know. I don't have any evidence either way, right?
Has no one gone
I
out and tried to map
well,
it out?
well, I mean, where would you head out?
Any
Where do you think
direction,
we
you would
should
eventually
go in
get to a
order
spot.
to find the edge that you're claiming?
You can go anywhere, any direction, if it's
Okay.
flat.
Okay, so let's say we're gonna go south. Okay,
Mhm.
away from magnetic north. That would lead us to Antarctica. Can anyone just go there and continue on?
Yeah, you can.
Oh, really? How is that?
You can walk.
You can walk in Antarctica, really? Like anybody can just go there and just start walking?
Or well,
It
you've
is
got.
slippery. You
You
can
also have.
slide.
Oh,
Yeah,
stop.
you can do that too. But anyway, like you have
Are
left
you
and
aware
right
of
as well.
are you aware of what the terms and conditions are to even go in Antarctica, much
What
less
about the
the
what
the
about the
the
other two
weather
directions that don't have
conditions?
anything closed?
Okay, I'm sorry, but that's just ridiculous. Like you're not going there and you're not
I'm
going
not talking about
deep into
Antarctica.
Antarctica. Well, that's what I
No,
am because
Oh, but why do you have to only go to Antarctica? There's 3 other
Because we're
directions.
traveling south from
But you know why do you
because
have to
that would be
travel
the
south?
place we can't pass, right? That's the place we haven't gone past.
But why do you have to
That's the
go
place we don't
south?
have access to,
But
right?
why south? There's a corner or there's an edge, whatever you
Why is
believe.
there a corner? I didn't say the
In
Earth has corners or
well,
edges. I
well,
mean, we
there's
travel in relation to magnetic north, right? That's
yeah, but
that's
there's still
north.
going to be if the Earth is flat, right? There's going to be an end anywhere
No,
you go.
you keep saying that, but you don't have evidence for that.
But then how do you know that it's flat?
Because we measured
I'm
the
confused.
surface as flat. Like, I don't have to know a table, the entire shape of a table to measure the table as flat. We know the Earth is
Yeah,
flat because that's how
but
it
I can go
measures,
to
not
I
because we
can
have
go to
beliefs
the edge
about a
of the
shape.
table as well. No
Okay.
matter where you are, you can still go to the edge of something or
Listen,
to the end of it, you know?
insisting that there must be an edge is just a claim that
Not
you're
necessarily
making.
an edge. Maybe
You
I'm using
can't
the wrong word.
prove
I mean
that.
an end. Sorry.
Okay, well,
Maybe an
you
end
can't
would be
prove
a better
that, and
word.
it's not the topic. I mean, the topic
Is
is
it
the
infinite?
measurement of the surface. No.
Where's the topic? I don't see a topic name. I just see 24/7 flat Earth.
Yeah, it's not 24/7 Earth has a specific shape, right?
Yeah,
The
but
Earth
it's
measures flat.
you asked for a comment or a question. You didn't ask a
Yeah, well, I
specific
answered your
question.
question. You're just not
Oh,
accepting my
no,
answer.
you're talking about Antarctica. I'm talking about the other directions. You do
Why do you
agree,
think
right?
Earth
Like,
is like a
hold on, hold
square or rectangle?
on.
I mean, put magnetic north in the center and travel south from there.
I don't think
That's
you're
why I brought
hearing
up Antarctica.
I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying.
I
For
think you
example, if
are
you let
projecting
me
something on us that we don't claim. That's what I
can I ask
think.
my question again
Oh,
in
yeah,
a
sure.
more
Yeah, go
formal?
ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So for example, you use the table, right? Obviously with the table, you know that it's flat. You know that there's corners to the table. But if you don't exactly know what you're on, you don't know if the Earth has corners. You don't know if the Earth is round, square. Like you don't know what it is, right? You can still go in one direction, any direction. It doesn't have to be Antarctica. It doesn't have to be the North Pole. It can be left, right, 75 degrees this way, any direction, right? As long as you're still walking or traveling in
Okay.
that direction. I'm not done. Hold on. Let me first finish my question. Obviously, in any direction that is possible, you would eventually either just keep walking infinitely, or you would keep traveling infinitely, or you would eventually get to an end of it. So why has no
Okay.
one gone to the
Wait,
end of it?
just before you answer over the fences, I just want to make a short announcement in Athena's benefit. I'll only be like 10 seconds. I've posted a short documentary that explains the restrictions and the legal loopholes and protocols that you would have to take if you wanted to go to Antarctica or walk in one direction and keep going. There are
Okay.
certain restrictions in place.
Don't
Okay, that's
worry, that
there.
has
Right.
nothing to do.
Yeah, but I
I'm
think
not
she has
saying
a
you have to go
fundamental.
in.
Okay.
But
Okay,
you don't
well,
have to go.
let me
Let's ignore
respond.
Antarctica because I don't. Hold on, before you respond, I don't want you to bring up Antarctica or the North Pole because I'm not speaking about any of those.
But
There's
those are
obviously
how we
other
travel, do you
areas.
understand? Though
Not always.
in
You
order
can
to
travel
travel
left
in a
or right as
direction, we
well.
use a compass, and the compass points to magnetic north. So that's
So you
how
can
we
only go
navigate
up
the
or
Earth.
down, right?
What?
You can only go up or down, or can you go in other directions too? If you
We
look at
can
a map,
travel east or west in relation to magnetic north. That traveling east or west is transcribing a circle on a flat plane.
yes, but when you go left on a map, for example, right, you're going to
You're
see
going in
water
a
on the.
circle. Left is a circle around magnetic north. Left, or do you mean east and west? Let's use
Uh,
cardinal directions,
Because
not
I'm confused.
left.
I'm confused what you think Earth looks like according to what we've already seen. Do you have
We
like a map that?
navigate in
Hold on.
relation. Please
Let me
listen. No,
finish my
you're not
question.
listening and you're
I
straw manning
understand
us.
what you
So can
mean
you
now,
I'm
but the
going to
thing is,
explain it to
hold
you
on.
once and hopefully
You're
you understand.
interrupting my question again.
No, no, we're not doing this. I will explain it to you because you keep straw manning our position. Yep, and she's gone, which is what I expected. So anyway, no, Earth is not a rectangle like a map. She didn't seem to understand that you navigate in relation to magnetic north, and that is a circle that you transcribe on a flat plane.
Yeah, east or west. Yeah,
Yeah,
certainly.
that was exactly.
Yeah, that was unfortunate, but you were trying to prepare her and help her to ask her question properly at the end of the day, but
Well,
she didn't want to listen.
she wasn't here in good faith, but
No, absolutely not. I could tell from the tone she was using anyway. Yeah. And but I would have said that the reason why we're saying it's flat is because we're not able to measure the curvature of the Earth. That's why we're saying it's flat. Yeah, that's what I would have said. That should have been said out there. So we missed up
I
that
did say no.
opportunity.
I said I measured it flat. I did say that.
Okay, right. Then why
Yeah.
didn't she? Wonder why she didn't pick that up.
Well, because she didn't want to, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's why she went off about
question,
tables and edges of tables and stuff after I made it clear that we don't claim a shape, right?
That's right. Yeah, I heard
You
that
can't
clearly.
understand if you're determined not to, right?
Yeah.
She wasn't as articulate as she could, but her question was simply about the metaphysical and physical possibility of traversing along a flat surface.
Well, she was
Meaning like
envisioning a rectangle, like a laid out flat
That's
map.
right, a
That's how
rectangle
we
map.
that's how we perceive the Earth.
Yeah,
So she
that's
was
right.
fundamentally confused.
Yeah, yeah. So she
her
needed
question
to.
was simply
Yeah,
about the coherent entailments of traveling along a finite or infinite flat surface. We could have handled
Well,
that
she didn't
better.
want me to talk about north or south or magnetic north or Antarctica, so she clearly didn't understand.
yeah. I was
Well,
hoping
I
you were
mean,
going to
that,
talk
to be
about the
fair, that
edge
doesn't
of the
really have bearing
container.
on the question.
Well, I
Because
disagree.
to just simply talk about moving along a surface, that doesn't necessarily involve using a compass or magnetic north. You're just walking in a given
Well,
direction upon the surface.
I was addressing that because she didn't understand that that's how we navigate.
But that doesn't have any bearing on the question, though. If I'm simply asking
Okay,
you,
well, you're entitled
what'll
to your
happen if
opinion,
I
but I
walk?
disagree with you, Gregory.
Okay, I mean, can I finish the reply though? Okay, like her question was something about the entailment of walking along a horizontal surface, whether it be finite or infinite. Like that's independent of the practical things we need to use in the real world. Right? Just the simple logical consistency of traversing back and forth upon a horizontal surface, whether it be finite or infinite. That's what our initial question was about. We could have handled that better.
Thanks for your advice. I'll take it under advisement.
Yeah, just a missed opportunity there. I felt she was going to over the fence was going to, put us straight. I did feel you were on your way to doing it, but she was just totally not wanting to listen, and she, wanted to get a question out properly, but it was going to be a little bit of a straw man type question. And I thought had she had calmed down a little bit, it would have been smooth. But she was just wriggling like a fish on a line. Yeah, yeah. You were trying to land her in the net. Just unfortunate that was.
So now someone asked the question, right? Does it have an edge? Well, a lot of people don't know how to articulate this answer, but right, things that exist necessarily have a finite extension to the material that occupies volume. Right?
Yeah.
The notion of a infinitely extending material object is incoherent and implicitly implies that it doesn't exist at all.
Right. Yeah. My response to that question is usually, if there is an edge, because I haven't been there to see this edge. I can't go there because there are legal restrictions. Number one, but not only that, we understand that we have 14.7 psi of air pressure. Now, in order to have that air pressure, there must be a container. So that container is going to be blocking me to getting to the edge. I don't think there's a possibility of falling off the earth, because if I'm contained, then the only edge there would be the edge to that container. That'd be it. I couldn't get out of it. So I don't think the earth is finite because of that. That's my response to that question.
Yeah, you're talking about the legal and practical impediments.
Yeah,
that's another thing.
Yeah, that's also important as well, because there are legal restrictions to going to that place. And then not only that, then there's the equipment. Who's got the money to go there? Because you're going to need all your equipment to travel. You don't know how far it is. So please, I've traveled enough of this earth on the lands, on the continents, to know that there's enough distance I've traveled not to have seen the curvature there. And the oceans are a massive clue. So, I don't need to go to the edge to know whether or not the Earth is flat. Blimey, you know.
But I'm virtually certain everyone understands when anyone asks the question, can we go to the edge or is there an edge? Is there an
Mm.
edge categorically is a geometric / metaphysical question.
Yeah.
Can we go to the edge if nothing else, besides the obvious legal and practical impediments? It's
Mm.
obviously concerning a nomological possibility or physical possibility, right?
Right. Yeah. I always try to answer
So
that question with the best way, and that is to inform them that we're under a container because we've got this air pressure. So whatever the shape of the Earth is that I do not know, there's going to be a restriction. There's legal restrictions, and then there's a physical one. That container will not allow you to fall off any edge. If there's a container keeping the 14.7 psi at sea level there, you're not. No, I'm sorry, mate. It's a reasonable question to ask, but you're asking it from a position of being ignorant of the facts of the Earth and how it works, because you're still thinking it's a globe. And then the question would be to you: how comes, if the Earth is a ball Earth in the vacuum of space, how comes entropy is not happening? That means the transition of all this material being sucked into the vacuum of space. Why isn't that happening? Because that's what would happen in a vacuum. Everything entropies and outgasses, off gases completely. So why is that not happening? Because you notice there's no barrier on that ball. It's a naked ball with water, right? And that's when they start to realize that they don't know much about what they're trying to defend. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Gregory. I always enjoy your engagements with the
thank you.
Globers when it's at the intellectual level, and even when it goes into the gutter a little bit. You've been there a little bit with them, and I enjoy all that because it's all part of learning. So it's okay. Yeah, I do enjoy
The
it.
best
I
thing
must.
anyone can do for someone who has questions, assuming that in principle we're talking about someone who's sincerely inquiring, the best thing you can do is give the accurate answer to the question and let them chew on it. Because
Yeah.
giving the accurate answer just lets them, actually walk along the path to the truth.
Yeah.
I don't play this. Some people do this trying to be charitable at best, but I don't do this thing where I basically like smuggle in for them some notion that is not in their question.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to do that. That's correct, because that's another psychological tie-up that you're doing on them when you don't need to do that. No, just
Yeah.
take their
Even
question
when
for
trying to
what it
help
is.
them, like
Answer it.
like they they
Yeah.
they they ask question A, but then I
Mm.
think they really mean B, and so then I try to smuggle that in, or like try to answer that with the tacit presumption that they
Mm.
really mean B, but they didn't
Mm.
quite say anything that conveyed B,
Mm.
and so I don't do that. I just engage the questions as they
Yeah.
are, right?
Yeah.
With
Yeah.
trying to be charitably interpret, but just engage the questions as they are,
Yeah.
not try to just
Exactly.
presume that they mean some of the thing that they didn't convey at all.
Yeah. No, I don't do that either. I always say it's a good question and it's a common question. So that's okay. It's a great question. Everyone asks a question, and every question everybody learns from. So it's a good question. That's what I always say. I never poo poo on any of the questions they ask, unless it's a silly one, and then I won't even answer.
When it's obviously some sort of like rhetorical jab, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Then I don't even answer them. And then when they said, why didn't you answer? I said, that was below my intellect and the listener's intellect. They don't want me to be answering a question like that. So if you've got a real question, let's go. Otherwise, stop that.
At best, the questioner is asking sincere questions and trying to truly understand, and at best, the answerer is truly trying to give the most accurate, thorough answers.
Yeah.
So, say the best type of questioner, right? Ask me, can we go to the edge? Well, notwithstanding the legal and practical impediments, I do I have the sufficient means on the materials, do I have the skills, and da 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 da, right? And
Yeah.
are there any legal restrictions external to me, or other impediments, other people? Regardless of all that,
Mm.
can someone traverse to the edge? Is there an edge? Well, the question number one, is there an edge? Well, given the dichotomy, right? The shape
Yeah.
has a finite extension, or the material rather has a finite extension or not. Well, given the impossibility of the contrary, right, with the notion that uh, this material has the infinite extension, that entails that it has no shape at all, that it doesn't exist at all. So that's incoherent. It's not even logically possible. So the only option in the binary is that, of course, the material object has a finite shape, a finite extension to a substance in space, the volume of the world. Okay,
Yeah.
so there's that. That's
Yeah,
that's
there
how
is
that's
that.
how I'm going to answer that question. And then, can we traverse to the edge of, say, the surface of the Earth, notwithstanding the legal and practical impediments, internal to me or external to me? Yes, it is possible, right? That is physically possible, though there would be a very, very, very special case, you know, with a lot of means at your disposal that most people, virtually no one has, or very
Mm.
few have means to actually do that. So it is logically possible, it is metaphysically possible, it is nomologically possible. It's just very difficult because you need a lot of means to attain that,
Yeah, I
to
mean,
achieve
you'd
that
have to
goal.
be privileged in this case. The current situation of humanity, you'd have to be a privileged individual. Either you're in the military, okay, the Navy, the Air Force, the Army, the Marines. You might be lucky enough to be able to go and traverse those areas. Outside of that, you haven't got a chance at the moment. The legal
So
restrictions are just not there. When you go to these places where we want to go to the edge, and that would be like Antarctica or at the North Pole, for example, you have to go through so much legal wrangling and have all your documents in place. You're going through official organizations, and then you get to these places and you're restricted where you can go anyway. So you're not going to be able to go to the edge as such, if there is one. You're never going to be able to do that. Not
right.
at the moment.
So the short answer is, with the sufficient means to achieve that and
Yeah.
very rare uh, goal, yes, it is possible. It's physically
Oh, it's
possible.
possible. Yeah, I agree, but um, only a few can can do that at the moment, and that would be those who are
The necessary
in the
means
military
that
or
very few
those who are
have,
actually
yeah, not
working.
doing it.
Yeah, that's what I think. And the documentary there, it's called "Sorry, Antarctica, We're Closed," and then a stamp denied. It really drives home the legalities of what you would need to be doing. All the documents in there, you can read those documents. You're not doing it. It's not possible at the moment to do it off your back. It's just no way. You just can't do it. Even if you're a billionaire, you'd have enough money to chuck at the equipment you're going to need. You will not be able to go.
I can just pop up out my chair and go to the restroom, or I can pop up
Yeah,
out my chair and go to the store down the street, or I can
right.
pop out of my chair, get into a vehicle, and go to another city, or I can pop up
Absolutely.
out of my chair, get into a plane or a boat, and go to another continent. But I
Yeah.
need a lot of means. I need a lot of means, either with my own skills or the skills of others,
Mm,
to go to the edge of the earth. So without the sufficient means to achieve that very rare achievement, virtually
yeah.
has never been achieved,
Yeah.
you're not going. But it can be achieved with the sufficient means.
Yeah. And I do feel in my honest heart here that it should be a thing that every human being should want to go and be allowed to go, because you only live once. The earth was created by the creator for us to enjoy. And if we have the technologies to go to these regions, we should be able to go to these regions and see. It will answer a lot of the questions to our being and how we've come to the earth. It will go a long way how we made it to the earth and that, and closer to the creator. So I do feel the governments of the earth are restricting us, and that's making us look like slaves. Okay, unfortunately, that's what it is. We have the
A lot of
earth
people have this.
has been hijacked. Go ahead.
Yeah, a lot of people, they have, like, they almost, like, intuitively, they imagine, like, at the edge of the earth is like you can just walk up right to a wall, like walking up to a wall in your room, or
Mm.
the outside wall of a building. Like, no, it's not like that, right? Between the edge of the ice wilderness, you sail on the waters, and walk up, you sail up to the ice wall, right? On the surface of this ice, this ice is only God knows how many miles of frozen, barren wilderness.
Yeah.
You can barely survive here in the city. You're not going to survive out there with no skills and no means and no
Right.
materials, right?
Right.
In a frozen
Right.
wilderness at the edge of the
Yeah.
world.
Yeah. Yeah. There are lessons we can learn from nature to survive, because God did create it. Now, he hasn't created it into the way where it restricts us. You know what I mean? Because it's there. We can see it. I want to go there. You see, so we can learn from nature as to how those animals and they survive. We try to mimic that, And and today, as far as I know, today we've got enough technology in place to go there and explore and come back without losing our lives. Okay, if we get the logistics correct, we can easily do it. You know that? That's for me. That's the easy part. Actually, the difficult part is, you know, getting the governments to soften their stance on this and start getting this so humanity can move. But they're not going to soften their stance because they're enslaving us. That's what they're doing. So that's the unfortunate thing. But once that, if we can remove that restriction, going there is easy peasy. Really, yeah. You know, the
Relatively speaking,
equipment is
easy
there,
peasy.
no doubt.
Yeah, relatively speaking, easy peasy. So that's the
Mm,
most accurate and thorough answer to the best type of questioner, right?
yeah, thank you. Because and that's such a beautiful place to go to. Can you imagine breathing in pure, clean air where there's no traffic smog there at all, right? And I'm telling you, that air is like medicine because I've experienced it in a place called Liverpool compared to London, right? Liverpool being a smaller city, I went there for a weekend. When I came back, I physically felt stronger. Okay. Now that's it's a weird thing to say, isn't it? I went up by motorbike. So I took, all the way to Liverpool, 200 miles on my motorbike for the weekend, had a great time, don't do any drugs. Okay. So I'm not a drug user, none of that stuff. It was dancing in the nightclubs, having some Indian food, fish and chips, regular stuff. What I noticed that there was minuscule traffic on the road in Liverpool. Okay. So it must have, I felt the air quality that I breathed in over the weekend put some strength in my body somehow because I couldn't understand the physical change that I had physically. I noticed it. I felt powerful after the weekend. Never had that experience before. So I deduced
Would have
that
been
it must have
amazing.
been the air quality. Yeah, go ahead.
Back to the previous subject before Athena came in. Our
Yeah.
little discussion about history and especially from the
Yeah,
scientist
please.
view.
Yeah.
I feel that same what is the word for it? That same what is the word for this? But you and I basically conveyed the same feeling, like how very very interesting it would be to say these refutations,
Yeah.
these
And
observations,
push back.
refutations before
Yeah.
the 1960s.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like even in
Yeah.
Einstein's context, right? Einstein, he's before the man in space operations, right? So
That's
he's
right.
yet another human, right? In his
Mm.
context, every human has simply been on the Earth, right? Even in his context,
Yeah.
that no one has
Yeah.
gone so far away from the Earth in the cosmic void to see the Earth be a ball or to take
Yeah.
a picture of the Earth being a ball in his days, even up to the day of his death,
Yeah.
right?
It was all the inference, wasn't
So
it? They inferred
so
everything.
even in his context,
Mm.
you just had millennia of weak induction at best, along
Yeah.
with his along with his metaphysical conjecture and errors, on top of all the
Yeah.
other previous metaphysical conjecture and errors.
Yeah, that what you're putting forward is a statement of fact that you could speak to the so-called scientists, a whole panel of them, and they would have to agree because because they don't have, as you've asked before, they don't have any empirical evidence. It's all inference, suggestions, speculations, assumptions, presumptions. That's all they've ever done. It's all they've ever done. They've proven
Or go back
nothing.
to or go back to the Michelson-Morley experiment, right, in
Yeah,
1887.
yeah.
That's before Einstein, right? I mean,
Mm.
he was alive at that. He was a young man at that time, but
Yes.
you imagine talking to those men, right? They believe the Earth is a ball moving through the black void, right? In their context, all they have is weak induction again. They've never seen the Earth be a ball, actually. They just have all this weak induction that we've all refuted before, that we all recognize.
That's right.
And they thought their experiment was supposed to detect the Earth moving through the ether, right?
That's
But
right.
instead of just interpreting the results as the Earth is not moving and acknowledging the fact that the ether cannot be refuted, it's not even logically possible for there to not be the spatial plenum, the ether. Right? It's not even logically possible. Instead of acknowledging that, they decided to
Mm.
go the incoherent route and say there is no ether that the Earth is moving through. So the Earth is moving, just not through the ether.
Yeah, yeah. Einstein
Imagine saying these
removed the
reputations
ether,
to
didn't
them
he?
in their context when all they had again is just weak induction. They're well before 1960s.
Yeah, yeah. Einstein removed the ether, didn't he? Or his
He wanted to propose a theory, right?
yeah,
So-called general relativity, special relativity. But even in
that's right.
1920, he had to admit that the reality of the non-existence of either is unthinkable.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
And again, 1920, that is well before the 1960s. That's 40
Yes,
years before the
1920,
1960s.
22. Yeah. Mm. And then he made that famous statement in 1922 in the
Right,
University of
1922.
Kyoto, Japan. You know, he said he had come to the conclusion that no optical experiment could be conducted to detect Earth's rotation, right, or motion, should I say, around the sun, and that was in 1922. Japan. He made that statement in Japan, University of Kyoto, 1922. Amazing.
Those academicians in Einstein's days, they all were familiar, more or less. Virtually all of them were familiar with the dichotomy before them. It's a simple dichotomy again concerning the ether. It's either space, all volume of the world, right? Either there's no quantity of volume devoid of matter, or actually, well, I'll say it this way: either all the volume is filled by some spatial plenum, occupied by some spatial plenum, or not. And if not, then there's some quantity of volume that is completely devoid of everything. Right? That's a simple dichotomy. It's simple logic tree. They understood that, right? And some of them chose the ridiculous route because they themselves are fallible men who have their emotional commitment to all sorts
Yeah.
of doctrines contrary to the truth. They decided to go with the latter instead of just acknowledging the former. That yes, it is simply impossible, given the impossibility of nothingness, right? It's
Mm.
only a concept. It's not actually concretely real state of affairs or state of being or concretely real thing. It cannot be nothing. So that necessarily entails that all the volume of the world is occupied by some concretely real substratum, the spatial plenum, aka the
Yeah.
ether.
Yeah. The ether. Yeah. Yeah. For anyone who's interested, I've posted in the side chat, and for those who are listening, 5 famous experiments, scientific experiments that prove a stationary Earth. Okay, it's 50 minutes long, so obviously one experiment is 10 minutes. Okay, really good one. I do like this one. Okay, it covers like the Sagnac, Michelson and Morley, Aries failure. It's all in there. Even Einstein's gets a little mention. They even called it. They even push it forward that he's lying. In fact, but there you go.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll check that out. Thanks.
Yeah, it's a good that one. I've had that link
Michelson
for
Morley.
many years, and you know why? Because I never learnt that those experiments at school. And those 5, I never came across them. Wow. So that's an old video. That one, but you will like it. Each
Just a
experiment is 10
second.
minutes.
Jen, just a moment. I just want to say, hey, J-Dog,
Yeah.
welcome to the room. Are you?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, how's it going? How are you doing?
Just tired from the morning. How are
Yeah,
you?
I'm great. It's good to see you. Got any new topics to bring up, or just want to
Any new
listen?
topics? I
Yeah.
don't really have anything right now. No, my brain's not at 100%. I literally just hopped in here, so just
Okay.
interested in
Well,
listening to what was going on. But
yeah. Thanks for saying hi. Yeah.
Yeah, so with Michelson Morley, right? They wanted to try to prove the Earth moves, right?
Yeah.
They failed. They failed. And
That's
so then
right.
they decided, right, the Earth is not moving through the ether. So then they decided to interpret the results as falsifying the ether. Again, that's not logically possible, right? So the only other option is to go with the previous one that they ignored. But then there must be did it ether wind? Well, not necessarily, right? Like the Earth is not moving. The Earth is stationary, like we've always seen, and the
Yeah.
ether can be stationary in general, but certain parts be oscillating in local areas in this point over here or that point over there, right? So again, like there's nothing that they can say that necessitates their position because now we're at the point where they're trying to deduce their way to the position. That the evidence is not on their side, right? The evidence doesn't strongly indicate, let alone necessarily indicate that the Earth is moving, that the Earth's a ball, or that it's flailing around through a black void, or none of this.
Yeah,
Especially their ontological garbage of GR and SR. Right.
That's right. They termed their experiment as a null result, because it didn't prove the Earth moving. Yeah, it didn't prove the rotation of the Earth. The Earth was stationary as far as, yeah.
Right. So at that point, they're just exposing their emotional commitment to their worldview, because now they're obviously at that point they're just straining to contrive some sort of reply in the face of these refutations.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so the history is quite interesting, but like you said, it's just inference all the time. Nothing's empirical at this point.
Again, when you annihilate the psyop, the mind virus that their worldview is not a worldview, right? Like the common perception is these people just hacks. Once you annihilate that, once you erase that, and you acknowledge these people have a worldview, they're emotionally committed to a worldview. The worldview is scrutinizable, right? They're
Yeah,
not above reproach. They're not infallible. They're not inerrant. They're not the best option. They're not the default. Once you acknowledge all that, then you can actually, finally come to the acknowledgement of all these refutations of their worldview.
that's right. This is what I enjoy the most, right? When you can actually approach these so-called scientists and present them with this information, right? And then you're looking for the psychological manipulation they're going to try and put on you. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I was actually curious, and I know I dropped this a day or two ago, but it might have just gotten looked past or whatever. What you guys think of those videos from NASA?
Yeah. Well,
That show like the massive land masses and whatnot.
yeah. When NASA's with NASA, and when NASA's concerned with space, it's been they've been well and truly debunked. We know that the images that they give us are definitely fake. Okay, they've been proven to be fake. So clearly, if they're faking the Apollo missions, the Gemini, and the Mercury, Artemis is not going to be real, is it? And we're measuring the Earth flat. So whatever image they give us has to be fake. So we're in the position of reverse engineering. So we're looking at how they are trying to how they manipulate the imagery. That's what we're looking into now.
Got it. So like those videos I posted, you think they're doctored or just completely fake?
They're constructed and built in a studio somewhere. That's what's going on there. Okay, no doubt about it.
So I can explain it this way, and I think Jen did the similar thing. But so basically, the deduction is this: okay, you go out, and if the Earth indeed is a ball, then we should be able to observe the entailments of the SE doctrine, right? Spheroidal Earth doctrine, SE doctrine. Okay, one of the entailments is the notion that the horizon is the vertex of the alleged convex surface. Okay, so that entails that we should not be able to be seeing things beyond that point, right? If they're dozens of feet, hundreds of feet, thousands of feet behind the entailed water curve, right, the water hill, then they shouldn't be visible, right? A boat shouldn't be visible behind dozens plus feet of water hill curvature. No boat is that damn tall. Uh, Things like that, or even buildings that would and should be hidden behind thousands of feet of curvature, but are still visible, right? Even all the way down to the bottom, right? That entailment is falsified. So given the long distance observations and measurements, that falsifies the entailed vertex of curved surface that the SE implies, right? Which falsifies the implication that things that are obstructed bottom up is only due to a curved surface, right? So given that those empirical observations that falsify those entailments of the SE doctrine, any of this, right? Obviously, the necessary entailment is that it's a fabrication.
I guess to me, I have answers in my head that I accept in regard to why you can sometimes see cities over like miles and miles of a lake.
And which is what, and
Obviously,
I'm almost certain what you're gonna say.
comes down to you know what I'm gonna say, and I've had this conversation before with refraction, talking about this, how I
Right,
believe it
the
works over
fictitious
water.
superlumin refraction, right?
Yeah, and that's how you see it. But I mean that's the response. I don't want to use the word
I mean,
accept, but like the way
in
that
what
I've
other
looked into
context,
things, I've
right?
just
In
seen
what other
light bend in
context
crazy
is
ways.
refraction used this way, right? This superluminary refraction, this notion that people like you
Right.
have decided to contrive over the past few years, right? Where does this, in what other context besides the SE doctrine does this notion come up? At nowhere.
And
It doesn't come up anywhere.
well, I think it's because refraction is
It's
like light
obviously
is
an ad
something
hoc
that
reply.
is consistent, or at least to our knowledge, it feels consistent, right? Like when you see something, it's supposed to be there, and it's not supposed to be in like a different position. So I feel like when you're shooting light over many miles, and it gets a little more confusing because of the refraction, it feels harder to believe that that's actually true. I'll be honest, like one of the first things when I came in here, I don't know, a couple of years ago or whatever, for the first time, um, like when you guys were talking about these laser experiments over the water, I was just like, what the hell is going on over here? Like I had no idea, and it was probably one of the most convincing things for like me questioning my beliefs on reality, and what I've been told in school and stuff. But honestly, like just kind of seeing certain things with light bending, with like through water, fiber optics. I've read things about ducting and lensing effect. I'm sure you
Yeah,
guys have heard all of this stuff
let's skip
before,
to
but
the
like
end, right? Let's skip to the end.
that's where I'm at. You know
So
where I'm at.
what, right? So what actual demonstration is there of the notion? Because you just have the notion, right? We give you the counter evidence, and then you say the notion. Now, beyond merely just saying the notion, what do you have that actually empirically corroborates it?
So I think it's going to be hard to find something truly showing the full like laser bending over 20 miles of water, right? Like you're not going to have a full camera shot or video of that. You're going to have like a video of point A, point B, and people explaining their process. But things like fiber optic cables, there's experiments I've seen where I've seen light bending in water. I know it's water, but at the end of the day, like just because it's one
So
medium over the other,
it's disanalogous to what you're trying to prove.
what do you mean?
Right? So
It's
so
just
then you
showing
don't
that
have
light
anything that
can
empirically
bend.
corroborates the notion.
Light can bend in extreme ways, and we do know that there is more refraction going
But look,
on
your notion
at the
is
surface
the
of water.
sunlight. Your notion is common everyday light, right? Like the sunlight and the regular light that's just bouncing off the surfaces of things, or kind of emitting from, say, a boat or a building or a mountain that's out there in the distance, that light is going to be bending over dozens, hundreds, thousands of feet of curvature, right?
So the
You have to
conditions
have
over
some sort of
water.
empirical demonstration that is analogous to the notion in order to demonstrate such this superlooming thing is actually a thing.
So the
And if you
difference
don't have
between
it, then just admit that you don't have any empirical corroboration for it. It's just an ad hoc notion. That's obviously the
light
entailment.
light bouncing off of objects from the sky, like coming from the sun, I feel like is a different comparison than light going over a body of water at like a consistent like 2 or 3 feet above it, because those are much more consistent conditions. Like there's not as much turbulence in the air and like changing of the refractive index going on down there versus like light coming from the sun hitting the building, coming to your eyes. Like
You're not quite touching what I just
it's
mentioned. You're not quite touching what
I
I
don't
just
have the
mentioned.
evidence. I mean, I'm not going to have evidence of like the thing is too, and I hear people bring up like NASA not doing
Okay,
certain
so I
experiments.
mean, so then
What's
you
your
don't have
question?
it, right?
Well,
Why
no,
not?
I mean,
So if you don't look, this is where all the noise begins, and we just can't get to the end, right? So why not just say I don't have it, right? Why not just
but
say that?
here's the thing: just because, like, let's say I can't fly up into space and see the curvature of Earth, doesn't necessarily mean the Earth is not curved. In the same sense that I'm just bringing up examples of why I don't
But
accept these laser
look,
experiments, right?
at the end of all
That's
your
really
words,
what
you
I'm
just
saying.
said I don't have it, right? So
Right, but
really,
I'm more so
it's just a
refuting.
bunch of rhetoric to make your position
Sure.
seem
So
plausible, right?
I think
Hang on,
that's
just
fair.
hang on,
Go for it.
because we're look, just stop, because all this extra words and we're just delaying the end for no good reason, right? You just said I don't have it. You don't have the empirical corroboration for the notion. That's it. So all these other words besides that proposition, that admission you just said, is just to make your position seem plausible, instead of just being straightforward, cutting to the chase, and admitting you don't have the empirical corroboration for the notion.
So to be clear, I'm not necessarily trying to say that what I'm speaking to of the laser of the water proves the curvature. I'm just saying there's a flaw. I believe that there is a major flaw with determining that this laser is in fact going straight, because we do know that light does bend, and we've seen it in certain instances. So
Look,
to
look,
say that
did the
it's not,
laser
that's what I'm
look,
refuting.
did the
I'm not
laser reach
saying
the
this proves
target,
or this
yes or no?
Am I say that again?
With the laser measurements like an FE core, did the laser reach the target, yes or no?
I didn't see FE Core's laser video, or maybe
Okay,
I
well,
had, I just don't remember it.
so you're really not talking about the point. Like, let's cut to the chase. Cut without all the extra words. The
That's
laser
not
reached the
laser.
target. It would not have reached the target if there was the water hill that's entailed by the SE. The laser
That's
reached the
not
target, so the
true.
water
I
hill that's
don't
entailed by the SE
agree with
is
that.
false, and
It
a
would not
proposition
hit
that
the target.
entails false implications is false.
I would
Yeah, I
disagree with that.
posted.
We
Gregory, I
know how
posted the
light can work.
28-mile laser beam test. It's in the side chat. Okay, so he can look at that later
Yeah,
on to check.
I've
Okay,
seen this
there you
before.
go.
Actually, yes, I've seen this video before. This
All
is
right,
one
that's
of our
28
tests.
miles of laser beam test. And remember, the laser beam is a precision instrument. To date, we don't have any material, visible, visual material showing a laser beam over distance bending downwards, supposedly following the curvature of the Earth. It's not been done. Oh, I don't have any of that. You clearly don't have that. So there you are.
So again, let's just make the situation currently clear, because you don't make things clear yet. You have a lot of paragraphs to try and make yourself seem plausible, but it's obviously not. The issue is we're doing long distance observations and measurements, and we're seeing objects that should be not visible, obstructed behind curvature, dozens and plus and more feet of water hill, water curvature, and they're not. And we're hitting targets with lasers that should not be contactable, as it were, by the laser. The laser should be crashing into, and the object in the distance should be impeded by dozens, if not more, feet of water curve. And the reply to rescue the SE doctrine is obviously, well, because this fictitious superlooming atmospheric refraction that I have no empirical corroboration of.
We know these things exist, and we know that they cannot determine for a fact that there's no atmospheric refraction happening over like 28.6 miles.
That's not the issue. That's not the issue.
So to say that this
No one,
proves
no,
that
no one is
there's no
saying
curvature,
you don't
I think is
understand.
false.
You don't understand. You don't understand. No one said there's no such thing as refraction. You people say this reply every time the refutation is said to you. You said
You're
you do this every
completely
time.
counting it out, though, in this.
No,
You're
no, we're
completely
not. No,
counting
we're
it out.
not.
Yes.
No, we're not.
Then
No, we're
how are you
not.
not
Stop.
counting it out?
Stop.
You're
We're
saying
not. We're not. So just be
explain.
quiet. I'll reply to you. We're not. Right. Before you again take us off into the weeds and go all in loop to loop and just rather than
All
just
right,
staying
explain.
focused.
Come on, get to the point.
Okay. We're not denying refraction exists. We're not denying refraction happens. You have a specific notion that is obviously not empirically corroborated. Your specific notion is this fictitious superlooming where the sun and the sunlight and the atmosphere are conspiring against us to make the surface seem flat and to curve the laser around the curvature. That's your notion. That's what you're saying. That's the entailment. You have
So
no empirical corroboration for that notion.
We know this happens because we've taken shots from the same height of the observer of cities, and for some reason, the city can look different sometimes when we take that shot from the same position. So, like,
that's not empirical
that shows
demonstration of
that
your notion.
there's something different going. When
That's
things are
not
like
empirical
at point
demonstration
A
of
and
your
point
notion. That literally refutes your proposition.
What?
The reason it refutes
that
your
the bases
proposition.
are shifting of city buildings and stuff from the same
Yeah, you're
exact
not
distance and
listening,
shot.
right?
That doesn't
Listen.
refute it.
It does. I'm going to get to it. We've been through this routine before. So again, that entails that if you go with that, right? That's literally demonstrating our point about the horizon, that it's not what your position entails the horizon is, that it corroborates what we're saying the horizon is. And
what's
if
my position
because in your SE doctrine that entails the horizon is the vertex of the sphere curvature. Because you think when the boat goes out away from you into the distance, the horizon is the vertex of the curved surface.
Which horizon
But
are we
if it
talking
is
about? Like the geometric horizon?
But if it is, right, then it wouldn't be wildly moving up and down here, there, and everywhere, which would entail that the Earth is rapidly increasing and decreasing its size by orders of magnitude. And you don't ascribe that entailment.
I didn't make any claim on the horizon, but I think even if you take
You're just not getting it. You're just not getting it.
Can I get my word out, please, for one square night?
Hang on,
Like,
hang
come
on,
on.
because you're not even grasping what I just said to you. So your reply is going to be entirely moot if you don't understand what I'm saying to you.
You're saying I'm refuting my own claim on the
You
horizon
showing
that I never
me
claimed.
you showing me an observation where the horizon moved.
Yes.
For your position, it entails the Earth increased its size or decreased its size by orders of magnitude. You don't welcome that
No.
obviously absurd implication. So that's obviously not going to work in your favor. It corroborates what we're saying, what the horizon is.
I'm saying that the horizon can visually change based off of the refraction that you're looking through.
You still don't understand. You still don't understand.
You're
You
saying
appealing to
my
that
claim is that the
phenomena.
Earth would have to change in size. I'm not claiming that whatsoever, and that's not the
You
claim of
still
the
don't understand that. It's not
rovers
that what
either.
look, it's not that you're claiming it. These are the entailments of your proposition, which you don't welcome. You're just refusing to be
You're saying that's what
consistent.
my experts claim about it?
This is the entailment of your proposition. Do you understand that? Do you understand what I'm saying?
That's not true whatsoever. That it
It
implies
is.
that I would have
It
to believe
is,
that the Earth
dude.
is
Your
increasing and
notion is the
decreasing in size.
horizon is the vertex of the sphere.
That's
You look out at the
ridiculous.
water,
No,
you
no,
look
no,
at the
no, no, no,
ocean,
no,
and the
no.
horizon is the vertex of the curved surface. That's the entailment of the SE doctrine. That's what people have been saying for the past 2,500 years.
I accept that the horizon can visually change from the same exact position of the observer based off of the light, based off of the medium that light is passing through.
You're just repeating the doctrine, not engaging.
That does not
You're not
necessarily imply.
engaging. You're just repeating
hold
the
on.
doctrine.
Can I get a fucking word out, dude? Come on.
Dude, you're just repeating the doctrine and stultifying. Your notion is the Earth's a ball. You think the Earth's a ball, okay? That entails the horizon is the vertex of the curved surface. That's what people have been saying for more than 2,000 years since Aristotle. Shifts disappear bottom up because the horizon is the vertex of the curved surface. So then, if it is the vertex of the curved surface, you don't espouse the Earth is in lockstep with changing atmospheric conditions. So that's obviously an entailment. So when you show us empirical evidence of the horizon moving here, there, and everywhere, by implication, dozens of miles, yeah, of course he has to leave. Right? I'm not going to let them ramble on with these.
Thank you very much, Gregory. Thank you very much. Excellent work. Excellent. You don't have to explain yourself there. That was perfect. Okay, I was trying to get in, but I had to wait till you completely discombobulated him, and then I would have flattened him out a bit more. Well done,
Yeah,
anyway.
good job, Gregory. That guy's an absolute clown. It wouldn't matter what you showed him. He's just going to say nah, basically. He doesn't have any knowledge of refraction or lasers or anything like that. He's just going to keep wiggling around the point and appealing to authority and things like that. We've been over all of this stuff with him 100 times. He's just like a contrarian type character that, well, just like a cultist zealot is probably more accurate.
Yeah, that's what he is. He's just trying to make out that refraction is what we're seeing every time, and that's crap. And you told him, but the laser hit the target, didn't it? What's the matter with you? 28 miles. 28 miles.
Could you get a definition of refraction?
Yeah, it's when electromagnetic waves deviate towards a denser medium or a denser portion of a single medium.
That's right, yeah. So if the denser medium is above the target you want to hit, then maybe your beam may refract upwards. Is that right?
Yeah, and the normal lapse rate, right? The lapse rate is how the temperature increases or decreases with height. And the normal lapse rate is that it gets colder as you go up.
Right.
And it's also a fact that humidity and water vapor in the air is like it dilutes the dry air and makes it less refractive. So that's where the most humidity is, right? Over a surface of water, it's very humid close to the surface of water.
Absolutely.
So even if it's colder, right? Even if you have colder water than air, the humid air can dilute that layer of colder air just above the surface, and you still get the light bending upward. That's why we don't have any footage of a laser beam bending downward. It doesn't happen.
Yeah,
we got
Mother
tons of
Nature
footage
doesn't want it to happen. It doesn't allow it.
Dr. John D
So
said he's done. Yeah, go ahead.
So, because this is to you, DJ. So, correct me if I'm wrong. The denser medium, the medium being the atmosphere, would be the colder air.
Colder air. Yep. Temperature is the primary controller of the optical density of the air, which is how quickly the light can pass through the air. And when you have colder air, it's more condensed, compacted, so it
Yeah.
makes it thicker. And when it's warmer, it's more spread out, and the
Yeah,
light
it's
can more
lighter, isn't
easily
it?
travel
Yeah.
through it. And
Yeah.
that means that it goes from it decreases, temperature decreases as you go up in height. So the normal refractive index in the lower atmosphere is that light will bend upward because the
Right, that's the
colder air is
entailment,
normally upward.
right?
Well,
And
if
so
light
what
bends upward,
their
if
notion
light
is
bends
contrary to
upward,
the actual entailment that we see.
it's the opposite. They say the opposite.
Right.
Yeah, they say that light will bend downward, but they don't have any evidence of the light bending
Away from the
downward.
denser medium, when that's not how refraction works.
Exactly.
Well, they're trying to say that the denser medium is down lower just because of the fact that the atmosphere is more dense when it's lower, and then it slowly gets less dense as you go up, right? Just the psi. But that's not what controls it. That's not what controls it. It's the temperature that controls it. So when you're looking through, right, let's say you're doing a laser test over the water, the natural decrease in the atmospheric pressure over that tiny little band that you're looking through is negligible. It's nothing, right? It doesn't change from 14.7 psi to 12 psi in that couple of meters that you're looking through. So that's irrelevant. It's all about the temperature. And all the
And when they
citations.
say that reply,
Yeah.
they are presuming their ball in a cosmic void presupposition too.
Yeah, they're like thinking of it in a grand scale, and even AI will trip up on that sometimes because it does decrease, right? So say you were looking through it as a whole, then the natural change in the density gradient as you go up would be a factor, would be a big factor, but we're not looking through that. We're not looking through hundreds of meters of distance vertically. We're looking through small bands. We're looking through 2 meters, 5 meters that we're looking forward through it horizontally. And it's the temperature that controls it. That's why we have mirages. That's why we have, sinking and inferior mirages and all this kind of thing. It's all because of temperature, all because of temperature fluctuations. Temperature, pressure, and humidity, but the primary thing is the temperature, and all the citations say that as well. Like the definition of atmospheric refraction itself, which I'll post in the side chat right here. So this is the American Meteorological Society, and it clearly says, which I've highlighted right here, that atmospheric refraction of visible and near visible light is usually dominated by temperature gradients. There's tons of papers that back this up. And the main thing is empirical evidence in the field, which we have, right? Like Dr. John D has done years and years worth of laser tests, and he's never seen a laser bending downward. If downward bending light was the normal, we'd see lasers bending downward all the time when we shoot them over long distances.
And that's
I've
just
never seen
bending
it.
downward. Right?
Yeah.
Like you take a straight straw and you bend it, which is not the same thing. So they're going to equivocate. They're going to hide their position behind the ambiguity of bending when their specific exact notion is the light is curving, especially a curving in parallel or lockstep along with the exact curvature rate of the Earth, so that it doesn't go too high
Yeah,
above our heads that we
impossible.
don't see the light, or too low below our eyes that it just crashes into the
Exactly.
surface of the Earth.
Yeah, it's crazy to suggest that if we go out and do laser tests in all these completely different conditions, different temperatures, different weather, daytime, nighttime, America, Canada, Australia, blah, 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 right? The laser always just perfectly somehow is guided to the target by this divine refraction deity. It's impossible. Ridiculous.
It's the same type of like that rhetoric you just said there, like the divine refraction. They might as well just say that. I mean, just like their ideological great granddaddy Pythagoras. Just contrive the divine essence of the universe. The perfect spheres and da 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 da. So of course the laser is going to curve along with the sphere because spheres are perfect shape and divine essence. And quantumism. Yada yada yada. You might as well just say something like that.
Yep. Even mainstream surveying companies that have done tests, they say that standard refraction, right? Standard refraction is downward bending, and they even say that that's not true in their tests. They say, look, that it's ridiculous that surveyors use a standard refraction because we went out and tested it, and here's our results, and it fluctuates dramatically, quite quite often, and most often, especially during the day, over land, it doesn't bend downward; it bends upward, and they even say that in their papers.
Right. So again, for anyone who's not tracking, especially if perhaps if they're watching the YouTube live stream, Earth is flat, Earth is globe. Competition begin. We can see the observations and long distance measurements that are not possible, that would not and should not be possible on the ball. Ad hoc appeal from globe side, a refraction, which is entailing the fictitious and laughable, mockable superlumin refraction. Well, you don't have any empirical observation for that notion. Well, you're just denying that refraction occurs. No, we're not. Well, you're just denying that refraction is a factor. No, we're not. So you're just distorting what we're actually saying. So again, your specific notion about this superlumin refraction, where the light is not only bending but curving along with the exact curvature rate of your ball, you have no empirical demonstration of that. It fails on its face right there. It's just an ad hoc reply. That's why I pressed him. Do you have anything to verify your proposition besides you just saying this proposition, this ad hoc appeal to refraction? No, they don't. They don't have a microscopic. They don't even have even a microscopic demonstration that is at all analogous to their specific notion, their ad hoc notion, let alone anything on a much grander scale like the long distance observations and measurements like we've done. They have no empirical verification for that notion. So it's just an ad hoc reply, and that's all they have left. But then they try to dig in their heels, maybe, and then they'll say, like what dude just said earlier, J Dog. Well, we see that refraction affects the horizon. That proves what we're saying about the horizon and falsifies what you're saying about the horizon. Unless you want to say that the horizon, which is supposedly the vertex, the curved surface of the sphere in your worldview, is rapidly that the sphere is rapidly increasing and decreasing its size, either in a local portion or the entire thing overall, right in lockstep with the changing dynamism of the atmosphere. Do you want to say that? No, they don't, because they know that's stupid. So either you acknowledge the entailment, which is your sphere is rapidly increasing and decreasing in size in lockstep with the dynamism of the atmosphere, or the horizon is not what your SE doctrine entails it is. So there's your dilemma again. And that's where it ends. They don't need humongous paragraphs where they just distort what was actually said to them and yap about some other thing and not actually connect their reply to the subject. I need to listen to that. You just cut that off and press them to concentrate on the thing.
Great little citation here in the side chat. So this is linked to the paper there. This is the Journal of Geophysical Research, and basically upward refraction as a normal condition. The study confirms that upward refraction, negative K, is a standard occurrence during the daylight hours rather than an anomaly. Normal lapse rate, when the ground is warm, it heats up immediately the air above it, creating a concave path for the light to bend away from the Earth's curvature. Typical values on sunny days, the researchers found refraction coefficients were strongly negative. So this is even people that agree that the Earth is a globe, right? They think the Earth's a globe. Even they're agreeing that upward refraction. Yeah, this is a hostile witness.
These are scientists clerics, by the way. Like these are academicians, right?
Yeah. This is a paper where they actually, not only did they write a paper, it's not just calculations and theories. They actually went out and tested it, and they determined that standard refraction is total bullshit, and that upward refraction is the norm, and that temperature is the primary controller of the refractive index. And the funniest part is I found this paper on Walter Bislin's website as one of their references, and it's just filled with damning evidence against the globe.
And mind you, correct me if I'm wrong, the academicians who authored the quote that you just showed us, they don't really participate in the Earth shape debate, do they?
Nope.
You mentioned that refraction usually bends. What'd you say? Upwards.
Yeah, upward towards the cooler air.
But that's not. Is it not always correct, or am I wrong?
Not always, but the normal lapse rate. So the lapse rate is just how the temperature increases or decreases with height vertically. And so the normal lapse rate is that it gets cooler as you go up. 6.5 degrees per kilometer is the normal, but it's decreasing in temperature as you go up. Obviously, it gets colder as you move away from the surface. So upward
Now,
refraction is normal. So what
is because it usually goes upwards? Is it significant based on these long distance observations that it's going upwards instead of downwards?
It debunks, like, when they say that you can't see the bottom of the buildings on the Chicago skyline, or the bottom of a boat looks like it's missing, or you can't see the bottom of a mountain or something like that. That's all due to primarily, not only, but primarily due to the upward refraction.
Okay.
Because
Appreciate
what it
that. Thank
does, it makes things look like they're sinking. And you can even ask the Globers, right? So we've got we've got .edu citations for this from their experts like Andrew Thomas Young. But even if you just ask them, say, go to Google and type in what is sinking refraction, right? And I'll read it out. It says sinking refraction, or simply sinking, is an atmospheric optical phenomenon where distant objects that are normally visible appear lowered or seem to drop entirely behind the horizon. Okay, so basically it's saying that they're normally visible, so they're not actually blocked behind anything, right? But they appear, not actually, right? They just appear to be lowered or seem to drop entirely behind the horizon, right? For example, the bottom of some buildings or the bottom of something off in the distance, right? This is a perfectly valid atmospheric effect that takes place that basically none of them have accounted for this. When they're saying, oh, we can't see the bottom of the boat because it's the curvature of the earth. Oh, did you account, right, for the obvious variables that you would have to account for, okay, to negate that as being a possible cause of the effect that you're looking at? And they never have, right? It's actually very difficult for them to make an accurate measurement of atmospheric refraction. Atmospheric refraction is the worst nightmare for the globe earthers.
That's honestly, I've never.
Debunks all that shit.
Yeah, the sinking refraction. I really want to dig my teeth in that. That's awesome. I always thought it was due to perspective, right? Just like how things kind of condense in the horizon, and even though kind
That's
of like
another factor.
how that is another factor for
It
sure.
is.
I
That
thought
is a
that was
factor. That is
yeah.
a factor, but it's not a dramatic factor. It's definitely a factor, and it's like an extra, like, cherry on top, basically some extra icing on the cake to go against their their globe. But look, if I show you this, right? So second. Okay, so this
There's
is it's
always
usually the
multiple
extreme.
factors upon visibility.
Multiple
Always.
factors, exactly. Right.
Yeah.
So check out this boat in the side chat, Flatlander. It's just
Yeah.
uploading now. Right. This is a big ass boat, right? So if a glober goes to the beach in the morning, like this guy did, right? This is not a glober, but this is a flat earther. He went to the beach and he tracked the boat. It's 14 miles away, and look, the bottom of the boat's missing. Right. A globe earther would say that this is hidden behind the curvature of the earth, and that's it. And then they would post the video footage or whatever on YouTube and say, look, fluff's debunked or something like that. But if you zoom in further on it, right, you'll see there's actually an obvious inferior mirage taking place. So sinking is just a lesser version of an inferior mirage. Inferior mirage, you have that mirroring effect as well. It's just basically a more extreme version of sinking. And if you zoom in on this picture, you can see there's a gap at the bottom of the boat where you can see the sky mirrored in the background, right? So we can tell that this is an inferior mirage taking place. And actually what happens over the next 3 hours, as the day temperature starts to warm up, the boat starts to become visible. And then 3 hours later, this is the exact same boat. It didn't move. It's anchored. It says in the tracking that the boat's anchored. Okay, and it's the same distance away, and now all of a sudden we can see the whole boat again, showing it wasn't hidden behind the curvature. It actually just perfectly matches the definition of sinking. Right, so it's like a distant.
Right, so falsifying the SE entailment about the horizon, falsifying the notion the horizon is the vertex of the curved surface.
So with the inferior mirage, that's more of a like a mirror illusion, or is that a little? Is it a
Yeah,
little something
an
different?
inferior mirage will be accompanied by a mirroring effect, which you could call total internal reflection. Okay, and basically what happens is the light is bending up so much that it's going over the head, right, over the top of the observer. So the light that has the information of the object isn't making it to the optic. Instead, what you see is a reflection of what's in the background. So you'll see some sky, right? Or if there's a hill in the background, you'll see some green from the hill or something like that. And it'll look like there's a puddle of, or a mirror on the ground, basically, like a puddle of water or something like that. And that's actually going to be a reflection of what's in the background, because the light that has the information of the object is going over the top of the head of the observer. It's not making it to the eye of the observer. Okay, and when the light isn't bending up as much, it is making it to the eye of the observer. So you get the sinking effect, but you don't get the total internal reflection effect. It's like a lesser version of it.
Wow, that's I mean, you sound like you know what you're talking about. I'm gonna assume that you're right. I like to confirm a lot myself, so I have like all these, you know, little notes on some of the keywords you said. I'm gonna definitely dig my teeth into. But assuming you're right, dude, that's a huge jump in now. You know, I've been looking at flat Earth for almost 7 years now, and I kind of overlooked. You know, I know about refraction, all
Yeah.
that stuff, but the sinking refraction, like, wow, that's like such a strength
So
into
anyone,
my arguments. Yeah,
look,
go ahead.
anyone's more than welcome to challenge me on this, and I can provide real world demonstrations and citations and everything, just completely, like, you can just look up like all of this stuff.
No,
Any
I totally trust you.
Yeah.
I'm just, you know,
Oh, no,
I
no,
just
I'm not saying that you're doubting it. I'm just saying anyone else that's listening that's a globe earther,
yeah.
feel free to challenge me on this stuff, right? I can, right? Like, I learnt this from the mainstream papers. It's not something that flat earthers came up with. This is just mainstream atmospheric optics. And
Right.
So not
quite
only are
often,
they
globe
contradicting
earthers,
their own, given
yeah,
what
well,
DJ just
look,
said, right?
the anti-flat earthers don't do research properly. They get their research off other anti-flat earthers, which cherry pick, and it's like BYO optics when it comes to refraction with these flat earth debunkers.
Oh, I don't know if there's I actually know that Rocket Man 24 guy, and like I've had conversations with him, and he's actually like real nice guy, and he has honest questions. I'm just gonna vouch for him. Like I don't know if someone can like unmute him if he wanted to talk. Like I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. I mean, obviously it's your guys' option,
So
but
given the citations DJ showed you, right, it's not only a falsification, empirical falsification. The globe zealots are contradicting their own scientist clerics. So this is also an internal critique of their worldview. So now they're inconsistent even within their own worldview according to their own scientist clerics.
right. No, and yeah, I really appreciate. I've never heard refraction get broken down like that. That was fucking awesome, bro. Like I really appreciate that, both you guys.
Yeah, man, look into it. And look, on my server on Pickled Minds, there's a whole section on optics. There's channels on atmospheric refraction and sinking, where there's all the citations and all of the literature and everything. There's hundreds of PDFs there, and yeah, it's right there on my server. So have a look at it.
I
And
definitely
there's
will.
Also,
tons of
Rocket Man doesn't have a red
it's
mic,
not
by the
just
way. So
literature.
Oh, he doesn't. Okay, I wasn't sure. I talked to him in another server before. That's why I was vouching for him. I didn't know if he was red mic'd. I didn't notice.
Yeah, I just want to show one more thing. I don't know if people have seen the video where a guy named Jack Gordon, he's this little redhead guy, kind of greasy little guy, and he makes like sort of flat earth debunking videos, I guess, where he'll find like the dumbest flat earther he can find, and he'll make it look like he's debunking like the flat earther's claim. And one of them, he took the flat earther to the ocean, and they got a telescope, and they got a boat basically, and they sailed the sailboat out into the ocean. And at one point you couldn't see the bottom of the boat, but you could see the sail of the boat. And the flat earther, he didn't know anything about refraction, obviously, and basically the conclusion of the video was the earth's a globe because the bottom of the boat started to disappear. Okay, but that what was happening there was an inferior mirage. And here's a small scale example of it in the side chat here. So basically what we have is a warm surface, right? The surface is being heated up by the sun, and we can see the toy boat in entirety, right? So what happens is when he gets the camera, he's lowering the camera down to the ground now, when he gets lower to the ground, he's looking through that warmer, less dense layer of air, and the light that's bouncing off the boat is going to be deviating upward, and then you're going to see the bottom of the boat start to disappear, and you can still see the sail. Right, so now we can see the sail, but the bottom of the boat's completely missing. Obviously, it didn't go over a curve. It's not physically obstructed at all. And if you have a look at the Jack Gordon video, this is the exact effect that we see. In fact, it's even more obvious in the Jack Gordon video because there's like a gap between the bottom of like where you can see the sail and where the bottom of the boat should be. So these bottom-up boat videos are easy to debunk.
And it's not that the video is false, it's that their interpretation of the phenomena is false. That's what we're debunking.
Yep. Yeah, basically they're saying that it's hidden behind the curvature of the Earth when it's an obvious textbook definition inferior mirage that's taking place. It's no curvature.
And again, like you mentioned earlier, like the way eyes work, right? Even in the best external conditions, because it's internal and external conditions, even in the best external conditions that have little to no distortion of what we're seeing at any given distance. Again, seeing things disappear bottom up or reappear top down, right? Coming back up to you, coming back to you, reappearing top down, right? That's how eyes work. That's how perspective works. Our eyes only see so much, like you mentioned earlier. So there's that point too. So bottom up disappearance or top down reappearance in the distance does not exclusively indicate, doesn't even strongly indicate obstruction behind curvature.
There's the screenshot from the Jack Gordon video in the side chat. So basically what they're saying is that this boat is hidden behind the horizon. Well, where's the bottom of the boat gone, and why are the sails floating in the air? Clearly, there's a mirroring effect, and this is upward refraction at play, once again debunking the notion that the boat's hidden behind curvature.
Do you know that observation with it's like a ship and it looks like it's floating? Like I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Do you?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
What is that effect?
Well, they say it's looming. They say it's the opposite of sinking, but I think it could just be a more extreme version of an inferior mirage, personally, where you just have a larger area of mirroring happening. But regardless, it's just a mirage. It's not conclusive of anything.
Yeah.
It's just a miraging effect. And yeah, I've actually got a bunch of footage of that. 1 second. So basically, that horizon that you can see underneath the boat, like that's not the actual horizon, right? Really, the horizon is actually behind the boat. That's a false horizon. Actually, those types of images debunk when globe earthers say that the horizon dips below eye level, right? They'll show you footage where they're zooming out into the horizon with a theodolite, and they'll take an angle measurement to where the horizon is, and they'll say, oh, look, it's dipped down. The Earth has to be a globe because the horizon's lower than center frame. Well, did you account for the mirroring effect? Because if the boat wasn't there, then you wouldn't know, right? And I'll show you a perfect example of that right now. So you can actually use these to trick the globe earther, which is easy to do. Okay, so here's an example right here in the side chat. If a globe earther went out on this day and they did an angle measurement with a theodolite to the horizon, it would appear dipped lower, and they would say that that's dipping down because the Earth's a globe. But really, if there was an object there, like this boat that I photoshopped out in the first image, okay, now we know that that's not actually the horizon that we're seeing down there. Actually, if you look closely and you change the levels, you can actually see the horizon line behind the boat. It's faint, but there's a mirroring effect because I think this is an inferior mirage. I think that looming is slightly bullshit, and that when you do have a thermal inversion which creates a superior mirage, then you get like crazy inverted images, upside down ships, and it's obviously like destructive chaos situation. But these ones, We can see the horizon. Look, here's some more examples. We can see the actual horizon isn't down lower. The horizon's actually behind the ships. And it's just that mirroring effect that's taking place. Like
So
it's clear as...
can you get to like? I'm sorry, this is the first time I heard some of these words. What is it? What's the mirrored one? The inferior mirage. Yeah. Can you get
Inferior
the
mirage.
sinking?
Yep.
Yeah. Can you get the sinking and the inferior at the same time, or are they like kind of exclusive? Like one's
They're
happening,
the
the
same
other
thing.
can't.
They're the same thing,
Okay.
except one of them's a more extreme version. Right. So
Oh,
they're
okay.
both.
Okay.
Sinking is a type of a variation of an inferior mirage. It's just a lesser variation. So the light's bending up less rather than more. It's still the
Yeah, and
same
then when
effect. The
it's
objects...
more, okay, it becomes then inferior or whatever it's called.
full-blown inferior mirage. It becomes a full-blown inferior mirage when you have more of the bending, right? Like abrupt, like it bends up a lot, and then that light actually doesn't make it back to your eyes, and you can see a reflection of what's in the background.
Gotcha. And then
Right. So
okay, so
even if
then
you
the
look at these
superior
boat
mirage.
examples here, a superior mirage
Uh-huh.
is the opposite of an inferior mirage. So it's when the light's bending downward in an extreme way compared to upward. So if you have the more dense air, like colder air lower, then the light bends downward towards the colder air, and then it will cause the object like a Fata Morgana effect, or like inverted superior mirage. Yeah, I'll try to find a picture of
And the superior is when it's bending upwards or down. Sorry, if you could say that one more time.
superior is right. So when light bends downward, it makes things look like they're higher, and when light bends upward, it makes things look like they're lower. Okay, so light bending downwards is going to cause the superior mirage. It's going to make things look higher, and light bending upward is going to cause the inferior mirage, which makes things look lower.
Gotcha. I'm like making notes just so I can kind of refer back to. So I appreciate the patience and explanations.
It's okay. But superior mirages are super rare. Everyone's seen inferior mirages every day. You know, you can go out and see inferior mirages. It's super normal. But superior mirages, who's ever seen a superior mirage? It's super rare. There's some photos of them, but like this, in my opinion, this is what a superior mirage looks like. It's total destruction. So I'll just post this in the side chat. Right, this is super rare when you actually have what's called a thermal inversion, and you have a layer of very cold air trapped close to the surface. Right, like the warm air comes over the top of the cooler air, and it traps a stable cooler layer of air down lower, and it creates effects like this. Right, this is a superior mirage. This is rare. Whoever sees this.
Right.
Superior mirages are super destructive looking.
The one at the bottom that kind of looks like floating islands.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought you were referring to. Okay.
Yeah, I've literally never seen that like in real life, like anything
Exactly,
close
because it's
to it.
super rare. Look, here it is with a boat.
Yeah.
So when they say superior mirage, right? This is a superior mirage, right? You'll see the boat upright, and then there's an upside down boat on top of it. It's super rare. You never see that. What you normally see is the opposite of that with the inferior mirage effect. Right? For example, check out this footage. 1 second. This is one of the coolest little bits of footage that I've ever seen, actually. And if you were just standing at the beach and you looked at this horizon, you would think that that's the horizon. It looks like a nice sharp horizon line. But when you zoom in, check it out. It's not the horizon. In fact, it's just another false horizon. I think most of the time when you're looking at the horizon out into the ocean, it's in an apparent location due to the atmospheric conditions. Okay, and when he zooms in here, you can see there's actually dolphins basically jumping out of the air above the horizon.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is an inferior mirage as well. This is another situation where we've got the mirroring effect, and that horizon isn't the horizon. In fact, the horizon's off somewhere behind the dolphins.
Morning, gents.
Hey, Yoda, what's going on?
That is super
So
awesome.
again,
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing all this with me because this is just, I never dug this deep in refraction, right? So it's just really good to know.
So again,
yep, it's
if you take away nothing else,
yeah, you never get bored of the refraction thing because it's shutting down the globus completely. It's just beautiful. Mother Nature doing it again.
So if you take away
hold up.
nothing
I
else,
got Jen and Gregory in the same VC. It's about to be a good morning. Let's go.
You know it. You know it is, bro.
so if you
Good
take away
morning
nothing
to you.
else, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
But I think
Yeah,
it's the
yeah.
most concise way to break it down so people grasp it thoroughly, right? Flat earther, glober,
Yeah. Yeah, no,
right?
I'm listening. Yeah,
Two
please.
sides. There's the ball. Oh, it's not. The surface is flat. Okay, let's test it. Let me go test it. Observation and measurements. Seeing things that should not be visible at distances. Seeing things at distance that should not be visible upon their globe. Right? Laser hidden targets that should not be hitting should be impeded by a water hill, right? And it's not. Glober says, but refraction. Refraction. Are you serious? You mean your fictitious superlooming that you have no empirical corroboration of? So you're denying refraction? No, we're not. So you deny refraction as a factor? No, we're not. Stop distorting what we're saying to you. So your notion, your ad hoc notion, is that the light is being refracted through the atmosphere. The sunlight is being refracted through the atmosphere. The lights from the objects through the atmosphere, around, curving through the air, right? Right, not going to the denser medium, but going to the less denser medium, which is not how refraction works, so that it can actually hit our eyes, making the surface seem flat when it's curved, making the objects be apparent when they should be obstructed, and what's the third thing? Making the surface seem flat when it's curved, uh, curving the light when it should be, when it's supposed to be bending the light through the air, and making objects that are completely obstructed become apparent.
Yeah,
On the
behind
top
the
of the
globe.
image.
Yeah, that's right.
That's your notion. That's their notion. Okay.
Yeah.
So what's your empirical corroboration for the notion? Nothing. Either a handful, like 2 or 3 disanalogous microscopic demonstrations, let alone on a scale that's either remotely close to what we actually observe and measure. So no empirical corroboration. But we see like the horizon moving, so refraction is obviously a factor, right? Proving our point about the horizon and falsifying yours. Because your point about the horizon is that it's the vertex of the curvature. Unless you want to say the Earth is rapidly increasing and decreasing its size in lockstep with the changing atmosphere. No, you don't want to say that because that's obviously stupid. So the only option you have is the entailment of the horizon of your SE doctrine, spherical Earth doctrine, is false. Those are your two options at the end of this.
Yeah, and then there's the military application of that laser beam. Yeah, they're hitting or what they call painting the target at 60 miles away. That's the Navy. Okay, so they use that instrument. Okay, the laser beam, right? So if there was going to be a problem with the refraction, it would render this laser beam useless, wouldn't it? And they would have to account for it every time they use it. That would be an impossibility. How can you account for refraction over 60 miles and get the conditions right using mathematics? And then you have to fire it's impossible. But yet they hit the target and then destroy the enemy. Okay.
Given what Jen just said, factor this in as a military commissioned officer. Okay, especially a commissioned officer. Either you see the target you're shooting at in combat or not. You think a commissioned officer is going to take the risk of blindly shooting a devastating warhead or projectile
Court martial.
and not seeing the target at all? Is he going to take that liability?
No.
And this is a route that this functions. They use these weapon systems consistently. So you think they're going to consistently keep risking their lives blindly shooting at targets with a laser?
Right. Yeah. No. I follow that. I mean, I always had problems with long distance with when it comes to submarines or just battleships with their lasering things. Like, yeah, I follow.
And
Well
then
then,
for them to
okay.
be like, "What are you talking about
And
blindly
please,
shooting, Gregory? Like, what are you talking about? Like either you see the thing as it is, or they're just looking at this illusion with the conspiracy of the atmosphere and the sun. So they're not really seeing the target that they're looking at at these 60-kilometer distances and more.
and
So
don't
they're really
nobody
blind.
pull out and don't nobody pull out the nuance of the portable one, which is like it's used on land, it paints the target, then the ship fires and just tracks from there. That's not the same thing. Now the ship does have a laser targeting system mounted on it. Most destroyers do. Straight line to the target, boom, gone. And that's not just from 60. That's sometimes from greater than 60. Just depends on the situation. And definitely over 100 miles away. Come on now.
So there's more than enough falsification of the main entailment of their SE doctrine. The Earth's a ball, entailment, the horizon is the vertex of the curved surface. We falsified that. So now we've proven that this proposition entails a false implication. Propositions that entail falsehood are false. True propositions can't entail false implications. So it's a simple reductio refutation, a modus tollens.
And Australia has a radar system that can see 2,000 miles from the coast of Australia across the ocean. 2,000 miles. That's a long way.
It's a whole lot of distance for the light from the objects and the sun to be curving around the freaking Earth. You know,
And also,
and some of them are so idiotically consistent. Notice the irony with that. Some of them, very rarely, are so idiotically consistent. They think that atmospheric refraction, that it's possible, and or that it's even happened at least once. That there's this super looming that's happening
Today,
where you can see the back
Junior.
of your head. Where they can see the back of your head. His name was Rufus. I don't know if he ever said it happened at least once, but he said that it is physically possible, like given the reality of the laws of physics, that the curvature, that the atmospheric refraction that we see could be so strong and
That's
so
all, folks.
precise that you could see the back of your head. Some of them are that. He's not the only one. I'm virtually certain he's not the only one, Rufus. But his name was Rufus. Okay. I don't think he's the only one that really believes that in his zealous devotion
Yeah, I
to
remember that.
scientists.
I remember that guy, Rufus.
Some of them are
Silly
that
ass.
idiotically consistent with their ad hoc appeal.
in order, given, and also like given the heliocentric idea, given the science that they use behind that, in order for light to bend around an object, that means that the object has to have enough gravity where it can manipulate light particles. Nothing, I repeat, nothing short of the theoretical object known as a black hole can do that.
Great point. Great point.
Just in principle. Just in principle. That's in their metaphysical cosmological lore.
Lunacy.
And unless they want to say that the Earth is wrapped around, or like a black hole is wrapped around the Earth. Do you want to say that?
Well, you know, that's the fringe theory that we're actually inside of a black hole, which is why all these weird things that we can't explain with modern science happens. That's the fringe theory.
Yeah.
It's more like a cringe theory, really, isn't it? You just cringe, man. Wow.
More metaphysical
You do.
conjecture,
You've
just like
got
the
stuff to
great,
be
great, great,
embarrassed
great,
for.
great, great ideological granddaddy, right? Pythagoras. Just contrived notion. While you introduce yourself like a tough-minded empiricist, where you only follow the evidence where it leads, then when you're faced with scrutiny and faced with refutation, you contrive everything out of your ass to account for the counter evidence.
Honestly.
I don't have an answer for this. Oh, I don't know. Just make something up. You want me to lie? Yes.
Yes.
Do
It's
you remember earlier?
embarrassing.
Remember I was when we were sitting down and meditating about these their worldview, especially concerning their history. So go back to Einstein, right?
Yeah.
One of the great latter prophets, as it were, or latter sages in scientism, right? He is in a context. He lives and dies in a context, not ever actually seeing the Earth be a ball. He is
That's
40
right.
years before
Yeah.
the 1960s.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think I'm gonna let go of that. I'm gonna
No, you're never going to let go of it,
reemphasize
and you
that.
shouldn't. You
I'm gonna
shouldn't,
reemphasize that for
because
a while.
yeah, no. You should keep that. I'm going to use it. I'm always going to be using that. I have done, and I will continue to, because they didn't have anything. They had
Right. In
nothing.
principle, in the
Just
scientism
running on,
worldview,
yeah,
all you
running on
had was weak
reputation.
induction for years at best until the
Mm.
1960s. That's it.
At best, and I don't say this anymore. I used to say this with trying to be as maximally charitable with these people as possible because of how foolish it is. At best, and this is still what I would consider an impossibility, you have somehow the given scientist group, you have somehow managed to get slightly above the firmament. And because of the fact that you're basically peering through water with light refracting all over the place, it has this bulb shape to it because it's a dome. And every single picture that we have that has that shape to it is basically just that. But that was me being
Factor this in,
charitable. That was me
right?
being charitable. Now I realize that because I've done the research further. Oh no, that's just all edited. They literally just bend the edges of the image. You do it all the time in Photoshop.
Factor this in
Yeah.
too, right? This historical tidbit, this historical factoid. The first
Yeah, go on.
aircraft, the very first aircraft was made in December 17, 1903.
Yeah, the Wright brothers, the flyer.
Okay. Then all
Yeah.
of a sudden, somehow for some reason, somehow humans only needed 60 years to develop technology to fly up out of the atmosphere into the further outer space of the cosmic void.
Yeah. I remember when I used to watch on TV these historical programs with Einstein, and before that the Isaac Newtons. And the setting is they're in an arena type, really nice building, and all the seats are very academic looking building. All the seats are in a semicircle of all the greatest minds, and then the guy that's postulating his theory is in the middle. I used to find that very impressive. You know that moved me. I thought, wow, the best minds are here. Let's have a listen to what they're saying. Swelling up. They're talking pseudoscience, of course, because that's what it really was. But I didn't know that at the time. You see, I was very,
And
very,
let me
very
specify.
impressed. Go
Let me
ahead.
correct myself. The first manned aircraft, like a
Yeah,
human piloting the aircraft,
yeah,
1903.
I
yeah.
was about to say, like, the whole notion that the Wright brothers created the first aircraft irritates me to my core
Yeah,
because
I
got to be
would
that's
say that
specific.
as
I
well.
had to correct
Yeah,
myself.
because the Africans were
Yeah,
doing
the
that,
first
by the way.
man-controlled aircraft, like
Yeah,
man in aircraft flying it.
yeah,
Right.
yeah. Because they were doing it
yeah,
in
not just
Africa.
not just being sailed by the wind and all that. Yeah.
You got it. I think they did have one that was like a push bike thing, didn't they? Bicycle pedaling to get it going. I
Uh-huh.
thought that was great. The Wright
You have
brothers.
a 1783.
There you
Right.
They
go.
had
I'm
a
looking on my screen now.
There you go.
competitor at the time that was also trying to do it. What was his name?
I forgot.
Oh yeah, no, that escapes me. Who would you be talking about? That'd be interesting.
I remember watching a documentary on the Wright brothers. It was
Hmm.
them, and then there was another guy. I believe he was also in the States. He might have been overseas, but he came up with all these very like outlandish designs that just did not work ultimately.
Let me
Okay.
They
correct myself again. The Wright brothers with the first man-piloted heavier than air aircraft.
Okay.
Because you had
Okay.
before
yeah,
That's
that
better.
the
Yeah.
1853 with Sir George Cayley, and it was a glider
Yeah,
or
the word glider
lighter
comes
than
in there.
air
Yeah,
vehicles in
yeah,
1783, for instance.
yeah.
But of
And if
course,
you look back in history,
you're
you'll
not
find
nearly
that.
getting, even in 1783 or 1853, exactly 100 years later, right? Interesting, but it's even in the previous centuries before the early 20th century, with even globe Earth doctrine being popular as it was in those centuries, you're still not getting nearly high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. Right?
I mean,
Definitely not.
I mean, and it's also like
Not even in 1903.
It's also like people often forget, like, even further back, we not too far back, but a little further back, we had hot air balloons, we had dirigibles, we had those things.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.